What's up, everybody? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Wow, what a time to be alive. We should all be having tacos right now, and it's 11 a.m. So, we should probably all be having margaritas too. All right, let's say hello to our MLB panel, though, because this is the sweat, and we got a show to do. 50 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice coming your way right now. We are starting with our MLB panel. DraftKings contributors Eric Halterman, Gary Thorne, and Julian Edlow. And gentlemen, let's just jump right into MLB best bets. How about that? All right. What are your favorite bets for tonight's MLB slate? We're starting with the money line. Which money line bet do you like, Julian? Tell me about it and why.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to a first 5 inning money line bet because I don't necessarily want to get bullpens involved here. And it's also a late afternoon game, but hey, that means we get to bet on it sooner. I'm looking at the Orioles here on the first 5 and backing John Means, who has been spectacular this season and really helped the Orioles. Not that they're underdogs here, it's more of a pick 'em on the first 5, but really helped the Orioles cash a lot of plus money bets so far this season. So going up against Steve Buchanan's Mariners, I know that's a tough fade. I am personally invested. Steve told me so many times about the Mariners. I am personally invested in the Mariners to win the AL West as well. But hey, the Mariners can still win this game. We just need the O's first 5. I think that they have advantages on both sides in this one, and we eliminate the bullpens and keep it short and sweet. I'm really just looking to back Means here, who I think can blank Seattle the first 5 innings.
Influenced by Steve Buchanan. Gary, and which money line bet do you like tonight?
I'm actually going to do one better than a money line bet. Let's go with a run line bet because the Red Sox are massive favorites on the money line, but they're going to win this game by 22 runs anyway, so you might as well bet the run line. In general, fading Detroit is a good idea at this point. They've been horrendous the last 2 weeks. Fading Detroit against a left-handed starter is the way to go at all times. They are actually 0-7 in their last 7 games against a lefty. They come into this game dead last in baseball by wide margins in isolated power, WOBA, and WRC plus against left-handed pitching. Martin Perez hasn't been amazing, but, his FIP is in the mid 3.5s. He's been fine. And Casey Mize, who's starting for the Tigers, has been pretty bad so far this season. He's in the 15th percentile of baseball in expected WOBA, in expected ERA. That Tigers bullpen is giving up over 2 home runs per 9 innings. I think this thing gets lopsided quickly and continues to get more lopsided throughout the afternoon. So I just think taking the Red Sox here on the run line at plus money is really good value.
All right, Eric, do you have a money line bet you like tonight, or are you going to switch things up on me here?
Hey, I'm not going to get fancy here. I'm going to go with the Brewers, minus 141 at the Phillies. I think the lineups are very similar. They're both actually bottom 5 by WRC plus, 26 versus 27, so nothing to separate those, at least so far this year. I think the gap between Freddie Peralta and Chase Anderson on the mound is much bigger than the odds suggest. Peralta's been excellent, 2.25 ERA. Might fall back a bit, but the ERA estimators have him right around a 3, an even 3, which is excellent. Doesn't get a ton of grounders, but a 40.2% strikeout rate has been well more than enough to offset a high 12.5% walk rate. It's actually the 4th best strikeout rate, 20 innings, trailing only DeGrom, Corbin Burns, and Garrett Cole, who are pretty good names to be associated with. Whereas Chase Anderson, ERA 5.40, and the estimators say that it should be right around there, at least right near 5. It doesn't do anything well below average strikeout, ground ball, and walk rates. So massive gap between those two, which gives a pretty big edge to the Brewers here.
All right, everyone loves an underdog. Am I right, Gary? Do you got one that you're backing tonight?
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised the Braves are road favorites in this spot against Washington. Whether you want to make this about Max Fried, who is making his first start in almost 3 weeks, he had a hamstring issue, and it's not like he was pitching well before he went on the IL. In fact, of all pitchers in baseball with at least 25 batted ball events, Max Fried's 501 opponent WOBA was the highest in all of baseball. He was getting hit around in his first 3 starts of the season. I just need to see it from this guy before I start trusting him as a road favorite, especially considering the Braves are 1-4 in their last 5 games. Maybe they don't even win last night if their pitcher doesn't hit a grand slam. I don't think that's like sustainable offense. So I think Washington, who so far this season has been one of the best teams in baseball at hitting left-handed pitching, they come into this game batting 300. That's the highest average within the split. They've got a 373 WOBA. That is the second highest mark within the split. And they might even get Juan Soto back tonight. I know there was some concern about whether or not he could play defense. So that would obviously kind of restrict him to anything more than a pinch hitting role. But if you add Juan Soto into this mix, I just don't understand why the Nationals are plus 116 on the money line right now.
All right, Eric, you got a dog that you're backing tonight?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Rangers against the Twins. They're plus 155, which says about a 39% chance is what's implied there. And I think they've got more than that. I do still think they're probably underdogs. But the gap between the lineups hasn't been huge. By WRC Plus, the Twins are 8th and the Rangers are a surprising 14th. And the gap between the pitchers, I think, is not going to be big at all. Hyunjung Yang is a guy who I followed with the KBO last year. He actually had a down season last year. It was pretty unremarkable. But the year before that, he slightly outpitched Kwang Hyung Kim, who started his career quite well for the Cardinals. Yang was actually slightly better in both ERA and WHIP. And I think there's a path to him being a decent back-end starter, low strikeout, but low walk guy who's just fine as your number 5 starter. And Lewis Thorpe for the Twins, I don't know if he's going to be much more than that at all. His career ERA is 5.88, doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, walks more than league average, so not much there. So I think the gap between the pitchers may be non-existent, which means that it's a lot closer to a 50-50 game than the odds imply.
All right, we're talking underdogs here. Jules, has Steve influenced you on this one?
No, and I try not to let him influence me as much as possible. It just so happens that he played a role in my first bet of the day. But speaking of the day, I'll bet on NBA tonight. I have no patience. I need to bet on MLB this afternoon. So more afternoon games for me. I like the White Sox plus 110 against the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds have really hot bats, particularly at home this season, which is the only thing I'll really give them in this spot. But I like the starting pitching matchup. Keuchel's been better than Gray so far this season from what we've seen. The White Sox have been great at building up leads earlier in games. They're the best team in the first 5 in MLB, but I'm going full game money line here because of how bad the Cincinnati bullpen has been. I trust that Chicago can build up that early lead and then maybe even build on it late. Cincinnati's had one of the worst bullpens in baseball this season. They've had the worst bullpen in baseball over the last 2 weeks. Whereas the White Sox have been right around average. So I think they can hang on to that lead. I'm taking the slight plus money, plus 110 on the White Sox this afternoon.
All right, how about a total here, Eric? Is there one that's gotten your attention?
Yeah, we talked about the Braves-Nationals game earlier. I'm on that one for the total here. It's set at 8.5. The teams have been averaging 8.1, so they'll need a slightly above average performance in this one. I think they can get it, especially if Juan Soto is back for the Nationals. I think he himself is probably worth a good amount of that gap that they need to make up. Max Fried, as was touched on earlier, has been terrible this season before that hamstring injury. And even when he's on, he's not too scary. He's roughly league average strikeout and walk rates with a high ground ball rate. Not an ace. And Eric Fedde on the other side, career ERA over 5, strikes out just 16.4% of opposing batters, walks more than average as well. So not much to like on that side. So I really like this one if Soto's back, and even if he's not back in the starting lineup, I still think it's a pretty good play.
All right, total that has your attention, Jules. What do you think?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to be looking at a first 5 under here. And admittedly, I bet a lot more sides than totals. So this is more of a lean for me, I would say. But just looking at this game in Kansas City, you got a good pitching matchup with Bieber and Singer here. You're in a ballpark that plays to unders or plays to less runs. What I don't like is that it's pretty low on right now with plus money going to the under. So, I mean, this is one that I just think we could easily see like a 1-0 type of first 5 game here. I would like to maybe get a little bit more value on it, but right now that's where I'm looking on the board for an under.
Gary, and in your article on DK Nation, you liked the team total for the Nats.
I did, but let's go back to that Cleveland Kansas City game because I do think it's really interesting. And as Julian pointed out, this is a good pitching matchup. And to a lot of people, you'd say, okay, Shane Bieber, he's going to pull his weight. We're going to stay under 3.5 runs first 5 here. I really want to give a shout out to Brady Singer, who I think has been underrated and amazing so far this season. He did leave his last start. He was hit with a comebacker. All indications are he's fine. He's pitching on normal rest today, so everything seems like it's in order. Singer in his last 4 starts has held opponents to a 230 WOBA. And for the season as a whole, he's allowing just a 2% barrels per plate appearance rate. That is the lowest qualified mark in the American League. I don't think people are giving him enough credit for how well he's pitched. It's not like he doesn't have pedigree either. This is a former first-round pick. This is someone who should start coming into his own at this point in his career. Both of these offenses are in the lower half of the league in runs scored so far this season. And yeah, if Singer does his part, then you've got Shane Bieber on the other side. So I'm pretty confident this game stays under 3.5 runs first 5. So even at minus 122, I like it a lot.
All right, Jules, let's talk about like your favorite overall bet here. This could be like a total, a prop, really whatever. In the MLB, just give it to me.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Orioles first 5 for me. Just given the way that John Means is going right now, I think there's a pitching matchup there, a pitching advantage there that I really want to target early in that game. And, you know, keep it to those first few rounds through the order and be done with it. So I'm going to go with O's first 5 as my favorite bet on the board for baseball today.
Gary, and your favorite bet on the board, what is it?
We teed it up last time, so I got to talk about it now. Nationals over their team total of 3.5. Eric talked about it. If you don't want to bet Nationals money line, the reason you're not doing that is Eric Fetty. You just don't trust him. And that's understandable. The Braves have a fantastic offense. They've been hitting much better as of late. But for the Nationals to score 4 runs in this game, I think it's going to be relatively easy. I mean, Soto, again, is the big question mark. However, they've got so many guys you wouldn't expect to have amazing numbers against left-handed pitching so far this season. Josh Harrison's hit lefties really well. Starlin Castro has hit lefties really well. Ryan Zimmerman is still hitting lefties pretty well. I think they've got enough to get there, even if Soto doesn't play. And a lot of that, again, comes down to Max Fried, but it also comes down to Atlanta's bullpen. I think we think of this team as like a complete awesome team. Over the last 2 weeks, Atlanta's bullpen has a 4.88 xFIP. That is the second highest mark in all of baseball. They're throwing a ton of innings because Drew Smyly can't work deep into games because Max Fried's been hurt. I just think as a pitching staff, they're in a bad spot right now, and I think the Nationals can take advantage.
All right, Eric, what is your favorite overall bet in the MLB? Tell me.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a prop for this one. I'm going to go under 4.5 strikeouts for Casey Mize. He's hit the over in just 4 of his 12 career starts, so he's already more likely than not to fail this one, at least based on his track record. And the situation here makes it even tougher for him. He's facing a Red Sox team that's the second best offense by WRC plus and the 5th best at avoiding strikeouts. So I don't think this is going to be an above average strikeout game for Mize here. Just a 17.4% strikeout rate this season. Was only at 19.5 last year in his debut and only 23.5 at Double-A in 2019, which hardly suggests that we're expecting him to come in and strike out a lot of guys. He does have talent. He has prospect pedigree, but it is not manifesting in a lot of strikeouts early. So I have no reason to believe he's going to suddenly have a high strikeout game out of nowhere against a team that doesn't strike out much.
All right, guys, before we let you go here, how about we give a little love to the DFS side of things? You give us your favorite DFS play for tonight. Gary, and who's it going to be?
Well, I talked a lot about liking the under in that Cleveland-Kansas City game, and Brady Singer was a huge part of that. If you look at the 10-game featured slate tonight, it almost seems like a misprint. I mean, Brady Singer is $5,500. There is a reasonable chance you can pencil in 4x value, and you might even get 5x value if he can somehow figure out a way to get the win in this game. I think this is entirely based on him going up against Shane Bieber. They're just taking a couple $1,000s away from a guy who has a low win expectancy. I get it. But again, Singer has pitched to the level of someone who should probably be over $8,000 on this slate. And you're getting him at 5.5. I think he's just a shoo-in.
All right. How about you, Eric? Who is your favorite DFS play for tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go with another pitcher who seems pretty underpriced with JT Brubaker. Similar reason to not like him in that he's going up against an ace in Yu Darvish, but that's the only reason to not like him tonight. At 6,900, he's the 12th most expensive pitcher. He's the 5th best in terms of points per game so far this season. And I think it's mostly for real. He's a guy I liked for season-long fantasy purposes heading into the year because he was slightly above average in strikeout, walk, and ground ball rates last year. Not many guys do all of those at once. And this year, they're all trending in the right direction. His cut his walk rate to just 4.4%, while his strikeout rates jumped to 26.5. And he's pitching in a very pitcher-friendly park in San Diego. And he's facing a lineup that really has not scored a lot of runs this season. The Padres are somewhat surprisingly 6th worst in runs per game. So I think there's a lot to like here outside of the fact that getting a win is tough. I think, as was mentioned with Brady Singer, I think there's a few quite good, quite cheap pitchers on this slate.
Jules, favorite DFS play for tonight. Who is it?
Yeah, I haven't been playing a ton of MLB with NBA still in season. So as soon as I opened this slate, I was going to ask Garion, is there a mistake with Brady Singer, the guy that he went with? That's the immediate guy that I went to. I thought that there had to be at least $1,000 to $1,500 mistake on his salary. This dude opened the season, his opening day start. He was $8,700 against Texas. He's $5,500 against the Cleveland offense that we just mentioned. We like the under on. Garion said they're a bottom half of the league offense. Maybe he doesn't beat Bieber. He's an underdog, although we talked underdogs. I don't mind Kansas City at plus 140 either if you want an underdog play. So Singer could easily get the win here and get those 4 points that he's kind of being, priced down because he's not expected to get because of the matchup. But yeah, going up against Cleveland, like, this is a guy, he got 32 DraftKings points against Detroit. He got 22.5 DraftKings points in his last start at home against Toronto. Way too underpriced. An easy guy to slot in at pitcher for me and just keep building your lineup. No brainer.
All right, good stuff. You three, appreciate the time as always. It is Wednesday, so I'm going to be joined by Kevin Roth for a weather update. That's coming up next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Hello to Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth. Kevin, it is Wild Weather Wednesday. Let's talk about how the weather could impact this week's MLB games and the Wells Fargo Championship on the PGA Tour. Okay, you ready to do that?
Yeah, let's dive right in.
Let's do it. Let's start with MLB. Any weather to worry about tonight?
I think so. I'm watching Boston, which I believe, Jesse, that's your neck of the woods, right?
It's gross here.
Yeah, it's disgusting all day long in Boston, but it will gradually get better tonight. I still think this game likely plays, but you're dealing with scattered off and on light rain, so they're going to have to make a decision. Do they want to play and get a little bit wet, or are they going to wave the white flag and surrender? There's a chance for a postponement here. My bet is they play, but just be cautious with that one before you start plugging in players. It's also cold in, the Northeast, Boston, in the Midwest, Minnesota, Chicago, those areas. You've got temperatures right around 50 degrees. You compare that to LA, San Diego, temperature of 70 degrees. That warm air is good for hitters. So target hitters in those warmer weather games, target pitchers in the colder weather games.
I try not to compare our weather with LA's around this time of the year just because it makes me very sad.
But good idea.
Yeah, but I get it. All right. Should we like be keeping our eyes out for anything special weather-wise later this week into the weekend when we're looking at baseball DFS, other than the fact that it's a lot nicer on the West Coast?
Honestly, that's really the key takeaway, sadly, is I'm not looking at any games that are really looking like a washout here. Sure, there's chances for rain here and there across the country. But what I'm really noticing is the temperature trend, the cold air sticking around through the Midwest. So games in Chicago, games in Cleveland, those are going to be ones that you're going to focus on pitchers. And then, as I mentioned elsewhere, you can talk about stacking those hitters. But just in general, don't stack the bats if it's going to be in the 40s or 50s. That ball, that dense cold air, just doesn't allow the ball to carry very well. You don't get a lot of home runs.
All right. Well, are there any weather concerns for the Wells Fargo Championship that tees off tomorrow in North Carolina? Yes, it's the East Coast, but it is South. So
yes, there are some weather concerns, but I think this is going to be a win-win for us. I'm excited about this because you can get the best of both worlds. If you go Thursday morning golfers and Thursday afternoon golfers and Friday morning golfers, that's the way to go. On Thursday in the morning, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. Not bad, but by the afternoon, it's less than 5 mile per hour winds, which is great. On Friday morning, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds, not bad. By the afternoon, it's 15 plus. So you want to avoid those peak winds, and you can do that by going Thursday afternoon golfers and Friday morning golfers. You will have a big edge on the field. Please do that.
So I was going to say, let's get your best weather-related DFS advice for this weekend's event at Quail Hollow, but was that it?
I think if you're talking about for the whole tournament, that's it. But a lot of people also, maybe the first couple days doesn't go well. They start doing the showdown slates. I love the showdown slates. And again, we can get a weather advantage into the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, the morning slate, the morning draw is going to be better for everybody. So get those early golfers in. They're going to be dealing with 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. By the afternoon, it's 20 mile per hour winds. You don't want those guys. Please, on showdown slates, take advantage of the weather, use the weather. You will find success if you do that.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Good stuff. As always, we're going to be talking hockey right after we hear from Jason Sobel on the Wells Fargo.
PGA Tour heads to Quail Hollow as it's time for the Wells Fargo Championship that is on the way. Let's talk about it with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. And Jason, right there at the top, obviously, you've got popular names that we're used to talking about. Of course, Justin Thomas, Jon Rahm, they both on the DK Sportsbook have better than plus 1,000 odds. So between the two, who are you going to lean towards?
Yeah, I'm kind of going with both. I mean, I'm not taking either one to win outright, but I like both of them this week. Jon Rahm has been a top 10 machine so far this season. I expect that to continue. Should be a really good course for him. The harder it plays this week, the better it is for Jon Rahm, who tends to play tough golf courses really, really well. We've seen that in the past. Justin Thomas, all he's doing is coming off a week at Innisbrook for the Valspar Championship, where he led the field in strokes gained tee to green, led the field in strokes gained approach shots, led the field in strokes gained off the tee, and yet finished in T13. And that's because he just didn't have his best stuff with the putter. And so if he can figure out that flat stick a little bit, watch out for JT on a golf course where, of course, he won his lone major championship, the PGA, back in 2017.
Just below Thomas and Rahm, you have, of course, DraftKings' own Bryson DeChambeau, plus 1,400, and then you have Xander Schauffele at plus 1,600. We haven't seen either of those two since the Masters. It's been a little while. So if you had to pick one with the greater upside this week, who is it?
Bryson DeChambeau regularly has the greater upside, really over anybody you could ask me about, Adam. There's a tremendous ceiling for Bryson on a regular basis, and this should be a good course for him. This is a course that favors guys who drive it a long way and putt really well, and it takes out that approach shot just a little bit. Over the years, the approach shot stat has not mattered as much at Quail Hollow as it has at some other golf courses. That tends to favor Bryson, who's got two really good clubs in his bag. One's a driver, one's a putter. So this should be a course that suits his game really well this week.
How about this trio? We have Victor Hovland, Rory McIlroy, and Webb Simpson, all plus 1,800 on the DK Sportsbook. It would seem that Rory would be the favorite of the group, I would think, just because of the course history, but do you see it differently?
That's another tough one. You're good at asking these questions, Adam. You should do this
well, they're well prepared for me, I promise you.
Look, I like all three of these guys, too. Webb Simpson lives right off the 7th hole at Quail Hollow. He nails this golf course better than anybody. Rory McIlroy, all he's done is 2 wins, 7 top 10s, and 9 career starts at this golf course. And Victor Hovland coming off a top 5 last week at Innisbrook, and this course should fit his eye as well. So I like all 3 of these guys. If I got to pick between all of them, going back and forth, give me Webb Simpson, just based on the course knowledge and based on the fact that he seems like he's due for a title contention. But honestly, Adam, I like all 3 of these guys. Great question, though.
Thank you. Again, credit to our producers because I'm not writing them. How about Max Homa, who is the defending champ here, plus 3,500, and it's not any of those higher odds guys we talked about. Again, Homa coming in as the defending champ. So is he someone that you like, given, of course, recency bias to some degree, or is there someone with better odds that stands out to you?
Yeah, I do like Max Homa this week. I think that coming off that win from 2019, that's really given him a boost over the last 2 years. We've seen him, of course, win the Genesis Invitational in LA, his hometown, at Riviera earlier this year, and then played really well, got into another title contention last week. So playing some really strong golf right now. I do like him this week. Other guys in that area, sort of similar odds. I like Cameron Tringali, another guy who contended last week. And then Brian Harman, who's got 4 consecutive finishes of 13th or better. Watch out for Harman. I really like him this week.
This is where I ask you the very basic questions I could absolutely come up with on my own. Like, what kind of long shots do you like this week?
Okay, so I did my Action Network podcast last night with Justin Ray, the stats guru from the 15th Club. And Justin's the one that told me this is a course where driving it straight and driving it long helps a lot, and then putting helps. And so I went out to Fantasy Labs, which is part of the Action Network, and I typed in, okay, I want 25% in a model. I want 25% long-term strokes gained off the tee. I want 25% short-term strokes gained off the tee, 25% short-term putting, 25% long-term putting. Figured it all out. It spit out Vince Whaley, and I said, oh, okay, well, this thing doesn't really make any sense. And I looked at Vince Whaley, and I said, he's finished in the top 40 in 6 straight events. Very sneaky, under the radar. I don't know that Vince Whaley is going to go out and win this golf tournament, but if you're looking for a guy who's maybe a top 20, top 30 type of play, who is under the radar and has a nice price next to his name, he fits everything we're looking for this week. So why not Vince Whaley?
Just so you know, listening to those numbers for a second, I turned into the Zach Galifianakis hangover gif. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yes.
All right. How about someone that you want to avoid, someone you're fading this week?
Yeah, Patrick Cantlay has missed the cut in 3 of his last 4 starts. I went back to find exactly how he played after the last time he missed 2 cuts. Well, I had to go back to 2014. It doesn't happen very often. So maybe we don't necessarily look for Patrick Cantlay to miss the cut once again, but clearly not playing his best golf right now. He's good enough. He's an elite level player, can turn it around in a hurry, but I'm going to hold off on Patrick Cantlay until I see something a little more positive from him moving forward.
Finally, Jason, of course, it's the Wells Fargo Championship. So who is your Wells Fargo champion?
I am going with a member at Quail Hollow, and it's not Webb Simpson. I'm going deep this week, Adam. I'm going with a guy with some pretty big odds next to his name. Harold Varner III has yet to win on the PGA Tour, but if and when he does, it's going to be a very popular victory amongst the public and amongst his fellow players. Very popular type of guy, fun guy to watch play golf. I think he's ready to put it all together. He was T2 in his last start at the RBC Heritage just a couple of weeks ago on his home course at Quail Hollow. I think he can make it happen this week. It would be a tremendous story.
The YOLO pick. I'm here for it. Jason Sobel, Action Network. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Welcome back to The Sweat, everybody. I'm here with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Guys, it is time for NHL opening face-off. We're going to choose between DFS and sportsbook plays on tonight's 9-game NHL slate. So after back-to-back nights of having exposure to Connor McDavid, the Oilers are off tonight. All right, Avs center Nathan McKinnon is $1,600 more expensive than anyone else. So we're going to slide down the board a little bit here and look at the Rangers' Mika Zibanejad, who comes in at $7,600. And Winnipeg Jets center Mark Scheifele, he's $300 cheaper. I mean, Jeff, do either of these guys interest you, or is this the type of night where you want to pay down at center?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we're talking about the slate, it's going to come to, fruition that I kind of like paying down at center. We're going to be talking about some higher end defensemen and stuff like that, some guys on the wing who are cheap as well. But, McKinnon is fine. I'm not going to make an argument against paying up for Nathan McKinnon, but if you do want to pay up at other positions, I think there's a couple players under 7K specifically. Zibanejad, fine. Scheifele is a guy I just almost never pay up over 7K for. He just doesn't get enough shots on goal. But Elias Lindholm at 6,300, I think, is very attractive tonight. This is a guy who can get you the shots on goal bonus and a goal. He's done it a couple times in his last 10 starts. He's just very consistent. The Flames have kind of piled on their top line, all their talent. They're playing the Jets as well. This is a big game. I mean, Calgary's probably out of the playoff spot, but they really need to win tonight as well to have any chance. And realistically, Winnipeg's just played poorly. I really like going after the Calgary top line. I think Lindholm is very good value, and I think Ryan O'Reilly at under 7K is too. So all things considered, I like paying down tonight.
Paul, you want to pay down here?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff on this one. I think I'll stay away from Zibanejad because the Rangers' offense is depleted, and I think their focus is going to be a little bit off as a result of that little fiasco on Monday night. So I'm a little more interested in Mark Scheifele this evening because he's got one of the key leaders for a Jets team that is desperately motivated to snap a long losing streak. I think special teams could be a big factor in a game between two physical clubs like these two, and it could be the tonic that finally helps Winnipeg snap that streak. And I agree with Jeff's thought on Ryan O'Reilly. He's a guy that's been on a tear with 11 points and 10 in the last 10 games played by the Blues, and finally ramping up and getting ready for the playoffs after stumbling earlier on. They'll be motivated by a chance to secure a final playoff spot, and their captain's going to lead the way, I do believe. And they get a favorable matchup against a weak Anaheim club this evening as well. If you're also looking for a cheaper guy than any of us has thought about so far, I like Joel Eriksson-Ek for only $4,100, a key part of the high-scoring offense in Minnesota. He's got 8 points in his last 10 games played, and the Wild is looking awfully good in the last 3 weeks.
Okay, well, at wing, guys, we got question marks at the top of the board on the status of some top options here. Alex Ovechkin seems more unlikely to play than Max Pacioretty, who's listed day-to-day by Vegas. Let's just go ahead and avoid that uncertainty and look at two guys coming off really good performances. Minnesota's Kevin Fiala has at least a goal and an assist in each of his last 3 games. Dallas Stars forward Tyler Seguin scored the game-tying goal in a 5-4 OT loss to Florida in his first game action of the season. Both these guys are 6,100 tonight. Paul, are they worth a look in your book?
I really like Fiala's price point tonight, coming off a white-hot stretch that dates back a lot longer than you noted. 13 points in his last 10 games played. He's been a consistent scorer for the Wild for a heck of a long time. On Sagan's notes, I see that he played only his first game of the season earlier this week. Obviously a key part of the Stars offense, but I'm a little reluctant to play either guy this evening, truth be told, because they face top-end opponents this evening. Instead, I'm looking at Blake Wheeler, the captain of the Jets, priced at only $5,900, and he's picked up 7 points in his last 10 outings, much of that during the Jets' recent slump that we've noted. He's very comfortable with the physical tone of a game that is likely to happen with the Flames and will be highly motivated tonight to get this team off the schneid. And one other interesting winger is Jake Batherson, who's priced at only $5,300. He's feasted on the matchup against Montreal all year long, and his club has enjoyed playing the spoiler role in the North Division on the whole. He and the Sens are in fact winning the season series against their closest geographic neighbors.
Jeff, what do you think? You don't like these guys and the matchups they have? You looking elsewhere?
No, yeah, definitely. I'm pretty much on the same page here. Just two matchups that, Tampa Bay, Vegas. I mean, if I'm going to pick between Seguin and Fiala, it's definitely going to be Fiala. Dallas Stars offense just kind of can really be hit or miss, and Seguin a couple games back. Fiala's been on fire, though. A guy you don't really even have to stack sometimes just because he's just more of a pure goal scorer, gets moved around the lines a bit. I like paying up for Philip Forsberg tonight. It's only his 3rd game back, but, Nashville in a dogfight for a playoff spot. Forsberg is another player who just, he can pop off 6-7 shots on goal and a goal or an assist or something. Columbus is terrible. So you're paying up a little bit more, but the matchup is so much better here. I also don't hate David Perron at 6,700. I would choose Forsberg. Both those guys have terrific matchups, much better than Fiala and Seguin. And if you're paying down for a guy, I'm going to stick with this Calgary theme. I think this Winnipeg-Calgary game, as Paul's alluded to as well, is a good one to target. Johnny Gaudreau, 4,800. I mean, he's averaging over a point per game over his last 10 games. We know this is a player who can get hot as well. For this price, going up against the Winnipeg team, who just cannot keep the puck out of their net right now, Gaudreau is a great value.
All right, we usually don't like to pay up too much defense in this segment, but is this perhaps the night to do it? Coyotes D-man Jacob Chikrin has turned into a fantasy point machine, averaging 18.1 fantasy points per game over his last 10. Now he's at the top of the defenseman price bracket. He's 7,300. Right below him, 7,200 is Nashville's Roman Josi, fresh off a 35.7 fantasy point performance in his last game. Are you going to be spending cash on the blue line tonight, Jeff?
Yeah, it really does kind of feel like you should probably get exposure to one of these guys. They both have really good matchups. Well, Josie's is probably a little bit better. The Kings do have still a decent power penalty kill, but Chikrin, it doesn't even really matter. I mean, this guy's just firing the puck at will, leads defenseman in goals scored, and he's kind of in a race for that title as well with Darnell Nurse. So I don't really expect Chikrin and the Coyotes to just dial him back here as the season goes on. Now, they could get eliminated tonight, I do believe I'm saying that correctly, but I don't really think it matters. I mean, I think Chikrin's going to be playing a ton towards the end of the year. So I would probably lean him over Josie, even though Josie has a bit better matchup. Chikrin is just it's almost like getting a scoring winger there. So one thing you could consider doing is paying up for both guys too. I kind of alluded to this, but these guys have been such good high-end point producers that you can pay down maybe for the Ottawa first line or the Calgary first line and save money there, and then pay up for both these guys, maybe pay down goalie. The only other defenseman I'll bring up who's played really well late, Jeff Petrie, 5,900. Great matchup tonight against Ottawa. He's got 3 assists in his last games. He's been more of a power play producer of late. So Petrie is the guy if you're going to pay down, but realistically, I kind of like getting exposure to one of those top 2 guys tonight.
Paul, what do you think? You want to pay up on the blue line?
You know what? This year I've had great success punting on the defense on the whole, and including 2 tournament wins last week. So I'm going to stick with that theme. I'm going to go value hunting tonight. And I find great value in a couple of players that we haven't talked about. Ryan Ellis, for instance, plays a ton of minutes in all situations for the Predators, comes into this game with 7 points in his last 10 games. He'll only cost you $5,700. Another guy who's been a key piece for his team and also has 7 points in his last 10 outings. It's Alex Goligoski of the Coyotes. His price is a bargain at $4,400 because I like his matchup against the visiting LA Kings.
All right, skipping ahead to our final question, Paul, what is your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Well, I'm looking at the Senators Canadiens game. The Sens have given the Canadiens fits all season long and actually lead their head-to-head matchup on the year. While I know the Ottawa club is not going to the playoffs, they would like nothing more than to stick it to the Habs one more time tonight. So I would certainly be on the puck line, taking them as a 1.5 goal underdog and a plus 133 on the money line as the home dog tonight. That's a tasty one for me.
Jeff, your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Yeah, I like that money line bet on the Senators. I'm going to go to the Blues, though. The Blues can basically clinch tonight with a win. They're playing the Ducks again. The Ducks are terrible. St. Louis has won 5 of their last 6 games. Take them on the puck line. Plus 105, minus 1.5 to cover. I think the Blues just blow out the Ducks tonight. They get it done. I really like that puck line bet.
All right, thanks, you two. Appreciate the time. We are on to the NBA next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. I have DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen here with me for NBA Building Blocks. We talk about who you guys are building your lineups around at each position. We're going to start with centers. Kenny, where are you going?
So this is going to come as a surprise because I do think the Knicks are going to win this game, and I do like the New York Knicks, and I do live in New York. But I like Nikola Jokic tonight at 10.7K against the Knicks. Look, he did have 47 fantasy points the last time he played the Knicks, but he only played 30 minutes in that game. Now he's played 34 on average over the last two. The Nuggets, they're inspired. They're gunning for that fourth spot out west, or the top spot, really, right? But they're in the fight there at the fourth spot. He's gone for 5X in 3 of his last 4. And the Knicks, they're actually 8th in defensive rating over the last 10 games. That defense has kind of slipped up a little bit to make way for some brolic offense. So the Knicks, they've had a little bit less of an emphasis on defense. You've got Nerlens Noel questionable. If he doesn't go in this game, I like Jokic going against Taj Gibson. And rebounding has never been something the Knicks have been great at anyway. So I think he should be able to, at the very least, rack up rebounds, have a decently high floor. I think he's got a very good chance of going for 5X again. And at 10.7K, this guy could maybe be made 11.2. I like a little bit of a savings on Jokic, and I like building around him.
Yeah, 10.7, the second most expensive center tonight behind Giannis at 10.9. Where are you going on this one, Nick?
Well, I'm certainly never going to steer anyone away from Nikola Jokic, especially at that price. So I do like that call. Very big of you, Kenny, to pick him against the New York Knicks. I'm going to go just a little bit down.
And growing as a person.
I'm just going to go a little bit down in the pricing, down to 10.6. And Domantas Sabonis, 74 and 75 DraftKings points over his last 2 games. Those came against pretty fantasy-friendly opponents in OKC, which is doing whatever it can to lose games at this point, in Washington, which is right up there in pace, right behind Indiana, in fact, which over the last 15 games still leads the NBA in pace. They're second since the All-Star break. Still kind of wrapping my head around that. It's just not how you picture the Indiana Pacers playing, but he goes up against another really, really strong opponent tonight. And if there's no Malcolm Brogdon for Indiana, I mean, he is very clearly the number 1 option for a team that has a ton of injuries right now. I know he missed like 6 games in a row at the end of April with what initially looked to be, somewhat of a serious back injury, something that could maybe cause him to miss more time. And then he comes back and he's been completely unrestricted. He played 43 minutes against Washington on Monday, had 32, 19, 9 assists and 3 steals in that game. So I'm expecting another big minute night from Sabonis.
All right, Nick, how about at forward? You paid down a little bit at center. Are you going to pay up here?
A little bit, maybe not quite to that same level. One player I really like is Chris Middleton tonight, kind of going back to targeting that Washington team that Sabonis had so much success against on Monday. It is a tough back-to-back situation for Milwaukee. They've played Brooklyn twice in the last 3 nights. Those were both hard-fought games. So maybe there's a chance that they do pull back on the workload of some of these starters, but they're still fighting for playoff seeding in the Eastern Conference. And, I think anytime you can target, one of the fastest paced teams in the league in Washington, you have to do it. 23, 7, 4, and 2. That was Chris Middleton's line last night against Brooklyn. Again, not a great defense, but a highly competitive matchup, and one where, it kind of felt like a playoff atmosphere. You're not necessarily going to get that against a Washington team that has some guys that do take possessions off. And then just looking at the last 4 games for Middleton, 41, 56, 42, and 52 DraftKings points. So I think he has a very good chance to meet value tonight at 8,200.
All right, Kenny, where are you going at forward?
Yeah, I really like Marvin Bagley again. I'm going to save some money here at $5,400. I liked him last night. He went for 5X, and I like him again here against an Indiana team that struggled on defense. They don't have Miles Turner, and now they don't have Jakar Sampson, and they don't have Goga Bitadze. They are really, really thin in the front court. I think Bagley should be locked into starters minutes once again. He's played 32 over the last 2 games. He, 9X 2 games ago at just $4,500. I think this guy definitely has 40 DKFP upside, and I'm definitely firing him up again here in a really, really good matchup against Indiana. And it's just important to remember the scoring prowess that this guy does possess. And he managed to, hit value and more last night without a good scoring night, just 5 of 15 from the field. I think he'll have a little bit easier of a time against, a really depleted Indiana team up front. And I think without Miles Turner there, that's a really, really attractive matchup for me. The Kings, they're running guys like Bagley out there right now, just trying to further him in his development because there was so much lost time there this year because of injury. So I do think that they really care about Bagley playing well. They're going to do their best to support him. The usage has been there over his last 4 games. This is a guy that you were willing to pay almost $6,000 for, back in March. So $5,400, I think that his price is going to continue to creep up as we near the end of the season. I love him tonight.
All right, Kenny, let's talk about guards. Russell Westbrook, by far the most expensive guy at $11,000. You want to pay up or you're going down the board?
Oh, absolutely. I am paying up. Now, the reason I gave Bagley at $5,400 was because I do want to pay up for a couple guys tonight. Russell Westbrook is absolutely one of them. I mean, are you serious with these numbers, right? He's gone for 7X in back-to-back games, 39 minutes per game over those last two. He only took 8 shots last game and still had one of the most ridiculous triple doubles I think any of us have ever seen. Now he goes into a game against the Bucks. Both of these teams are top 3 in pace. There should be like a gazillion points scored in this game. And Russell Westbrook, speaking of points, showed you that he doesn't even need to score points to put up 7 times what you're paying for him. He could have another 80 DK fantasy point night. I love Russell Westbrook here in this spot. This is going to be this pace is going to fly, and I think that he's going to continue to rack up the points. I don't know if he'll have a almost triple double by halftime, Jesse, but I think by the end of the third quarter he'll be pretty comfortably into hitting value and into triple double territory.
Ooh, all right, Nick, where are you going at guard?
I'm going to go a little bit further down and ride with Karis LeVert at 8,800 going up against Sacramento. As you can see, I really, really like this Pacers-Kings matchup. Again, Pacers number 1 in pace over the last 15 games. They're number 2 since the break. The Kings have the worst defensive rating in the league over both of those spans. They're allowing over 118 points per 100. That is not very good whatsoever. There's a pretty good chance that De'Aaron Fox ends up missing another game tonight on the second half of the back-to-back. And this is another one like Sabonis, where if Malcolm Brogdon misses another game for Indiana, then I like this pick even more. I mean, I still would ride with LeVert if Brogdon does play, but these last 3 games where he's essentially been functioning as the Pacers point guard, he's averaged 31 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, shooting over 50% from the field, over 55% from 3 on about 7 attempts per game. So we're finally starting to see him, settle in after, kind of a bizarre start to the season where he missed all that time early on. But coming off of a 33.7 rebound, 5 assists, got to the line 10 times in that game against Washington on Monday. And I mean, Indiana is putting up like 293 points over the last 2 games. Again, it's just weird to wrap your head around the Indiana Pacers playing this up and down style, but the way that they're playing right now with all the injuries, the way they've had to adjust on the fly, the defense has kind of gone out the window and they're just going up and down.
All right, Nick, favorite overall bet for tonight could be a total prop, whatever. What is your favorite overall bet in the NBA?
I kind of like Portland minus 11.5 at Cleveland. It's another big number for the Cavs. They of course took the Suns to overtime last night and still managed to lose that game by 16 points, completely bailed me out of my Suns minus 13 bet, which appeared to be completely lost when they went into overtime. That's the second highest overtime point spread ever in NBA history. So chances that the Cavs, I think, play another good team tough are not great. I don't see that happening again. They're an NBA worst 8-19 against the spread against the Western Conference. So I think Cleveland kind of caught lightning in a bottle, maybe caught Phoenix sleeping a little bit last night. I don't see that happening again. I think they get blown out by Portland.
Kenny, favorite overall bet?
Yeah, I as soon as I saw that line, I knew Nick was going to talk about it.
I had to.
I like obviously the Knicks to win tonight, right, against the Nuggets, but that's too obvious. So I'll give you the Wolves +3 against Memphis. They've covered in 4 of their last 5. This team is 4th in defensive efficiency over the last 5 games, which is just outrageous, and 15th in offensive efficiency, which is really, really good for the Timberwolves. This team has been like last place in offense all season long. So to see him in the middle of the league is just tremendous. They've been playing very well. The Grizzlies, they're 3 games cleared that 11th spot. They seem like complacent with just having the 9th or 10th seed at this point. They've been losing a lot. You got to ride the hot hand here, and that is the team that's covered in 4 of 5 against the team that is not covered in 4 of 5. And that is what you have tonight in the Timberwolves +3 against Memphis. Give me the points with Minnesota.
All right. Thanks, you two. Appreciate the time. Entertaining as always. I'm talking the Wells Fargo with Len Hoffberg next. So sit tight. So we'll be right back. RotoWire Senior Golf Writer and 2020 DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg. Len, we are going to chase your fades and plays for this week's Wells Fargo Championship. So look at the top price golfers on the board. You have Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas at 11K plus. Are you chasing down either of these high-priced options?
Well, Jesse, I think I'm going to be doing a lot of chasing, at least at the beginning of our segment. If you're going to be asking me about the top guys, Justin Thomas, this is a course that favors the longer hitters. Thomas and DeChambeau both fit that bill. Thomas has won at Quail Hollow, the 2017 PGA. He seems to be back in form after early season struggles. He won the Players. His big question is whether he can putt well enough. He's a pretty good putter, top 55 in putting, not elite, but not bad either. I think with his length and that putting, he can be in the mix come Sunday. And same thing with DeChambeau. He does his best on the longer courses. He won at Bay Hill. He won at Wingfoot. Seems to have a little trouble in some other places, but this course suits him perfectly.
All right, moving down into the 10K range, you got John Rahm at 10-8, coming off a 5th place finish at the Masters. Chase or fade that Rahm will contend this weekend, and he's worth a play.
5th place at the Masters for John Rahm. We can say that every week. He is a top 10 machine. He has finished top 10 in 7 of his last 9 stroke play events. And you want to throw in the match play? Okay, he does it there as well, top 5. You want to throw in the Zurich team event? Okay, he's top 5 there. He is top 5 almost every week. We have to chase Rahm again this week. He really has not been contending for a title. He's been finishing 5th. He's been finishing 7th. But I think his play is too strong. It's a chase on John Rahm.
All right, Victor Hovland has now finished top 5 in 4 of his last 7 starts on the tour this season. He's the priciest golfer in the 9Ks at 9,800. Chase or fade that he finally breaks through this weekend?
Yeah, for Victor Hovland, I think it's going to be a chase for me. It's not the definitive chase that it was with some of the other guys we just talked about, but he is back on form. He was right there again last week at the Valero. He tied for 3rd. His tee to green game is as good as anybody's on tour. It's his short game, his putting that are holding him back. He's even improving there. So he is a borderline chase for me this week as well.
Okay, Len, where are you looking for DFS value in this event?
Well, even though this is a super long course, we can't avoid the guys, some shorter hitters. We see them do well here, not necessarily win, but they certainly can be valuable parts of a DFS lineup. Brian Harmon, $8,700, having a great season. Harold Varner, also not a long hitter, $7,600, plus he's a Quail Hollow member. Matt Wallace, the Englishman, is coming on better of late after a while of struggles. He is a really good player on the long par 4s. He is 5th on tour, par 4 efficiency, 450 to 500 yards. There were 9 of those holes at Quail Hollow. And lastly, Wyndham Clark down at $6,800. He is one of the super longest hitters and a pretty good short game as well.
Which golfer should we be looking to fade, Len?
Well, the obvious choice, and unfortunately, it's Rory McIlroy, and it is strange to say because he's won at Quail Hollow twice, including in 2015 when he was dominating, but he just hasn't been the same golfer of late. Earlier in the season, he was just not playing well for Rory McIlroy. Now he's just not playing all that well. He missed the cut at the Masters. He missed the cut at the Players. I think we all expect Rory McIlroy to bounce back at some point and to find what the struggles have been and correct them. But I'm not going to chase them each and every week. I did that earlier this season. I'm not going to chase them each and every week. I'm going to wait and see something from Rory McIlroy before I jump on board.
All right, finally, Len, who do you like to win this week?
One of the players, when I was researching this, I wondered why this player hasn't been contending more often. Joaquin Niemann is one of the longest hitters. He is top 10 in distance. This is a super long track. He's also very accurate, top 20 in greens in regulation. And he is one of the better putters just outside the top 5. He does have a lot of top 25s on tour. He has 10 in 15 starts this year, but only 4 top 10s. He contended in the Hawaii swing. He really hasn't been back since. I think this course suits him perfectly. I like Joaquin Niemann a lot this week.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Len. Appreciate it. As always, that's going to do it for the sweat. Enjoy the Madden Sims 6 coming your way. The first one starts at noon, Vikings at Jags. Kenny and Brandon on the call. The sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. See you then.
up, DK Sim fam? Kenny Ducey here on the Dream Stream. We got Brandon Cristal with us behind the scenes. We are trying to figure out his microphone situation. We will hopefully get it resolved soon. In the meantime, it's just me. We have the Minnesota Vikings and the Jacksonville Jaguars today. Super excited to bring that one to you. Of course, we have Dalvin Cook on one side with Adam Thielen. Expensive options, exciting options in Madden, and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who of course are, they always sneak up on you with what they can do on the field. But of course we, just have Gardner Minshew, DJ Chark, nothing doing there. All right. So yeah, let's check out our contest here. I'll give you my lineup because I don't know if you guys can see it, but I actually was a good boy. I put up my lineup. Or I put up this contest last night at like 10 p.m. So if you didn't get in, you have absolutely no excuses for not getting in. I believe that we had, 138. Okay, 138 people. That's pretty good. So my lineup is looking like Adam Thielen in the captain spot with Dalvin Cook, Kirk Cousins, Taja Sharp, Vikings D, Chris Conley. Last time I stacked up the Jaguars, it did not go too well for me. So I'm just going to try something new out. I'm going to try a Viking stack. We'll see how it works. Definitely let us know in the chat what you're thinking for this one. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being in my contest as we get everything underway with the Jaguars field here. It's a Wild Weather Wednesday, of course. It's raining there in Jacksonville. I'm sure Emerson would tell us that it always rains in Jacksonville, but I don't know what happens in Jacksonville. Yeah, we got you here in the chat. I'm looking at you right here. By the way, old computer, it's just like it used to be back in February or March. I'm not gonna glitch out or anything. I'm here. I'm not going away. You're not gonna get out that easy. My mic's not gonna just randomly shut off when I go on a rant. But we got Reggie and Brian and Dante and Robbie and Obi-Wan in the chat and Joe. What's going on, everybody? Yes, Reggie. I am going to debate and argue myself. It's going to be great. It's going to be like a real life TikTok right here on the stream. I'm just going to be one person and I'll be the other. I'll just shout in my own face somehow. Muhammad's going with the heavy Minnesota stack. Thank you, Unlucky Gamer, listening to the stream. Congratulations on what is transpiring in your life. That seems very exciting. Obviously, that's having a child comes first, and then obviously the Sims comes second, and then maybe eating and breathing comes third. But I would say I'm very honored that you have the stream on here as you head to the hospital as we start off the game with a run. That is some dedication right there. Brian went Dalvin in the captain spot, Thompson, Sharp, Bailey, Eifert, and Conley. All right, so Dalvin Cook in the captain spot obviously runs you out a lot of money, but he's probably going to end up being the best one in this sim. Ernest says, Kenny Lovett, Obi saying that I can host the sim solo. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. My Vikings defense there almost just picked up an interception. 3rd and 7 with Gardner Minshew in the rain trying to operate in Jacksonville. Main reason for going Vikings D is they have one of those big dangerous guys on their defense in Harrison Smith, who has that avalanche X factor and just seems to be able to force a fumble whenever he wants. Minshew trying a deep ball left side. That's incomplete. And the Vikings going to get the football. Shout out to Vikings Nation. Obi-Wan cheering it up. Mike Sunken in the chat. Ernest might be it's not any offense or affront to anybody in the chat. Ernest might be the nicest person in the chat. And you guys are all very nice people, especially all of you here right now. But Ernest just always seems to have very nice things to say to everybody. So shout out to Ernest. So we got the whole crew with us. So I'm not alone here. We're trying to get BK on, but Drew and Jordan are working on the broadcast today, operating the PS5, all that, and we got Tate in ops. He is making sure all the scores are correct. So shout out to the gang. All right, we got a 2nd and 10 here. Let's look at the ownership numbers here in the free showdown. Dalvin Cook coming in at 87.73% owned. Got Chris Thompson at 53.6%. So not a surprise. 2 running backs in the rain game. We got Cook here. Adam Thielen here, 50% owned. Brian Anderson says he has a lot of Minshew in the Classic. Well, it's interesting because you've got Minshew here against Cousins. So I would say that's a fairly even matchup. And then after this one, you've got Cowboys Titans. So that means you faded Tannehill and Dak Prescott. You faded Tannehill and Dak Prescott. No qualms with the sim I'm on at 4 with Rams Giants fading those quarterbacks, but generally speaking, not always fun fading Dak and fading Ryan Tannehill. I'm a big fan of Ryan Tannehill.
What's up, Kenny?
Hey, you're there. I was waiting for you to see.
I'm
if
here.
You could, yeah, cool. How's everything going with the mic?
Fine. Everything was plugged in normally. It was working when I was doing my morning updates here locally in Denver. And then
good.
we had internet issues. We had it. Yeah.
At least everyone knew what was going on with, Cortland Sutton. That's the most important thing.
Well, more Juwan James, their starting right tackle, tearing his Achilles, and Broncos are out there, and the Rockies with a walk-off win last night, something you don't see very often because they lose more than they win. But yeah, I don't know why it wasn't working. We were having internet issues seemingly unrelated to this, but my wife couldn't get on a couple meetings this morning, so I had to reset all that. But that was separate from this. This was just, I don't know, ghost in the machine. Anyway, I don't think I've missed much. I tried to get in your contest late because
Did you get in? No,
I did not. But here's my lineup. I can show it to you.
Oh, cool.
So
all right.
That way I can keep the score.
Out of focus. Let me see. All right. You got Cook, Vikings D.
Well,
okay, I also have Cook. I also have Vikings D. I believe that's Dan Bailey. The other person's blocked by the error message that you couldn't get in.
Dan Bailey. That's I don't even know who that is.
Jim O'Shaughnessy.
That wasn't who I'm. Oh, that's a kicker. That's Lambo. No, it's Lambo. So I have both kickers, which is weird because I thought I had Tajay Sharp. So I ended up with both kickers, Minshew and Thompson.
Okay, I do like Tajay.
Oh, that was okay. I got you. Yeah, I thought I had Sharp in there, but so then Minshew, Thompson, both kickers. So I'm pulling a Rossi and stacking the kickers unintentionally because I was just clicking super fast. But I was trying to get on camera and get all my stuff working and fill out a lineup quickly. So I will do the manual scoring on my own at the end.
Yeah, just let me know how you're doing periodically. Should I just call you Tate K? I feel like I should.
Maybe you want.
Jeff wanted to he said, no offense to BK, but I just wanted to talk Madrid Open with Kenny. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy so far. Oh, that's a bomb down the sideline and caught. What a throw and catch to Kyle Rudolph. Yeah, the Madrid Open's been pretty crazy, I feel like, results-wise. I mean, and it's only been, we're only in the second round here. But Yannick Sinner going out today was a surprise.
Are we frankly, tennis right now? Madrid Open tennis?
Yes. Okay. Frankly, Daniil Medvedev winning today was a surprise. Guy never wins on clay. Came back from 1-0 down against
Does Nadal just win that every year?
No, actually. Historically, he's been very bad at the Madrid Open. Yes, Tasha Sharp. It's just one of those things, I guess. In Barcelona, he's been great. And bad is relative, right? I mean, it's not like he doesn't win it, but those tournaments where he's been beaten several times, beaten by Tsitsipas a few years ago. He was beaten by Verdasco, beaten by Djokovic, those. So it's definitely not his best tournament, but he did win today against young up-and-comer Carlos Alcaraz, as point after is up and good. Jeff, nicely done. Popperin won today. Big long shot to win today against
Who's
Sinner.
the favorite there?
I mean, it's always Nadal, of course.
Even though he's historically hasn't won there, or just doesn't win there.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's the best player in the world on clay, so he's always going to be the favorite.
He becomes the favorite. How many times did he win there? And he's from Spain.
So just to give you a taste here, he's played this tournament since 2003, and he's only won it 3 times, which is and he's played it every year. except for last year, of course.
Right. Most people will take 3 wins at just about any.
But that is very surprising considering, the guy in his entire career, he's only lost 51 matches on clay. So that's like that's the context there is like, well, you'd think that, but I mean, if you think about it, 16 years in a row, this guy's played the tournament. He's only won it 3 times. And he's only gone, he's won it 3 times, 4 times, and he's gone to the final. I miscount, actually 5 times. Never mind. I was counting the times he went to the final, not the times he won. That wouldn't make any sense. So he's won 5 times, but that's still not that many when you consider the fact that he's played it for 16 years, and he's only lost 51 times on clay, which means that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That means 12 of his 51 losses on this surface have come at the Madrid Open, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And you also have to also consider he had 8 losses before he even started playing the Madrid Open. In 2002, he was just playing, lower level tournaments. So then you think about it like, okay, 43, losses on essentially the main draw. Cause I think 2003, he was on the main draw pretty much. So, I mean, that's like a quarter of his losses. So that's why it's kind of like a weird thing, Anyway, yeah, we've got plenty of people hanging out in the chat here. Domino Joe, Captain Sharp, congratulations for the Taja Sharp touchdown. As Chris Conley, I believe that was, pulling it in. I was toying around with Chris Conley a little bit in my lineup last night. I didn't end up. Actually, did I go with him? I think I did. I did go with Chris Conley. Yeah, that was right. He's my only Jaguar, Chris Conley. Then I've got Sharp. Oh, yeah, you didn't even hear my lineup, did you, BK?
No, I'm sorry. Give it to me again.
It's okay. I got Thielen I gave it to the people, not to you. I got Thielen in the captain spot, Dalvin Cook, Kirk Cousins, Taja Sharp, Chris Conley, and the Vikings D. So feeling pretty good about things so far. I am in first place in my own contest. So yeah, be that. Just do with that information what you will. I'm in first place.
I'm proud of you. I wish I would have had the ability to get my line. I had the ability. I wish I would have been able to get my lineup in.
Would it have been doing well right now?
And well, when I first clicked on Tajay Sharp, it would have been, but I don't know what happened. So
we got a 2nd and 6 here. Shout out to the fam. We got 330 of you in the chat. Hit that like button. Nice. It's good. It's a good breakfast to hit that like button. It's a good way to start your day. That's another throw to Chris Conley. Another catch for the big man. And
you're going to look at more apartments? That way you got your hair comb there and everything?
3 catches. I have my hair comb because I was just on the sweat. I got to look good. That's 3 catches for Chris Conley now. I am looking at more apartments after this, though. You are correct. You did get me there.
I know what a New York apartment search can be like. What areas? Who are you solo? Who are you moving with? And what areas are you looking at?
My girlfriend, and we are looking at the same area that we live now, just a different building because just not a big fan.
Trying to get a little bigger?
Yeah, I mean, also just the price that they had offered us is there's no natural light in the living room. We live on the first floor, so that's a big minus for us.
Yeah.
So that's
looking at walk up versus high rise or just best deal?
Definitely a walk up. And Brian, no, I am not related to him. Sorry. Different spelling. Yeah, you're welcome, Jeff, for the tennis talk. Jeff shouting out my tennis picks. Definitely. That's the thing, man. With anyone that gives tennis picks, I mean, I do have a lot of faith in mine, and I am very good. And but what he said is very true. Make your own calls, All
right, but quickly, because I lived in like 11 different places in New York.
Okay, Upper East Side.
Giving us here. Oh, okay. I was gonna say how specific did you want to get? But
Upper East Side, I mean that's fine. I definitely get
30 to 40 blocks, and I don't think people are gonna show up and find you. They're probably looking, for Giancarlo Stanton.
Right.
There are lots of Yankees that used to live on that.
I walked by I walked by Elio's the other day, and I saw the whole basically the whole Knicks front office, I think, was there.
Okay. Well, I don't know if the Knicks front office lives up on the Upper East Side, but maybe.
Maybe they were eating there. It's a great establishment.
Clearly they were eating there, right? For sure. But I'd see Jeter, I'd see Posada walking his kids all the time. Jeter lived in this high rise before he moved to over by Columbus Circle. It's very because when did I live there? I lived on the Upper East Side 2000, 2001.
Okay.
So,
look at BK. Little
I was
New
living on
York
the Upper
experience.
East Side on 9/11, if you will. I don't know. I said, if you will, exactly on 9/11. I had filed for unemployment the day before from News Corp and Maximum Golf Magazine and was sleeping in.
You're a golf guy.
I was living at 95th and 2nd. I just a Golf Magazine employee. I mean, look, I love golf
Magazine.
I was better at it. It was called Maximum Golf. Rupert Murdoch owned it.
Yeah, because I was going to say I worked at Sports Illustrated. So
no, not Golf Magazine. Some of my coworkers either came from there or went to there. I got into radio a year after when I moved to Oklahoma City, and have been in radio ever since.
All right, 7-0 Vikings. The Jaguars currently stuck on 3rd and goal as we reach the break here. Chris Conley is your receiving leader, 3 catches for 39 yards. Kyle Rudolph's got 2 for 44, and
the touch for both those guys.
Yeah,
they can,
the touchdown going the way of Tajah Sharp. It was a 9-yard touchdown catch. His only involvement of the day. And DJ Chark, Dalvin Cook also with the catches. Then you got Kirk Cousins here, 74 yards. Gardner Minshew, 55. Only 3 incompletions in this entire game, and it's been in the rain, so it's been a lot of short passing. Gardner Minshew's been aired it out a couple times, and I guess Kirk Cousins once to Rudolph. But other than that, yeah, just a pretty tactical game here in Jacksonville as we get back to it in the rain on a 3rd and goal. Minshew under center. He's going to throw. He's thinking about running. Oh, and he fumbles the football. The Vikings can't pick it up. The Jaguars are going to kick a field goal. I was very excited for just a brief moment there. Thought perhaps the Vikings defense was going to pick up some points, but instead they're going to drop some as the field goal unit comes on. Big forced fumble there. You see what happened here. Yeah, Minshew he decided to run, and then as soon as he decided to run, ran right into a Viking defender. Lambo on for the field goal. It's good. It's the Lambo song. That's what the Gucci Mane once said famously. This right here is my new Lambo. That was a real lyric. Real lyrics there. It was the Pretty Boy Swag remix. Hopped on Soulja Boy's song.
Now I'm all caught up on Gucci Mane and Lambos.
Think about it. Every single time that I see Josh Lambo kick a field goal, Tayshaun Austin.
My Josh Lambo roster, I had to have just clicked on Tajay Sharp instead of Dan Bailey and gotten my lineup one time. I might be in.
You'd be looking great. Tayshaun Austin wants to know who scored for the Vikings. It was Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Sharp.
It was a 9-yard touchdown reception from Tajay Sharp. We got the whole fam in here. Now Congo Cab, Noah Moon in the chat. Damian Williams liked my main reference, of course. Kirk Cousins is going to throw the football. Where is Dalvin Cook running? Does anyone know? Did you just see that? Dalvin Cook just ran straight towards the other end zone. And I think the play was designed for him. What in the world was going on there? Dalvin Cook, you won't see him in the shot. He just ran straight backwards. No idea where he was going. Ralphie, that is not very nice. 2nd and 18 for the Vikings. See, when I can set the topic, when I don't have someone instigating, things can be very peaceful here in Sinway. We're just having a good Wednesday. We're having a great start to the Dream Stream. We've got a catch there on the left side for Dalvin Cook. He's going to get to the first down marker. Believe he's got enough to get it. He does. And yet another first down for the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins continues to impress here. Obi-Wan, Ducey's fresh for us. Must be Ducey the GOAT. Just what GOATs do. I'm going to go get a haircut, I think, today.
Nice.
I'm hoping that I can get a haircut before my 4 p.m. sim. I've got a busy day.
You go fancy salon, or you go barber, or something in between?
You sound like you're drunk with the lag, BK. You're like, yeah, barber. I just go to the barber.
Internet issues. I don't know what's going on. We're trying to get somebody to fix it.
What's up, Joe, in the chat? I have Mo noticed that Dalvin Cook was going in the right direction that time. I just have a barber across the street that I run to, and I haven't gotten a haircut in quite some time. I need one. But yeah, big day. I'm going to the Yankee game tonight. First time at a sporting event in 424 days, I think. Oh, look at Dalvin Cook with the broken tackle.
Wow.
So I got to get a COVID. I'm vaccinated, but have to get a COVID test because it hasn't been 2 weeks yet. So I got to do that today. I got to get
and then you show the COVID test at the Yankees game.
Yeah, you have to get a rapid, either a PCR test 3 days before entry, or you could get a rapid test, but it has to be 6 hours or less before game time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm
excited to go boo the Astros.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that.
I'm going to the Rockies game as soon as I get done with you. I'm grabbing the 2-year-old. We're going to drive over to the light rail, which will probably be the highlight. Is the light rail, less so than the game. I just got an alert. My internet connection's unstable. I wish I could fix it.
Unstable, Zoom.
I don't have a good solution.
Cousins deep downfield, got a man at the 10. It's caught.
Take it back.
That's Jefferson. Justin Jefferson making the grab to the 10-yard line. First catch of the day. Just like that, Mr. Justin Jefferson's got 2.9 fantasy points. Not at the top of minds or front of mind or whatever, how the brain works. Clearly mine doesn't when it comes to rostering Vikings wide receivers, but a very good pickup there. And perhaps already meeting what you would
I seem to have every
expected.
Vikings game.
Yeah, does he do? He doesn't really do well in these Vikings
Jefferson
games.
a couple times.
Okay.
No.
Dalvin Cook.
No, he might get in the end zone. There, Dalvin Cook does though.
He can't get there. And do we have a vulture touchdown lurking?
I think they hand it to Dalvin here on second.
Let's see. Let's see if we get the vulture. Let's see if we get it. Cook in the backfield. Vikings under center. Cousins gonna throw. Is he gonna run? He should have run. He did not. He's taken down at the 2. He could have walked into the end zone there. Instead, it's 3rd and 2. So sorry if you had CJ Ham. I guess he might not have even been on the field there, but Irv Smith, Tyler Conklin were I think on the field there. Look at Kirk. Oh, just run it in, Kirk. Just take a few steps forward. What are you doing? All right, let's try it again here. 3rd and goal for the Vikings, or 3rd and 2. I mean, it really is 3rd and goal. I don't know why it's not saying 3rd and goal. 3rd and 2. We've got 4 receivers out for the Vikings. Cousins going to throw again. Oh, no. Deja vu here. Kirk, get rid of the football, man. Get rid of it. He can. And Dan Bailey's going to have to come out and try a field goal. The Vikings just lost 10 yards in 2 plays. After they were on the doorstep looking to score there. They're going to have to settle for 3. Absolutely incredible scenes. That is just atrocious. Kirk Cousins, just throw football, man. You got to throw it. Unbelievable. Base Pop says, now that's real life Cousins. That's absolutely right. All right, here's Danny Bale for the I almost said extra point try. The field goal try. It's shorter than an extra point try. It's good. From about to 28 yards, Dan Bailey converts. So Josh Lambo, Dan Bailey both have field goals in this one. It's 10-3 Minnesota. tell you a quick story. I was just viewing an apartment actually this morning, and I walked down the hallway. The first door on the right, it had a notice from the police on it. No one was allowed to live there. It was just police activity. And then I was like, okay, I'm not sure if I want to live here. Big notice on the door. Never like to see that. BK's trying to sort out his internet issues, if you wondered where he went. I'm not just trying to, blather on and on and on. As we've got the Jacksonville Jaguars here, down by 7. Jeff Friedman wondering if maybe Pete Carroll's there on the sidelines. For the Vikings, Gardner Minshew going to run. He's going to get a lot of yards here. Oh, he was leveled and taken down. Bad boys at Pop saying, got Dalvin Cook. Just hand him the ball, man. Just sit down. Kirk Cousins could just hand Dalvin Cook the ball and, just, take a nap in the end zone. Probably right, bad boys at Pop. Who knows what was going on in that apartment? But I don't want to know, and I don't think I want to live there either. And the scary part is, only 3 doors down from me. That building was not very far from where I live. And that's New York for you. All right, Gardner Minshew here on 1st and 10. Jaguars driving. Minshew's going to roll out here. What are you doing, Vikings? You could tackle him. You could hit him. You could do any of the above. Minshew is now up to 30 yards. Mo saying he slid. He did slide, but as he went into the slide, he was flattened by the Vikings defense. Abby Rissel noticing that I'm in first place. That's right. You guys are all losers. I am a winner. I am in first place. I also know that I'm definitely not going to win. So I'm just trying to get all the bragging out before my score there plummets.
Looks like
you're back.
Yeah, I'll take the field. Yeah, I think I'm.
I gotta say, you win the award for being the most resilient, maybe the most stubborn, because you just refused to restart that computer, even though it was giving you so much.
No.
Like, no, come on, I can make this work, computer. We can make it work without a reboot.
No, I did reboot it, and that wasn't the issue. My internet speed was. I just put it in the chat in our Slack chat. 0.04 upload.
Obviously, rebooting did you wonders here.
More connecting to my cell phone. I'm connected to my Verizon cell phone tower.
No way, really?
Internet, yeah, rather than our.
You look great.
Internet. Well, thank you.
Wow. All right. David,
now I got to charge my phone because I'm heading down to the baseball game with the kiddo, and if I'm going to run the whole sim off my phone, I got to.
Do you need to go run and get a charger?
I will at a more convenient time. I got to catch up on,
there's nothing to catch up on. Dan Bailey kicked a field goal. That's it.
No, I saw that. So
there you go.
double kickers, I'm in good shape actually. I don't know if Bailey will outscore Tajay Sharp, but we'll see. I think if you were going to play the field or play the odds Dan Bailey makes an extra point or two and another field goal to outscore Tajay Sharp is probably about 50-50 at least.
And then, the Vikings get a turnover here, and then Tajay Sharp scores like his 50-yard touchdown, and we stop talking about that. Oh, boy. Chris Conley, again. This man continues to get fed the football.
Conley.
It's the Chris Conley game. 4 catches for 62 yards.
This game.
I got Chris Conley in my lineup.
Right here.
I hope he does. I
He's
do have the Vikings
Tajay
defense.
Sharp of the Jags.
I would take a Harrison Smith hit stick to Gardner Minshew and a return for a touchdown, though. That would.
I missed the apartment hunting story. He said I was looking at an apartment.
All I said was I walked in a building that was 2 buildings down from me, and the very first door on the right there was like a sign. It was like "Do not come in." Like this building, like no one's allowed to live here. Police activity. Like I was like, okay. Wonder what happened in there. Did someone die? Probably. Gardner Minshew slipped. He recovers and he throws it away. He slipped.
Well, that rain there in Jacksonville, it's tough on that.
Must
grass.
Be wants to know if I can give you a couple golf sleepers. I'm not the guy to come to for golf sleepers. I only play golf. I do watch golf, but I'm not very good at golf DFS or just.
Where's Max Homa? I like him
win.
on Twitter, and he won earlier
Max
this
Homa's
year.
old.
I don't know how he's playing.
All right, 2nd and goal. Let's see if Chris Conley
Old.
gets the touchdown here. Yeah, he's old. He's like 32. Minshew going to run. Oh, boy.
Well,
Oh, Harrison Smith, where are you going?
Touchdown.
He ran right into 3 Vikings defenders. And what? I mean, what are they doing? They're just standing there, BK.
They were
Look
letting
at
Minshew
this.
do his thing.
I'm looking on the
Maybe they were worried
replay.
he was gonna throw
There
over
were
the top.
4 Vikings. 4 of them. And they just stood there and let Minshew run into the end zone. One of them got run
Yeah, that was
over.
a terrible angle. Terrible angle by Harrison Smith. He goes behind his teammate.
I mean, this is why I drafted the Vikings defense, because Harrison Smith, you want him right there. He could have forced a fumble against Gardner Minshew if he just hit the hit stick, and instead he just stood there in the end zone. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now I am upset, officially.
Well, it's official. Minshew, 39.8% owned in the flex in the big free showdown.
Minshew, 39.81% owned, as you just said. And that is not a high number. David, and would I shoot 78 at Augusta? No.
I would for the first couple holes.
It's true. I mean, I would shoot at least 78, right?
Yeah.
Probably like a. David N wants to discuss Jimmy Garoppolo. Absolutely not. We're not discussing him. He doesn't deserve our time.
Did you see where the Packers, there's Pro Football Talk story that the Packers, or maybe it's Rob Domofsky's story from ESPN.com, who covers the Packers, are complaining, but not filing a grievance to this point, that the Niners and Broncos perhaps tampered with Aaron Rodgers on draft night, if not sooner.
Wow,
but they
love
can't
that.
really prove it, and they don't really seem to have
Oh, a
true grievance
fumble!
to file.
Oh, the Vikings almost coughed up the football. Oh boy, well, you know what is happening
proof
here?
of a grievance. They don't have proof of a grievance.
Right, of course. What proof? What would the proof be?
The only way that you could prove it is if you could connect any of their official team employees to conversations with Rodgers directly. Because there's really no rules on talking to agents at this point of the year. And the way it was presented by somebody who covers the Broncos, nobody from the Broncos actually, I don't know if there's someone from the Broncos, somebody from one of the national media, and I confirmed this, nobody from the Broncos talked to Rodgers or his agent about Rodgers. That doesn't take much to talk to someone in between, a third party, people close to him, even financial advisors, family members, whatever, family members of his agents. I'll say this, he's repped by David Dunn, John Lynch, GM of the Niners, still repped by David Dunn and Ryan Williams. So just talking to his own agent. And you're talking to Rodgers' agent. So that's going to be really, really hard to prove because David Dunn's been John Lynch's agent for 20 years.
That's a nice catch by DJ Chark. The Jaguars getting the football from the Vikings.
Where are your Yankee seats?
They're good. They are the 200 level, behind third base, maybe behind first base. I have to look again.
You can see the whole field.
Yeah, no, they're good
Not
seats.
high, real easy.
Found a good deal on StubHub.
Nice.
I'm surprised at ticket prices. I mean, I'm assuming like they'll go up this summer maybe, but I'm just surprised that like I figured I figured that they would be way more expensive just considering there's fewer seats and there's got to be high demand.
Oh,
Touchdown for DJ Chark, and just like that, my lineup is up in flames. Touchdown Jaguars, 17-10. They lead it. It was all Vikings. Now it's all Jaguars. Unreal. Unreal, bro. Shark 44%.
Broncos are talking to 2 right tackles. Derek Kelly and Bobby Massey. Everybody threw out Charles Leno Jr. because he just got cut by the Bears. I reached out to somebody.
Every time I hear Bobby Massey, I
said
think it's that guy from Making a Murderer. Every time I hear Bobby Massey. Right? Does anyone else think that? I just feel like that's his name, but it was Brendan Dassey, right?
That sounds right. I don't know if I finished that.
Every
I
time.
I watched like 5 of the 7 episodes or whatever it was. I feel like I still have 2 left. But yesterday I tweeted Bobby Massey because someone in the know told me, as everyone was saying, Charles Leno Jr., because Leno had just gotten cut. But Leno is a left tackle who's never played right tackle. Bobby Massey has 110 starts at right tackle. So,
see if anyone
he
in
and
the
Derek Kelly are
chat
the first 2.
agrees with me that they no. No one else thinks of Making the Murderer. All right, just me. Making a Murderer, whatever. Guess it's just me then.
Broadway is going to be 100% capacity. September 14th.
Wow. Drew's saying that Magic Celtics tonight in Orlando, the tickets are very expensive. Yeah. You know what? I think that the tickets. No, never mind. I was going to say, I think ticket prices might have gone up, but I don't think so.
What are you paying for your Yankees ticket? Are you paying, close to it or way over?
Is that
like
a pick there for the Vikings?
Or under?
Or the Jaguars?
Under,
what happened there?
Looks like it. Looks like it.
No, it was just about $50. It was like about $50 a ticket.
And a half.
Huh?
That's not bad. And how close is that to the retail on the ticket? Close to it?
Oh, it's definitely under retail. I'm gonna see if I can.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Yeah.
I think whenever you can find it. I mean, if it's $1,000 ticket you're getting for $750, it may not feel like as good of a deal. But if it's $80 ticket you're getting for $50, that feels like a really good deal.
Yeah, I'm in 227B. Let's see if I can find it.
Okay.
Welcome back in, by the way. I know I'm on camera. Yankees seating chart.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you are too. Although your internet seems
Cousins
to
here. You look at your seating chart.
again.
I'll tell you. Cousins 8 of 11,
I can do
152
both.
yards and a TD. Minshew 10 of 15 and a TD, 123 yards, I think. Cook nowhere near a bonus watch yet. Just 30 yards on the ground. Minshew actually has more yards. How about that? 35 for Minshew, 30 for Cook.
There you go,
Thompson,
right there.
Rostered him. You're not feeling good.
Oops.
Oh,
thought I was gonna drop my phone, didn't you guys? No, I didn't. But I have to get this up again.
So my radio station, we carry the Rockies games, and we normally have 85 pairs because the station's 850 KOA. But I have no idea how many tickets we actually have currently because the capacity in the stadium's 42%.
There you go, right there, right up. Oh, let's get the focus here. Come on,
you can see
phone.
I've sat there
phone,
before.
Focus. There you go. Yeah, right. That's nice.
Yankees Cubbies. The first time the Cubs had been there in a billion years, back in probably right around the time we were talking about 2000, 2001, something like that, or maybe it was 04, 05 when I lived in New York. Yeah, it was probably 04, 05, but that's almost exactly where I sat for Yankees Cubbies on a Saturday.
Yeah, they're nice seats. I
Except
like
it
that
was the
angle
old stadium,
a lot.
but it was the old stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that angle a lot. It's a good spot. GD Westbrook held off the scoreboard so far. Taja Sharp, 1 touchdown catch for 9 yards. That's it. Tyler Eifert, 1 catch for 7. And Kyle Rudolph, 2 catches for 44 early, and then that is it. He hasn't done anything else since. So those are some of the disappointments. Adam Thielen, 2 for 19 as well. That is bad. Chris Thompson, 2 for 14. That is bad. And other than that, just the usual suspects here. Dalvin Cook getting most of the points for the Vikings. And yeah, Josh Allen has 2 sacks. What would a sim be without a Josh Allen drop, but the other Josh Allen? So that's where we are right now. 17-10 Jaguars are going to give the football back to the Vikings. And the Jacksonville Jaguars did get credited with a pick. So that is good to know. I'm going to look up here, but I believe that the Jacksonville Jaguars defense should have a lot of points now. Or actually, you wouldn't know where you're at in my contest. I'm now back in 73rd place.
Because I don't have a lineup. I'm probably right around there. I mean, I have field goals from both kickers. I didn't have Did I have Chark in my lineup? I don't think I had Chark in my lineup. Maybe I did. I had Minshew. No, I had Minshew and Thompson.
Jaguars D, 11 points. They got a fumble recovery, a pick, 3 sacks, and 4 points for allowing just the 10 points. So, yeah, the Jaguars defense definitely probably going to sit on like at least 7 points, which is great. So that's you're feeling good. You've got 7 points in the bank if you're a Jaguars defense owner, and a whole half of football to get some more sacks. So
that's that BS interception.
The BS interception helped, but 3 sacks and the fumble recovery, also huge. Obviously, I picked the wrong defense, and we'll just won't talk about it. Base Pop said, wear an Orioles cap. I want you to wear your Orioles cap. See what happens. My true story, my girlfriend is, she lived in a lot of places, but she considered herself a Houston sports fan and an Astros fan. And when the cheating stuff, we've gone to games before, and she's worn an Astros hat. And when the cheating stuff all came out.
How's that gone?
Oh, it's fine. I mean, but when the cheating stuff all came out.
It's fine prior to cheating.
When the cheating stuff all came out for the 4th time, only one of those was your fault that I didn't get it out. When the cheating stuff came out, there's number 5. She distanced herself from the team and decided not to be a fan anymore. So now she's got Yankees gear. We're going in Yankees stuff. She does not like the Astros anymore. Don't know if she'll be booing the Astros, but it's progress,
I think it's tough for Astros fans because they want to be able to, celebrate and cherish that championship, but they know it's tainted way differently than I think the steroid era tainted the home run derby, if you will, or the home run explosion, because that was widespread across baseball. It was kind of baseball's fault. This is stealing signs to an unethical level, if you will. It's one thing if you're at second base and you can pick something up and relay it to the dugout and it gets relayed to the batter. That's a different deal. Or even in the outfield, if somehow, guys in the bullpen can see it, right, or can tell that a pitch is being tipped or whatever. But when you're involving electronics, I think you're truly screwing with the integrity of the game.
Well, I will say that 2 things. First of all, baseball should apologize for Coors Field because that is ridiculous when it comes to unfair advantages. Even though the Rockies haven't been able to.
No, but I'll tell you why it's not an unfair advantage after you're done. So that's the first thing. Let them apologize.
Well, because the Rockies can't develop a pitcher. Yeah, but I mean that's what I'm saying. It's just it's stupid. It's clearly very different than every other field.
But what makes it different isn't the home runs, because they're not first in home runs ever since they instituted the humidor. They're not middle of the pack. They're in the top 10, but they're not like 1 or 2 ever. It's like Phillies number 1, Rangers old ballpark. There's places that are more bandboxy than that. It's that outfield is so big that singles become doubles and outs that should have been caught in just about every ballpark become singles. And so you just have so many more runners on the bases every inning. Thus, that'll mess with pitchers. And when it's your home park, right, then you're at a disadvantage almost always. So if they would move the home plate up and bring in the lines and bring in the walls, it might be a bandbox, but then it's just home runs. It's not a bunch of extra base hits.
So 2nd and 22.
What's the second thing?
Cousins just decided to throw that number. I was just going to say, well, I guess I think I had something else. But why aren't the Vikings just running a screen pass every play? I mean, that's my big question here.
2 things you want baseball to apologize for. I got to think something was related to the cheating scandal.
No, I don't think so.
No, okay. Because you're talking Astros and cheating. And, anyway.
It was related to football, I remember, but I think the Vikings not running a screen pass every play because it's worked, and I don't understand why they don't just do it every play. They're gonna have to punt here.
Where do you come down on Stanton?
We've got some sort of quality control coach here with shoulder pads on underneath his polo. What do you mean? Where do I come down on Stanton?
Well, there's plenty of Yankees fans that hate him and think he sucks. He's got 7 home runs this year and 4 for 5 last night.
I'm not the demographic for this team. Like, I hate this style of baseball. I hate a guy that's going to strike out 40% of the time and then also be top 10 in home runs. Like, that's just not cool to me. I don't like that. Home runs are great. Don't get me wrong, but like, if this lineup wasn't relying on Stanton so much, like he's their number 2 hitter, like then it would be fine. But it's because not only is he their number 2 hitter, but like there's like 5 Stantons on the Yankees. There's Luke Voigt, there's Aaron Judge, like they're all the same. And like it is tiring to watch this team just walk or strike out. And last night, like we saw what happened, right? They pieced together so many hits. And if you have a lot of hits, there's excitement and there's rallies and you win games and it's fun. And like, it's look at the Phillies. I mean, you could look at every single day. There's examples of this, but even like a game like the Phillies game last night, where you have Andrew McCutchen, 2 solo homers, Brad Miller, 3-run homer, and that was it. Like that team had no sustained offense. They didn't have any runners on base all game long. Like it was 3 pops and that was their entire offense. And like, that's just, like if you do that and that's your offense and you go down 2 runs heading to like the 8th inning and you have 6 outs to work with, like you feel defeated. But if if you're constantly getting hits, you're constantly getting to the pitcher, you're constantly putting together good at bats, like you feel like you have a chance, you can come back. But again, in today's world, I feel like the way that games work, like it's so, because it's so home run dependent, it's sort of random. Like it's not like, you have guys that are constantly, running it up.
So as Jordan pointed out, and then I just went and looked at the Yankees lineup from last night, isn't Stanton leading him in batting average? And he's hitting 297, which is the best of last night's lineup. I don't know if there's somebody that's not in there. It's supposed to be. Judge is hitting 280.
I mean, he is.
DJ LeMahieu. By the end of the year, DJ LeMahieu.
He's not going to all season long. And right. I mean, he's just a streaky guy. He'll obviously get, he'll be, he'll be in like an 0 for 40 slump in no time.
Yeah. Well, it's almost inevitable, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is the year, though, that he earns that money and he hits 50 home runs and bats 297 for the whole year, 285, and is more than just a home run hitter. Singles, doubles, probably not too many triples.
Speaking of baseball, something completely unrelated, I do want to announce we have a great sort of idea that we came up with at DraftKings that Kaufman and I, we're going to start doing this like live NBA show, or we're going to do one anyway on Friday. But it's going to be some sort of live watch along. Nuggets, it's going to be the Nuggets Jazz game. And we're going to talk about live betting, DFS contests, the late slate coming up after the game. So it'll be fun. It'll be Kaufman and I, and I'm really looking forward to it. We're, I don't have many details beyond that. Because we have
the Dream Stream.
We have a lot to finalize. Yeah, it was.
Cool.
It's a great idea. I couldn't say yes fast enough. I love. I have been a big advocate of live betting shows and just live shows in general for a long time. When it comes to being parallel with, with games going on, and I think it's a great idea. And the Nuggets are hot right now. I mean, they're going to lose to the Knicks tonight, of course, but they have only lost like 4 games in their last 25 or something.
Yeah, their coach, Michael Malone, coach of the year. After the Blue Arrow, Jamal Murray tears his ACL. They are 9-2.
It's almost as if Jamal Murray hurt their defense, because their defense has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And it was really bad all season long.
And PJ Dozier's playing a lot more. Same with Will Barton goes down, and Will Barton, no one's going to confuse him for Tony Allen. So they're without their starting point guard and starting shooting guard. Gary Harris is a pretty good defender. Obviously, they traded him for Aaron Gordon, but everybody playing better D, I think, also makes Michael Porter Jr. have to play a little bit of defense and understand.
Right.
That
Well, I mean,
he
he can't. I mean, he's a lost cause on defense. But
it seems like it to this point. The funny thing about defense is, unlike scoring or the ability to pass or whatever, it's all based on effort, or a lot of it is based on effort. I understand there's elements of understanding how to be really good at it, but just play hard and not let the guy. Look at Facundo Campazzo's 5'9", and he'll guard Ja Morant until Ja's getting sick of him up and down the court. Even though Ja will go for 30, he'll make it hard on him. So, but they have this kid PJ Dozier. He just pulled his groin, and not sure what the timeline is on him. They're just running out of bodies.
Speaking of NBA, the slate today after the 4 p.m. sim, check it out. Chirag, Matt Meiselman will be on to talk about the night ahead in the NBA. Of course, that big Knicks Nuggets game. We've got plenty of exciting teams in action. The Timberwolves are red hot. They're taking on the Grizzlies as they fight for a playoff spot. Mo saying, "Let's go Knicks." I'll be on the slate tomorrow with Kaufman. We'll talk about the NBA slate and like all the other slates. So many slates. Probably not slates, one of the producers here at DraftKings, or the NHL slate, but all slates are fair game here. Dalvin Cook is lit up with the X Factor. He gets to 30. And speaking of this sim, Carbon Rod says the Minshew magic may be gone. We've also got people shouting for Taja or Thielen. So, the Vikings, they're starting to pick it up here. They're starting to play better. And we've got some people with comments on this sim, so keep it coming. As the Vikings are they just keep coming at the Jaguars. They're about to tie this game up. It seems like we've got a big drive on our hands here for Minnesota. They're down to the 20-yard line. Clock ticking on the third quarter, about to hit the fourth. Robbie Noble, I hope that you'll be watching. He said it sounds dope, that show. Should be great. But, in terms of the Jaguars, who knows what's going to happen here. They could be done. They could be out of it. Kirk Cousins could be putting the Vikings back in this game here. On a 1st and 10, Cousins left side. Got his man. It's a touchdown to Taja Sharp. And BK weeps. He almost had him in the lineup. He took him out. Taja Sharp, 2 catches for 2 touchdowns, I believe, unless I missed one.
No.
Just an incredible display here for the Vikings' number 2 wide receiver.
Pretty good.
Danny Bale on for the extra point. It is up. It is good. I said it was good before it even went through because that's, when did you ever see an extra point missed? Taja Sharp, 2.9% captained in the free showdown. Redonkulous, that number. If you got him in the captain spot, you're feeling good. I'm back up to 13th place now, thanks to Sharp, thanks to Cousins, thanks to Cook, thanks to Thielen. I'm feeling good. The only thing that could be going a little bit better for me is that Minnesota defense. The Vikings defense now at 9 fantasy points, Vikings at 2. So the kicker stack was all right. The defense stack even better. Well, actually, the defense stack was all right. The kicker stack was even better. And now we got a tie game on our hands. 17-all as we're getting ready to wrap up the third quarter here. Kenny Ducey, Brandon Cristall, Tate on ops, Drew and Jordan working behind the scenes. We are really glad that you can be with us here on the Dream Stream. 415 of you in the chat. What's going on?
Yankees stadium question. So when they first opened the new stadium, you had all those seats behind home plate that were corporate owned or really, really rich people.
Yeah, no idea.
$3,000 a ticket. I was curious if that pricing ever changed.
Do not think so. I don't think so. I don't think there's been any update on that front. Jamal,
that'd be crazy to pay $3,000 a ticket for for 81 home.
Why are you saying his name like that, Ducey? Like what? Taja Sharp? That's his name.
No, I think it's Taja.
Taja. It's Taja. Taja Sharp. I don't know. I'm just that's it.
No, I think it's Taja.
93 Babrock wanted to know what sims I'm doing today. I've got the 4 p.m. sim today, and then that is it. So I'm off the next one. Then of course I'll be back. I'll be back at 4 o'clock. I'll be back tomorrow for the slate with Koff, and I've also got the no sims tomorrow. So I'm just on the slate tomorrow with Koff. I've got the 4 p.m. sim today. And then Friday, I've got the 6 p.m. sim, and then I'm on that watch along. Should be really fun.
Wow, I
It'll be
just saw
another
an incredible stat.
Is it about Drew Lock?
Indirectly, this has almost nothing to do with him except for when he gets sacked. If the Broncos sign any free agent that isn't DeMar Dotson, who played a bunch of games for him this year, he's 100 years old, this will be the 18th right tackle that will start a game, assuming that person starts week 1, doesn't get hurt in camp or whatever. They sign a vet since 2014.
Wow.
18 different right tackles. That's the opposite of continuity up front. That would be the opposite of consistency.
Shaking my head, Brandon, shaking my head. I mean, offensive line, we have talked about it so many times on this Sims, or at least I have, is like, I mean, everyone knows by now how important it is because they're like the crutch, right? Any fan will just blame the offensive line, but then the offensive line never gets any credit too, which is my favorite part about the offensive line. Like, if you're gonna be if fans like are like quote unquote educated now, we have quote unquote educated sports fans now who like when their favorite team's bad, they're like, oh, Haskins got no time, man. This guy's got no time in the pocket to throw. The line stinks. Or, it's always the line's fault, right? But then, like, what happens when you have a team that's really good, like the Cowboys, right? Cowboys are a great example because everyone knows the Cowboys had the number 1 line in football for so many years. It's kind of deteriorated, but, like, no one talks about the line, right? Everyone talks about, Zeke. Oh, Zeke is so good. Oh, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's amazing. And look, those guys are amazing.
3 All-Pros. They have 3 All-Pros.
They are amazing, but they had 3 All-Pros on the offensive line. You're correct. Like, that's Zach Martin, should have been just as talked about as Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott. So again, if you don't want to talk about those guys, that's fine, but don't come for the offensive lineman's head when you're not willing to give him the credit. They are very important to a football team. And
Broncos actually had pretty
if it
good
were up to
line
me,
play
if
last
I were
year.
an NFL general manager, I would spend like every first-round pick that I ever had on an offensive line until it was good enough, and then I would take a quarterback with my first pick. That would be my plan.
Or if you have a quarterback, just keep drafting O-linemen until you have 2 good tackles and a guard.
But I mean, I don't
center
think
there.
that you would have a quarterback if you didn't have a good line. I think that's my point. Is like,
Well, like the Chiefs right now, the Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes.
but they had a good line before they had
Before
Patrick
that,
Mahomes.
yeah.
That's my point. Is you can't have a good you can't develop a good quarterback with a bad line. It just doesn't work. If Sam Darnold, out of the draft had gone to the Cowboys, if Dak Prescott like broke his leg or something and never played football again, then he would have been great. No doubt in my mind, and he still could be in Carolina, but like you can't develop a quarterback beyond a bad line. You just
When
can't
they're
do
running
it.
for their life.
And that's what I think is, that's why I'm concerned about Trevor Lawrence. What have the Jaguars done at all? I mean, they're just starting their rebuild, so they have to build a line. It's going to take years. Like, can Trevor Lawrence be running around for years, not developing as a quarterback, dealing with bad players around him, and then all of a sudden be expected to be great, like in year 4 when he needs to play for a contract? I don't know. Like, I think that like you can't put quarterbacks in bad situations like that. You just can't. And you get lucky sometimes, but for the majority of the times, you need to build that line. You need to build that line. And then you add a quarterback.
The Jags, after drafting the big kid Jawan Taylor here in recent years, Cam Robinson just got a new deal. The left tackle, who's first rounder in 2017, so they've got a left tackle. They went and got a second rounder, which makes me think Jawan Taylor might already be available, which is pretty crazy because wasn't he in the draft like 2 years ago?
I'm not sure.
Does that sound right? Here, let me look at Jags.
Minshew, meanwhile, going a Chark to the 2.
I guess we should have a Jaguars depth chart up if we're doing the Jaguars.
Unreal here. The scenes in Jacksonville, the Jaguars charging back in this sim. Thanks for being with us. It's Kennedy UC, Brandon Cristal with you on the DK Dream Stream. We're so glad that you could be with us.
Hang out in that pool in a rainstorm, like, you know what, lightning danger. Sorry, I know you paid big money to be in the pool. We're playing the game.
They have a pool there?
Yeah, you didn't know that? How'd you not know that? Touchdown.
Yeah, and it's not
Armstead. Who has Armstead? You have Armstead in your lineup?
Absolutely not. I absolutely do not have Armstead in my lineup. Vulture touchdown alert. Everyone rostered Chris Conley out there. He was the second most rostered player, but it's not him to score the touchdown. It is the it is the third string running back, Raquel Armstead. It was not even Dare Ngumbuwale. Raquel Armstead, so obscure a player that we don't even have the correct number for him on the depth chart here. Insane.
So they took Taylor just 2 years ago, 2019, in the second round, number 35 overall, and then they just took another tackle, the Jags.
Armstead, by the way, 3.39% owned in the flex. Okay,
but I'm saying
so
Jags
they already
do
got
have a
rid of
left
him.
tackle. They do have a left tackle in Cam Robinson. I mean, he's
Okay.
picked in the first round, and they just signed him a new deal.
Okay.
Ben Barch on their O-line is a vet. Brandon Linder, I think, is one of their starters.
Brandon
Norwell.
Linder. Is he related to the people that make those truffles? Linder.
Maybe. What is this kid's name? Just
Okay.
Oh,
But
Walker
so
Little
you're
out of
saying they've
Stanford.
already done a little bit of work there. You're saying they've already done a little bit of work there. Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to let Trevor Lawrence get beaten up like Andrew Luck.
Just because they have one offensive lineman.
No, they went and got another. They used they used a second round pick, their third round pick on an offensive lineman.
Okay.
And there were 7 tackles people had graded in the first 2 rounds and 11 tackles in the top 100. So this is a good tackle draft according to people who think they know about drafts.
So 2nd and 2.
Yeah, they waited a little too long to get Quentin Nelson there for Andrew Luck, unfortunately. Did he have what's my man's name? Costanzo for a long time.
Can't
But again,
stand you.
You need
2nd and 2.
You need 5 offensive linemen up too.
Cousins threw to absolutely nobody there. Broken play for the Vikings and disappointment. 3rd and 2. The Vikings, they came all the way back in this sim. They tied it at 17. The defense wilts. Gives up a touchdown to someone I have never heard of before, Raquel Armstead. And now the Vikings
Right, you're not
face
winning your
with the 3rd and
fantasy
2
leagues.
on the
You got to know
40-yard line.
Raquel Armstead. So Walker,
Cousins going deep. Here it is. Oh, it's caught by Thielen at the 30. What a grab. Adam Thielen keeping the Vikings alive. Apparently, Kirk Cousins doesn't want to hear us talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars offensive line anymore. What a throw.
Cousins had enough. Yeah, they took like at 45th. So 2 years after taking a right tackle, 35th, you take another one, 45th. That says all you need to know about Jamar Taylor. Maybe they were going to move him to guard. I don't know. Taylor, that is.
6-yard pickup for Dalvin Cook. This sim is heating up. Thanks for being with us here. We are reading your comments. We appreciate you, each and every one of you. Congo Cab wants the clock to run. Noah Moon wants the ball to be picked. GW Nasty saying, Ducey getting schooled. Yeah, I asked some questions. BK knows a lot more than me about the Jacksonville Jaguars and the NFL draft.
More than I'd like to know.
BK also would not disagree with me that the offensive line needs to be built before you install a quarterback. He was saying that it was built. Sort of.
Well, I just think that your timing, sometimes your team sucks all the way around like the Jets, right? They have Mekhi Becton, and you mentioned Connor McGovern.
Yeah, but their line was still 25th in the league according to PFF.
Yeah, no, not good. But those are 2 building blocks. I think Connor, especially with more help around him, will be solid. And they just took Elijah Vera Tucker, like you said, at 14. So with those multiple early picks, they need to do the same thing next year or sign a big free agent lineman if there's a Pro Bowler that hits the market, right? If Brandon Scherf hits the market or someone like that. But they need to continue the path.
He did hit the market, if I'm not mistaken, and they didn't.
I thought
sign him.
Washington brought him back. Didn't they franchise him?
Maybe they might have. A few linemen hit the market though. Didn't Tooney hit the market, or I don't know. There was a few targets for the Jets, and they didn't get them, but still managed to pick some up in the draft. Speaking of picking up, Thielen picks that one up almost off the turf there to get to the 1-yard line, and the Vikings.
But next year, because they'll have how many number ones? 3 or 2 number ones and obviously 2 number 2s again. That sound right?
They do have 2 first-round picks, I believe.
I'd use one of them on a tackle.
Yeah, I mean
on an offensive lineman.
Or trade up, if you need a ridiculous player.
Yeah,
Dalvin Cook's going to score a touchdown.
Edge rusher.
I mean, so that's the beauty of it, right? Is of having 2 picks.
Or they might be picking very high. They might be picking the top 5. There's that chance. Sorry to ruin the season before it even starts.
Even if you are, I mean, that's not. I mean, my point here is, if you are the Jets and you look at, just looking at like a mock draft with Kayvon Thibodeau, in the top 5, maybe even going first overall, you need a defensive end like that. Why don't you could trade up to 2 or 3 and get a defensive end. If if the Texans maybe are picking number 1, or the Lions or the whatever, like a team like that might want to draft a quarterback. Maybe you trade up a few spots to 2, use that. Use those,
and they'll go get your guy from Kent State, Crum.
That's right. But yeah, I mean,
here's what you should want for the Jets this year. You should want the exact season the Bengals have minus the knee injury.
Absolutely not.
Right,
I want a lot more than that. The Jets can be much better than the Bengals were.
You want them picking in the top 5 again next year, but Zach Wilson looking like the real deal.
No, the Jets don't need to pick in the top 5. Why do they need to pick in the top 5?
Because of the value.
What? The only reason to me that you'd want to pick in the top 5 in this day and age is to get a quarterback. Because if you want a quarterback, there's no way you're getting a good one outside the top 5 anymore. Last 2 drafts have proved it. Last 3 drafts, really. Look at Daniel. I mean, maybe even, I guess, Daniel Jones went 6th. So maybe like
Josh Allen went
the top
7.
7. But like, that's the thing, is quarterbacks go so early. You get like 5 quarterbacks in the first 7 picks normally. So like, if you need a quarterback, you need to pick there. And if you have that pick, then you don't need a quarterback, you can trade out of it. Like the Dolphins did, even though, they kind of did need to draft a quarterback, but we won't talk about that. I mean, I don't know why you don't draft a quarterback. If you're Miami, you could, if you have 2 good quarterbacks, you trade one. Like, I don't get it. But be that as it may, I do think that if you want like a lineman, I mean, the Jets got the 2nd lineman off the board this year at 13?
3rd.
I mean,
because Slater went at 13.
You could be in the middle of the 1st round and get like a premium lineman if you want, and like,
sure. Yeah, I guess if you're going, if O-line's your focus, you're probably fine in the teens, and you're trending up.
When the Jets picked Nick Mangold at 25 and Jabricka Ferguson at 7 that year, where they assembled their line in 1 draft. So just from personal experience, remember,
that's the biggest thing is just the commitment, right? The idea, because you see edge rusher, you see, top flight corner, you even see stud wide receivers. You're like, and I know you can make a case for wide receivers in any round, but just the sexiness of it. Drafting O-line is never sexy, but keeping your quarterback upright and making plays is. So having that's why when the Cowboys drafted Travis Frederick in the 1st and everybody had a 4th round grade.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I've had more fun watching the Jets take linemen the last 2 years than I ever thought I would when I was like 10 years old watching the NFL.
Absolutely.
I remember I used to watch the NFL draft with my friends every single year. It would be a Saturday. I'd go over. We'd play some hoops. We'd watch the draft all day, and like, I never would have expected to be 27 years old and be like enthralled by offensive line.
Brickashaw and Mangold.
I was in high school. I was psyched about it, actually. I was, but or I was in middle school, actually, I think.
Yeah, if you're 27 now, you would have been a little younger. But
no, I think that, I mean, they're probably past that point now, because they've already established, I mean, they'll probably take obviously one more, I think, next year, I would assume. But anyway, the point is, I don't want the Jets to be bad this year. Nor do I expect them to be bad. I actually expect them to be pretty good. I think that this team has a lot of talent, that they assembled last year in the draft and this year as well.
Under.
What is it, like 6 wins? Probably.
Yeah, I'll take the under. Whatever number you said, I'll take the under.
You got to remember too that this team 2 years ago, with some of the same scrap heap type corners and linebackers, and they still have CJ Mosley at this team, and Quentin Williams, like, they were still almost a playoff team without their quarterback for 5 games. Like, there was actually a chance that they were going to make the playoffs. They went on a run under Adam Gase too, who is like the worst coach ever. I think that there's obviously enough there that they could win some games, and especially, with some pretty winnable games.
Are we getting free football in the rain? No, it's gonna be a field goal right here, right?
Definitely gonna be a field goal here.
Geez, I didn't even see the Looked like he was about to score, and I don't know, brain freeze. I think it's a lack of sleep. Maybe you get a touchdown from Thompson. Oh,
Nope. It's going to be Armstead again with the ball.
Armstead again.
What
Is
is
Reichel
going on
Armstead?
here?
Is Reichel Armstead about to score the vulturing touchdown? He's going to do it twice. They have a timeout, so he could get one more carry, but they're not going to use it. I mean, they're going to use it to field goal.
Mo said, "Why are my Jags taking timeouts?" It's a good question, Mo. Lambeau going to come on for the game winner.
If the Yankees and Astros are on TV tonight, I'll look for you in the stands.
All right,
when they
please
do a
do.
Panning helicopter shot. Something tells me Rockies Giants this afternoon will not be on TV.
Who's your player of the game?
Reichel Armstead, probably. No, it's got to be Tajay Sharp, even in a loss, right? He finds the end zone twice. He was something like 2.8% owned. Although, Armstead's 3.39%.
What about your LVP then? I think it's got to be Sharp. I think you're right on there.
Yeah. What did Thompson do? He had 11 yards in the first half.
Christopher Thompson. Can't find him. Hold on.
Coming. We'll get there shortly.
I mean, yeah,
14 receiving yards, 42 rushing yards. So what's that? 7 points, give or take. And his ownership numbers are through the roof, right?
So that's pretty good.
So almost
yeah,
first,
I think
41st.
he was very, very popular. Yeah, D.D. Westbrook did not do well either, but you're right. I mean, Chris Thompson was the second most popular player in this sim. He had 7.6 points. I think that's a fair one.
And Reichel Armstead stole his touchdown. So Reichel Armstead can hand him the Babysitter Billy Not Mike It award.
All right, there you go. Well, there you have it. Brandon battled. You got to give him a lot of credit here. Just a real grinder here, grinding through internet issues. We appreciate you being here, BK. We appreciate all of you being here as well here on the Dream Stream. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got plenty of people in the chat. Base Pops was a very active chatter. I don't even know if I was so familiar with Base Pops, but glad to see some of the people like Bodie McBoatface and Kyle and Andrew and all the people in the chat here, as long as
thanks for hanging out. I'm back tomorrow with Koff, I think, for the 6 o'clock sim.
And of course, we've got Team Always here as well with Congo Cab, DW Nasty, Robbie.
I'm back
here,
at 4 o'clock.
Moon.
Sorry, 4 o'clock tomorrow for those keeping score at home with Koff.
Followed by the slate. I'll be on the slate with Koff. But yeah, don't go anywhere right now. We're gonna throw to the sweat. We're breaking down everything you need to know from tonight's matchups. We've got baseball, we've got weather talk, golf talk, hockey talk. I'm gonna be the same shirt. We're gonna run it back. I talked about what you want to do tonight, where you want to build around in the NBA. So it should be great. And then Koff and Zach are here for Cowboys, Titans in the wind. I'll be back at 4 p.m. And then we've got the slate with Shrog and Mac Meiselman. Then we've got Madden After Dark. Then tomorrow, another big, it's content upon content here on the DK Dream Stream. We thank you for being here with us. Please enjoy this repeat presentation of the sweat. Because words are difficult. And here it is right now.
What's up, everybody? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Wow, what a time to be alive. We should all be having tacos right now. And it's 11 a.m. So we should probably all be having margaritas too. All right, let's say hello to our MLB panel though, because this is the sweat and we got a show to do. 50 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice coming your way right now. We are starting with our MLB panel. DraftKings contributors Eric Halterman, Gary Thorne, and Julian Edlow. And gentlemen, let's just jump right into MLB best bets. How about that? All right. What are your favorite bets for tonight's MLB slate? We're starting with the money line. Which money line bet do you like, Julian? Tell me about it and why.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to a first 5 inning money line bet because I don't necessarily want to get bullpens involved here. And it's also a late afternoon game, but hey, that means we get to bet on it sooner. I'm looking at the Orioles here on the first 5 and backing John Means, who has been spectacular this season and really helped the Orioles. Not that they're underdogs here, it's more of a pick 'em on the first 5, but really helped the Orioles cash a lot of plus money bets so far this season. So Going up against Steve Buchanan's Mariners. I know that's a tough fade. I am personally invested. Steve told me so many times about the Mariners. I am personally invested in the Mariners to win the AL West as well. But hey, the Mariners can still win this game. We just need the O's first five. I think that they have advantages on both sides in this one, and we eliminate the bullpens and keep it short and sweet. I'm really just looking to back Means here, who I think can blank Seattle the first 5 innings.
Influenced by Steve Buchanan. Gary, and which money line bet do you like tonight?
I'm actually going to do one better than a money line bet. Let's go with a run line bet because the Red Sox are massive favorites on the money line, but they're going to win this game by 22 runs anyway, so you might as well bet the run line. In general, fading Detroit is a good idea at this point. They've been horrendous the last 2 weeks. Fading Detroit against a left-handed starter is the way to go at all times. They are actually 0-7 in their last 7 games against a lefty. They come into this game dead last in baseball by wide margins in isolated power, WOBA, and WRC plus against left-handed pitching. Martin Perez hasn't been amazing, but his FIP is in the mid 3.5s. He's been fine. And Casey Mize, who's starting for the Tigers, has been pretty bad so far this season. He's in the 15th percentile of baseball in expected WOBA, in expected ERA. That Tigers bullpen is giving up over 2 home runs per 9 innings. I think this thing gets lopsided quickly and continues to get more lopsided throughout the afternoon. So I just think taking the Red Sox here on the run line at plus money is really good value.
All right, Eric, do you have a money line bet you like tonight, or are you going to switch things up on me here?
Hey, I'm not going to get fancy here. I'm going to go with the Brewers, minus 141 at the Phillies. I think the lineups are very similar. They're both actually bottom 5 by WRC plus, 26 versus 27, so nothing to separate those, at least so far this year. I think the gap between Freddie Peralta and Chase Anderson on the mound is much bigger than the odds suggest. Peralta's been excellent, 2.25 ERA. Might fall back a bit, but the ERA estimators have him right around a 3, an even 3, which is excellent. Doesn't get a ton of grounders, but a 40.2% strikeout rate has been well more than enough to offset a high 12.5% walk rate. It's actually the 4th best strikeout rate among pitchers who've thrown at least 20 innings, trailing only DeGrom, Corbin Burns, and Garrett Cole, who are pretty good names to be associated with. Whereas Chase Anderson, ERA 5.40, and the estimators say that it should be right around there, at least right near 5. Doesn't do anything well below average strikeout, ground ball, and walk rates. So massive gap between those two, which gives a pretty big edge to the Brewers here.
All right, everyone loves an underdog. Am I right, Gary? Do you got one that you're backing tonight?
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised the Braves are road favorites in this spot against Washington. Whether you want to make this about Max Fried, who is making his first start in almost 3 weeks, he had a hamstring issue, and it's not like he was pitching well before he went on the IL. In fact, of all pitchers in baseball with at least 25 batted ball events, Max Fried's 501 opponent WOBA was the highest in all of baseball. He was getting hit around in his first 3 starts of the season. I just need to see it from this guy before I start trusting him as a road favorite, especially considering the Braves are 1-4 in their last 5 games. Maybe they don't even win last night if their pitcher doesn't hit a grand slam. I don't think that's like sustainable offense. So I think Washington, who so far this season has been one of the best teams in baseball at hitting left-handed pitching, they come into this game batting 300. That's the highest average within the split. They've got a 373 WOBA. That is the 2nd highest mark within the split. And they might even get Juan Soto back tonight. I know there was some concern about whether or not he could play defense. So that would obviously kind of restrict him to anything more than a pinch hitting role. But if you add Juan Soto into this mix, I just don't understand why the Nationals are plus 116 on the money line right now.
All right, Eric, you got a dog that you're backing tonight?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Rangers against the Twins. They're plus 155, which says about a 39% chance is what's implied there. And I think they've got more than that. I do still think they're probably underdogs. But the gap between the lineups hasn't been huge. By WRC plus, the Twins are 8th and the Rangers are a surprising 14th. And the gap between the pitchers, I think, is not going to be big at all. Hyunjung Yang is a guy who I followed with the KBO last year. He actually had a down season last year. It was pretty unremarkable. But the year before that, he slightly outpitched Kwang Hyun Kim, who started his career quite well for the Cardinals. Yang was actually slightly better in both ERA and WHIP. And I think there's a path to him being a decent back-end starter, low strikeout, but low walk guy who's just fine as your number 5 starter. And Lewis Thorpe for the Twins, I don't know if he's going to be much more than that at all. His career ERA is 5.88, doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, walks more than league average, so not much there. So I think the gap between the pitchers may be non-existent, which means that it's a lot closer to a 50-50 game than the odds imply.
All right, we're talking underdogs here. Jules, has Steve influenced you on this one?
No, and I try not to let him influence me as much as possible. It just so happens that he played a role in my first bet of the day. But speaking of the day, I'll bet on NBA tonight. I have no patience. I need to bet on MLB this afternoon. So more afternoon games for me. I like the White Sox plus 110 against the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds have really hot bats, particularly at home this season, which is the only thing I'll really give them in this spot. But I like the starting pitching matchup. Keuchel's been better than Gray so far this season from what we've seen. The White Sox have been great at building up leads earlier in games. They're the best team in the first 5 in MLB, but I'm going full game money line here because of how bad the Cincinnati bullpen has been. I trust that Chicago can build up that early lead and then maybe even build on it late. Cincinnati's had one of the worst bullpens in baseball this season. They've had the worst bullpen in baseball over the last 2 weeks. Whereas the White Sox have been right around average. So I think they can hang on to that lead. I'm taking the slight plus money, plus 110 on the White Sox this afternoon.
All right, how about a total here, Eric? Is there one that's gotten your attention?
Yeah, we talked about the Braves-Nationals game earlier. I'm on that one for the total here. It's set at 8.5. The teams have been averaging 8.1, so they'll need a slightly above average performance in this one. I think they can get it, especially if Juan Soto is back for the Nationals. I think he himself is probably worth a good amount of that gap that they need to make up. Max Fried, as was touched on earlier, has been terrible this season before that hamstring injury. And even when he's on, he's not too scary. He's roughly league average strikeout and walk rates with a high ground ball rate. Not an ace. And Eric Fedde on the other side, career ERA over 5, strikes out just 16.4% of opposing batters, walks more than average as well. So not much to like on that side. So I really like this one if Soto's back, and even if he's not back in the starting lineup, I still think it's a pretty good play.
All right, total that has your attention, Jules. What do you think?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to be looking at a first 5 under here. And admittedly, I bet a lot more sides than totals. So this is more of a lean for me, I would say. But just looking at this game in Kansas City, you got a good pitching matchup with Bieber and Singer here. You're in a ballpark that plays to unders or plays to less runs. What I don't like is that it's pretty low on right now with plus money going to the under. So, I mean, this is one that I just think we could easily see like a 1-0 type of first 5 game here. I would like to maybe get a little bit more value on it, but right now that's where I'm looking on the board for an under.
Gary, and in your article on DK Nation, you liked the team total for the Nats.
I did, but let's go back to that Cleveland-Kansas City game, because I do think it's really interesting. And as Julian pointed out, this is a good pitching matchup. And to a lot of people, you'd say, okay, Shane Bieber, he's going to pull his weight. We're going to stay under 3.5 runs first 5 here. I really want to give a shout out to Brady Singer, who I think has been underrated and amazing so far this season. He did leave his last start. He was hit with a comebacker. All indications are he's fine. He's pitching on normal rest today, so everything seems like it's in order. Singer, in his last 4 starts, has held opponents to a 230 WOBA. And for the season as a whole, he's allowing just a 2% barrels per plate appearance rate. That is the lowest qualified mark in the American League. I don't think people are giving him enough credit for how well he's pitched. It's not like he doesn't have pedigree either. This is a former first-round pick. This is someone who should start coming into his own at this point in his career. Both of these offenses are in the lower half of the league in runs scored so far this season. And yeah, if Singer does his part, then you've got Shane Bieber on the other side. So I'm pretty confident this game stays under 3.5 runs first 5. So even at minus 122, I like it a lot.
All right, Jules, let's talk about like your favorite overall bet here. This could be like a total, a prop, really whatever. In the MLB, just give it to me.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Orioles first 5 for me. Just given the way that John Means is going right now, I think there's a pitching matchup there, a pitching advantage there that I really want to target early in that game. And, keep it to those first few rounds through the order and be done with it. So I'm going to go with O's first 5 as my favorite bet on the board for baseball today.
Gary, and your favorite bet on the board, what is it?
Well, you teed it up last time, so I got to talk about it now. Nationals over their team total of 3.5. Eric talked about it. If you don't want to bet Nationals money line, the reason you're not doing that is Eric Fetty. You just don't trust him, and that's understandable. The Braves have a fantastic offense. They've been hitting much better as of late. But for the Nationals to score 4 runs in this game, I think it's going to be relatively easy. I mean, Soto, again, is the big question mark. However, they've got so many guys you wouldn't expect to have amazing numbers against left-handed pitching so far this season. Josh Harrison's hit lefties really well. Starlin Castro has hit lefties really well. Ryan Zimmerman is still hitting lefties pretty well. I think they've got enough to get there, even if Soto doesn't play. And a lot of that, again, comes down to Max Fried, but it also comes down to Atlanta's bullpen. I think we think of this team as like a complete, awesome team. Over the last 2 weeks, Atlanta's bullpen has a 4.88 xFIP. That is the second highest mark in all of baseball. They're throwing a ton of innings because Drew Smyly can't work deep into games because Max Fried's been hurt. I just think as a pitching staff, they're in a bad spot right now, and I think the Nationals can take advantage.
All right, Eric, what is your favorite overall bet in the MLB? Tell me.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a prop for this one. I'm going to go under 4.5 strikeouts for Casey Mize. He's hit the over in just 4 of his 12 career starts, so he's already more likely than not to fail this one, at least based on his track record. And the situation here makes it even tougher for him. He's facing a Red Sox team that's the second best offense by WRC plus and the 5th best at avoiding strikeouts. So I don't think this is going to be an above average strikeout game for Mize here. Just a 17.4% strikeout rate this season. Was only at 19.5 last year in his debut and only 23.5 at AA in 2019, which hardly suggests that we're expecting him to come in and strike out a lot of guys. He does have talent. He has prospect pedigree, but it is not manifesting in a lot of strikeouts early. So I have no reason to believe he's going to suddenly have a high strikeout game out of nowhere against a team that doesn't strike out much.
All right, guys, before we let you go here, how about we give a little love to the DFS side of things? You give us your favorite DFS play for tonight. Gary, and who's it going to be?
Well, I talked a lot about liking the under in that Cleveland-Kansas City game, and Brady Singer was a huge part of that. If you look at the 10-game featured slate tonight, it almost seems like a misprint. I mean, Brady Singer is $5,500. There is a reasonable chance you can pencil in 4x value, and you might even get 5x value if he can somehow figure out a way to get the win in this game. I think this is entirely based on him going up against Shane Bieber. They're just taking a couple $1,000s away from a guy who has a low win expectancy. I get it. But again, Singer has pitched to the level of someone who should probably be over $8,000 on this slate. And you're getting him at 5.5. I think he's just a shoo-in.
All right. How about you, Eric? Who is your favorite DFS play for tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go with another pitcher who seems pretty underpriced with JT Brubaker. Similar reason to not like him in that he's going up against an ace in Yu Darvish, but that's the only reason to not like him tonight. At 6,900, he's the 12th most expensive pitcher. He's the 5th best in terms of points per game so far this season. And I think it's mostly for real. He's a guy I liked for season-long fantasy purposes heading into the year because he was slightly above average in strikeout, walk, and ground ball rates last year. Not many guys do all of those at once. And this year, they're all trending in the right direction. His cut his walk rate to just 4.4%, while his strikeout rates jumped to 26.5. And he's pitching in a very pitcher-friendly park in San Diego. And he's facing a lineup that really has not scored a lot of runs this season. The Padres are somewhat surprisingly 6th worst in runs per game. So I think there's a lot to like here outside of the fact that getting a win is tough. I think, as was mentioned with Brady Singer, I think there's a few quite good, quite cheap pitchers on this slate.
Jules, favorite DFS play for tonight? Who is it?
Yeah, and I haven't been playing a ton of MLB with NBA still in season. So as soon as I opened this slate, I was going to ask Garion, is there a mistake with Brady Singer, the guy that he went with? That's the immediate guy that I went to. I thought that there had to be at least $1,000 to $1,500 mistake on his salary. This dude opened the season, his opening day start. He was $8,700 against Texas. He's $5,500 against the Cleveland offense that we just mentioned. We like the under on. Garion said they're a bottom half of the league offense. Maybe he doesn't beat Bieber. He's an underdog, although we talked underdogs. I don't mind Kansas City at plus 140 either if you want an underdog play. So Singer could easily get the win here and get those 4 points that he's kind of being, priced down because he's not expected to get because of the matchup. But yeah, going up against Cleveland, like, this is a guy, he got 32 DraftKings points against Detroit. He got 22 and a half DraftKings points in his last start at home against Toronto. Way too underpriced. An easy guy to slot in at pitcher for me and just keep building your lineup. No brainer.
All right, good stuff. You three, appreciate the time as always. It is Wednesday, so I'm going to be joined by Kevin Roth for a weather update. That's coming up next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Hello to Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth. Kevin, it is Wild Weather Wednesday. Let's talk about how the weather could impact this week's MLB games and the Wells Fargo Championship on the PGA Tour. Okay, you ready to do that?
Yeah, let's dive right in.
Let's do it. Let's start with MLB. Any weather to worry about tonight?
I think so. I'm watching Boston, which I believe, Jesse, that's your neck of the woods, right?
It's gross here.
Yeah, it's disgusting all day long in Boston, but it will gradually get better tonight. I still think this game likely plays, but you're dealing with scattered off and on light rain. So they're going to have to make a decision. Do they want to play and get a little bit wet, or are they going to wave the white flag and surrender? There's a chance for a postponement here. My bet is they play, but just be cautious with that one before you start plugging in players. It's also cold in, the Northeast, Boston, in the Midwest, Minnesota, Chicago, those areas. You've got temperatures right around 50 degrees. You compare that to LA, San Diego, temperature of 70 degrees. That warm air is good for hitters. So target hitters in those warmer weather games, target pitchers in the colder weather games.
I try not to compare our weather with LA's around this time of the year just because it makes me very sad.
But good idea.
Yeah, but I get it. All right. Should we be keeping our eyes out for anything special weather-wise later this week into the weekend when we're looking at baseball DFS, other than the fact that it's a lot nicer on the West Coast?
Honestly, that's really the key takeaway, sadly, is I'm not looking at any games that are really looking like a washout here. Sure, there's chances for rain here and there across the country. But what I'm really noticing is the temperature trend, the cold air sticking around through the Midwest. So games in Chicago, games in Cleveland, those are going to be ones that you're going to focus on pitchers. And then, as I mentioned elsewhere, you can talk about stacking those hitters. But just in general, don't stack the bats if it's going to be in the 40s or 50s. That ball, that dense cold air, just doesn't allow the ball to carry very well. You don't get a lot of home runs.
All right. Well, are there any weather concerns for the Wells Fargo Championship that tees off tomorrow in North Carolina? Yes, it's the East Coast, but it is South. So
yes, there are some weather concerns, but I think this is going to be a win-win for us. I'm excited about this because you can get the best of both worlds. If you go Thursday morning golfers and Thursday afternoon golfers and Friday morning golfers, that's the way to go. On Thursday in the morning, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. not bad. But by the afternoon, it's less than 5 mile per hour winds, which is great. On Friday morning, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds, not bad. By the afternoon, it's 15 plus. So you want to avoid those peak winds, and you can do that by going Thursday afternoon golfers and Friday morning golfers. You will have a big edge on the field. Please do that.
So I was going to say, let's get your best weather-related DFS advice for this weekend's event at Quail Hollow, but was that it?
I think if you're talking about for the whole tournament, that's it. But a lot of people also, maybe the first couple days doesn't go well. They start doing the showdown slates. I love the showdown slates. And again, we can get a weather advantage into the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, the morning slate, the morning draw is going to be better for everybody. So get those early golfers in. They're going to be dealing with 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. By the afternoon, it's 20 mile per hour winds. You don't want those guys. Please, on showdown slates, take advantage of the weather, use the weather. You will find success if you do that.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Good stuff. As always, we're going to be talking hockey right after we hear from Jason Sobel on the Wells Fargo.
PGA Tour heads to Quail Hollow as it's time for the Wells Fargo Championship that is on the way. Let's talk about it with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. And Jason, right there at the top, obviously, you've got popular names that we're used to talking about. Of course, Justin Thomas, John Rahm, they both on the DK Sportsbook have better than plus 1,000 odds. So between the two, who are you going to lean towards?
Yeah, I'm kind of going with both. I mean, I'm not taking either one to win outright, but I like both of them this week. John Rahm has been a top 10 machine so far this season. I expect that to continue. Should be a really good course for him. The harder it plays this week, the better it is for John Rahm, who tends to play tough golf courses really, really well. We've seen that in the past. Justin Thomas, all he's doing is coming off a week at Innisbrook for the Valspar Championship, where he led the field in strokes gained tee to green, led the field in strokes gained approach shots, led the field in strokes gained off the tee, and yet finished in T13. And that's because he just didn't have his best stuff with the putter. And so if he can figure out that flat stick a little bit, watch out for JT on a golf course where, of course, he won his lone major championship, the PGA, back in 2017.
Just below Thomas and Rahm, you have, of course, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau plus 1,400, and then you have Xander Schauffele at plus 1,600. We haven't seen either of those two since the Masters. It's been a little while. So if you had to pick one with the greater upside this week, who is it?
Bryson DeChambeau regularly has the greater upside, really over anybody you could ask me about, Adam. There's a tremendous ceiling for Bryson on a regular basis, and this should be a good course for him. This is a course that favors guys who drive it a long way and putt really well, and it takes out that approach shot just a little bit. Over the years, the approach shot stat has not mattered as much at Quail Hollow as it has at some other golf courses. That tends to favor Bryson, who's got two really good clubs in his bag. One's a driver, one's a putter. So this should be a course that suits his game really well this week.
How about this trio? We have Victor Hovland, Rory McIlroy, and Webb Simpson, all plus 1,800 on the DK Sportsbook. It would seem that Rory would be the favorite of the group, I would think, just because of the course history, but do you see it differently?
That's another tough one. You're good at asking these questions, Adam. You should do this
well, they're well prepared for me, I promise you.
Look, I like all three of these guys, too. Webb Simpson lives right off the 7th hole at Quail Hollow. He nails this golf course better than anybody. Rory McIlroy, all he's done is 2 wins, 7 top 10s, and 9 career starts at this golf course. And Victor Hovland coming off a top 5 last week at Innisbrook, and this course should fit his eye as well. So I like all three of these guys. If I got to pick between all of them, going back and forth, give me Webb Simpson, just based on the course knowledge and based on the fact that he seems like he's due for a title contention. But honestly, Adam, I like all three of these guys. Great question, though.
Thank you. Again, credit to our producers because I'm not writing them. How about Max Homa, who is the defending champ here, plus 3,500, and it's not any of those higher odds guys we talked about. Again, Homa coming in as the defending champ. So is he someone that you like, given, of course, recency bias to some degree, or is there someone with better odds that stands out to you?
Yeah, I do like Max Homa this week. I think that coming off that win from 2019, that's really given him a boost over the last 2 years. We've seen him, of course, win the Genesis Invitational in LA, his hometown, at Riviera earlier this year, and then played really well, got into another title contention last week. So playing some really strong golf right now. I do like him this week. Other guys in that area, sort of similar odds. I like Cameron Tringali, another guy who contended last week. And then Brian Harmon, who's got 4 consecutive finishes of 13th or better. Watch out for Harmon. I really like him this week.
This is where I ask you the very basic questions I could absolutely come up with on my own. Like, what kind of long shots do you like this week?
Okay, so I did my Action Network podcast last night with Justin Ray, the stats guru from the 15th Club. And Justin's the one that told me this is a course where driving it straight and driving it long helps a lot, and then putting helps. And so I went out to Fantasy Labs, which is part of the Action Network, and I typed in, okay, I want 25% in a model. I want 25% long-term strokes gained off the tee. I want 25% short-term strokes gained off the tee, 25% short-term putting, 25% long-term putting. Figured it all out. It spit out Vince Whaley, and I said, oh, okay, well, this thing doesn't really make any sense. And I looked at Vince Whaley, and I said, he's finished in the top 40 in 6 straight events. Very sneaky, under the radar. I don't know that Vince Whaley is going to go out and win this golf tournament, but if you're looking for a guy who's maybe a top 20, top 30 type of play, who is under the radar and has a nice price next to his name, he fits everything we're looking for this week. So why not Vince Whaley?
Just so you know, listening to those numbers for a second, I turned into the Zach Galifianakis hangover gif. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yes.
All right. How about someone that you want to avoid, someone you're fading this week?
Yeah, Patrick Cantlay has missed the cut in 3 of his last 4 starts. I went back to find exactly how he played after the last time he missed 2 cuts. Well, I had to go back to 2014. It doesn't happen very often. So maybe we don't necessarily look for Patrick Cantlay to miss the cut once again, but clearly not playing his best golf right now. He's good enough. He's an elite level player, can turn it around in a hurry, but I'm going to hold off on Patrick Cantlay until I see something a little more positive from him moving forward.
Finally, Jason, of course, it's the Wells Fargo Championship. So who is your Wells Fargo champion?
I am going with a member at Quail Hollow, and it's not Webb Simpson. I'm going deep this week, Adam. I'm going with a guy with some pretty big odds next to his name. Harold Varner III has yet to win on the PGA Tour, but if and when he does, it's going to be a very popular victory amongst the public and amongst his fellow players. Very popular type of guy, fun guy to watch play golf. I think he's ready to put it all together. He was T2 in his last start at the RBC Heritage just a couple of weeks ago on his home course at Quail Hollow. I think he can make it happen this week. It would be a tremendous story.
The YOLO pick. I'm here for it. Jason Sobel, Action Network. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Welcome back to The Sweat, everybody. I'm here with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Guys, it is time for NHL opening face-off. We're going to choose between DFS and sportsbook plays on tonight's 9-game NHL slate. So after back-to-back nights of having exposure to Connor McDavid, the Oilers are off tonight. All right, Avs center Nathan McKinnon is $1,600 more expensive than anyone else. So we're going to slide down the board a little bit here and look at the Rangers' Mika Zibanejad, who comes in at $7,600. And Winnipeg Jets center Mark Scheifele, he's $300 cheaper. I mean, Jeff, do either of these guys interest you, or is this the type of night where you want to pay down at center?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we're talking about the slate, it's going to come to, fruition that I kind of like paying down at center. We're going to be talking about some higher end defensemen and stuff like that, some guys on the wing who are cheap as well. But, McKinnon is fine. I'm not going to make an argument against paying up for Nathan McKinnon. But if you do want to pay up at other positions, I think there's a couple players under 7K specifically. Zibanejad, fine. Scheifele is a guy I just almost never pay up over 7K for. He just doesn't get enough shots on goal. But Elias Lindholm at 6,300, I think, is very attractive tonight. This is a guy who can get you the shots on goal bonus and a goal. He's done it a couple times in his last 10 starts. He's just very consistent. The Flames have kind of piled on their top line, all their talent. They're playing the Jets as well. This is a big game. I mean, Calgary's probably out of the playoff spot, but they really need to win tonight as well to have any chance. And realistically, Winnipeg's just played poorly. I really like going after the Calgary top line. I think Lindholm is very good value, and I think Ryan O'Reilly at under 7K is too. So all things considered, I like paying down tonight.
Paul, you want to pay down here?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff on this one. I think I'll stay away from Zibanejad because the Rangers' offense is depleted, and I think their focus is going to be a little bit off as a result of that little fiasco on Monday night. So I'm a little more interested in Mark Scheifele this evening because he's got one of the key leaders for a Jets team that is desperately motivated to snap a long losing streak. I think special teams could be a big factor in a game between two physical clubs like these two, and it could be the tonic that finally helps Winnipeg snap that streak. And I agree with Jeff's thought on Ryan O'Reilly. He's a guy that's been on a tear with 11 points and 10 in the last 10 games played by the Blues, and finally ramping up and getting ready for the playoffs after stumbling earlier on. They'll be motivated by a chance to secure a final playoff spot, and their captain's going to lead the way, I do believe. And they get a favorable matchup against a weak Anaheim club this evening as well. If you're also looking for a cheaper guy than any of us has thought about so far, I like Joel Eriksson-Ek for only $4,100, a key part of the high-scoring offense in Minnesota. He's got 8 points in his last 10 games played, and the Wild is looking awfully good in the last 3 weeks.
Okay, well, at wing, guys, we got question marks at the top of the board on the status of some top options here. Alex Ovechkin seems more unlikely to play than Max Pacioretty, who's listed day-to-day by Vegas. Let's just go ahead and avoid that uncertainty and look at two guys coming off really good performances. Minnesota's Kevin Fiala has at least a goal and an assist in each of his last 3 games. Dallas Stars forward Tyler Seguin scored the game-tying goal in a 5-4 OT loss to Florida in his first game action of the season. Both these guys are 6,100 tonight. Paul, are they worth a look in your book?
I really like Fiala's price point tonight, coming off a white-hot stretch that dates back a lot longer than you noted. 13 points in his last 10 games played. He's been a consistent scorer for the Wild for a heck of a long time. On Sagan's notes, I see that he played only his first game of the season earlier this week. Obviously a key part of the Stars offense, but I'm a little reluctant to play either guy this evening, truth be told, because they face top-end opponents this evening. Instead, I'm looking at Blake Wheeler, the captain of the Jets, priced at only $5,900, and he's picked up 7 points in his last 10 outings, much of that during the Jets' recent slump that we've noted. He's very comfortable with the physical tone of a game that is likely to happen with the Flames and will be highly motivated tonight to get this team off the schneid. And one other interesting winger is Jake Batherson, who's priced at only $5,300. He's feasted on the matchup against Montreal all year long, and his club has enjoyed playing the spoiler role in the North Division on the whole. He and the Sens are, in fact, winning the season series against their closest geographic neighbors.
Jeff, what do you think? You don't like these guys and the matchups they have? You looking elsewhere?
No, yeah, definitely. I'm pretty much on the same page here. Just two matchups that, Tampa Bay, Vegas. I mean, if I'm going to pick between Seguin and Fiala, it's definitely going to be Fiala. Dallas Stars offense just kind of can really be hit or miss, and Seguin a couple games back. Fiala's been on fire, though. A guy you don't really even have to stack sometimes just because he's just more of a pure goal scorer, gets moved around the lines a bit. I like paying up for Philip Forsberg tonight. It's only his 3rd game back, but, Nashville in a dogfight for a playoff spot. Forsberg is another player who just, he can pop off 6-7 shots on goal and a goal or an assist or something. Columbus is terrible. So you're paying up a little bit more, but the matchup is so much better here. I also don't hate David Perron at 6,700. I would choose Forsberg. Both those guys have terrific matchups, much better than Fiala and Seguin. And if you're paying down for a guy, I'm going to stick with this Calgary theme. I think this Winnipeg-Calgary game, as Paul's alluded to as well, is a good one to target. Johnny Gaudreau, 4,800. I mean, he's averaging over a point per game over his last 10 games. We know this is a player who can get hot as well. For this price, going up against the Winnipeg team, who just cannot keep the puck out of their net right now, Gaudreau is a great value.
All right, we usually don't like to pay up too much at defense in this segment, but is this perhaps the night to do it? Coyotes D-man Jacob Chychrun has turned into a fantasy point machine, averaging 18.1 fantasy points per game over his last 10. Now he's at the top of the defenseman price bracket. He's 7,300. Right below him, 7,200 is Nashville's Roman Josi, fresh off a 35.7 fantasy point performance in his last game. Are you going to be spending cash on the blue line tonight, Jeff?
Yeah, it really does kind of feel like you should probably get exposure to one of these guys. They both have really good matchups. Well, Josie's is probably a little bit better. The Kings do have still a decent power penalty kill, but Chychrun, it doesn't even really matter. I mean, this guy's just firing the puck at will, leads defensemen in goals scored, and he's kind of in a race for that title as well with Darnell Nurse. So I don't really expect Chychrun and the Coyotes to just dial him back here as the season goes on. Now, they could get eliminated tonight, I do believe I'm saying that correctly, but I don't really think it matters. I mean, I think Chychrun's going to be playing a ton towards the end of the year. So I would probably lean him over Josie, even though Josie has a bit better matchup. Chikrin is just like it's almost like getting a scoring winger there. So one thing you could consider doing is paying up for both guys too. I kind of alluded to this, but these guys have been such good high-end point producers that you can pay down maybe for like the Ottawa first line or the Calgary first line and save money there, and then pay up for both these guys. Maybe pay down goalie. The only other defenseman I'll bring up who's played really well late, Jeff Petrie, 5,900. Great matchup tonight against Ottawa. He's got 3 assists in his last games. He's been more of a power play producer of late. So Petrie is the guy if you're going to pay down, but realistically, I kind of like getting exposure to one of those top 2 guys tonight.
Paul, what do you think? You want to pay up on the blue line?
You know what? This year I've had great success punting on the defense on the whole, and including 2 tournament wins last week. So I'm going to stick with that theme. I'm going to go value hunting tonight. And I find great value in a couple of players that we haven't talked about. Ryan Ellis, for instance, plays a ton of minutes in all situations for the Predators, comes into this game with 7 points in his last 10 games. He'll only cost you $5,700. Another guy who's been a key piece for his team and also has 7 points in his last 10 outings. It's Alex Goligoski of the Coyotes. His price is a bargain at $4,400 because I like his matchup against the visiting LA Kings.
All right, skipping ahead to our final question, Paul, what is your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Well, I'm looking at the Senators Canadiens game. The Sens have given the Canadiens fits all season long and actually lead their head-to-head matchup on the year. While I know the Ottawa club is not going to the playoffs, they would like nothing more than to stick it to the Habs one more time tonight. So I would certainly be on the puck line, taking them as a 1.5 goal underdog and a plus 133 on the money line as the home dog tonight. That's a tasty one for me.
Jeff, your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Yeah, I like that money line bet on the Senators. I'm going to go to the Blues, though. The Blues can basically clinch tonight with a win. They're playing the Ducks again. The Ducks are terrible. St. Louis has won 5 of their last 6 games. Take them on the puck line. Plus 105, minus 1.5 to cover. I think the Blues just blow out the Ducks tonight. They get it done. I really like that puck line bet.
All right, thanks, you two. Appreciate the time. We are on to the NBA next. The Sweat. We'll be right back.
Well, Wild Weather Wednesday. Welcome on back, everybody. It's great to see you. And that was a lot of W words to get us started. He's Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. We've got wind for this next simulation, which we are, of course, very excited about, as we always are. We'll get into all the specifics, our lineups, all that good stuff. But ZT, how are you, man?
Doing good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Doing well. Nothing crazy. A little running around this morning, but I'm here. I've made it. We're together.
Glad you made it back.
You know, I almost called this free roll the, Mad Matinee, Zach Thompson, where have you been all my life? Because it feels like forever since we've worked together.
Yeah, well, I was off last week, and today's Tuesday or Wednesday. I was on a sim on Monday, but I was off Tuesday as well to work on some other projects. But back and ready to go. One today, one tomorrow for me, and look forward to this one with you. In the wind, I think it's going to be one that moves pretty quickly because both these teams like to run the ball.
So yesterday was the re-entry sim for you. Today, that means all the rust is shaken off.
That's right.
You're ready to go. Yesterday was just a warm-up act. Now we are into it, and we're, of course, getting ready to take you on out to virtual Tennessee, Nissan Stadium in Nashville for these Cowboys and Titans again in the wind on a Wild Weather Wednesday. What do you think? What are you anticipating?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's going to be run heavy. I think we're going to get a pretty fast moving game because it is going to be a lot of running, very few incomplete passes. Neither team likes to shoot the ball deep anyway. Mm-hmm. So they like those short passes. I expect a lot of those high completion rates. We'll see. It just depends on the Titans have very inconsistent secondary play. I could see Amari Cooper getting loose for a big gain or two. But I do expect it to be relatively low scoring, which is why I did something with my lineup that I don't normally do. I stacked the defenses. I went with both of them.
Okay.
And I know you don't play defenses, so I knew that would definitely make our lineups pretty different. And then I also went with a little bit of a contrarian captain's pick. And maybe this is overreaction because in my sim on Monday, I played, I was with Rossi, and over 80% of the people had the same captain. So I was like, I'm not doing that. I want a different captain. So I went with Zeke instead of Derrick Henry as my captain. I do have Derrick Henry in my lineup, but not in that captain's.
Well, you are correct. It is rare that I will play a defense. I don't think I ever stack the defenses. So I'm absolutely starting behind the 8 ball with you in the standings. There's no question about that.
Three of us
seconds in and getting ready to get going. So what's your full lineup look like? As obviously lineups have long since locked.
Yeah. In our small group, our smaller DK SimFam sim, there are 3 people that stacked the defenses. Me, Todd, one, and Rick James. So the 3 of us have 20 fantasy points to start with both defenses. Nobody stacked the defenses and went with one in the captain spot. But that's how we start this one. My full lineup is those 2 defenses, Zeke in my captain spot, Derrick Henry, Dak Prescott, and the newest, well, not anymore, but a new New England Patriot, Jonnu Smith.
Yes. So I decided to go with, as typical, I don't take weather into account when I'm making my lineups. I did decide a little reluctantly, at least on the Dallas side, to fade both quarterbacks, but that's what I did for a little bit more balance. So Michael Gallup is my captain, only 3% captain there in our smaller contest with 149 entries, the Madden Matinee. Too bad all the Cowboys defense from the draft isn't available here. That would help, obviously, with the 8 draft picks taken on the defensive side of the ball out of the 11 total, including the first 6 for the boys. We can get into some of that if we want. Gallup is in a quarter of lineups, including, of course, mine. Derrick Henry, Ezekiel Elliott, both incredibly chalky. In fact, the ownership numbers are just absurd on these guys. So Derrick Henry, 26% in the captain spot, 92% overall. 92%. And then we've got Zeke at about 84%. He is 23% in the captain slot. I also have Jonnu Smith. I have Corey Davis. And then Greg the Leg, Greg Zuerlein, maybe a little bit risky in the wind, but we'll see how it goes. He's in a quarter of lineups.
Yeah, he was somebody that I looked at too. I like that play. Didn't end up with him in my lineup, but he was in a few of my earlier builds. One guy who was not in either of my earlier builds, and I doubt yours either, that was Kerry Blasingame, who just had a carry there for a first down. Derrick Henry going the wrong way, but Blasingame was able to get that first down. which set up this new set of downs for the Titans.
Again, we are scoreless. About 2 minutes gone by here in the opening quarter with Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman. We've got a great and elite crew. Producer Jordan, Drew, our technical director, and we've got Cobra K, Tate, and Ops. Good to see all of them. Good to see all of you here in the chat. In fact, I need to catch up in the chat and see what's going on, see what the people are talking about. It's good to have everybody here. Abby Rizzokoff's digital versatile disc collection wall, the last blockbuster. 3rd and 3 on the way.
True.
John Smith on that last grab right
Here's
there.
our boy.
New Patriot, as you said. Not the newest. In fact, he was the first of the new guard. He was that first free agent signing, which was followed by, what, 18 more? Something like that by the Patriots. Just absolutely absurd. And that ball tipped and unfortunately unable to hang on to it. So 4th and 3 from the 46. We will have ourselves a punt here.
I would hope they're not going to. There's no way the 63-yard field goal in the wind, right?
I mean, I wouldn't even do that in a dome, let alone in the wind.
Unless it's behind you, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
We are going to get the punt. We'll see how the wind affects that. And wow, it might have been behind him because it landed in the stands, I think.
Jordan notes in Simland, and I know you like to keep track of this stuff as well. Cowboys 28 and 13 here in Madden 21, and the Titans are 25 and 18.
Yeah, both teams pretty solid. Playoff contenders in these Sims. The Cowboys obviously benefiting from the lack of injuries in Madden 21. We don't really do the injury thing, so all those guys that they lost as the season went on and ended up with Ben DiNucci as their quarterback as a result. All those guys are available here, so you get Dak all the time. You do get Zeke, who missed some time as well, and all those offensive linemen that they struggled once they went down with injuries. So nice for them to be fully healthy.
You just brought something up, if I may. A question for the people, for you, for our crew, but mainly for the chat. And I preface this by saying, no matter what you say, I have no power any greater than a line of communication that maybe you out there don't have. That's all I can offer you here in this regard. But I am curious. If there were one thing that you would alter about these Madden simulations, because you're very used to them, obviously, the year plus that we've been doing it, Madden 20 to Madden 21, you're familiar with our settings, the 8-minute quarters, arcade mode, the lack of injuries. There's been some evolution, obviously, in the settings since the very beginning when it was 6-minute quarters and simulation mode and things along those lines. Never mind the number of sims, obviously. But if there was one thing that you would change, I know what mine would be, and I want to hear all of yours. Mine would be, and I guess it would be getting off of arcade mode so that we went to simulation mode or something like that, because these two things kind of go hand in hand. I'd like to see injuries. I'd like the unpredictability of injuries to know that, hey, you know what? Like maybe a starting quarterback might go down today, and that backup quarterback ridiculous play that somebody rostered could actually, come to fruition. That would be if I were to make a tweak, that would be a tweak that I would be interested in for, just for, like, even if it was like an alternate setting Saturday, or whatever we wanted to build it. We got Wild Weather Wednesday, alternate setting Saturday where injuries can happen in Simland.
Yeah, and again, just so we're clear, because there is, there is information out there that says injuries are on, which is correct. The injuries are on. There is a setting in Madden that injuries on off. They are on. However, when you are in arcade mode, the settings are they
just don't happen.
They just don't happen, right? Because the whole idea of arcade mode is it's exciting. There's big plays. There's fewer incompletions. There's more turnovers. There's more big yardage gains, and you get more of those when the highest rated players are in the game, not when the highest rated players are hurt, which is why you cannot in arcade mode they just don't happen, even though the injury settings are on. So that would be an interesting tweak. I would be interested to see how that impacts for sure. The number one thing for me, and I know that this is something that we've talked about, and it's a lot of logistic work, so taking all that and putting that aside, is the roster updates. I think having players on the right teams and on the right spots on the depth charts for those teams would be the number one way to improve it for me. And then having some way, and again, I understand there's a lot of work because I did a lot of it, where that would continue to change and adjust from week to week as players' ratings change and all of that.
So we have Bazooks24 on Twitch says, enter players Madden overalls on the DK app for Madden contests. Devin says, freak injury Friday. Tis it's odd. Love you, man. Says, elevate Koff to his rightful place as king of all Sims. Someone else said, wonder if lineups. Could be fun to see some hypothetical trades. That I can promise you would be way too much work for the production crew. I like the idea, Mike Bizzle. It just, think about obviously the effort goes into just updating the rosters on a permanent basis. Never mind like random days.
Switching it all for 1 week.
Yeah, where you put Patrick Mahomes on the I don't even know, the Bears, alternate universe or whatever.
Mitchell Trubisky was not drafted by the Bears. They picked Mahomes, and Trubisky ended up in Kansas City. And that does take a lot of work just for a short and then temporary, and then you put it back.
Chris here alludes to one that I was going to go to. Chris says, I wonder if a second string game would be interesting. I would love to see.
Look at this formation. This is interesting. Let's just.
Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah,
you see that? They've done that a few times. I've seen that twice with the Titans.
Henry, though, huh?
Yeah, I've seen that a few times with the Titans. They move about half the offensive line to the outside there, almost like the swinging door play, and then they line up somebody over there. But then neither time have they thrown to that person. The 2 times I've seen them do that, they then run right up the middle. But I guess the theory is you moved all your offensive linemen over there, so the defense shifts to that side as well, which does open up lanes in the middle. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure we called attention to that.
A couple people say, turn off accelerated clock. Neville cleanup hitter is chanting whatever they wrote. I would love to have, second stringers across the board, where all of a sudden, your tight end 2 is your tight end 1, your wide receiver 5 is your wide receiver 2. I don't really care about stuff like that. But I would love to have a day where you have the backup quarterback start. Welcome back, everybody, here on this Wild Weather Wednesday with Zach Thompson. I am Adam Kaufman. We are about to make the turn toward quarter number 3. I'm kidding. You missed nothing. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't freak out. It's 17-10. No, we're still scoreless through one quarter, obviously. Dallas and Tennessee, you have missed nothing. I see some of the people obviously frustrated by technical issues, and I get it. Believe it or not, it's not the most fun thing in the world for us to have tech issues, most especially our production crew. So we appreciate their patience and hard work to get us going again, and we appreciate your patience as we are in quarter number 2. At least those of you not named Chris Adams who expressed any level of patience whatsoever. Chris here My goodness, if I could read all these, Chris. It's to paraphrase, because I don't have the comment handy. It's scrolled on through, but Chris said something to the effect of, these guys have been doing this over a year. They're still having issues. Let me ask you a question, Chris, and anybody else who feels that way. How long have you had the internet? Okay, that's a relevant question, because I'm wondering if it's ever buffered before, or ever, gone down in a rainstorm. Sometimes stuff just doesn't work. Occasionally, you have a power outage. Technology doesn't always cooperate. This isn't, we don't know what we're doing right now. It's sometimes stuff just doesn't work. I
appreciate that
your refrigerator ever make a noise? It's not because you haven't figured out how to open and close the door, or, oh wait, is it plugged in? No, yeah, it still is. It's just occasionally maybe the motor, the fan, the belt stops working and you need a new piece. This is occasionally the kind of stuff that happens. Chris says, Adam, I'm in management. I would get fired for a hell of a lot less than the trouble you all have in The Sims. I know you're a great guy, but do you ever, go an entire week without trouble? Well, listen, I'm married with 3 kids. I never go a week without getting into trouble. I can promise you that, for starters. Secondly, as far as the tech stuff just happens, man. It's just the way it is. I mean, it stinks, and I do apologize, mainly, on behalf of obviously the company and everybody involved. It's I can't apologize on a personal level because I have nothing to do with it. But here's the thing. Neither does our production crew. Some things are just out of your hands. I mean, we can all blame Samir like we tend to do when things go wrong.
That's true.
But he's not even working today. He's like Dante and Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yup.
I mean,
and
I
the
think
touchdown for John
Smith. Some level of patience before future, real life Patriot, but future on-field Patriot John Smith is going to start to blow up the sim.
There we go. John Smith is here for your complaints, and he's not going to take them anymore.
Gordon says, our producer, coughing me great working for customer service for Xfinity.
How long have you had the internet? At least you didn't go, how long have you had electricity?
Right.
Does it ever go out?
Yeah. I mean, you know what I run into sometimes, Chris, or anyone else in my basement? We've got recessed lighting. Occasionally I'll flip the switch and I don't know, 1 out of the 6 doesn't go on. Turns out need a new bulb. It's not like the house broke.
Have we not figured out this house thing?
Yeah, we don't need an electrician. I just need to replace the bulb. Occasionally there are tech issues. Occasionally there are problems impacted by the weather. I don't know what the weather situation is for everyone involved in our production crew, as we all are sitting here fully remote.
Yeah, we're all remote too. So it's the weather.
It's raining
not just
outside
here.
my door right now.
Same here.
Golf Fanatic, we had a weather delay, folks. Yeah, on a Wild Weather Wednesday, it got a little too windy for the production staff.
Perfect.
Jordan, imagine talking to customer service and they say it's not like the house broke. I sometimes, and Chris, obviously I'm targeting you, and it's not personal, and I like to think you know that. But these things, like some of these comments from you or anyone else, but again, I'm obviously targeting you. But they just make me laugh. They just at this point in time, they just make someone, and it's a joke, obviously. But a couple people wrote in the chat before when we were down, producer Madison would never. I'm quite sure we had plenty of tech difficulties when Madison was here too. It wasn't well, you guys need a better producer because this stuff never happened under Madison, or someone else saying I'm pretty sure the last time we had tech issues, Koff was on the call for that one too. You're right. These things follow me around. It's unavoidable. You guys are really screwed for the 4 o'clock sim coming up. I would just wait and come back for the 6. Imagine what we have in store for that one. We'll be lucky if we even get started on time. 7-0 Tennessee.
Johnny Smith on the touchdown. if you missed it. But we were here for it. That's Michael Gallup, who is your captain, if I remember all the way back to that discussion, which seems like a very long 30 minutes ago. 2 catches for Gallup.
It's 2:30. Why aren't we at halftime yet?
I know. Seriously, are we there yet?
Flash is hyped for the NFL draft. That is a long username. It says hashtag dislikes for crust smugness.
What can we do to earn your like back?
Yeah. How can we turn those frowns upside down?
That's right. You need more wind? It's windy in
There's
Tennessee
a wind in the
here.
sim.
Yeah, there is. Wind knocked us right off there for a few minutes. But we're
cough.
back now.
If and when I win, there will be no hard feelings. I'm rooting for you. All of you.
Every single one of you. There's another catch for Gallup. Very involved on this drive. They remembered they had him.
Robbie Noble. Don't pay attention to the ignorant people, Adam. No. I mean, everybody has a voice here. It's only when your voice gets inappropriate or crude or something like that you get put in timeout or worse yet banned. But you just want, people want to be critical or whatever else. That's fine. That's totally fine in the chat. We can live with that.
Yep. We usually do.
It's a lot of blaming of Ducey. Guys, he's not even here yet. He's on for the next one. Blame him then.
Right. So he's on the 4 o'clock with you. What do you guys have for that one? I think it's rain, right? Rain game?
We have the Rams and Giants. Rumor has it Ducey showing up with a fresh haircut, I'm told. So, we got that going for us. As far as the weather, honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know. But I'm happy to look that up and provide it for you. Chris says, okay, Adam, I'm an adult. I will apologize, but I want to ask you a question, and I want you to give me your honest answer, if that's okay. If I'm capable of answering it, Chris, I'm happy to. Send it on over, because we got a 3rd and 5 picked up out to
the
he
dropped it.
Passing. Oh, no. No, he got it.
They're going to give it to him?
1st and 10, yeah. The next snow in the virtual Meadowlands. Snow.
Okay,
in fact, the remaining weather today, never mind the games, the commentators, the weather, it goes snow, rain, snow, snow. So that is what you have in front of you.
2 virtual snow games from the Meadowlands, as you call them, or MetLife Stadium, as other people call it.
Sure.
Depends on if you want to go with the official naming rights. But yeah, 2 of those, because the Jets play tonight in the snow as well. They're hosting the Saints.
Ryan C.
Drew Brees in the snow. What could go wrong? Blake Jarwin, another catch.
Ryan says, cough in the weight loss guru? Where the bleep do I sign? Sorry, I'm late. Well,
hey, glad you're here.
As much as you might normally have.
That's true. That is true. You picked a good day to roll in a little bit late.
Yeah.
If there is such a thing. We're still just 2 minutes ahead of halftime. 1 touchdown in the game so far. It was Jonnu Smith. We'll see if the Cowboys can answer and tie this up before halftime. Prescott in the shotgun. Got time. Got a man. It's your man.
Captain Gallup. I wasn't sure about that. That was the play that I was least certain about today, and threw him in the captain slot. And there we go.
There
Michael
he
Gallup.
is.
Touchdown. Mike Bizzle coming in hot. Cough, your Bruins looked like trash last night. What are your playoff expectations? Man, I mean, I wouldn't even say the Bruins looked like trash. The defense wasn't great. They had a goalie who hadn't played in a month in Halak, who blew multiple 1-goal leads in the 3rd period. They lost in overtime, still picked up a point. The offense was generally clicking. They left some stuff out there. I mean, they're a cup contender, Mike. I mean, I'm not going to say that the Celtics are a championship contender. I'm not ready to go to that length on the Red Sox. I'm certainly, not going to call the Patriots that on paper, but the Bruins right now are a Stanley Cup contender. There is no disputing it. The moves they made at the trade deadline, they have clicked. Taylor Hall's been awesome. Lazard's been good. Riley, when he's been available, has been good. They right now are obviously the top line's incredible. Second line now that Hall's there with Krejci and Smith. I mean, they're locked in, man. That's a good team. They've won 10 out of 13 points in 11. One game in Jersey on the second leg of a back-to-back with a goalie who wasn't clearly rusty.
Yeah, and it wasn't awful. Like you said, they did get a point out of it. It's not what you want, but
right.
It's like a 7-7 sim at the 2-minute warning. It's not what we wanted. I mean, we want 45 points in the first half, but we'll take this.
Abby Rizzle says Koff is the best facer of the Fury. If what you mean by that is bring all your complaints and hate to me, then you are correct. Let's go.
Wait, you want all? I don't want everybody's complaints and fury.
I'll take all of them. Let's have a Festivus, guys. Whatever's on your mind, bring it on over to me. We got a whole half to go. And you know what? If we have another tech issue, it might take that much longer. So whatever it is, let's hear from you.
All right, there we go. Open up the floodgates.
Mike says, Koff, Ducey was on the nooner with BK. Come more prepared, buddy. I got to know Ducey's schedule by heart. Plus, I keep telling you Ducey's coming up next. I haven't said Ducey hasn't been on already today.
So is he getting a haircut between sims? That's pretty cool.
I guess, yeah. I mean, he's got the window. He's got the time.
I like it.
Trigger here says, wait, jumped on me. Koff is the best equipped to deal with that fiasco. Hashtag father skills. Yeah, we're going to turn this sim right around. You guys get all out of whack. Chris, again, Adam, can I ask you a question? You be completely honest. Chris, I already said yeah when you asked that before. What's your question, man? I'm here.
You got to ask the question.
You got to ask is that your question? Because if that's yes.
Can I ask you a question?
You bet.
Can I ask you a question?
Who's next?
No, that was the question.
Yeah, who's next?
You just did. What do you mean? Oh.
Base pops. Grab a pen, Koff, because I got a lot of problems with you people. All right. Bring them on. I'm here.
We would like them, what do you want, alphabetically or by order of importance?
Jim's still living in my. How long have you had the internet? Yeah, well, what can I tell you?
Johnny Smith with another catch there.
Keep smashing that like, guys. Closing in on 150. Let's get there.
This is our first sim together since the draft.
Oh, but yeah. Can we get your thoughts on the draft?
Well, I was going to say, what are your thoughts on Mac Jones? Because I think that, to the two of us anyway, as noted, we always go back to the Patriots commentators here.
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't have played out any better for the Patriots to not have to move up and still get a quarterback to fall to them. I think it was perfect for them, and I really like what they did with the rest of their draft as well. I do wish they would have addressed wide receiver a little bit more, but I feel like that's always the case. Well, they did. They drafted Nixon towards the end.
Yeah, the 7th round in the farewell Ernie Adams pick. That's exactly all that was. I mean, that's they took Julian Edelman in the 7th round, and granted, he's a future Hall of Famer and all, as I like to talk about around here, but most guys aren't that in the 7th round, as we know. So I hope Trey Nixon proves me wrong. I don't have high hopes, and he could be anybody. He could be random name X. He's a 7th round pick.
Yeah, at least they did something. But yeah, that was the only qualm I had with the Patriots draft specifically. As far as the draft as a whole, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it like I do every year. Lots of exciting potential to see teams try and fill holes. And I thought there were some teams that did a lot. I think the Bears are definitely more interesting now than they were before with Justin Fields now there. There's a lot we can go into depending on where you want to go with that. But sure. I always enjoy the draft and enjoy both the run-up to it and then trying to figure out what teams are doing. And I enjoy the team building piece of that. I know we talk a lot of that when I'm on these sims as far as who's where and what we can expect in the future. I mean, is Jeremy Sprinkle the key to this Cowboys offense? We can talk about. No, he is on the Cowboys now, but he is not. But we can talk about all that kind of stuff. I enjoy that kind of discussion as we see the Cowboys out here to hopefully get some points on the board before halftime after the field goal from the Titans.
So real quick, we got about 40 seconds left in the half, and I want to get to a lot of the different stuff that you brought up, obviously related to the Patriots, the draft in general. There's so much we can get into, clearly. And like we said, we have plenty of time to do it. Chris, just so you know that I'm not avoiding you because I see you writing in the chat. To be perfectly frank with you, and I'm not going to read all your comments here out loud on the stream. People can look back in the chat, excuse me, if they want. It's really this is more of a, and I say this in the politest way possible, this is really more of a you situation. It just doesn't involve everyone else who's watching and listening and in the chat and whatnot. It delves into specific situations with your lineups and previous contests and whatnot. What I would encourage that you do, if you haven't already, is reach out to DraftKings customer service, the DK assist, DK_assist on Twitter, customer experience team. There's an email address. I mean, just reach out, express your concerns, express your questions, and hopefully we can get some answers. I am just not capable of answering your questions. I'm not avoiding your questions. I don't have the answers is what it boils down to. So I do apologize. We are nearing the half here. So with regard to Mac Jones first, to start where you started.
Yep.
I like the pick. I like what I tweeted that night was something to the effect of, this is how I felt about it, was I like more what the pick stands for than the pick itself. Okay? Like, I would have preferred, if they felt so inclined, that the Patriots trade up and draft Justin Fields. I just like Justin Fields better than I like Mac Jones. I don't love Mac Jones as a player. I think that he fits very nicely into the Patriots system, and the things that he does well are the things that Bill Belichick covets in a quarterback. He's accurate, doesn't make mistakes, doesn't really, the deep ball's not that important to Bill. He doesn't throw one particularly well. He's a really, at least what we saw at Alabama in a pro-style offense, he is an excellent, at elite level, at least in college, elite level game manager, as we have a Gostkowski field goal here to make it 13-7 in favor of Tennessee, final 10 seconds here of the opening half. But I think the upside for a guy like Fields is higher. I would have preferred Fields. That being said, I just like that the Patriots took a quarterback and said, you know what, and I'm not saying this is Bill Belichick's mindset, but this, for me, the mindset of a fan, they acknowledged, look, we have uncertainty at this position. We don't know what Cam Newton's going to be. We certainly, even if Cam Newton is great this year, he's not our long-term solution. So, this is a position that we need to address. And I truly don't believe, like there have been some talking heads out there saying that, this is the guy Bill Belichick wanted all along, and how perfect, he fell right to him, and what a steal to get Mac Jones at 15. And this is for you, Jordan Lindenbaum, if you're out there listening. I don't believe any of that, Zach. I don't believe it. Mac Jones was a projected mid to late first round pick. The only reason that all the hype was created around him was because of the reports surrounding the Niners that, oh my God, Mac Jones could go number 3. And then obviously he doesn't. Trey Lance does, and he slips all the way down, or maybe doesn't slip, just happens to fall, either because other teams didn't take quarterbacks because they didn't need them, or the situation where Fields
I think they just tried a 70-yard field goal
from the other end zone. They tried that field goal, and it didn't go in. So 13-10 at the half. So it wasn't. It's just Mac Jones wasn't as desirable. I think Bill Belichick likes Mac Jones. I absolutely do think he likes Mac Jones. He wouldn't have taken him if he didn't like him.
No, but he didn't do it because people expected him to do it. I don't think he's ever made a draft pick because everyone said he should.
Yeah, that for damn sure didn't happen. But I guess where I'm going with all that is this, if let's say Mac Jones, I don't think Bill Belichick, if Mac Jones came off the board at 14, I don't think Bill Belichick would have lost any sleep over that. I think he was happy to take Mac Jones and rated him highly on his board, but he wasn't the only guy he was interested in at 15. It wasn't like, oh, he's going to fall to me. This is great. We played this perfectly. No, I think he was there. He addressed a need and he took him. But if he, if there were another guy that he liked just as much or better at 15 that played a different position, he would have done it. So I don't think Mac Jones was viewed by the Patriots as this end-all, be-all situation. I just think it happened to, hopefully, at least on draft night, work out, and we'll see if it works out in real life.
Yeah, I would agree with pretty much everything you said. I do think that I think Jones is a really good fit. And I think you might be underselling that part of what you said a little bit. I think that he should be able to find success there. I think the transition from Nick Saban's system to Bill Belichick's system is one that many players have made successfully. And obviously there's different offenses. I get that, but I think they will be able to tailor the offense to him fairly easily. I think it's a natural fit. I do wonder a little bit, just because the offense they're going to have to run with Cam is so different than the offense they'll have to run with Mac Jones, that the transition might not be as seamless as if they had gotten. Let's say Fields is there instead of Jones. I would have taken Fields over Jones as well.
Yeah,
and I think
that's a better fit with Cam Newton too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like the offense doesn't have to change as much.
Right.
If you're running Cam's system, you could slide Fields into it. I do think obviously the Patriots will just change the system when they change the quarterback.
Right.
And obviously they've shown that they have the ability to do that, because it feels like every week they run a little bit different system.
Although related to that, I said this a lot last year. I think Bill Belichick loves Cam Newton as a guy, as a worker, as a leader, as a model citizen. I don't know how much he loves Cam as a player. And I certainly don't think he loves that style of quarterback for his offense.
Right.
I think that they said all the right things as an organization last year, Josh McDaniels in particular, about, all the different things we can do now that we couldn't do with, before with Tom Brady, and the creativity.
And we saw that
we can
at
put with
times.
a mobile quarterback. And, we did. But my point is, I think if it were up to Bill, and it is up to Bill, but, thinking long-term, not in the here and now where Cam is the starting quarterback to begin the year, barring some sort of a change, I think that, Bill would prefer to run that offense. He wants that pocket passer. He doesn't want the mobile quarterback.
The Mac Jones, Tom Brady offense.
Correct.
I would agree.
He doesn't want the Cam Newton, Justin Fields, Trey Lance offense.
Right, with the more mobile quarterback, dual threat, a little bit higher risk probably, and the upside, obviously, that you get with those guys too. Whereas if it's a shorter control passing game,
right.
In theory, you control the ball
more.
Right.
Turned the ball over like crazy last year.
Right. In theory, you control the ball more. You avoid turnovers. You put your defense in a place to succeed. And I think the Patriots' defense is the key to their season. It's whether those guys coming back off of the year off, who opted out, whether those opt-outs coming back, and the draft picks that they made on the defensive side can step in and make a big difference right away. And if Gilmore is where he is, and I think it'll be very interesting to see how that all plays out. I do think the Patriots will be good. The AFC East is going to be so much fun, though. And I know this is not an AFC East game, but what we're talking about anyway. The AFC East is going to be a lot of fun. There's some really intriguing young quarterbacks now across the division that will make almost every AFC East matchup must watch.
Just catching up in the chat as well. Justin says, batch number 2 is our Batman from the Slug. Justin says, batch number 2 officially finished. Koff, one for Rossi and LaMarca, and a playable, not certified bat for BK for his softball going out this weekend. Justin, my question for you, if you can spoil it for us, and no pressure if you don't want to, what do the bats say after that Gleam Stream fiasco with Glash being such a jerk about your creation? I'm curious what you put on the bats for Rossi and LaMarca and BK, where you landed on all that. Love to hear. We got the chat open. We will monitor all that. Looking at, because I know people are already tired of Patriot stock. They were tired of it before we brought up the Patriots, so we won't harp on that any more than we already have. Is there some big takeaway that you had out of, whether it's one team that you thought had a great draft, one that other way you thought had a lousy draft, and knowing full well that it takes 2-3 years before we can truly evaluate a draft, but just, looking at it on paper, is there one particular, again, team or player or fit or whatever it was from day 1, day 2, some of the more prominent players that we spent so much time talking about, QBs and on that, you came away from the draft saying, yeah, I really like that, or I don't like that?
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of draft like prep, just kind of I'm not the expert guys, watch film of all of them, but I do read pretty widely across it. And some of the players that I really like, a lot of them kept landing on the Panthers. So I actually like what the Panthers did quite a bit throughout their draft. I think they really solidified both sides of the ball. I know that they surprised some people with their first round pick. JC Horn there was a little bit earlier than some people had him, but he's the guy they wanted. He's going to jump right in and start for them. I didn't love that pick. I wouldn't have made that pick, but if that's the way they wanted to go, I just like the way that they got the guys they wanted across the board and seemed to kind of have a little bit of that. We're drafting the players that we think fit our system. And I like what Matt Rule is doing there. That's kind of a dark horse off the radar pick. I do like the Chargers a lot. I think they really solidified their offensive line with the Slater pick in front of Justin Herbert. I think they are going to be a very good team this year. I would not be surprised if they are a playoff team. I would almost be surprised if they aren't. I think they make a big leap. The other direction, I didn't like what the Bengals did. I like them. I like Joe Burrow coming back and was hopeful that they could be a playoff team this year. I didn't like what they did in the draft specifically, though. I know Jamar Chase is great, but they didn't really address offensive line enough for me. And I think that could be, as we saw last year, Joe Burrow's great, but if he's hurt, he can't help you. So he can't help you if he's getting sacked that many times.
Yeah, you would have thought, and I know their second pick was obviously an offensive lineman, but you would have thought their first, when you had an elite guy right there available for you, that might have made some sense. But he's probably not too upset. He gets Chase, he gets his old college teammate, there's chemistry there, but still, like you said, protect the man. This is, to overstate the importance here, is we have another touchdown from Dallas. Gallup again! Captain Gallup! That might have put me in first, baby. Second of the day for Michael Gallup. We'll find out in a second. It's like Andrew Luck, right? It's not the same thing. But when I think of Andrew Luck, I think when anyone thinks of Andrew Luck, you think what could have been, like a career that could have been longer, could have been even more dominant, could have been Hall of Fame worthy, if in fact he just had some protection. But they never addressed it there in Indy.
Never.
And you don't want to see Burrow go down that same road.
Yeah, and if you think back, Carson Palmer had a really good run with the Bengals and had multiple injury problems there. Andy Dalton didn't ever really get rolling like those guys did. We'll see if Burrow can hopefully outperform both those guys. And to do that, he has to stay healthy. I'm with you. I think they should have taken Sewell. I don't hate the Chase pick. He'll be good. Higgins, Chase, they've got a nice wide receiver core there. I think they should have addressed offensive line.
Sitting top 5 after that touchdown.
There you go.
Babalu Buford in front, running away with the thing by about 4 points. I'm 6.5 off the lead right now with Gallup at captain. So the leading lineup, though, is Gallup at captain. He has almost 50 points there. He could get there, too, because he's 7 yards away from the bonus. He is 9 for 93 and a couple of touchdowns. Outrageous day for Michael Gallup. Derrick Henry and Ezekiel Elliott just battling for the Babysitter Billy Award. They have combined for 11 points so far. Absolute trash in the flex. Jonnu Smith, he has 10. Corey Davis, 5.5, and Zerline, 2. So half this leading lineup is just Gallup in the captain spot.
It's just having Gallup right in that captain spot. It has been the key to success so far in this one. He's got both scores for the Cowboys. The one score for the Titans is Jonnu Smith, plus the 2 field goals, both right after the 2-minute warning around a Dak Prescott interception.
Justin says he did put a saxophone and Big Saxy on Lamarcus bat. That's what I love to hear. You got to do it. And hit that like. We're basically at 150. Let's get to 200 by the end of the sim, folks. Do it. Well, do it for us. Do it for us. Really, we want it. We want to feel that 200 likes. We want to feel your pleasure of being here on this Wild Weather Wednesday here for the Dream Stream with Jordan and Drew and Cobra K, ZT, AK. We are just here hanging out with you. On the subject of the draft, kind of, and this is where I selfishly make it about my interests as well. Did you see the appearance, I think it was on NBC Sports Philadelphia, by new Eagles receiver Devontae Smith? This was I tweeted this out. Some other people tweeted.
I don't think so.
Floating around. So I didn't know this about him. I would have been so vocal about my love for Devontae. I already liked Devontae Smith, and how could you not like what you saw during his Heisman-winning season there at Alabama? But
very impressive.
But now I have a love of the enemy, because he just seems like such a humble, kind of nice, soft-spoken kid. I don't know him obviously, but just looking at his media availabilities. So he does this interview, and the host says, so Devontae, is it true that you are a Celtics fan? And he says, yes, that's yes, sir. That's true. And they say, I mean, you're in enemy territory here, man. Like the Celtics-Sixers rivalry, that's like as big an NBA rivalry as you get. Like, I mean, can we get you out to a game and maybe change your allegiance? And he says something to the effect of, well, you can get me out to a game, but I'm not going to start rooting for the Sixers. Welcome to Philadelphia. And then all the responses on this tweet is like, man, you were supposed to be the chosen one. Well, I'm out on this guy. Like, no, I'm in. I'm all the way in. Hall of Famer Devontae Smith. Let's go.
The way to Kaufman's heart.
That's right. I just love, and honestly, like, I don't even care the larger point. I don't care that, like, Devontae Smith's a Celtics fan. Him saying that to Philadelphia media and saying, like, yeah, you're not going to change that. I love. I mean, it's kind of, like, even, I don't know. I wonder, well, I'm trying to think of a good example that's cross sport. Like, obviously, Paul Pierce grew up a Lakers fan, but then he became a Celtic and captain.
No, I mean, it's a New York kid different. Getting drafted to the Celtics and being a huge Yankees fan.
Right. Well, Kemba Walker's a Yankees fan.
Right. So what's different about that parallel, though?
I'm thinking. That's the pause. I'm thinking.
No problem. Touchdown. While you think we'll get a touchdown from...
Kemba doesn't ever really talk about it. He just occasionally wears the Yankees hat post-game. And he's not a rookie in a new market. He's well established.
I don't know. That's Jeff Swaim. Berkshire was their backup tight end in the last game. That's Jeff Swaim, former Dallas Cowboy Jeff Swaim, with a little revenge touchdown before Jonnu Smith catches the 2-point conversion. And it's a 1-touchdown lead now for the Titans. Jeff Swaim, 6.6% owned in the free showdown in the flex spot and into the end zone for the touchdown. That was Jonnu Smith, the tight end 1, then with the 2-point conversion on the highlight. So you had Swaim, the tight end 2, with the touchdown. Jonnu Smith adding to his touchdown earlier in the game with that 2-point conversion after the score.
I'm up to third, baby, but Sports Guru 98's in front of me by about 6 points with Henry at captain. Derrick Henry at captain. Wow. Tannehill, Gallup was 30 in the flex. Jonnu, Jarwin, Gostkowski. Very different build than what I've got going on. Very different. Swaim's 4th touchdown in Simland. How about that?
Impressive, yeah. It's tight end 2. They get involved down there by the goal line sometimes in those jumbo formations. Again, and this one maybe a little bit sweeter because he's facing his old team.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of the NBA, as we're late in the third quarter here, is that my guy again? Nope, Cooper. Scores have been, I hope everybody jumped into the last-minute NBA contest for tonight, by the way. I'm sure there's still some slots available. Again, $1 to enter, payout to the top 15, 75-person contest. So, by all means, jump in. I just barely cashed. I finished 15th last night. Scores have been nuts.
Yeah, they've been crazy
in recent days. Like, you've needed 400 plus to win tournaments, like even like 315, 320, like those aren't even going to cash some of the nights that we've been having lately. It's been absolutely wild, some of the performances we've seen. How you feeling about tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it shapes up to be another very high scoring night. It's just finding those value plays, right? Because the key has been finding those super cheap guys who are going to get a ton of time, and then filling in those stars that go off that are carrying the workload for their teams, maybe even a star like a Jason Tatum, who's without one of the other main players on his team, Jaylen Brown, tonight. And all of that information, obviously, you can catch that on the slate later today. Shrug and Matt will be with you following the 4 o'clock sim. So not after this one, after the next sim.
About 5:15 Eastern.
Yep. And they'll be in with all the latest information as far as where you should be looking for your lineup advice. You can also go over to the playbook right now, playbook.draftkings.com. There's some good info there as far as rankings, as well as some targets for you there. But always with NBA, you kind of got to wait till closer to tip time, especially lately, just because there's been so many players out and in right up to even just before the start of the game.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it right now, just some of the guys that are on tonight's slate. And I know Jaylen Brown, to your point, is out for the Celtics. Kemba Walker is back after missing the last 4. I'm not so sure it's a Tatum night. I mean, certainly for the Celtics, if you're doing a showdown, I mean, you can captain him or whatever. But, I don't think it's – I mean, you got Russ.
You rolling Russ? Yeah, I mean, you almost have to roll Russ.
Yeah, you got Giannis, who's been great. Towns is out there. Joker's out there, Embiid's out there. I know there's a lot of redundancy. I've named a lot of centers, but I'm not so sure it's a Tatum night compared to some of the others out there. Randall, Lillard, Beal.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for sure.
A lot of those guys are cheaper too. Like Tatum's still north of 10K.
Tatum's expensive, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, and Shrug and Matt will be here, not Julian today. Shrug and Matt, nice move by Zeke.
Yeah, we can only ask Julian to work so much.
Fair enough. So Shrug and Matt will be here to break all that down. Really, it does?
Yeah. Seriously, guys, like the next time you see Julian smile, it's going to be the first time. Felix, my goodness. It's tough. Tough world. I was texting with Bukes earlier, in fact. Let you guys behind the curtain a little bit. So Bukes had tweeted out, or not tweeted out, he put on Facebook. I know, us old people, Zeke touchdown. So finally, Henry and Zeke, a little relevant to this sim, took enough time. It popped up for us old folks as a Facebook memory. He had put this out 3 years ago on Facebook. It was a screenshot of us doing a show together. And, he's smiling. He's just top of the world, Bukes. It says, last night talking some baseball on DraftKings with, my guy Koff. And I texted him and I said, man, like, look at you. Like, look at how happy you were. I said, you were way more likable then, too. And he said, pardon me? And he said, but then again, you were less successful, so I suppose it probably, it's gone to your head. And he said, I think I'm more likable now. I said, well, you would. It depends who you ask, though. I mean,
I love that you're reading your text conversation, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Carry on. This is entertaining.
Yeah, this is nothing private that's happening here. You know what we've not touched on, though? And folks, keep smashing that like button and take away your dislikes or don't, whatever. It's up to you. But really, I mean, who needs to dislike a sim? We haven't talked about Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. That's true. We have not.
So, Brett Favre, ESPN.
True.
Brett Favre says he is not optimistic for Aaron Rodgers to play for Green Bay again. That's your headline.
Yep.
ESPN Wisconsin radio appearance today.
Yep.
Favre on Wednesday detailed his text conversation with Rodgers and made comparisons to his own departure from the Packers.
You mean he read his text conversation? Kind of like somebody else I know?
Yeah, I was kind of like me and Bukes, except, Favre and Rodgers.
It's the same thing. Come on.
Totally the same. So I'll just to read from the article. What was most striking was his prediction on how this will play out as we are 21-all here early fourth quarter. Favre said during his 45-minute interview on the show, holy hell, is it like guest appearances are 45 minutes long? Wow. I didn't even know that happens on the radio. Is that a podcast with commercials? Boy, it's a good question. That's the $1 million question. I think I know Aaron fairly well, and honestly, I just don't see him coming back and just saying, all right, Let's bury the hatchet, whatever caused the rift, and I'm going to come back and play because I love the guys. I love Green Bay's fans. I assume he does, but his rift isn't with the fans or with the players. It's with the front office. Will he just swallow his pride and come in? Maybe, but I don't see that happening. If there's not a trade, my gut tells me he'd rather sit out than play. That's just my gut. There's no reason for me to say other than that. That's what my gut is telling me, and I think you guys know Aaron fairly well enough to sort of feel the same way. So apparently he likened it to how Barry Sanders walked away from the Lions just before the 1999 season. Some other stuff in this article as well, but I mean, that's the big stuff right there.
I thought they were trading him to Jeopardy.
Oh God, the stupidity out there surrounding this Jeopardy's impact on this decision.
I know, right?
My
Like,
goodness.
yeah, it's all because he's going to go do Jeopardy. That's why the
You can
Packers
do that in
are
the
mad.
off season. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What do you think? What do you think here of, especially hearing what Favre had to say? If that alters your mindset at all, how do you feel about this situation?
Okay, first of all, before we get to how I feel about it, what Brett Favre has to say about the situation, 0% affects what I think about it. Okay, add all that up, and it's 0%. What I will say is that I heard an interview earlier. It might have been Monday, earlier this week, anyway, with Rob Demovsky, who's one of the beat reporters there in Green Bay, and he gave it a 5% chance that Aaron Rodgers would be back with the Packers. A 5% chance. And he's been one that has not been swayed and not been one that's overreacted to a lot of the earlier stuff. I mean, early in the offseason, when everybody was losing their minds over the possibility that Aaron Rodgers was going to San Francisco or LA before they got Jared Goff, and there was all that buzz, and it just seemed very unlikely at that point, and he was like, yeah, this is unlikely. But obviously, he's changed his mind, and I think that's because the situation has changed. Rodgers putting that out there, and I know it didn't come straight from him, but whatever, putting it out there on draft day, right? Like,
Yeah.
seriously?
Strategic right there.
Of course it is.
Him and Tim Tebow hijacking the draft.
What? Yeah, and just to put that out there, to put that landmine, shows you how mad he is at the Packers organization. I think he's done. I think he's done that. I think the question then becomes, do the Packers, I think the key to what the Packers do as a result of that has everything to do with Jordan Love and what he has looked like in their training camps. Because if you think Jordan Love is the answer, which obviously they took him with the first round pick, so at one point they did think he was the answer. If they still think that, then you're trading Aaron Rodgers for something totally different than if you think you're in the market for a quarterback. If you're trying to get a quarterback, then that changes both the teams you can deal with and the team and what you're looking for in return. If you're set at quarterback, then you're looking for, what I would think anyway, you're looking for more picks and young players to go around Jordan Love. So it all just depends on where he is in his development process. And we have no idea because we didn't even see him in preseason, right? Like, we have no clue at all. And it's all just whatever the Packers are telling us.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gets traded. I think the question
what if they really
is
do
then,
put their collective foot down though and say, you're the reigning MVP. We're not prepared to look stupid. So no, we're not dealing you. And if we'll call your bluff, you want to sit out, go ahead. 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers, sit out. We're not doing it.
I think he sits out.
A lot of people, including Brett Favre, do seem to believe that. I mean, we know people have brought this up a zillion times over. This is not new. He's a man of conviction. I mean, the guy, for whatever reason, doesn't talk to his family anymore. Like, you know, he puts his head in the sand or you know, puts his foot down about whatever it is, and that's that. That generally seems to be the kind of guy he is, what little we know about him.
And regardless of what you think of Jeopardy and how he did on Jeopardy, or how he would do in a booth or on a podcast, whatever, he's not going to be hurting financially or hurting for work and projects and things to do after he does walk away. this has probably hurt his image a little bit, but not to the point where he's not going to be very compelling with whatever his next chapter is. So, I mean, I don't think he wants to move on to that next chapter yet. I think he would love to play in the right situation. The question is just where that situation will be. Not to go back, to go back to a team that we talked about earlier. What if he ended up with Washington? What if Washington put together some kind of package?
Ryan Fitzpatrick would be so ticked.
Well, no, I think he's part of the package. I think you trade Fitzpatrick.
Interesting.
To Green Bay with, I don't know, whatever you have to. You bring in Aaron Rodgers. That defense is so good already. And they've got some decent pieces on the offensive side as well. I think that would be a position where if he goes to Washington, obviously depending on what they have to give up, they would, to me, become the favorites in the NFC.
21 all, 2.5 minutes to go, fourth quarter. Abby Rizzle, Koff, when's the last time you called your mom? Easter, I bet. People say Aaron doesn't talk to his family. Those are the same people who call their moms only on the holidays. Abby, not that it's any of your concern, but I see my parents every single week. Thank you. And also, like, that's just stupid. I mean, there's a big difference. There's a big difference between, like, your family is dead to you. You have zero contact with your family, and who knows why. Maybe it's a justifiable reason. I have no idea. I'm not in or around his personal life. But there's a difference between, like, hey, life's busy, you get caught up in your own crap and you don't talk to your family all that often, versus you have zero contact with your family. Like, these two things are just not the same thing. Brian says Rodgers doesn't talk to his family. Danica Patrick left him. 3, he's as arrogant as can be. I don't think number 2 is true. I think actually, based on the reports that have been out there, it seems like he broke up with Danica for the, Shailene Woodley experience. Of course, he is now engaged to her. So Danica, listening to all her media availability since then, talking about that breakup, she definitely sounds like the one that got the raw end of the deal in that situation. But yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers doesn't seem like, obviously,
break the leg,
someone that's got a whole lot put together. As much as we'd like to believe publicly he does. We don't know. We don't know. But it seems like, as Zach said, Dallas has gone ahead here by 3 points, less than 2 minutes to go. It seems like he has drawn a line in the sand and decided how this thing is going to end, one way or another. I mean, and then you had the cryptic tweet or Instagram or whatever it was, the social media post from Devontae Adams, talking about it was the picture of the goat sitting on the edge of a mountain or whatever. It's like, I don't remember what the caption was, but basically about it was something like, you don't know what you've got till it's gone, or something like that. He's got him like a goat pushed off a cliff, and everybody is inferring that that's Rodgers in Green Bay. It's so fascinating. It's so fascinating in a larger way too. You think about not really Brady going to the Bucs. That was a different situation. But you think about like Deshaun Watson, before everything he's got going on off the field came out, him saying he wanted out. Russell Wilson, the reports that he wanted out. The Aaron Rodgers situation, like what was always, and I think largely in many ways still is, but what was always exclusively regarded as an owner's league, a coach's league, versus the NBA being a players' league. Well, now you're getting a lot of, really popular, polarizing, powerful players taking some of that away from the owners in the NFL, and there's a transition here. And Aaron Rodgers is the latest example. And it's going to be really interesting to see how this thing ends, in part because of that.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many different angles that will impact. I mean, obviously you're talking about MVP player, not just MVP caliber. I mean, the MVP switching teams, which is going to shake up everything. It will be, if it does happen after the first week of June, which is kind of the best time from a cap situation for them to do it. It will be the capstone on what has been a incredibly fascinating offseason, with so much transition and so much turnover at specifically the quarterback position across the league, that it is going to make for a fascinating and exciting 2021 NFL season. I mean, could we ask for any more drama? We've had so many things going on, and so many teams changing quarterbacks, or at least considering changing quarterbacks. It's been quite the ride already. We had a great draft, and now we've got the Aaron Rodgers saga. So if you're looking for content for us to talk about on these sims, we have had no lack of NFL content. And obviously all the other sports coming back and giving us all their drama as well. But it's been a great year for the NFL as far as content and as far as discussion and just the way as we go into next year with so many teams changing quarterbacks, changing coaches, changing coordinators. Every team, it feels like, has reason for optimism, which is kind of fun.
See if we can get some garbage points here. That into the hands of Corey Davis. First
garbage points and possibly overtime if they don't score a touchdown, which it doesn't look like they will now.
Entirely possible. Seconds are ticking down. Now we're going to get the final timeout for Tennessee here. Tater Hater says, guys, I just hopped on and Koff is winning. Somebody stop this madman. I'm in front by about 5.5 points right now, Zach. And folks, you will notice that I've not made a big deal out of it because act like you've been here before, and I have.
We were talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's
pushed him right into first place. Where do you think? So I said Washington would be the most interesting team to me if they add him, because I do think it makes them the favorite in the NFC. The question would just be, they have to pay more, I would think, because it keeps him in the conference. I mean, if you're the Packers, you want to send him as far away as you can, which would be an AFC team. And he does not have a no-trade clause. So he does not have to sign off on wherever they send him. I mean, in theory, he could sit out wherever they send him. I understand that. But he does not have a no-trade clause, so he does not officially get a say. Where do you think he will end up, or where would be an interesting spot for you? Would it be these Titans? Because I know that's another name that's been floated around.
I think as we have a tie game now and overtime potentially on the horizon after the Gostkowski field goal, I think they like their situation with Ryan Tannehill. I really do. Not to say that they wouldn't rather have Aaron Rodgers, but remember, I mean, granted he's the reigning MVP and all, and he's 37, 38 years old, but they did choose Ryan Tannehill over Tom Brady, just a year ago. So, I think they like what they've got going on there and believe in what they're building. I really do feel that way. I mean, I think Denver makes a lot of sense, and I know that report's been out there. Mark Schlereth just keeps banging that drum there in Denver as well. He basically trying to
really does single-handed
into existence.
Yeah, right.
I just don't, and I don't even disagree with what you or Kenny or Jeff or LaMarca or anyone else, Brett Favre, the people out there that are saying, because he belongs in that same company with all of you, the people that are saying,
or Brett Favre, he's never had a worse group around him.
Don't be surprised if Aaron holds out as incomplete pass. We're going overtime, folks, and this sim deserves it. Damn it! I don't think it's going to happen. I don't.
You think he's still in Green Bay?
I don't think Aaron Rodgers holds out next year. I think it is between figuring it out and returning to Green Bay versus getting traded somewhere else. I don't believe this thing is going to hold out.
I think they trade him. That would be I think they will trade him. I don't think he sits out either. I think he will sit out if they don't trade him, but I think they will trade him. I also think that, couldn't they wait? Why not? Why would they have to do it this offseason?
He's got 3 years left on his contract.
Right. So if he does hold out, could you not trade him week 1 of preseason? Somebody gets hurt.
Sure.
You might have more of a trade market, right?
I guess when Rodgers I say hold out, I mean come week 1, this guy's in street clothes somewhere choosing not to play. Holdouts to begin the preseason or whatever, to me, that's not even a real holdout. I mean, it's pushing your organization further for sure, but you're just on the guy's career epitaph. You're not going to look back and think of that as a holdout because you're still going to see him play in 16 games. You know what I mean?
You're talking Le'Veon Bell situation holdout, not playing the entire year.
Right. Exactly. Robbie Noble says, I'm coming for you, Adam. LOL. Mike Bizzle, thanks for the nice compliment. Says, Tom put it well, or maybe it was LaMarca the other night. Koff plays well with others. He brings the best out of his teammates. That's what I tell myself when I look in the mirror every morning. Today, I am doing this for Zach and for Ducey. We appreciate that. It's going to be electric. Overtime, obviously, and it's Tennessee with the ball. If the Titans score a touchdown here, game over. If, in fact, we get a field goal, then Dallas will have an opportunity to tie or, of course, win. If we remain tied, be it 24-all or 27-all after each team has had a possession, sudden death. There are no ties in Simland. Nobody wants any of that. Derrick Henry, a rushing first down, 1st and 10 on the way.
He may hit 100 yards if this keeps going.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was useless for a while. He was on the milk carton, but he's up to 87. Where am I? Still in first by about 5-6 points.
There you go.
Where are you hanging out right now? You, I guess stacking the defense
79.
probably wasn't great.
Nope. It was great for the first part of the game.
Yeah, first quarter, and then tech situation hit, and
there you go. That's what it was.
May as well have been like Y2K for you, right? Everything just changed.
Pretty much, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, same thing. Oh, by the way, Glash is back tonight, guys. Has Sims at 8 and 10. The suspension has been lifted. He is going to return tonight for prime time and Madden After Dark, but we only have him scheduled for one sim tomorrow in case he says something dumb again and we need to sit him down. It's a lot easier to replace one sim than two. So he's back. He's got 2 tonight, and if he doesn't blow it, he'll return tomorrow. But if he does, well, we may have to put him in timeout again.
Wow.
Yeah.
I missed something.
Yeah, 4-day ban for Glash, but he'll return tonight.
Hate to see it. Well, I mean, hate to see the ban. We'd like to see him back.
Well,
you know who he's with tomorrow?
You?
Me. Yep. Falcons and Patriots. We can talk Patriots because it's a Patriots game.
Drew says Glash got a longer suspension than Tom Wilson. Ain't that the truth? Sean says, stop talking about the man's business about him being suspended. Sean, normally I would feel guilty about it, except his title for his free roll tonight was like suspension's over, Glash is back, or something like that. So he's owning this thing. So if he's going to own it, then we're going to own it. Jordan says, a well-rested Glash is a scary thing. Probably went costume shopping. Yeah, right to Sarah's closet.
Oh, boy.
Sean says the production crew needs to be suspended indefinitely. Why, the internet break again? Abby Rizzle, hashtag.
How long have you had the internet? That's my new favorite question of all time. From Coughlin. How long have you had the internet?
Has it ever buffered on you? Just curious.
No, the follow-up and the context doesn't matter. I just like how long have you had the internet? Like, just that. That's all.
So 24-all. George says that could be a meme. Let's put it on a t-shirt and sell it in the DK store. Joe says must have broke the house too.
Can Derrick Henry break one to the house? Walk off winner? That'd be a nice way to hit the bonus, huh?
We'll take it. I mean, I'd be happy if it's as long as it's somebody in my. But I mean, really, am I in danger at this point? I'm up by like 19 points on everybody else. I mean, this thing, it's the longer overtime goes, the more laughable it's getting. Just owning this sim, guys.
Mine must not be updating. Please hold it.
No, it's only 6 points, but I wanted to really inflate the importance of my.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute.
Are my stats not updated?
What? You're
no,
6
honestly
points
though,
ahead.
like if we see like a game-winning, like
a Derrick Henry game-winning touchdown would probably.
Well, I have Henry in the flex, but if we saw like
but there's so many people that have him in the captain spot.
If we saw,
and that would also give him the bonus. Well, we'll get to find out.
We're gonna find out. Yeah, the person who's in second has Henry in the captain spot. I was gonna say if like Tannehill passed it to Henry, I absolutely would have lost.
No question, because you would have got
Because I don't have Tannehill, but we'll see what that touchdown does. What it does do for certain is end this game with a Titans.
That's a wrap. That's right. Walk-off winner for Derrick Henry's Titans. Puts him up over 100 yards as well. It might have been right before that. How long was the touchdown? Not sure. But he ended up with well over. So he gets the bonus. Puts him almost to 30 fantasy points.
Once all the manual scoring is done, this is really going to come down to the wire. We'll see, because I'm up by less than a point. And obviously things aren't finalized. We'll see. So neither quarterback hit the bonus. Who stands out for you as the Krusty Koff player of the game? You know, we were trumpeting Michael Gallup for a while, and then he just stopped doing anything. But
he got stuck. He got stuck. 993, 2 touchdowns. I'm still going to give him the Krusty Koff player of the game only because he was just enough owned that you had to have him to finish high in pretty much any contest. Derrick Henry was so chalky that even though he had a huge game and had a walk-off winner, Michael Gallup actually ends up being the key to the winning lineup with his 9 for 93 and the 2 touchdowns. The 2 touchdowns really are the key to his game. And then he never got that 100-yard bonus for you. So sorry. Sorry about that for you. As far as the Not My Kid award, I mean, Zeke had a touchdown and he had over 20 fantasy points. So I don't think we can go with either running back, which looked like that was going to be the lock, right? Was one of those two guys as the
seemed like it. I think I know who it probably should be, but I'm curious if he'll come up with the same guy.
Okay. Wait a minute. Now I'm afraid I got the wrong guy.
What you got? Jordan.
I was going to go with
both guessed it correctly. So
I was going to go with Amari Cooper. Yeah,
Amari Cooper. Just 2.
Yeah, Amari Cooper, 2 catches, 40 yards. Yeah, it's Cooper.
12%.
Sorry, I was thinking too hard. I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa. I must be missing somebody else. I was trying to find a Tannehill.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah. So that's who it is. It's Cooper. 2 for 40. Not a great day.
I'm looking at YouTube. It even popped up in our Zoom, Tate saying Cooper. It's right there. Yep.
Oh, there it is. There we go.
Cooper.
Yep. That was easy. Everybody knew, and I'm sorry. I thought I was missing like a
CD Lamb, maybe.
He only had 1 catch.
Yeah, he was bad too.
Adam Humphries only had 1 catch, but yeah, Cooper definitely more owned and more expensive and more of a disappointment.
Well, guys, it's really good to win one of these again. 149 people. I have so many people to thank. Okay.
You're really gonna gonna call this one done?
I'm not because in the interest of time. I'm not. Otherwise, I probably would be obnoxious about it. So we have got Kenny and I coming up for Rams and Giants. That's the next sim in less than a half hour. Or about a half hour till pregame. It's really soon. Zach will be with Glash tomorrow for the 2:00 Falcons Patriots. So you can get all the suspension details then, obviously. But Zach is done for the day at this point. We want to thank our crew, who is not going anywhere, but is going to take a break. Jordan and Drew and Cobra K, Tate, everybody, obviously. We love you all. We want to tell you that, let's see, coming up right now after we sign off here on the Dream Stream, the Tour Junkies, you have David Barnett, Pat Perry. They will break down the Wells Fargo Championship, which, of course, begins tomorrow. They'll discuss who they like, who they don't like this week, DFS betting, all of it, and enjoy it. In the meantime, Zach, great to be back with you again. This was certainly a memorable sim right here. Good time.
It's true. Yep, it was. Good to see you.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to another episode of Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We are the Tour Junkies. I'm David Barnett. I got Pat Perry with me. We're ready to break down the 2021 Wells Fargo Championship from Quail Hollow Club in lovely North Carolina, right there near Charlotte, North Carolina. Lovely place, lovely track. You and I have spent some time up at Quail Hollow. We were there for the PGA Championship a few years back. Love this golf course, typically one of the toughest courses on the PGA Tour rotation. And we're just 2 weeks away from the season's next major, the PGA Championship at Kiowa. So a lot of big names here at Wells Fargo getting ready to, tee it up, peak, for the PGA Championship and see where the game's at. But it's a great field. Quail Hollow always presents a good field because I think a lot of guys love coming here. Pat, talk to me just a little bit about the golf course, and then maybe, and then we'll get straight into some outright bets that we're looking at. And I got a few top 20s too that I like.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic course, as you mentioned, Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina, playing just over 7,500 yards. It is a par 71, which remember, it used to be a par 72, but they changed it up before the PGA Championship when Tom Fazio came in here and did a little bit of work to it. So it's a par 71. T65 and ties are going to make the cut this week. We're going to have a great field, like you said. You got a Bermuda grass pretty much tee to green, but they did overseed this with ryegrass until you get to the green, and then you got POA overseed. And, it's a little cooler up there in Charlotte than it is in Florida. So I think you might see on the greens at least a little bit of that POA show up. I still think Bermuda is going to be important to look at. But, again, you just want your hot putters anyway. And this is a course where we've seen bombers definitely have an advantage here, okay? It's a 7,500-yard course, okay? Now, look, I do think fairways are important, but I'm definitely going to weigh a little bit more towards the guys that got some distance to them. Definitely looking at guys with strokes gained approach. These greens aren't that big. I mean, you look at as far as the average size on tour, they're relatively small. So I'm going to look at your guys that are good on approach, hitting greens in regulation, and then hot with the putter coming into it. And you have seen winners of this tournament absolutely kill these par fives. You have got to play these par fives extremely well this week. So par five scoring, I think, will be important. One thing to note, we always look at course history. We look at recent form. In 2017, I mentioned the PGA Championship. They played the PGA Championship here. So they played another course called Eagle Point, for that year. So if you're looking at whatever site you're on, you're looking at course history, make sure that you're not just, for 2017, that you know what course they're talking about, because they did play a different course there. So that's all I got.
Brian Harmon won that one, right?
Yeah, Brian Harmon won it.
Your winners here, did you mention those already? I don't think you did. At this event.
No, I did not.
You want to or no?
I will. I can. Yeah. So last year we didn't have an event because it was COVID. Of course, we had Max Homa break through at the 2019 Wells Fargo. Jason Day before that in 2018. JT, I'm going to give you his name because he won the PGA Championship here. You mentioned Brian Harmon won the Wells that year, and then James Hahn in 2016 out of nowhere. I think he'd missed like eight or nine straight cuts, and then all of a sudden he wins here. And then before that, you had Rory McIlroy in 2015. Now, we have seen, I mentioned Max Homa kind of breakthrough. We have seen a few guys kind of break through on this course, like Max Homa. Ricky Fowler got his first victory here. So it's not a course where I don't think, first-timers, or not necessarily first-timers, but guys can, that haven't won before. I think guys that haven't won can win this week. So that's also something you may want to look at.
And some long shots. I mean, Homa won at 500 to 1 in 2019. Hahn won at 500 to 1 in 2016. Way back in the day in 2013, Derek Ernst won at 500 to 1. So,
I forgot about that.
Some absolute bombs for sure. But then you have had Jason Day at 20 to 1. I'm sure JT's odds for the PGA were pretty short. Rory won at like 7 to 2 in 2015. He's owned this place over the years. So, definitely some shorter numbers as well. Obviously, the strength of field matters for sure. And I think this field, the Wells Fargo, as it's grown here at Quail Hollow, has gotten stronger and stronger. It's a place I think these guys like coming back to. I looked at a couple things too. Like incoming form was interesting to me. Like 2019 when Homa won, he had missed the cut at New Orleans event, 42nd at San Antonio, 52nd at Corrales, missed the cut at Copperhead. Nothing to write home about really. Jason Day was in decent form, nothing crazy. No top 10s in his previous 4 events when he won. James Hahn had missed every cut imaginable before he won. Rory McIlroy was on fire, so he looked pretty solid. And JB Holmes was pretty solid when he came in. So it's kind of a mixed bag all the way around. I'm really going to be waiting stroke gain approach, stroke gain off the tee. Those are the biggest things to me. I mean, this is just ball striking here. And I like the length factor that you talked about. I like the distance play. I want the longer hitters. There are 5 par 4s here between 480 and 510 yards. That is long. That's very, very long. So if you're playing somebody who's not one of the longer guys on tour, or at least not tour average, they better be good with their long irons or hybrids, and because they're going to have some long shots in these par 4s. So let's get into it. Though, Pat, let's talk about some outright bets, man. Top of the board, looking at DraftKings Sportsbook, the sportsbook of choice, obviously, for the Tour Junkies. And let's see. Top of the betting board, you got Justin Thomas at 9-1 right now. Jon Rahm at 10-1. Coming off of the Masters, the baby swag. I saw him on Instagram taking pictures with the new babe and the wife, so he's got the nappy factor at play here as well.
Bryce probably so ready to get back on tour now.
He probably is.
He pretty much had to play the Masters after his baby was born, and now like he's had a few weeks, like he's like, okay, yeah, all right, so
out of here. Yeah,
time to get back on the course.
Get me out of here. Yep, all the dads know. All the dads know. Shout out. Here you go. In the YouTube comments, if you've fathered a child, type in the YouTube comments how many days it took for you to be ready to get back to work. Go ahead and type that in the comments. For me, I would say it was about day 4. I was like, yep, I think I'm good. Love you, babe. Let me know if you need anything. I'm ready to get back to the job.
Yeah, it was pretty quick for me too. I actually had my first son, literally, I think it was about a week and a half to 2 weeks before Masters week, which, as you know, it's huge. Masters is huge in Augusta, and that week is a big one for me. So that whole week didn't really go over well at all because I had to get out and do my thing, and I kind of forgot that I had an actual newborn at the house. So yeah. Good week for me. It's a memory I'd like to forget.
Yeah. All right, let me talk about the shortest name on here that is really drawing my attention is Viktor Hovland at 20-1. I just love the way the kid's playing. I love the consistency that he's operating at right now. He's 4th in the field in strokes gained approach, 4th in the field in strokes gained off the tee over the last 24 rounds. He's absolutely on fire. I just think he's going to let it come to him, and I feel like Quail Hollow is one of those events where it could easily happen for him. First time seeing him around Quail Hollow, but I don't care. I don't think he has to necessarily have the experience here, as we mentioned earlier. The ball striking is just too good, and the 20-1 value I like over your local boy like Webb Simpson, who lives right here on number 7. I like Webb, but I think I'd just rather prefer the hot hand and the length and the ball striking that is right now with Viktor Hovland. And don't think I can take a guy like Rory McIlroy, who they've got priced slightly shorter at 19-1. Don't think I can take Rory here. As great as he's been at Quail Hollow, I mean, he's just played so poorly, Rory has. And yes, I could see him coming to a place like this that he knows and loves and maybe pulling out a top 10 and we see a little bit of a resurgent Rory, but I don't think he's going to go from where he's been to just straight up now winning in this field. I don't see that happening. I think Hovland is my favorite play in this range. And I'm probably going to bet him before he gets shorter.
Yeah, I don't mind the Hovland play. I'll say this about Rory. I want to talk about Rory this week. I mean, I think that, you mentioned that, there's been a lot of guys that might not have been in great form coming into this week, and then they've all of a sudden either won or performed well. I mean, maybe this is the week for Rory, and you're getting him at 19-1. I don't really mind those odds for him, and I feel like the pressure is going to be off, and nobody's really – I mean, he can't have that much pressure on. I think he always puts a lot of pressure on himself for the Masters, always. But for tournaments like this and ones that he's kind of dominated, and again, it's just a regular tour event. Like maybe this is a week where he puts it together. I don't know. And you're getting him at 19-1. So
yeah, I think it's some to do with what he's talked about and documented that he's he chased the distance thing with and it kind of messed him up. So some of it's technical. I think most of it's just mental for him, and I don't even think it's pressure. I think it's just like it almost just feels like he's lost the desire a little bit, or he's lost a little bit of the fire in the belly that it takes to close the door on the PGA Tour these days, which is tough. And I just don't see it right now out of Rory. I'd love to see it. I mean, I love it when he's playing well. I just don't see that right now. So,
but how long do you think Rory needs to get before you just hammer him? We talked about this for
not that much
Players Championship with JT.
Definitely attractive, but I mean, if he were 25, I'd probably be all over it. I mean, I don't think it's that far off. It's still Rory McIlroy, and it's a great, it's a spot he's got a tremendous record at, as we've mentioned. So, I mean, not much longer, and I'm there. But I just think I like Hovland right now a lot better.
Yeah, I do too. For me, Tony Finau at 28-1. I like him a lot this week. I think this is a great course for him. We mentioned the possible breakthrough winners here. I think this could be a week where he could do that. Maybe betting on Tony Finau is stupid. I mean, I don't know. He just doesn't win golf tournaments. I like this number.
Everybody says that until they freaking win, and it's going to happen. It is going to happen. It happened with Hideki at the Masters, right? He's never going to win one. He's never going to win one. Tony Finau is going to win on the PGA Tour again. and he can win in a big field like this. And I think this is a great golf course for him. He's played it well. He didn't play great last time out in 2019, but before that, he's played it well. I like the Finau bet.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. And then Willie Z.
Yeah.
I mean, Zalatoris at 30-1.
Got to take it.
I think it's still just like there's a lot of folks out there that, I mean, how can you not know about this kid? Because you should if you don't.
Yeah.
But him at 30-1 just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me. I think you hammer that. I mean, this is another course.
Fair. I think it's fair.
It's a fair number, but I still think this guy, what he showed at the Masters, what he showed all year long, he's going to win. Obviously, we know that. It may not be this week, but I like him at 30-1. Played at Wake Forest, so he is, he's not from the area, but he's played a lot of golf in North Carolina and the surrounding areas. So I do think that Willie Z is a great bet there at 30-1. And then
hold on. In that, you got to mention too, he's coming off a couple weeks rest, which he needed because he's been blazing a trail on the PGA Tour. He's coming off a couple weeks rest. He's coming off proposing to his sweetheart, and she said yes. So now he's engaged. He's got that working for him. And the guy knows he has to win on the PGA Tour like that. The only way he gets to, East Lake in August is to win on the PGA Tour. It's ridiculous, the whole thing, the whole way it's all worked out for him, the FedEx Cup points and all that. But he's headhunting victories right now. He is not interested in any more top fives. He's fully exempt for next year. He's going to get in all the majors, all the WGCs, because he's a stud and his world ranking is up there. But at the end of the day, he is there to finish first, and that's it. So I think it's a great spot for him.
Yeah, I agree. Last one in, before I get to a little bit longer shot, guys, Max Homa at 40-1. I mean, why can't he go back to back? Now it's been, you say back to back. It's, been since 2019 since they've played this tournament, but he is the defending champion. He is playing the best golf he's ever played in his entire life, including when he won the Wells Fargo here. And so I think that he makes a lot of sense. And I don't think he's getting a whole lot of credit at 40-1. I think he could be a little bit shorter there. So I like playing him. I don't mind just because he's won here before. I don't think it really makes a whole lot of difference. So I will play Max Homa also at 40-1.
Yep, I had Homa docked, written down as well. He talked about, he had a terrible Sunday. He had a chance to win. He's one shot off the lead going into Sunday at the Valspar. Had a horrible day Sunday, and afterwards said, I feel like I hit the ball great. The ball striking was there. It just felt like the ball did not want to go in the hole for him, which is, it happens. It's the PGA Tour. It happens, right? So I love that for Max. Defending champ is a little iffy. First time doing that for him, but he's already won this year. He's hitting it well. He's striking it well. I still like the number for Max. I'll give you one more shorter one, and I'm gonna go back to the well with Corey Connors, who everyone was talking about last week, and he kind of came out slow day one, got rebounded, but maybe disappointed some, but he still finished T21. Before that, T4 at the Heritage, T8 at the Masters, T14 at the Valero. Doesn't have a great record here in two events, but in 2018 and 2019, Corey Connors was a different player. He was, that was the time he's like Monday qualifying, winning after a Monday qualifier. Like, he's just a different player, but he is number 2 in the field in strokes gained approach and number 6 in strokes gained off the tee over the last 24 rounds. Nobody's a better ball striker than Corey Connors, and I think that could be rewarded here very nicely. So I'm going to stay with Connors at 33-1. Obviously, a lot longer number than we saw him last week when he was like 18-1 or something. Much stronger field, but I like this number better for Connors. Speaking of going back to the well on a guy, you and I came really close last week, Pat. Going into Sunday's round, I think we had 5 names within 5 shots of the lead on Sunday. And we both had on our betting card that we published, and we both had Keegan Bradley. The only player that we both had on both cards was Keegan Bradley. Of course, Sam Burns was the only name in the top 5 that we did not have. Sam Burns wins, Keegan breaks our heart. And Keegan definitely sucked especially on the back 9 on Sunday. It's 9 holes. I'm not gonna put too much into it. The ball striking for Keegan has been fantastic this whole season. You can look it up. I'm not going to bore you with it, but it's really freaking good. And he even said prior to Sunday's round that the putter, he kind of found a little something, and he was feeling a little more confident with the flat stick than he had been. Obviously, it let him down a little bit on Sunday, but so did the ball striking. I mean, the ball striking kind of went away a little bit on Sunday too, but I think you write that off. I think you come right back. I think there's blood in the water. He smells it. He knows the ball striking is as good as it's ever been for him on the PGA Tour. He wants to close the door on another victory. It's been a long time since he's made it happen. And we've seen this season a lot of names that either haven't won in a long time or haven't won at all come out and make it happen. Now, he's a major champion from a long time ago, it feels like, but I think Keegan can get it done. And you giving him to me at 70-1 just feels like a really long number for a guy who just finished runner-up, who's been ball striking his balls off all season long. I mean, Cameron Tringali is half the odds, and Keegan just beat him. And you could say definitely been as consistent ball striking wise and finish position as Cameron Tringali has
Keegan's been great
all season long. And Tringali is half the odds, which is insane to me. I like Tringali, like him in DFS. But the 70-1 number is a big number. If you're listening to this and you can still get Keegan at 70-1, I would jump on it. I would bet him as low. I would bet him at 40-1, 50-1. I would bet him at that number. I mean, what's the difference between Keegan and Max Homa right now coming into this? Other than Max being a defending champ here, having won more recently, I mean, the ball striking is there. So I love Keegan at 70. After that, I've got 3 long shots, and that's it.
Okay. Well, in that range, outside of Keegan, I do like him. I like Matt Wallace at 70-1. He's another guy, very long off the tee. Just a great player. I think that at 70-1, that's a good number for him. Also, now look, this guy is the most frustrating player that you will ever watch on, well, not really watch, like follow on Shot Tracker on the PGA Tour. Well, besides Keegan.
Oh, Grillo?
Besides Keegan. Lucas Glover.
Oh, Lucas Glover.
Lucas freaking Glover is one of the best ball strikers on tour. I mean, he will knock it, an iron shot to within 8 feet, 6 feet, 5 feet, 4 feet, whatever. He'll miss them all. It doesn't matter. But he has been incredibly good lately with his ball striking. Maybe this is a week where it all comes together. He's a North Carolina guy, or actually South Carolina. He grew up in Greenville, South Carolina, but still, in that Carolina area.
I don't love where his ball strike, his iron play is trending. It's not trending well right now, but
well, either way, I think that he has been playing well. I mean, look at his form. His form has been pretty damn good, and he's been there. If it hadn't been for, I don't know what he shot Sunday, because Saturday shot himself out of the tournament. And so it didn't really matter. But I still like Lucas Glover at 85-1. He is a proven winner on tour still, and then that's it. And then I'll go to the long shots.
All right, hit me with your long shots.
Got 2 guys in here that I really like. Matthew Naismith at 125-1. I think he is a guy that has a great game for this course. Definitely has a ton of distance. A guy that I think this is a good course for him. You look at his approach. He is top 15 in the field in strokes gained approach, top 20 in ball striking, top 15 also in par 5 scoring. So I like Matthew Naismith there at 125-1. And then Aaron Wise is at 175-1. I think Aaron Wise is he's just kind of an enigma on tour. You never know when he's going to show up, but I feel like this is a week where he can show up and play well. Checks the box and ball striking, also in approach, has plenty of distance, top 35 in the field there. So good off the tee. I think Aaron Wise, and I think, if I could be wrong, but I believe he's got a pretty good history here as well.
Yeah, he does. I looked at Aaron Wise. I agree with you on Wise. He finished runner-up here his first time out in 2018. 2 years ago. And 18th in 2019. And in fact, the bugaboo with Aaron Wise is the putter. And that's why you say he's very risky, right? Because the ball striking is typically very, very solid. He's a long hitter, hits the irons well. Scrambling game is pretty good. Dude can't putt. I mean, you talk about Lucas Glover missing 3-footers. Wise is the same way. But he's shown the propensity that when he's got it going a little bit with the flat stick, he's top 5. With a chance to win. So here at Quail Hollow, he actually has performed better than his entire PGA Tour career. In 2018, he gained 4.2 strokes putting. In 2019, he lost 0.7, but actually losing 0.7 strokes putting for Aaron Wise is better than than all of his PGA Tour career's average. So he's putted better than average, far better than average both times. So I do think this is a course he likes, and I think it fits him, and I like the value as well at 175 to 1. That's just a big number for a PGA Tour winner and a kid that's got some chops and has a little win equity. He also could finish literally dead effing last. So just be prepared. Yeah. I'll throw out two more. I'm going to go back to the well here with a guy who I've stayed off of for the last couple weeks that he's been playing, thankfully, because he's missed the cut both times. But we talked about incoming form, right? Lonzo Griffin at 150 to 1 is just a tempting number for me. When you give me a guy who hits it decently long, decently straight, he's kind of a Max Homa type off the tee, but really, really solid iron player. But he just had a couple of tough tournaments with the irons, the Masters and the Valspar last week, where he lost 2.6 strokes on approach. But he was shaking the rust off, I think. Actually, he did play the Zurich. He didn't play the Zurich very well either, but shaking the rust off a bit, maybe. I don't know. It's just a big number for me for Lonzo. He's got top 10 upside. He's got a bunch of top 10s lately, but winning upside, obviously. So 150 to 1, I'm always tempted with Lonzo. And then a guy that I never get right, but I just saw the number and it's attractive to me. I think he's building some confidence, and that is Maverick McNeely. The irons are a big-time concern for Maverick McNeely. Big-time concern. 4th place finish the last time out at the Heritage, but he's just a putting machine. He's kind of like Aaron Wise, except opposite, right? Like he's going to pop or do terrible based on can his ball striking get to just level, right? Like that's basically what he did at the Heritage and finished 4th. And then he miscut, 49th, miscut, 2nd, miscut, 71st. Like he's come close a couple times and he just can't close the door because he can't get it all to click at once. But 175 to 1, I'll take a chance that it all clicks. So Maverick McNeely being my last guy. I do have a couple top 20 bets. Some of these names we've already mentioned. I like to go like kind of ballsy with the top 20 bets. If you follow the Tour Junkies and follow me, you probably know that's not unusual for me. Keegan at 2.5 to 1 is as short as I'm going to go. I love that for a top 20 for Keegan Bradley. I think that feels quite automatic, honestly. And then Aaron Wise at 5 to 1. I would imagine you would like that number. I like our boy Henry.
Say actually, Aaron Wise is 14 to 1 to top 10, which I don't think is a bad number either.
I like that too. I like our boy Henrik Norlander, friend of the podcast. He's his 3rd week in a row playing. He always said he likes that 3rd, 4th week. This is a great spot for Henrik that rewards being in the fairway and hitting long irons well. There is arguably not too many players on tour that are better with long irons than Henrik Norlander. And it was good to see him at least make a cut and play okay last week at the Valspar. And then I'm going to go with a couple long shots. Akshay Bhatia, our boy. Akshay, long hitter.
Ben is
yes.
Ben is going to like that one.
Yeah, long hitter, North Carolina boy. Gets a lot of reps around here, I believe. 10 to 1. I like that for top 20. And then Will Gordon, 11 to 1 top 20. Missed out on his last event due to COVID, but he hits it a long way. And I feel like this is an interesting spot for him. He can take advantage of those par 5s. So I'll hook up with a little Will Gordon maybe for a long shot top 20. That's it for me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done too.
Okay.
Good job, DP.
Good stuff. Everybody, give the channel a thumbs up, a subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to leave a comment. When were you ready to get back to work after the baby was born? 4 days for me. And yeah, check out the Tour Junkies YouTube channel as well for all the good stuff, all the good content. May your screens be green for the Wells Fargo Championship 2021. See ya. What's going on?
What's up, Dream Streamers? We are back and moments away from our next Madden simulation in the snow, no less. We have got the Rams, the Giants, virtual Meadowlands, MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, not far from the real-life location of our guy, Kenny Ducey, who returns to Simland after doing the nooner earlier. I'm Adam Kaufman. Fresh off, Kenny, a win in our free roll, a dominant victory. Just run away with the thing by a cool 3 points or whatever it was. It was what a time to be alive.
You won?
I won.
No, congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a real big moment for me.
Last sim was good. We had it was very eventful. You know, we had the game go down to the wire. I was in first place for a long time.
Were you?
Didn't finish in first place. Yeah.
No,
I also created my. Yeah, it's okay. I also created my contest super early, so we had like 140 entries. So I'm looking
more fun
at
that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Looking at your contest here, and I just have to say it. I don't care for your title. I know
the early bird special to put Jimmy G in the hall.
Well, anything about it.
Average starting quarterbacks.
First of all, we didn't even say he was average. I think you said he was better than like a handful of guys, so that would make him average to maybe even below average.
That's why I put him in the above average starting quarterback.
Well, average would be 15th, right?
I know, but I wanted to enhance his importance. I almost wrote just put him in the Hall of Fame.
Gotcha.
And then I said I can't do that. That's reserved for Julian Edelman.
You can't do that, right? But that's not even the problem that I have with it.
Okay.
I don't like that you call it the early bird special. I think it needs a new name.
Okay.
I don't like it. I know what you're trying to go for. You're trying to go for old people having dinner, but we're not old. We're not having dinner.
Also true.
And I would say the early bird special is like maybe 5 o'clock for old people, not even 4.
Well, by the time we end, it is about 5 o'clock. I thought you were also going to include,
so like
on the West Coast, it's
so
late lunchtime.
So do we call the nooner the 1 o'clocker because it ends around 1? No, we call it the nooner because it starts at 1.
I don't know. I think you could I don't think of an early bird special as 5 o'clock. I do think of it as closer to 4. 5 o'clock is when, it's an earlier dinner. Don't get me wrong, but it's not old people beat the rush early bird special. That's
I just hate it. I hate it. Every time I see early bird special, I think like it's morning. It's the morning time, or it's the first sim. We've already had 2 sims. What's early about this? Early bird also, if you want to break down the meaning, you're talking about restaurants when they first open.
Sure,
dinner
like
places for dinner.
Worm.
Right. So we're talking about it's early for, a dinner place to serve dinner, but it's not early for, this is our 3rd sim. This is
true. No, you're right. You're right about that.
You know what this is?
Tell me.
This is the hump.
This is the hump.
It's
not perfectly in the middle though, but it's close to the middle.
I would say this is
hump
the
day.
middle.
Mike.
And I would say that this is the middle of the sim day because you have, there you go. Yeah. Drew said, let's get Cracker Barrel to sponsor the early bird. No, let's not do that. Let's have the hump. I'm going to start calling this the hump because 6 o'clock.
Sessions is ready for the Rumble. All sorts of fire emojis. You have support from
there
Tom's Microwave. Matt Nelson said Ducey already complaining. The game hasn't even kicked off yet. Obviously,
I love this title, and here's the reason why it's the hump because the 12 and the 4 and the 2, that's really that's your daytime sims. Once you get to the slate, the slate and the 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim, and then Madden after that's your night. Your night really starts at 5. You start to just ramp up into the night with the night coverage, with the slate and with your 6 o'clock sim.
The happy hour sim.
So this is to me the middle. I know there's only 2 sims before it and there's 3 sims after it in a show, but to me this is the middle of the day. This is like you're going from there's a clear divide. 12 and 2 are clearly day, and the 6 o'clock sim and the 5 o'clock slate are clearly night. So this is the hump. This is the middle. This is the perfect middle, and I think that's what we call it. We don't call it the early bird special. That's tired. It's a
all right.
tired
Well,
nickname.
I'll tell you what. I am not married to the early bird special. I am always open.
You are
to
married
innovation.
to someone though, because I can see your ring right there.
Yeah, I know. It's a big old ring too. It's about I think it literally is as wide a ring option as I could get. I wanted to just really, let it show on my finger. Look, sorry everyone, I'm taken. This is a width ring right here. I am married to someone. You're right. I'm not married to the early bird special, however. So I'm open-minded, folks. I'm open-minded. How does I want to hear from the chat? I'm married to the game, says Drew.
Me too.
Absolutely. I want to hear from the chat. How does the chat feel? Does the chat want to rename the early bird special? Because I'm okay with that. I really am. But I don't know.
Did they ever call for the early bird special?
I don't know if the hump is the answer. I'm not saying we don't rename it. I'm not saying the hump is the answer. So
I'm not saying it is either. I just thought it was. I thought it would be a fun, quirky name that you could get behind. But
we could get ourselves into a little bit of trouble after a while, though, if all of a sudden we got the nooner, and then we have the hump. It's like, I mean, we start to teeter a little too much.
Well, what about that song? Mama
the
do the
dance.
hump, Mama do the hump, the Humpty dance with the hump. Well, the Humpty. The Humpty. It had to be the Humpty because the Humpty dance is too. That wouldn't make sense. But the Humpty also living tribute to Radio Rap Underground. What was it? Radio Underground, I thought.
Digital Underground.
Yeah. Living tribute. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that you were fans of that. You were a fan of that song. I saw you. I saw you put the
lead man just passed away.
Yeah, I saw you put a lyrics up. I liked it. I think I liked it on Twitter. All right, let's call it the Humpty. Boom, done.
Folks, do we call it the Humpty?
People say
do we want to call
Humpty.
this sim the 4 o'clock? Do we want to call the 4 o'clock the Humpty? I'm open-minded. Do the Humpty Hump. I do the Humpty Hump. I want to hear from the people. So, all right, stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. Already, Bobby Trees is up to 52 passing yards, by the way. Noah says 3P is the Krusty Hump game. Shock G, that's right, Hugh. What's your lineup look like here for the?
You asked me what my. I didn't know you'd ask.
Maybe soon to be declared, renamed
for the Humpty.
Eastern Sim.
Josh Reynolds is my captain. He's going to score a touchdown right here.
Josh Reynolds is also my captain. So
he just caught that ball.
Love it. Let's see how much more synergy we have, the two of us.
Jared Goff. I never roster quarterbacks, but I rostered Jared Goff. We don't have any synergy because I stacked up the Rams, and you don't have the guts to stack up the Rams, Goff. You do not have.
I do Giants.
The courage. Oh yeah, what did you do? A 4-2 splits? No, come on. I went 5-1, baby.
Whoa.
Josh Reynolds, captain. Jared Goff, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Tyler, Eleanor Higbee.
Wow, I don't think that's his name.
And then I went with Evan Ingram as my only Giant.
All right, well, we have very similar lineups, as we have a 3-0 lead for the Rams.
Okay.
After that field goal. Thank you all for being with us. I have Josh Reynolds as captain, as 11% of people do in our smaller contest, 145 entries, about 40% owned overall. I have Bobby Trees, I have Cooper Kupp, I have Evan Ingram, but I also have Darius Slayton, and I have Saquon Barkley. Saquon, 22% the captain spot, 90% owned overall.
Well, you lost because of Saquon Barkley, but it was a good try.
You know what?
What?
Let's find a way. Here's my suggestion. I know we this is how we'll make this one interesting for the two of us in our lineups.
Bobby Trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel.
Is there? Where are you, by the way? How many points do you have currently? We got to be
15.36.
Okay, so I'm 12.6. We're basically.
Let's find you here. Can I do that on my phone?
I'm 36th. Tied for 36th.
Okay, let's just look.
Now 38.
38. Wow, you're slipping, man.
I know.
Like DMX.
Knobs, not doing me any favors.
All right, so the only differences in our lineups is I have Goff And you have Saquon.
You have Goff and Higbee, and I have Barkley and
Saquon and Slayton. Yeah. Well, so far Saquon has 0 points because the Giants don't have football yet. And I'm telling you, man, you wasted your money with Saquon.
What sport would you most like to do a head-to-head in tonight if you had to pick one?
Oh, baseball, 100%.
Baseball.
It's always going to be baseball.
All right, then here's what we'll do. If my lineup is better, at the end of the sim, we will do a head-to-head tonight in basketball. And if your lineup is better, we will do a head-to-head in baseball.
Oh, boy. Okay. I got to tell you, though, I'm not going to be bothered one bit to care about basketball tonight because I'm going to be at the Yankees-Astros game.
Well, good. Better for me. Once I beat you here, I'll beat you there.
Okay.
And then I'll beat you everywhere. Just, I don't know. I felt like I'd go all Dr. Seuss with it.
That was good.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaufman Seuss.
Dr. Shock G.
Dude,
Vardis' Koff, did you end up winning the 2? Sure did.
Is there a more disappointing player in Madden than Saquon Barkley?
I don't feel that way. Saquon Barkley is averaging 20 points a sim.
Not lately. The last 5 games, man.
That is correct. He is not gone. As a matter of fact, he hasn't gone for 20 plus in quite a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. His last 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 of his last 17 sims, he has been sub 20 points.
Ongo Cab said, Bark about to break a big 1. Then he said, Barkley do 4, a big 1, watch. Okay. All right, Congo Cab. Just saying stuff so that way, Congo Cab is perennially rooting against me, and it fuels me. It fuels me.
I like that.
Look at that. Look at that catch right there by my man, your man, Darius Slayton.
Our man, our guy.
No,
Executive
it's
Session
your guy,
says,
not my guy.
"Cough, Deucey, it's magic, it's
He didn't
fire."
say
A
that.
whole bunch of emojis. Says
He
the
said
producer's
cuff.
Gotta love it. He
Said
calls
cuff.
me Cuff. It's true. He calls me Cuff.
Yeah, I don't like that right there, Darius Slayton. I don't like that one bit.
Jordan's done the math. Says
I don't
Barkley is
like
averaging
that
14
one
fantasy
bit.
points over his last 10.
That's not what we want to do down here in Deucey country. Had Darius Slayton catch that ball. Now that's what we're not gonna have to do.
All that junk talk from before, I've now surpassed you in our sim.
Yeah.
Nearing the end of this.
Yeah, but
quarter.
not for long, Cough, because Evan Ingram's here to make it all better.
All right. We'll see.
And now I've surpassed you, have I not?
No, because Evan Ingram is in my lineup.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have Tyler Higbee. Oops.
You spud.
Spud Webb. That's what they call me. Spud.
3-0. The Rams.
Is that an insult? Or are you calling me a spud? Like,
I don't know.
Spud?
Honestly, I don't think I've ever called anyone a spud in my entire life, and yet for some reason it just popped into my head right there. It felt right. I went with it.
You blueberry.
Goff, 69.
Come on.
Nice. Less than that, obviously.
Come on, you lemon.
Danny Dimes on the other side. Barkley 3 for 13 on the ground. That's it. Brown 3, Henderson 3. That's where we're sitting right now.
You're being such a butternut squash there, Cough.
Yeah, quit squashing things. Bobby Trees 3 for 52. No one else with more than one catch. A dozen yards for Ingram. 13 for Slayton. 13
Bobby
for
Trees
Cup.
is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel. Be the last one on the good stuff.
When are you going to get that haircut? I know that you wanted to get one between sims, and it didn't work out for you time-wise. So do you?
Yeah, I don't have it. I'll go tomorrow. I don't have any sims tomorrow. I got time tomorrow.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to try and work it in before the Yankee game.
No, I don't have time. I got to get a COVID test, so no.
Do they I don't know how all this works. I haven't been to a.
So I have my second dose of the vaccine, so they're not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna have COVID, but
right.
But
do they get tested before you go in?
It has not been 2 days. It has not been 2 weeks, so I can't prove that there's no proof of vaccination until 2 weeks. You have to have 2 weeks out. Yeah, you have to be 2 weeks out of your second shot to get in.
So do you have
And
to?
if you're
actually
not, then
show up
you need a
with your
negative
little-
COVID test.
You got to show up with your card to.
Well, yes, but my point is that won't matter because I got my shot less than 2 weeks ago. So
Right.
that's why I need a negative COVID test. That's why I'm going to go take one.
Noah says, "Cough. Power rank all those movies behind you during halftime." Sure, and we will next do a sim a week and a half from now.
Slayton. You know, you're such a little
Winner? Is that the word you're
no,
looking
that's
for?
not the word. You're a head of lettuce.
Barter says, "Kenny, are you taking your glove to the game tonight? What is your general
Of course
attire?"
not. We've already
and,
talked about this.
I haven't talked about this. Maybe you have with someone else.
What, with the glove or what?
In general, what do you look like when you go to a Yankee game? Like, are you wearing
Well,
a Yankees hat, a Yankees sweatshirt? You got your glove.
I'm gonna
or
wear
are
my
you-
I'm gonna
are you
wear
dressed
my
the way that you
hat
are right now. What's
I'm
this
gonna wear
look
my
like?
hat right here with my Yankee hat. No one can
Okay,
see
I
it,
see
but
it.
I can. So I wear my Yankee hat, and
Yeah,
then
I see
I
the
also
N and the Y, sure.
I have oh, please tell me he was out. One.
No,
I think
he's
that
in.
second
He's
foot
so
was
in.
out, Cough.
He's so in it hurts.
He's in.
Yeah, first and 10.
And then I have a DJ LeMahieu jersey that I'll probably wear, but I
Okay.
think I might have to put an undershirt under it because it's pretty cold. I wouldn't say pretty cold, but cold enough to wear an undershirt, you know. By the way, John Means right now. Can you? I
Heard
mean,
of him. Yep.
can you find me a better pitcher in the American League right now than John Means? I think it's impossible.
Guy's been locked in.
You get him. He's got a 2-run lead right now. You get him a 2-run lead. It is
It's
over.
It's over.
And this ball game is over.
If you go to, as many people do, there's no judgment here. I'm one of these people.
Yeah.
If you go to a baseball game, let's just talk baseball because you're going to a baseball game tonight. If you go to a baseball game wearing a jersey, is that the equivalent of going to a concert wearing the band's shirt, or is the equivalent more if you went wearing an actual jersey?
I would say the band's shirt. That's what I would say.
For a jersey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not a jersey at all. It's just a t-shirt.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, what is the equivalent
I
to
know,
going to a concert and
yeah.
wearing the band shirt? So you,
I think it's a jersey. Yeah. No, I
well,
know
then
what you're
what's the
saying.
next level up? Because the next level up from a jersey is obviously a jersey.
Right.
So what's the next level up from going to a concert in the band's t-shirt? There really isn't one.
Right, but does there have to be?
For the purpose of this discussion, yeah.
The t-shirt. I don't understand why there has to be another level up from a t-shirt. You wear a band t-shirt or you don't. There's many options at a baseball game. You could wear a windbreaker with the logo of the team on it. That's like wearing a windbreaker with the logo of the band on it. Like, but there's a t-shirt
Those
with the
exist? Is
Yankees,
that a thing?
logo on it.
Unless
There's a
you're a roadie?
t-shirt with there's no such thing as a band jersey.
It's true. 3-3, by the way.
I mean, for
top
most
20.
bands,
Let's
anyway.
see if I can find Kenny. Hang on, I gotta scroll.
Oh, Kenny's all the way down there. Oh, where did he go? Oh, boy. The
Oh,
Giants
6
just had the ball for the last 10 minutes. Wonder why Kenny didn't score any points. Kenny, come home for supper.
Kenny, we're ringing the bell. We're ringing the bell, Kenny. Ding,
Oh,
ding, ding,
boy.
ding, ding. Let's
Where'd
go,
all
Kenny.
your points go? Why wouldn't
Bad
your
boys of
Rams
pop.
getting any points, Kenny?
You,
You
dress
watch
like the
now.
band? LOL.
You watch now. Now that the Rams have the ball, I don't know, maybe my players can get points?
Mike Bizzle says, quick guessing game for Kenny in his game tonight. Who scores first tonight, the Yanks or the Stros? I think we should do that. I think we should make a list of just like Kenny, Yankees, Astros predictions for tonight, and we can regroup and
I
see.
mean, I think the Yankees score first and they win. Luis Garcia. I think it's going to be another high-scoring game. It'll probably be pretty close. But I think the Yankees have the leg up here, just very slightly over Luis Garcia.
What kind of score are you looking at? Throw out that prediction just for giggles.
7-5. 7-5.
Okay.
Tate says over under number of trash cans in the crowd. I saw so many. I saw so many last night on the broadcast. It was nuts. All right, let's see. Come on, Jared here. Don't hand it off. What are we doing? Let's throw the ball here. Let's throw the ball. Let's throw the ball.
Rock Forever says, wearing a band's t-shirt when you don't listen to them or know
If you smell
one or two songs, then you deserve no respect.
My
Sometimes you
favorite-
just want to look the part and fit in, though.
My favorite thing to do.
Huh. I'm sorry.
Speaking of this whole argument,
I know that's
is-
not what you were doing, but for anyone that couldn't see you, that sound was the equivalent of you just like it was like you took a what? Come on, help me out. What's the thing that got like
I don't
whipped
know.
cream? Like you took a whipped cream can.
Oh,
just
yep.
into your mouth.
I mean, that kind of is what I did. I mean, with the Gatorade bottle. So we were talking. What were we just talking about?
Nothing important.
No, you just asked me a question.
It was about the Yankees and the Astros and bands and T-shirts.
Oh, that's right. When people refer to their favorite team as we,
yeah,
you know your comment. You know this, right? You know what what I'm talking about. Where people will go, we just need a kicker.
We're so bad this year.
Dude, all we need is defense, dude.
Yeah.
All we need, right? It's not we, it's they, right?
Sure.
My favorite thing, and I have to give my buddy credit. And by the way, he just wrote, and he spent like 2 or 3 years, my buddy, writing a book on tanking. His name is Jake Fisher. Go check out his book.
Nice. Good plug.
Yeah, it's there you go. It's his
What's
book
the book
title.
called?
I'm looking it up now. I don't want to have the wrong title, so I'm just looking it up right now. The title of his book is Built to Lose.
Okay, that's an
You can
appropriate
get
name
it.
for a book about
Yeah,
tanking.
you can get it. He's a great basketball writer. We worked together at Sports Illustrated. I knew him before then. Does a bunch of writing at Bleacher Report now. You can buy it on Amazon. Built to Lose. Got a ton of great interviews with he's a big Sixers fan and a big Sixers reporter. So he followed the Sixers process. Anyway, but he was the one who once gave me this argument to use against people that say we. Mm-hmm. He said, you don't go to a concert and after you watch Aerosmith perform, you don't just walk out of the concert with your friends and go, dude, we killed it, man. What a great concert. We rocked the house, man. You don't say that about watching a band, or if you go to see Hamilton, you're not like, dude, we put on a show tonight, man. You don't say that about your favorite actors and favorite bands, you know what I mean? So why do we say that when we go watch a baseball team or a football team put on a show? Why do we feel like because we're fans of a team that somehow we're part of it, right?
Jordan says the audience contributes to a great performance.
What about if I'm a fan of Lin-Manuel Miranda and I go watch Hamilton and I'm in the crowd and I'm cheering him on after every musical number? I'm going, you're the man, Lin, you're the man. Do I feel like I deserve credit for helping Lin-Manuel Miranda be great?
I get where you're coming from.
Also, what about the Dodgers last year when they won the World Series? Did the fans help them win the World Series? No. Last year proved these teams don't need the fans. The Yankees were better last year without fans than they are this year with fans. So what's the point? I don't understand the point. That was actually my favorite part of the pandemic.
If every sim had a headline, Kenny Ducey, fans are bad for sports.
My favorite part of the pandemic was that all these teams played without fans, and fans had to eat a slice of humble pie and realize that they're not important to the product. They help, right? They help these teams. I love being at sporting events. I missed, right, that atmosphere of screaming fans. And I do think that in certain situations, right, namely playoff games, stuff like that, they do impact some areas of the game. But I think that last year was proof that these teams can still play without fans in the stands, right?
Yeah, of course they can. I mean, we learned that they can. There's no
Tate
doubt
says,
about
what's
it.
the point of doing any sports or performances unless someone is watching you?
Because of business and they get paid an obnoxious amount of money to do it.
But so you're helping contribute to the product. Just when I go watch a movie, I'm helping contribute to the budget of the next Marvel movie if I go pay to watch a Marvel movie. right? I'm
Sure.
helping because look, they wouldn't make the movies if people weren't buying tickets and going to see them, right? So I am influential.
Although Noah says when
important.
a movie I watched wins an Oscar, I add it to my resume.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like I understand the importance, but like you're not the reason why it's successful. The reason why it's successful is like, you know, the actors and actresses and the directors and the editing. Like all those people are the reason why a film is successful. You are integral.
So,
but you're not taking credit for like the great shot that, you know, Frank Vincenzo got. You know what I mean? Like, just
I think you made that name up. A lot of what you're saying
course.
is fair. A lot of what you're saying is fair. But here's the we thing, if I may interject. I'm going to do it anyway. Minute to go here in the opening half, 3-3 game. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman.
Right, the bad boys about I'm not saying.
Hang on. Here's the we thing. The we thing is this: when you love a band, when you love a Broadway show, when you love an individual actor, whatever it may be, a movie, you may love it. You may be personally, invested in their success because you're such a big fan of their work. Fine. With a sports team, and you know this, you're a passionate sports fan like so many of us are who are here. In fact, I would find it hard to believe there's any casual sports fan who hangs out and, is part of the hashtag team always here and watches these things. It's in your blood, man. I mean, not literally, I get it, but you are just so invested in the success of the laundry, not always the individual player, but the laundry, the teams that you support, that you are born into or adopt along the way. You care so much. Like, you will never, you won't go see Hamilton and, man, turns out Lin-Manuel Miranda had a cold that day, and he was not a peak performer. You know what you're going to say? You're going to say, well, that was a waste of money, and that sucked, and that was a bummer, but it's not going to keep you up at night. No, wait. When you watch the Yankees in the playoffs, man, there's a questionable move by Aaron Boone, leaves a pitcher in too long or whatever it is, and lose the game on a walk-off, and we've all been there. That will, if depending on the level of sports fan you are, that is going to keep you up at night. That is going to put you in a bad mood for a week. There is nothing else in this world that you have no direct relationship with or control over that could lead you to have that sort of visceral physical reaction.
I understand the emotions but
that's the difference.
That's why we're here today.
That's
why we're sitting in these chairs, because people love sports. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that fans don't, impact the game. Liam Hendricks and the Oakland Athletics would have won the wild card game if it weren't for 50,000 people yelling, at Yankee Stadium 3 years ago. There is an element to the crowd that you can't quantify, right? So I'm not saying that there's not.
I think there's an element to the crowd you can't quantify.
I'm just saying, why do we say we, like, we're part of the organization? We're not on payroll. We're paying them. What?
Sure. It's because we feel like if your team wins a championship, it just lifts you. It puts you into a better mood for a long period of time. And no, you're not going to be personally rewarded by it in the sense that you're getting a ring and you're getting a sweatshirt, you're getting a hat, and all these things are just given to you. You got to go out and buy that stuff, obviously. You're not recognized. You're not part of the team. I get all that. But where it does lift you up in ways that other things can't, you know this. I mean, you're trying to make a point here, and I'm playing devil's advocate and all of that. Like,
I know you are.
We're going round and round. We're doing our thing as we often do.
You're not addressing the we. You're addressing why people care about teams, and I agree.
I'm addressing the we. The we is in the emotion. The we is in the emotion in terms of what your approach is.
So you're just saying people will blurt out something that's incorrect. You're saying that the we is not needed and not necessary, but because people are so caught up in the emotions, that's why they'll say we. So you're not necessarily
1,000%.
So you're not defending the we, you're just saying, you're explaining the we to me, which I already know why the we exists.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, while I'm not a we guy, I as Obi-Wan will tell you, I'm very much a me guy. While I'm not a we guy in this context, I get it, I understand it, and I don't blame people for doing it. Because
I do blame people
because
for
I get
understand
how the emotion takes you to that place of feeling so passionately, like your love and support, like you are part of it in some way. I get that. I do.
I don't. I just don't think
when I was younger. When I was younger, I mean, as an adult, I don't do the we thing. But when I was younger, and maybe even in college, I'm sure I did the we thing.
I just don't think that you've explained. I think that you've explained why people say we, and I understand that. But I don't think you've like enlightened me one bit as to why that's okay. You're just giving people. I mean, is it okay to curse? Like if I'm overtaken by emotion because your lineup beats mine, is it okay for me to just blurt out a curse word?
Not if you want to keep your job.
Well, yeah, but like that's like. But would you be like, oh, but you don't understand his emotional connection to his lineup, right?
I want to hear from CEH because CEH says in the chat, you're both wrong.
Okay, I would like to hear from CEH.
So CEH, explain yourself, sir.
But I just think that emotions
here.
doesn't like just give someone a free pass to pretend like they're part of the Yankees, you know, and say we.
I don't think that's what it is. I think you're overstating it the other way. I don't think people say we feeling and believing they're a part of the team and have, you know, the superstitious people who won't change their underwear for an entire playoff series believe in their heart of hearts that they have any impact on the outcome. I think the we is strictly the emotional connection to feeling like they are part of it. Not that they truly have control, but they are so, you know, like, I mean, you will say we with regard to your family, even if it's something that, you know what it is? Here's a good example. It's like how some people will say, like if I said to you, guess what, Kenny? We're pregnant. No, we're not. My wife is. I mean, she's not, thank goodness. But, you know, that's what it is. Is it, we're pregnant. No, I mean, I played a role, obviously, but I am not pregnant. She is. It's the same kind of thing.
I don't think that that's a good comparison. I appreciate you trying that comparison out, but I don't think that is a direct correlation.
I just want to put it out there, see how it felt.
It's not. I mean, it's not a bad stab. But I think that you, in the birth of your children, have a little more to do with your children than me paying money to go watch the Yankees tonight.
Yes and no, because at a much larger level, if not for teams making money off of fans and marketing and all that comes with it, but it all comes back to the fans, sports wouldn't exist. I mean, they would at a much simpler playground level, but as we know them as professional leagues, no. If there were no demand, there would be no supply. So I think I am magnifying my point. My role versus a fan's role in a team.
All right, well, you know what? You won our little showdown here, so congratulations.
Already over? There's Saquon.
Oh, there it is. You won.
I'm feeling good, guys. I'm just feeling like a winner today.
Yeah, Varder Robinson. I understand. I didn't need Coffin to explain to me why people say we. I just don't think it's right, and I don't think people should say it. I think it's dumb. Because you're not part of the team.
I don't think there's anyone out there that you need to explain this to. I don't think anyone out there is saying that they don't get your side. I think they just believe that you are short-sighting a fan's emotional connection to their favorite sports.
You know, you ever been to a rap concert?
Oh, every Friday.
Okay, so you haven't.
Yeah, I have. It's been a while.
So
I haven't
you know
been to any concerts in a while.
You
What's
know
your
how
point?
there's always a hype man, right?
Yeah,
That's
of
like
course.
the
I don't
hype-
need to
that's
go
like
to a
the
rap
hype
concert to
man.
be familiar with the hype man.
That's like the hype man for like Tyler the Creator being like feeling like he was the one who put on the show. Like he's just standing there yelling. He didn't make any of the music. He's just standing there hyping him up. He didn't do anything. Why should he? He doesn't deserve any credit. People aren't paying to see the hype
But
man.
I bet even the band or artist in that particular situation feels like the hype man is a part of the crew, part of the entourage, part of the we. I mean, unless you're
Jordan Lindenbaum probably says it best. He says you cannot assign logic to an emotional thing. And I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be logical about the fact that, baseball fans just have nothing to do with a team. They're just not.
CEH just CEH, explain your point. You can't just you keep saying you're both wrong. What's your
Oh,
point?
Danny fumbles, goes down.
Danny fumbles.
I don't get. I also would like to strip his nickname from him.
Danny fumbles or Danny Dimes?
Danny Dimes.
Mike says,
why?
You use
Why?
that we pronoun every New England reference. I most certainly don't. Go back and listen to any sim. You've never heard me say that. I might do it in text conversations with buddies when I get animated. I've never done it here. Now Robbie's saying,
Look at this guy. Look at how bad this guy is. Oh yeah, get him taken down there, Aaron Donald. Let's go Rams. Let's go Rams.
Robbie says all connects. We is we, bro. You is you.
Dude, we are killing Daniel Jones right now. Look at us. Look at us right now.
Yeah, Varder. Koff just explained it to a T. It's the exact reason that we is the emotional effect. It's the down feeling, the love feeling, the sickness in your stomach feeling.
Robbie Noble says it all connects. We is we, bro. You is you. And I think that's where we can leave it. Thank you, Robbie.
As Jordan
Thanks
says,
for that
we should
enlightening.
all hit that like button. It's true. We should do that.
We.
Ray
Had a
says,
great
I think
sim.
that we get annoyed with most of Kenny's stances on any sim. No.
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 Come on now.
Yeah, Sean says the hype man helps keep the energy engaged. He's a part of the performance, so it's we.
John Means has
He's
not.
playing in the sim.
He is not allowed to hit through 4 innings now.
I mean, he's pretty good.
He's facing Kyle Seager right now, but if he gets Kyle Seager out, he will not have allowed to hit through 4 innings. Nor has he walked anybody.
Oh, Yola, this one's for you.
Nor has anybody reached on an
W.
error.
My response to someone saying we about their team, baseball. Where'd you hit in the order? Football. Were you the running back? Hockey. What line were you on? I can't stand it either.
Where'd you hit in the order? I like how this guy has standard comebacks for all the people that say we for every sport. Also, you don't hear people who are big fans of like Tiger Woods. You don't hear them saying we. Dude, when we make it back to the tour, we're gonna win another major.
When Serena's out there winning Grand
Yep.
Slams. Oh, we're gonna look so good on the clay.
Yep, we're winning the French.
Big deal. Deuce, I would not want to say we when talking about the Jets either. LOL.
LOL. Good one.
All right, how about this? Urban legend. Interns can be part of a corporation and not get paid for it, but if they were to refer to their job and coworkers, they would say we. That's not bad.
Come on, dude. That is ridiculous.
That's not bad. That's better than my
You
stab
still
before.
work there. You still work there.
Not on the payroll record.
But you still work there. You're still contributing.
Dude, being a sports fan feels like a job sometimes.
If you're in a soup kitchen
What
and you
if your
feed like 300 people, you
What if
say
your
we
team
fed
stinks?
300 people. You didn't get paid to do it.
Dude, being a fan of the Red Sox last year felt like a job.
That felt like, come on, you think that felt like a job? What about my whole life? What about my whole life? Look at me, Cough, I'm exhausted. I root for the Jets and the Knicks, dude. It's terrible. That's a job.
Knicks are like a top 4 team in the conference right now.
Little Red Sox had a little losing season. I'm so sorry, Cough. Oh no, one of my Boston teams didn't make the playoffs. Oh no, that's so sad.
I guess I'm going to go.
Oh, we won every
one of my
championship
hats.
ever. Maybe we can't win it one year. Oh.
I like that the baby had a slight Boston accent right there. Oh, maybe we can't win it one year. Touchdown, Cooper Kupp. That'll help both of us.
Why is someone in the chat named Voice of the Celtics and it's you?
That's my burner.
I love that guy too. Just came right for the throat as well.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Tate says, "I've never lost one of these
He has the
Sims."
most annoying voice.
He's talking about you. Tate says, "I've actually
know.
never lost one of these Sims. I'm always saying that we won with whoever wins."
Oh, look at we did the Nene in the end zone, just there.
Yeah, we
Cooper
did.
Kupp.
Yeah, we sure did, buddy. All right, what do we got here in our? So I'm 17th, just threatening for another victory on this big day. Where are you?
Mike Bizzle said, "What about the Ryder Cup? We win or lose." I do think that you can say "we" when it's like a nation.
Oh, here it goes. So when it's like the Olympics.
Nation,
When it's the
say
Olympics
for America because you live there, and,
Oh, yeah.
and these are the people
where
that you've
were you on the
chosen
Michael
to
Phelps
represent.
relay team there, Ducey? Where were you with the Phelps in the pool?
But these are the
We.
they
This we
represent
crap.
you as a country. I feel like that's much different. And
Yeah,
don't give me like,
which stroke
well,
did
what
you
about
swim?
Patrick
Says Drew.
Mahomes doesn't represent Kansas City. Like it's a small little. He doesn't represent Kansas. Like what about like I think that representing an entire country is much more different than like playing on privatized sports teams.
I think Mike, Mike, as he writes in the chat, I think he found the loophole here.
Tate K says, Kenny Ducey, American hero, true patriot. Thank you, Tate.
Bad Boys of Pop says, okay, I think I've decided it. We say we when we're referring to our team, doesn't apply to individual sports or to bands. Boom, settled. Bobby Trees up to 86 yards receiving
Bobby
here.
F. Trees. You know what the F stands for?
What heat did you run, Ducey? Says Abby Rizzle. What line were you in the pole vault, Ducey? Oh, I always have fun with you. I really do. It's 10-3. Just
Impossible
running
not
away
to.
with this contest against Ducey. I can't wait to play you in basketball tonight. You better make sure you make that lineup before you go to that Yankee
I don't know
game.
if I can guarantee that I'm making a basketball lineup tonight.
Well, if you don't do it tonight, you're definitely doing it tomorrow. But
Sure.
really, the agreement was tonight.
Tomorrow, why don't we do it tomorrow? Because we're on the slate together tomorrow. We could talk all about the basketball slate, or I guess we could do a baseball.
Cop out
too,
is
though.
outrageous already. But it's a good plug nonetheless, as we're
Can
through
we go-
three
can we-
quarters. So Kenny and
Tate.
I will be together for more of this and who knows what else after the 4 o'clock sim tomorrow. We will be hanging out from about 5:15 to 6, just chilling, just talking about the world,
I
just
wanna-
loving life.
I want to see Tate before we go back to the game. He was on a screen, and I thought I saw someone named Travis Harvestine. And it was like I think it might have been snapping stats or something. All I know is I want to know what that was. There was like a page in the Madden box score, and there were 3 people in it, and I have no idea what position they played. Blocking. There we go. 3 people have blocking. I guess the 3 pancakes in this game.
Noah says going into championship rounds, Kaufman up 2-1. DeMac line, Koff, sports or tribal, identifying as a member and supporting your team using we as a pronoun isn't wrong. Chris says if I have a wager on the game and I win $200, can I say we?
Yeah.
There's another loophole for Kenny.
Another loophole. I do
This says,
grant
we didn't get the
exceptions.
points for Cooper
Rob-
Kupp's touchdown.
Rob
Well,
Havenstein
what the heck,
has
Tate?
a pancake.
Give us the touchdown for Cooper Kupp, Tate.
Hey, we're doing a great job on ops tonight.
Yeah, I know. We're
All of
killing
us.
it on ops.
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah. Just remember, when everything's going well on the stream, we are all doing a great job. When we run into technical difficulties like earlier, it's Samir's fault. The claw. Who scored? Well, if you couldn't tell by that previous rant, Cooper Kupp.
Boy.
Mike Bizzle says Coffin's DVD collection is we all the way.
That's right. We all the way home.
on the poor Boston teams. On the Red Sox with the poor losing season.
Oh no, traded away Mookie Betts. Oh no.
Dude, I mean, I think we're allowed to be upset about that one. We as fans.
Now he stinks this year. Have you seen his numbers? They're really bad.
There's no way that can be true.
No, that is. He has not hit well at all this year. I mean, you could say there's no way
Water will
that's
find
gonna
its
last,
level. He'll be fine.
But he has not hit well.
Tate says, hey, this isn't Tate's fault. This is our fault. All of you in the dream
That's
stream.
right. That's right.
When
All of
you
you
win
sitting at home
and we
watching,
lose.
it's your fault too that the scores aren't updated. So you say win.
Chris says, sounds like you guys are preparing for an appearance on Pardon the Interruption. Fidelis says, cough now, who's in second, baby?
That's kind of what we're doing tomorrow anyway.
I'm top 10. But you, Fidelis, are in second. About 4 points behind. Feel the breeze.
Every broadcast we do is called Pardon the Interruption. I'm just
Pretty
interrupting you and I say sorry.
You don't say sorry.
Well, at the end I do. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you a lot.
Listen, it's like Tom or Lamarca or whoever, the comment the other night.
Goff.
I just bring the best out of my teammates. That's what I say in the mirror when I get up every morning. I just want to bring the best out of my teammates.
I think I bring the best out of you.
We're a winning team, Ducey and I right here. Hashtag Kenny Whisperer. 10-3.
I think I'm the cough whisperer. I don't think that you get nearly as good of a cough as you do.
Whoa. All right.
Me.
Let's leave it up to the chat. Who am I best with? I know you're tempted to say everyone, but who am I best with? Waiting for people to
I also think that there's something to be said about getting the best take out of you, or getting you going, getting you riled up. You're not.
You and I argue more than anyone else. That is
and I feel like that gets you animated. It gets you.
Sure.
It gets the funniest out of you, and let's see.
Tate says, since when do you two whisper? It's a great point. I am hungry though. What are your dinner plans before the game? You gonna get something in the Bronx there?
Here's my dilemma. Okay.
Oh, we have a problem.
I'm exhausted and I need coffee, but I also need to see an apartment, and I need to go get a COVID test, and I need to be on the west side at 6 o'clock. So I don't know my dinner plans. Probably just like
you better hope
a dirty water hot dog. Probably a dirty water hot dog, if we're being honest, outside of stands.
Abby Rizzle says, still laughing at the Bostonian baby complaining about his teams.
For real, though, I mean, come on. You guys, did you really just say it was like a job watching the Red Sox? Being a Red Sox fan?
Have you ever heard of What Have You Done For Me Lately? I know people like to believe in these grace periods after your teams have great seasons.
Do you know the amount of heat that I would catch if I said it was like a job being a Yankee fan? Because you could say the same thing about What Have You Done For Me Lately. The Yankees have not even been to the World Series since 2009. The Red Sox have won more recently than that. So if you're gonna
multiple times, yeah.
So I think if I would have been like, oh, being a Yankee fan sucks, people would be like, oh my goodness, what are you saying? Of course it doesn't suck. You're the worst. That's what people would say if I said that. So you can't say that about the Red Sox.
Because people would still look at that and say, do you remember how ridiculously dominant you were in the 90s, and say to shut up. But, if
I would be like, I'm sorry, I was 5.
Well, that's what I mean. This doesn't, that's the retort. That's the logical reply is, well, I wasn't old enough for that. All this suffering that we've been through here in the last 15 years.
I would just like to see, as we get the bad boys of pop, says, just grab a slice, Kenny.
Grab a slice, Kenny.
Honestly, look, here's the thing, okay? New York has great pizza. New York has the best pizza around, right? That's everyone knows that. I'm not debating that. I think that your average New York slice is better than a slice in average size anywhere else.
Okay.
But
what about like Chicago?
But yes, I've had Chicago pizza. It's good. It's not pizza though. But
interesting.
But there's the pizza places. I feel like the best pizza places are so heavily concentrated in certain areas. Like you have like, you know, like frankly, Staten Island, which no one will ever go to Staten Island, right? For good reason. You have the Village, and then you have like, you know, Williamsburg area. Like there's a lot of good pizza places. There's just kind of pockets. And then I feel like everywhere else in the city, I feel like there's like you have to really work hard to find a really good pizza place. Like up here on the Upper East Side, there's not a great one.
But you've been to a fair number of Yankees games. Shouldn't you know where your go-to spot is for a slice?
Oh no, you're not getting it. You're not getting a good slice of pizza at a Yankee game. I'm just talking about what if I.
No, I'm saying by the stadium on your way to the game.
There's not a place. There's not a good place. It's not like It's not like, you know, some cities or towns where like the stadium's in the middle of like, you know, a fun area or like right in town. Like it's in the middle of nowhere in the Bronx.
Yeah, there's nothing around the stadium.
Right.
True.
So it's not like there's like a good place I can just pop by, you know? But yeah, I would say that, that I would probably want to get one before I went, and that there's not a lot of good places around where I live.
Saquon going to be able to punch this thing in and
Saquon
man through your lineups until now. Let's see if he can get us in and push overtime here.
You do not have to worry about beating me. That's all I want to say.
Nope, never do.
You have me beat
handedly. Danny Dimes is going to hang on to it.
You beat us.
Passes into traffic, incomplete. Was looking for Evan Ingram. Could have helped us both, at least in the overall standings. Jordan says he's right. The truly great places do tend to be concentrated.
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes. All right,
Scotty wants an Ingram TD.
Let's get Danny Jones. Yes, get him! Get him! Let's go!
8-yard loss. 8-yard loss. Are we at 200 likes yet? Smash that like, folks.
I only want one thing right now.
Hanging out. Let's get to the 200 likes.
Well, I only want two things. One is I want an apartment. But two is that I want the New York Giants to go down hard. I want them to lose, Koff.
In this sim or in general?
Well, all the time. In this sim and in general. Come on. I'm going to go full. I'm going to put this on full screen so I can watch this.
What were you doing before?
Well, I have gallery view on right now.
Oh, I see.
So I can see you.
Touchdown!
No!
Who is it? Darius Slayton!
Come on, you knew who it was.
Darius Slayton! What a day for Koff. Oh.
They're going to call that back.
Wow, what a moment. What a time to be alive.
Let's not celebrate before they review it.
No, he's in. Feet are in, man. It's not going to get me up to first or anything like that, but that's going to help. That's going to help. Should help. Well, then again, I don't have Daniel Jones, so that part's not going to help me. But we'll see. Actually, I take it back. Drop from 9 to 10 or 8 to 10, whatever it was. 7 points off the lead, but Winnie 196 is in front. You want to know what a leading lineup looks like?
Did he have possession though, Koff? Did he have possession? Okay, of course.
Damn right he did. Slayton in the captain spot, where he's about 5% owned, has 30 points. Barkley, Bobby Trees, Kupp, Ingram, and Reynolds. Hashtag fade the QBs. Must be circling back says, so is this sim called the Krusty Hump or what? Yeah, we never really did rename the sim, did we? I guess it's until further notice. Still the early bird special, unless in the next couple minutes plus potential overtime, you guys come up with something better. I don't think the hump, and I get where you're coming from, but I don't think the hump is better.
Well, then what about the Humpty?
Ralphie says, Koff, does Kenny look like the alien from American Dad? You mean Roger? No, I don't see
that. All right, that's come on. We don't have to go there.
I don't see that. I haven't watched American Dad in a long time. There was a stretch there where
do they even have that show on anymore?
Still on. I think TBS. The only reason I know it's still on is because I still have a DVR series recording for it, and it just records them, and then I never watch them and delete them. But I do see that new episodes still come out. Two-minute warning. All timeouts available both sides. 10 all. What about the afternoon delight? Said Bad Boys of Pop. What do you think of that?
No, I don't think so.
You don't like that one? Afternoon delight. Oh, I just saw Chirag pop into our Zoom window. It's a fine reminder, and he is well dressed. Man, he looks good.
Wow.
You know what he looks like? You know what Chirag looks like? Chirag looks like, coupled with the DK hat and the fancy backdrop and the nice shirt that he's wearing, he looks like he was just drafted. He looks like he's doing his first media availability after getting picked. Chirag looks like he was just selected in the first round of the NBA draft, and he is meeting the media for the first time.
I do like that.
Drafted by DraftKings.
Yeah, it's the straight hat and it being tilted up like that.
Yeah, it
It's
really.
like,
I mean,
yeah, like wearing it like that. Yeah.
And Chirag with the button downs. Koff, did you not get the memo? Look, if people
Apparently
want me to
not.
wear anything nicer than a t-shirt, I'm gonna need a heads up.
Tomorrow I'm gonna wear something nice. Maybe, I don't know, actually. Maybe
I'm not
I won't.
working with you tomorrow.
Yeah, you are.
Dress however you want. Am I?
You sure are.
I haven't even looked. We're doing this again? 3 days.
We're doing
running?
this slate, Koff.
Oh,
we
that's
talked
true.
about this already.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about The Sims. You're right. I take it back.
We were just talking about the slate, and now you're going to tell me.
We've been talking about a lot. Hey, Chirag, Matt's here too. Matt, these two guys are going to be coming up talking a little NBA with, of course, lineups locked in about 2 hours. The slate follows this.
These guys aren't going to talk about John Means' impending no-hitter. No one's going to talk about that.
I don't care about any of that.
John Means is throwing a perfect game, folks.
I have a question for Chirag and Matt, and if you guys want to either somehow weigh in visually with your, you know what, the hell with it. Turn your mics on if you want to be part of this conversation. It's fine. I just want to know.
I'll turn my mic off. How about that?
Chirag says no. Wait, you're not going to get in trouble. You can turn your mics. Look, you can come on, promote your show, but I also want you to answer the question. We've been having a sim-long debate about, as a sports fan, referring to your teams as we, and whether or not that is okay. And there have been some animated takes and stances about this in the chat. I can see Matt, hand on chin, really deliberating, pontificating over whether or not this is okay. Chirag doesn't want to offend any new members of his DraftKings fan club now that he's been drafted. He doesn't want to alienate.
I'll come on the mic for. I'll come on the mic for it, and I will say, as a Lakers fan, it is always we.
Boy,
you know that's wrong, right? You know that you should be not saying we.
It's Lakers family. It's Lakers family. That is literally
like Red Sox Nation, Lakers family.
It's Lakers family. It's we.
What do you think, Matt?
I think it's a tough call. I think you guys have both made some good points about it. I like the point that if it's America, we say we, and if it's just a city, you can kind of go either way with that one.
But I also feel like
deal.
I feel like that's I don't know. I think that the city thing is it's so small scale compared to an entire nation that it's like if your nation wins the Olympics or wins an event, that's your nation winning the event. So you're part of the nation. It's not like your team. It's not like a privatized firm that you like and buy their clothes, right? Like it's different.
I just don't think it was a fair comparison on your part, as we might be ticketed for over.
Oh, it's 100% fair for me to say that if you watch a band and you like their set, that you don't say, we rocked out, we killed it. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think
Tate says you do have to pay taxes. Love that point, Tate.
I think Chirag, Matt, I think the egregious point was Kenny was comparing it to like, going to a movie and saying like, oh, like we did, what a great screenplay we had, or going to see a a concert and saying we rocked the stage. Or,
Kind of, yes.
It's not the same.
For a concert, potentially, yes. If it's like a huge concert and you're in the middle of the mosh pit and everyone is just jamming out and the camera pans to you, like that literally becomes a we moment.
But you weren't the one who made the music.
Kenny, can you have a we moment at someone else's thing?
I mean, you can have a we. We're having a we moment right now. I just said we. You can have a we moment anywhere in life.
You ready, Kenny? I'm gonna try and go down this path. It's your high school graduation, and you're all a big family photo.
I can't even think about graduating. I have so much to do right now.
You're all together. You're all together hanging out. You take a big picture. Is your dad saying we graduated? No, he didn't. He helped get you there.
Yeah. What do you mean? What if your parents paid for your private school tuition? That's not a we?
They had a roll. They had a big roll. This could end the game right here. Could be a walk-off field goal from 33. It's up, end over end. It's good. Rams win 13-10.
We win. We win.
What a day.
We win. Giants lose. We win.
Tate says we will rock you. What do you think of that?
What I think of that is I have a player of the game that I really have in mind. Yeah.
Top 10.
Actually, I don't have the
been nice knowing you here, Deuce.
Yeah, you know what?
Slayton?
I don't want to hear it. Yeah, Darius Slayton, 30% drafted in our contest. He had a receiving touchdown, 6 catches for 84 yards, and just $8,400 in the captain spot. If you captained him, very well done. But the best value by far. I mean, he was probably the 5th or 6th most expensive receiver on the slate. Love it. Player of the game for sure.
Babysitter Billy, you looking at Henderson? You looking at Ingram? Who jumps out at you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Evan Ingram. I mean, he is one of the most popular guys in these sims. 4 catches for 22 yards. Just not gonna cut it for someone like you expect Golden Tate to not do well. You sort of expect Sterling Shepard to not do well. Although, boy, I mean, I'm gonna have to give it to Sterling Shepard. Actually, he didn't even catch a pass, so he'll get the worst player of the game.
Well, we want to thank producer Jordan, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate Knops. This was quite an experience, as it always is. You are going to have an opportunity to hear from the latest #1 pick of DraftKings, and that is Shirag coming your way with Matt. These two guys. Matt, by the way, Meiselman or Meiselman? I don't want to say it wrong. I just want to know.
I think it's Meiselman, right?
No, the second one was right. Meiselman.
Meiselman, yeah.
Wow.
You had it in there.
Guessed the other one, so I'm glad I asked. Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Meiselman and Hira are on the way to break down tonight's NBA slate. Is it a Jason Tatum night? That's what our man Zach Thompson wanted to know earlier. I actually say no.
Knicks night.
Too many options out
Knicks
there.
Night.
You got too many. You got Russ. You got Giannis. You got here's a not so sneaky play, Kevin Porter. You got a lot of guys out there tonight that these.
You also
two
have the Austin Rivers revenge game. Don't forget about Austin Rivers revenge game.
Yeah, get ready, Denver. What a moment. You and I head to head NBA. Can't wait. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, just a matter of moments here on the Dream Stream. Again, it will be NBA, the slate, Shirag, and Matt. Before we get to them, though, and we do want to remind you, Kenny and I will be together for the slate tomorrow, post 4 o'clock sim, so right around 5:15 Eastern. Join us for who knows what will come out of that one.
And we are also going to be doing a little watch along on Friday. Cough.
Yeah, we can
tease
talk more
the
about
audience
that tomorrow.
with that. We'll tease them.
Yeah, just I mean, there's a lot coming your way, Kenny and I. I hope you enjoy the pairing, because if not, you're just going to have to fade us. But before we get to the slate, the sweat earlier today, we Kenny broke down which MLB game total bets you should be looking at tonight, folks. Take it away, Sweat staff.
Yeah, we talked about the Braves-Nationals game earlier. I'm on that one for the total here. It's set at 8.5. The teams have been averaging 8.1, so they'll need a slightly above average performance in this one. I think they can get it, especially if Juan Soto is back for the Nationals. I think he himself is probably worth a good amount of that gap that they need to make up. Max Fried, as was touched on earlier, has been terrible this season before that hamstring injury. And even when he's on, he's not too scary. He's roughly league average strikeout and walk rates with a high ground ball rate. Not an ace. And Eric Fedde on the other side, career ERA over 5, strikes out just 16.4% of opposing batters and walks more than average as well. So not much to like on that side. So I really like this one if Soto's back, and even if he's not back in the starting lineup, I still think it's a pretty good play.
All right, total that has your attention, Jules. What do you think?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to be looking at a first 5 under here, and admittedly, I bet a lot more sides than totals. So this is more of a lean for me, I would say. But just looking at this game in Kansas City, you got a good pitching matchup with Bieber and Singer here. You're in a ballpark that plays to unders or plays to less runs. What I don't like is that it's pretty low on right now with plus money going to the under. So, I mean, this is one that I just think we could easily see like a 1-0 type of first 5 game here. I would like to maybe get a little bit more value on it, but right now that's where I'm looking on the board for an under.
Yeah, we talked about.
Joining me is my boy Matt from the DraftKings Sportsbook team. Matt, how you doing, man? Excited for this slate? Ready to break down some fun high over/under totals tonight?
Yep, doing well and ready for this one. I think we've got a good mix of stuff going on. Nothing too crazy yet, but definitely some news to break down, some interesting games. So let's get into it.
Yeah, before we get into it, make sure to drop in all your questions on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, wherever you are watching this show. Right now, we are ready to answer the questions that you have to get live tonight. But let's get into a topic that I was really thinking about before, breaking down this slate and looking at who the top options are for tonight, and that's game stacking. With such a game tonight that we have here, we have, multiple games with high totals. Looking at Washington and Milwaukee, 243, even Portland, Cleveland, 229. Scrolling down a little bit more, Memphis and Minnesota, 238. Sacramento, Indiana, 239. How do you look or kind of figure out the way to game stack with so many games with such high totals?
Yeah, so game stacking is an interesting thing because I don't think it really depends on the game itself that much. I think that whether or not you stack a game has more to do with the slate context. So the point of stacking is you're trying to increase correlation. And basically you want to do that more in situations where there's less value. So that generally means game stacks make more sense on smaller slates because when there's less players to choose from, there are less value plays. And then there's a need to generate an edge somewhere else that isn't just finding all the good value plays because they're limited. Sometimes it could be a big slate where there just aren't injuries. I mean, not so much this year, but sometimes there are big slates where there's just not a lot of value plays. So the way that you would want to try to generate some edge is by game stacking. Sometimes you just end up on a game stack by accident because all of the value ends up being in the same game.
Yep.
So we kind of saw that with the Pacers-Wizards game the other night. I mean, both of those teams are terrible defensively.
Yep.
And the Pacers had some injuries, so there were guys that were underpriced. Russell Westbrook seemingly is always underpriced. So it kind of made sense to just have a few Pacers, play someone from the Wizards, and that was at least somewhat of a game stack. But with the high totals tonight, there aren't many injuries in those games in particular. So I think if no news comes out, that's a pretty viable strategy. And if we start getting a bunch of news, then you're sacrificing good plays to try to make correlation. So it doesn't tend to be worth it when there's a ton of news on the slate. So it sort of depends how much news we get.
My thought was, from a game stacking perspective, how do you consider playing Giannis and Westbrook in the same lineup, and they're both basically $11,000?
Right. So it does make sense to play two stars from the same game because when you're paying up for a player that's that expensive, you basically have no chance to win with that player if the game isn't close. I mean, sometimes someone
Westbrook
crushes in 3 quarters. Yeah, he the Wizards don't blow too many teams out, but he's had games where he's put up 70 fantasy points in 3 quarters.
Yeah.
And Giannis has done the same thing. But in general, they're only going to end up in the 50s or maybe even 40s if they don't get any fourth quarter minutes. And in Westbrook's case, he may not get his triple-double bonus if he only plays 25 minutes. He's been pretty close to getting triple-doubles by halftime a bunch recently. But especially for Giannis, like I don't think he really has much chance at a ceiling without being able to play in the fourth. Yep. So playing those two guys together, I think makes sense. Playing a full game stack there, there's just almost no way to fit that at the moment because Giannis and Westbrook are two of the most expensive players on the slate. And then, if you try to fit in Drew Holiday or Chris Middleton or Bradley Beal, you have no money left. So I think playing those two studs together makes sense, but trying to play the full game stack, it's not really going to work.
Does it make sense to look at potentially if you play both of these guys and maybe, Kenyon Martin Jr., who's been playing really well lately? I mean, Kmart, 22 fantasy points, 3,900. That feels kind of secure with everything that Houston's going through, with Houston already down a bunch of guys, Christian Wood not being available, Daniel House, even with his situation. It just sets up here where you could kind of stack a little bit on the Houston side, considering they could be in a blowout. Then you have all these guys that are just playing garbage time minutes. I feel like there's still some merit to have two, maybe close to 11K guys and still make the slate work.
Right. So the only reason that I wouldn't want to do it is because that's what everyone's going to do.
Okay.
So KJ Martin will be the highest owned player on the slate, almost certainly. I mean, maybe DeLon Wright, maybe it's Westbrook. But I think the Westbrook-Giannis pairing, or maybe Westbrook and another stud, maybe Jokic, and then playing a bunch of cheap players, that's just going to be the construction that most lineups have. So if you do that, and you're in a big tournament, you basically have to hit a perfect lineup to beat everyone else who's basically making the same kind of lineup. So for a cash game, I think that that's like a perfectly reasonable way to go. Maybe in a smaller field where it's not that top heavy of a payout structure, like a 3 max where you still do well if you min cash. Those kinds of tournaments, I think that is a perfectly fine strategy. But in a big field with a lot of money going into first place, you're just making the same kind of lineup as everybody else. So there's a good reason for it because that's where all the value is, stars and scrubs for this slate.
Yeah.
But that's just where everyone's going, I think.
Speaking of some scrubs, what do you think about Anthony Lamb? Is there any viability to him at $3,000? I mean, even that game where he got 31 minutes, he didn't entirely actually break the slate. Even he only scored 24 fantasy points. So is there something to be made though of him being a floor play when you might need a ceiling play?
So one thing to keep in mind is that the Sixers are really good, especially on defense, and the Rockets are likely to get crushed in this game.
Yep.
But Anthony Lamb, I would think, has to play garbage time. To me, he seems like just a really good pivot off KJ Martin because my guess is that Lamb comes off the bench, and if Martin were to get in foul trouble or something, then Lamb would be the direct beneficiary there. Martin will be much, much higher owned. I don't think I want to play those two guys together, though, because Lamb's not that great. And I think his best chance to have a huge game is either Martin is bad or gets in foul trouble, or it's a blowout and maybe Martin doesn't play the garbage time and Lamb plays it instead, something like that.
That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Let's get into some questions from tonight's chat. We have some questions coming in from Twitch. So does Embiid and or Jokic play the full game? So basically what we're seeing here is that the Sixers are huge double-digit favorites against the Rockets, whereas Denver at home, not as huge favorites against the Knicks. I think there's a chance here where Jokic definitely can play the full game, whereas Embiid, he can do his damage in 3 quarters. It doesn't mean that, like, even if he doesn't play the full game, doesn't mean that he can't return a floor game at least. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't have much concern of the Nuggets blowing out the Knicks. Denver is really shorthanded. Like, I'm not a believer in the Knicks being a great team or anything. They're probably going to end up being the 4 or 5 seed in the East when they're probably like the 7th, 8th, or 9th best team in the East.
It's just because they play all their guys the most amount of minutes, and so even when it's the bench unit, they have their starters playing against the bench unit, so they're able to cover up a little bit.
Yeah, and the Knicks also have a lot of depth on their roster. They don't have star talent really. I mean, Randall's been great this year, but
yeah,
generally one of the Knicks' best things is that they have depth at most positions.
Yep.
And they haven't dealt with a lot of major injuries or COVID issues or anything like that. Denver's missing a ton of players. So I just don't think the Nuggets are that good right now. It's kind of Jokic and Michael Porter Jr. And then who else does Denver have that's a good player? I mean, Austin Rivers is going to play a bunch of minutes for them tonight. That is nowhere close.
Is he though? That's the thing. I mean, yeah, he played a lot of minutes. I watched that game against the Lakers, obviously, when the Lakers, I had a feeling, I'm so mad at myself for not calling that bet out. But I had a feeling the Lakers were going to win just because they came off that bad loss. But everyone's on Rivers tonight, but Campazzo has been playing just as well, and his minutes have been just as steady. I don't understand all this Rivers love. Yeah, he played 30 minutes, but that upside, he just doesn't really bring it for me. Like, yeah, 30 minutes, but what are you getting out of him? 20, 25 fantasy points?
So I think the main reason Rivers is getting a lot of attention today is that PJ Dozier is hurt now too. So it's not just that
he hurt his hip right in there in that game.
So Rivers, I think he's just one of the guys they have that has to fill minutes because they're just a very shorthanded team. No Monty Morris, no Will Barton, no Jamal Murray, no PJ Dozier. So I think Rivers and Campazzo both play a ton of minutes. So it's not the minutes that would be the best reason to fade Rivers. I think it's just poor production because there are just guys on the team that will be priority scoring options that aren't him. I'd probably rather play Campazzo if Rivers is a highly owned player tonight.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how chalky he'll be. Maybe the Knicks revenge thing makes it like a narrative and then people play him because of that. But there's a bunch of cheap guys that probably will be lower owned that I don't know. I don't really know how the ownership shakes out here because you have some punt plays on teams that are shorthanded and Rivers is just one of them, but there are a bunch of them like George Niang and Avery Bradley and Dean Wade.
Yep.
And I guess we'll talk about KJ Martin some more and Robert Williams with Tristan Thompson out, DeLon Wright. Like there's a lot of guys. So maybe Rivers is higher owned than all of them and it makes those guys better plays, or maybe ownership just kind of gets spread out amongst those players and then they're all just kind of fine.
Yeah. Some more questions from the chat. Russ, Giannis, and Tatum as your base. How do you feel about playing those three studs tonight?
Yeah, do that in cash. I think that makes perfect sense. It's just,
if you look at it right now, I put it up on the screen. Westbrook, Tatum, and Giannis, put them all together. You have 3,600 average remaining for each spot. Can you fit in?
There's enough cheap guys that are in good spots that you can easily make that work, which is why it's going to be a really common strategy. And it's why I think it's a cash game move or a small field move more than a large field move.
I just feel like it hamstrings you a little bit from you're basically saying, I'm going to hit on every single value here. And Westbrook, Tatum, and Giannis are going to give me at least a combined minimum. They need 150, if not 180 to 200.
Yeah. So if you're doing that, I think the only way it makes a lot of sense to me is if you have a stance on some cheap guy that you know is going to be unowned, and that's where you're getting different. So like maybe you play, I don't know, just to give an example, like Tyrese Maxey, because you expect the Sixers to be up 40 at the end of the third quarter and you're running the garbage time Sixers guys. So you've got like a 0.5% owned player in there that no one else has. Like if you're doing that, then I guess this construction works even for a big tournament.
Yep.
But otherwise, like this lineup almost builds itself where it just
you just grab Rivers, maybe even throw in Avery Bradley because he's so cheap.
Right. And then you take Martin, Dean Wade, and maybe you can pay up in one spot for Robert Williams. And that's kind of, you
can't. Robert Williams sitting at 5,400 doesn't allow you to even fit that in. If you throw KJ, Rivers, and Bradley, who's min-priced, you still can't get there.
Yeah. So, I mean, even with someone like Davis Bertans, it's still like, that'll be too common.
Yep.
With Rui out for much of the field. Yeah.
I just don't like the build. I think you have to make a decision and pick two of the three to play tonight. That's just how I'm leaning on just how this slate is breaking down. And yes, Tatum has been amazing. He's been playing really well, but does he have the same upside in a game where Boston is double-digit favorites?
Yeah, I think the game certainly has to stay close, but I don't know that Tatum's ownership will be sacrificed too much just because he's been so good lately and people love to play him. Like, even with the potential blowout, I think he won't be 1 or 2% owned. Like, the guy who I think could be that low is Joel Embiid. Like you said, there's major concern for a blowout there, even more so than Tatum. So if you want a different expensive guy, I think Embiid is maybe that player. Maybe it's Domantas Sabonis. So the one thing we should say is that the Bucks Wizards game starts at 8:00.
Yep.
And if we get news between 7 and 8:00, it could become much more or less compelling to play the two studs from that game. So we have a bunch of questionable players on Indiana.
Yep.
And depending on how that news breaks, that could create more value. So I think making that decision will be much easier once we know what's going on with the Pacers.
So when looking at the Pacers, we have the questionable situation with Brogdon. We have the questionable situation with Sumner. Another one sitting here with Lamb, Goga. He's also dealing with an ankle injury. And we've already ruled out Sampson, who's been done for a bit. And then a lot of people are going to gravitate towards Karis LeVert if all these guys are out again. Even Sabonis, who's been playing really well, back-to-back over 70 fantasy points. We mentioned playing him against the Wizards. I said that was a great game stack to go with Westbrook and Sabonis in that game. But how do you fit all these guys in? I think it has to be, you have to kind of sacrifice a little bit somewhere. And that's where dropping off that Tatum kind of makes me feel like I sacrifice if I'm building around these two expensive studs.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the reasons to avoid Tatum is the game's early. So you can't, you get locked into that move and then you can't move around later. Yep. So it'll depend heavily on when we get the Pacers news. But one other player that could benefit a lot if all these players miss again is Doug McDermott. Yep. So I think he was like the third highest owned player, maybe even the second highest on the slate against the Wizards, where Westbrook was the chalk and had like 80 fantasy points. And I think McDermott was second in ownership right behind him. McDermott would be a really good value play again. He wasn't good in that game, but like there's just so many shots available. They're also playing Sacramento, who's bad defensively.
Horrible. And they're missing all their guys. Halliburton's now even out. Hield is going to have to carry there.
Yeah, I do wonder what their defense looks like with maybe a bigger lineup, because Fox and Halliburton being out could potentially help them limit the other offense, not because they'd be great on defense, but they just may play slower. So it might just be a slower paced game with a worse matchup. And whether or not Metu plays could be a big deal there also, because Metu defensively is very, very different from Marvin Bagley, who basically doesn't know how to play defense.
Yeah.
So like a lot could change based on how the news breaks in that game too, because Metu's questionable. I think he's the only guy who's still up in the air for the Kings.
Yeah, he's questionable. But also we have a situation where Marvin Bagley is now potentially one of the most popular players on the slate too.
Yeah, and Bagley, I think you kind of want to run away from him as major chalk if Metu is in, because then there's just way more ways Bagley can fail. Like he could just play poorly and be out of the game.
Yep.
His upside's massive because it's a really good matchup and he's not that expensive. And the Kings are missing a bunch of guys. They're missing Barnes and Fox and Halliburton. So they need someone to score. So I think the volatility that's there potentially for Bagley is really high, especially if Metu plays, because then there's a minutes floor where Bagley could just be out there and not do well for 18 minutes and they just don't want to play him that much. But he could also just smash and play 35 minutes and score 50 or 60 fantasy points. Like I think that is on the table for him. Yeah. So then it kind of comes down to the ownership there. Like if he's low owned, he's the best play on the slate. And if he's highly owned, he might be the worst play on the slate. So it really depends.
Yeah. Let's get into some news here. We have Wendell Carter Jr. out for Orlando. That's the early game. Does that make Mo Bamba the center that you should consider coming off that monster performance against the Pistons?
Yeah, Bamba's price is pretty reasonable. Mo Wagner was the other guy that people played. They had two Mo's on the team at center. It's now just occurring to me. I think Bamba is the preferred guy just because he's a better fantasy producer and the price is pretty similar for those two guys. So yeah, I think Bamba is definitely in play now.
Bamba being in play really sets up just because of the lack of depth that the Celtics have at that center position as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Celtics do with their second unit. I don't actually know this. Is Luke Cornett still around? Like, who's backing up Robert Williams, or are they just going smaller lineup probably when he's out of the game?
I've been seeing them that they have been going smaller lineup, or they've been playing Neesmith at like power forward, moving Tatum up as well. Fournier was playing a lot in that game that I watched the Celtics the other night, but we did see Cornett play well against the Thunder, but then that's been a while ago. That wasn't recently, so he's kind of been out of the rotation, but maybe he jumps into it now. We have a situation where, but I just feel like Neesmith has been playing really well for them, and that minutes are really going to start picking up.
Yeah, the Celtics strike me as just generally unpredictable, and I think Brad Stevens just likes to go with the hot hand and just keep whoever's doing well in there.
Yeah.
So Neesmith scoring 4 fantasy points or 28 fantasy points, I think I wouldn't be surprised really by either of those outcomes.
I think he plays really well in a situation where we have a potential blowout too. So I like him as one of these values to build around if you're trying to differentiate and playing all the main expensive chalk.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely a good point because the Celtics have a pretty legitimate shot to have their backups in for the fourth quarter. Like I would have liked Robert Williams a lot, even with Tristan Thompson playing, because what you want for a blowout is a guy who plays 20 to 25 minutes in regular rotation anyway, and then gets those minutes bumped up because he's also in for garbage time. So yeah, that's basically the optimal situation when you're planning for a blowout. You want someone, you can't just play a player who only plays for the blowout, because best case scenario, he's still only playing like 12 minutes.
So we got some news. We have some news coming here. Wagner will be starting. He was already starting though.
Yeah, it's a surprise to me that at least that they're starting the 2 centers.
But it's Bamba that's also jumping in with him. So we mentioned Bamba. Wagner was already starting. So does that boost it at all for you? Now that Bamba is starting, we did mention him.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say because the minutes floor now is higher for both guys, but they also are going to kind of take away production from each other because they are both big men. And so they're probably both safer plays, but there's less upside for both because when they play together, only one of them, like they're both getting a lot of value from rebounds and they can't grab one at the same time. So there is some negative correlation there. So I think it makes both of them better cash plays, and it'll depend on ownership for GPPs, but they're in play. I'm not that excited about the fact that they're both starting though.
Sticking with Orlando, we have here RJ Hampton coming off 2 nice performances, 40 fantasy points in both of those last 2 games. Question coming in from Twitch about RJ Hampton. How do you feel about him tonight?
Yeah, this is a revenge spot too, right? Was he on the Celtics? Yeah. Okay.
Let me see. I feel like he was. I feel like he was one of those guards that got traded as part of the team.
Am I just totally? I don't know.
No, he was on Denver. He got traded. Okay. Yes, I remember he was in the trade deadline. He was in He was in the Aaron Gordon deal. He was in Denver.
Yeah, you know what it is? We already talked about RJ Hampton revenge last show because of that Nuggets Magic game. So yeah, forget the whole Celtics thing. That shows how much I know.
It's okay. He was traded though. You were on the right path of him being traded this year.
Yeah, I think I am thinking of RJ Hunter. That's a good call.
Yeah. All good. Getting back to Hampton though.
Yeah, I'll let you weigh in because I've just clearly expressed my lack of knowledge on this guy as a player.
I just think that the thing that really boosted him up is the defensive stats. If you look at this, he's got 3 stocks the last 2 games, and that's 6 free fantasy points. That puts him over the top. And the dimes, can you consider dimes a viable thing against Detroit? Sure, you can consider him to be able to be a facilitator, but against the Celtics, I don't know if the ceiling is potentially here. And even the rebounds, yes, he has grabbed 7 rebounds in 3 of the last 4 games, but can he continue that? Is it a scenario where now that they're playing 2 bigs, will he be able to grab those 7 rebounds? So I just don't see the full upside where he's going to return 10x, but sure, at 4,500, he's definitely a viable option for the slate. But because of the injuries, because of how everything is breaking down, I don't believe that it's necessary to spend your money right now at more than one Orlando Magic. If you want to play Bamba because he's going to be starting, then I wouldn't go to Hampton as well.
Yeah, I think the rebound point is a good call. Hampton does, like, for a guard, he gets a lot of value from rebounding.
Yeah.
He's a pretty unique player, but I think he will be very popular because he kind of broke the slate 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And he's also still underpriced. So I think he's a perfectly fine cash play, but he's getting extra minutes and he's safe. But I think like there are going to be guys in his price range who are similar kind of values who just are lower owned, especially if Pacers news comes late. And let's say we get McDermott starting for cheaper. Like that's someone who I'd rather play at lower ownership. And then Hampton also limits you from playing guys like Robert Williams or DeLon Wright. So I just prefer them, but I think Hampton's fine.
We have a question coming in from the YouTube chat. How do you feel about playing Westbrook and Beal tonight?
I thought it was a really good play to do it against Indiana. And I've been really high on Bradley Beal lately because no one is playing him. It's very hard to afford Beal when you're already playing Westbrook. And basically every lineup is always already playing Westbrook. Beal has been good, but he hasn't been great. I think Beal makes more sense as a Westbrook pivot. Just kind of thinking about how the Bucks play defense.
Yeah.
And so we actually have Bucks news coming in, and maybe we should come back to the DFS thing in a second.
Oh, Middleton.
This is what I was going to say. I didn't think the Bucks were going to play their starters tonight. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see Giannis. Like I know we already talked about Giannis being a good play, but
I think he's a lock now.
Yeah, so it's only Middleton that's out, which is a little weird. I'll come back to this in a second, but from a sports betting perspective,
let's get there. Let's jump to this really quickly. The Bucks.
Yeah, I don't think that this is like a smash the Wizards on the betting line thing at all, because the Wizards open as 7-point underdogs and the line got all the way down to +3.
Yeah.
It came with no news. So I think that some smart people were ahead of the curve here and thought the Bucks were going to rest someone.
Yeah, second out of back-to-back, coming off that monster win.
Yeah. And they just beat the Nets, and now they're playing the Wizards at home. And like, if you think about it, Milwaukee -3 at home against Washington, like that makes no sense. The Milwaukee was just -3 at home against Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Washington's not, I mean, they've been playing better, but they're not Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I think it was priced in that this rest would be there. And I would think that this line doesn't move from here.
Is there anything to do with these player props with Drew, though? Do you
I think that's where you would want to target. Yeah, I think that you'd want to target the props before you target the betting line here.
So Drew Holiday, 2 of his last 4 games, scoring over 20 actual points, 19.5 +100 right now on the player props. Anything there? Do you like that one? Or do you want to maybe consider playing a points, rebounds, assist one?
I think they all make sense. It's weird that Giannis is playing and Middleton's not. Have we had that happen ever? Like, I can't remember the last time.
Let me see the last time.
When was the last time the Bucks rested somebody, but Giannis wasn't one of them? Like, I can't even think of an example of that.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I really don't know, because let's see. Chris Middleton. Have more news coming in? Do we have any more news coming in? Okay, so
not yet anyway.
Not yet anyway. So the last time that Middleton didn't play was against Charlotte.
Yeah, as far as I can remember, at least this season, every time Middleton has been out, Giannis has also been out.
4-9
Charlotte for sure, against the Knicks before that. They're out. Middleton doesn't sit very often though.
Yeah, Middleton doesn't sit very often. That's the thing. So he's only been out 2 games this season? Did not play 2 games so far.
Yeah, and Giannis was out both of those games. So it's a little unprecedented, but I still think you can kind of just make the assumption that Drew Holiday will produce more.
Yeah.
But the DFS question about Beal, like I think Beal is the pivot to Westbrook. I think the odds of them both having ceiling games are pretty low against a good defense like Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Middleton is good on offense.
And there it is. The lines have been taken down.
Yeah, I don't think Middleton being out is going to hurt Milwaukee's defense tremendously. It just kind of hurts their offense. But for the game stack, I think Beal or Westbrook with Giannis and now Holiday, that is a viable move for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't, and that's what it kind of goes back to game stacking here. You have a situation where now we can maybe spend down a little bit. Yeah, it's risky fading Westbrook, but now you have 3 guys from this game.
Yeah, is there anyone else on Milwaukee now that becomes a good salary saving option? Because DiVincenzo probably stays in the starting lineup, and now Pat Connaughton starts. Like, that doesn't seem too exciting. I think that the biggest change here is just that Drew and Giannis will do more.
Yeah. I think there's a potential here for Bryn Forbes to see a few more minutes. He's a nice guard because he can play.
We got news also, just to quickly throw this in, we got news also that Jeff Teague is back.
Okay.
So I don't know how much that affects Forbes. If Teague were out too, then like Forbes is probably a top value guy.
Yeah.
But maybe Forbes is anyway. Do you think that there's a chance he starts now?
I think there's a chance just because he can play both guard positions. And you need a scoring guard in a situation against the Wizards. I think it does make sense where Bryn Forbes can start, and at 3,300, he makes some sense.
Yeah. I mean, if he's starting, then he's up there. He's a better play than Austin Rivers, I think. If he's starting, he may be a better play than Austin Rivers if he's not starting, because he's just a better offensive player. I don't know how else to put it. Like, Bryn Forbes is actually a really good shooter.
Yeah. Another question coming in from the YouTube chat. How do you feel about Seti Osman?
Oh, this guy again. Yeah, let's talk about Osman.
45 minutes, 38 minutes, 5,500. No Darius Garland. Does it make sense to play him, or is it better to go with Sexton?
I think it's better to go with Sexton because I think a lot of people will play Osman. I think I still like the Damian Dotson pivot. It almost worked the last time we were on a week ago, where the game kind of got out of hand. The Cavs, I think, were up a lot they were down a lot, and Dotson was getting the minutes, and then they put Osman back in, and they ended up coming back. And I think if the game stayed as a blowout, Dotson would have played the garbage time, and Chetty wouldn't have.
Yeah.
And there is definitely a chance for a blowout in this game. They're playing Portland, who's just a much, much better team. So I think the Dotson move works again. You probably need a blowout for him to be really good. I think Osman is fine, but if a lot of people are going to play him, there are just better plays in his price range.
Who are you liking? Who else do you rather go in this price range of 5,500?
Yeah, so Robert Williams, I think, is just he's going to have more minutes with Tristan Thompson out, and he was underpriced anyway. I think 5,400 is a really good price for him. And then you have DeLon Wright is the main guy at 5,600 with both Fox and Halliburton out. Like and they're in a good spot against the Pacers, who just don't play any defense. So I think DeLon Wright is just a better choice there. Not that you can't play both. Yep. I may prefer Osman to Marvin Bagley, though. It kind of depends how that Kings Pacers news breaks.
Are we going to get the news early enough, though? Cleveland at 7:30, whereas this Sacramento, Indiana is at 8. So we might not get the information.
Yeah, that's going to be close. I think we will get the Pacers news after lock, but I don't know if we'll get it by 7:30.
Yeah. So do you feel that building right now with Wright in the lineup makes a lot of sense at 5,600?
Yeah, and then I think if something happens before, then maybe you can switch things around. But Wright is the value play, aside from probably KJ Martin, that I think is the safest.
Yep.
Because, I mean, I don't think they get blown out. The Pacers don't really blow teams out unless it's, like the G League team that is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Otherwise, they're not good enough to really blow teams out. And especially if Malcolm Brogdon's out. So that's why I kind of care about the news. Like, Brogdon sitting keeps the game closer. Metu playing makes Bagley more risky. So making a decision on DeLon Wright, like, do you want to kind of game stack this? Do you play Doug McDermott? Yep. Like, all of it is dependent on the news for this game.
What do you make of the news about the Pacers having their coaching situation now kind of being up in the air, and their coach Nate could be canned after 1 year? What do you make of that? Will there be maybe a new fired up moment? Playing against the Kings after news like that, it almost sets up as an ideal scenario. Like, hey, remember, guys, we can still try hard for our coach.
Yeah, I probably am not the right person to ask about these things. Like, I tend to not consider them very much, but I will say that when you have coaching turmoil, you have more likelihood that the starting lineup gets mixed around.
Yeah.
So maybe just watching out for that. Maybe they start different guys because you have a coach trying to save his job, like something like that.
Yeah.
Once the game begins, though, I'm not weighing it very heavily, but I may be wrong about that.
Okay, cool. So coming up next, we are going to bring up the main injury report. These are all the players that are questionable, in, and even out. So this will make an easy, quick way for everybody to notice and check it out who is available for tonight's slate. The biggest one, the news coming down, Chris Middleton, he's doubtful to play. We're expecting him to not be in the lineup, whereas Norman Powell, he's questionable. So that really sets up here where if Norman Powell sits, like that game could stay a little bit closer. And I think CJ McCollum can be a player that really benefits there. The Rockets with Wood and House doubtful really sets up for all KJ Martin and even Kevin Porter Jr. to play well. Harrison Barnes, doubtful, whereas Metu is questionable. Then we have Brogdon, Lamb, Goga, Sumner. Mentioned all the Pacers that are questionable for tonight's game, so we have to wait on that news. They've been missing games, so there's a chance where there will be some value. Learning so well, he could be returning to the lineup against tonight, but he just missed one game, so I don't think he made too much of a difference in his lineup. And Jokic, probable. I expect him to play, but have to have him up there just because he's a stud and potential. Sometimes these probable tags get changed to out, But also Jaylen Brown out for the Celtics. Tristan Thompson out for the Celtics as well. Then Darius Garland, we mentioned him. He's out, maybe looking at Sexton and Osman. And then Korkmaz, he's sitting as well. So that sets up nicely. So if this game gets out of hand, I really do like that Tyrese Maxey play from Matt. He mentioned that as somebody that you could potentially pivot with. But remember, it's really risky considering the fact that he hasn't been playing a healthy amount of minutes. Then we mentioned Wendell Carter Jr. He's out of the lineup. That's giving Mo Bamba the starting lineup spot. And then Rui Hachimura, he's out for the Wizards, and that's setting up for a nice Bertan spot. Any other notes that you have to hit from this, Matt?
So just getting back to that Maxey thing in the Sixers, it seems like, yeah, that's probably too much of a reach because he's not playing much in regular rotation. But if you do want to target a Sixers player that does play a decent amount of minutes and also would play at least the bulk of garbage time, you have Shake Milton, who plays, 18, 20 something minutes.
Yep.
And Dwight Howard is 4,200. And Dwight Howard is a really, really good fantasy player when he's on the court. So if the Sixers get out to a big lead, this one's a revenge spot. I definitely, Dwight Howard is going back into Houston, right? If I'm wrong about this one, then I just, next week someone else will be here in my spot. But
I don't know. I feel like revenge scenarios, maybe they have to be like one team in the past. I wouldn't say if you've been traded 2 or 3 times, the revenge has already been extracted.
Oh no, I totally agree with you. I don't think the reason to play Dwight Howard would have anything to do with that. I just think that there could be a blowout here and Dwight could get extra minutes. And if he plays 27 minutes,
he's going to just break the slate then. He has a chance for 40, 50 fantasy points.
Dwight could score 40 fantasy points in 20 minutes. He's definitely done that before.
Yeah. Oh, we have a comment coming in talking about if that's the case, then every night's a revenge night for Trevor Ariza.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as that bitter of a person, but if he is, he's been playing really well lately, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, that does make sense. Another question coming in: what do you think about Aaron Holiday with all the situation of the Pacers?
Yeah, that is a sharp question because I was just looking through the Pacers and it was like, who you mentioned Sumner and I'd forgotten that he was questionable.
Yeah.
If all of those players are out, I think there's a good chance Aaron Holiday starts. And he's 3,600 in a good matchup. So yeah, he could be a pretty sneaky play. No one will have him in their initial lineups because with Jeremy Lamb still questionable and Sumner still questionable, he doesn't project to play very much right now. But if those guys are out, then he could play a lot.
Yep. We're getting down into the home stretch of tonight's show. But remember, it's really interesting. We had that Luka Doncic promo with the physical cards going out. And that contest filled. I have some potential good news. It looks like there might be more coming. So make sure to check out in the DraftKings lobby. Really appreciate everybody jumping into that contest too. So maybe some good news coming for some physical cards. If you guys enjoyed that
contest, then keep your eyes peeled out to the DraftKings lobby for more of those. But outside of that, what do you think about, a situation now where Towns could go overlooked in this matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies? I mentioned at the top of the show that was one of the higher over-unders on the slate. What do you make of Towns being a sleeper play at 10,300?
Yeah, I think he is. It's a tough call between Towns and Embiid because they're both probably going to be somewhat contrarian. Like, I think Giannis has to get more ownership now. There's just an expectation that he'll have more of a role in the offense, and I think it's probably right.
Yeah.
And Westbrook is just an obvious chalk play now every single day. So if you're playing both of those guys, you have no room for Towns.
Yeah.
And you have no room for Embiid. And I think that Jokic will be picked ahead of both. It could be somewhat close between those three. But yeah, Towns seems fine. I don't know if I prefer him to Embiid, because if the Sixers game does stay close, I mean, Embiid is in a really, really good matchup. The Rockets are just horrible defensively. Without Christian Wood, they may be the worst defense in the NBA. And Jayshawn Tate, who's a really good defender, is not playing. He's out for health protocols. It's like Embiid could just be better than Towns, but I think both make for pretty good GPP plays.
Yeah. I really just kind of like that center alignment, whereas you can throw Giannis at power forward and then go in with Towns or Embiid as your other GPP center. If you're playing multiple lineups, you definitely have to consider playing one of these guys just because their ceiling is attainable, but then also the floor seems somewhat safe, especially with Towns. I would say Towns is a safe floor play for sure. And then you have Embiid, where he's more of a ceiling play than a safe floor play.
Yeah, and I definitely prefer both of them and Giannis to Westbrook. Like, I didn't want to fade Westbrook the other night, and I've definitely had some wrong calls on him in general.
Yeah.
But this is a brutal spot for Westbrook. The Bucks are like the best team at defending the rim. They have Giannis in there, Brook Lopez. Westbrook gets most of his production driving, and then he has to face Drew Holiday on the perimeter. Like, the matchup quality here compared to the other night against the Pacers, where there was no Malcolm Brogdon there. He had Edmund Sumner and maybe some TJ McConnell, but no interior presence. Like Domantas Sabonis is not an interior presence at all. And there's no Miles Turner on the Pacers. Like, the Bucks set up very poorly for Westbrook. Not that he can't have a great game anyway. It's just, if he's 50% owned and there are just good pivots in his price range, like, I just like the other guys.
All right. Going back to the DraftKings Sportsbook, is tonight the night that you consider a Westbrook no on the triple-double?
For sure. Consider it. I may be a little scared to do it, but considering it, yeah, 100%.
Plus 170. I finally like those odds where it makes sense, where you get a little bit of extra to take that side of the no.
Yeah, I mean, the total for the game is really high.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest reason for that is that the Wizards are bad on defense. It's not, and they play really fast, but they always play fast. So to say, like, Westbrook's going to do well, there's a total around 240. When does a Wizards game not have a total around 240? It's not really a new thing. So that that's not enough of a reason to think Westbrook should do well.
Yeah. It's more of the scenarios where the dimes don't make it all the way there. Like against Indiana, you're talking about playing all the scrubs, 24 dimes, sure. But now playing against the Bucks, who potentially now have shown that, hey, don't forget about Milwaukee. They still are flexing that they could potentially be representing the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're still a really good team without Middleton. I think if there's, of their three studs, Middleton is the one that they can most easily make up for not having, because Holiday's defense is really important. Obviously, Giannis is their best player. And without Middleton, they can just find scoring elsewhere. I mean, he's a really good scorer, and it's not going to be that easy. But of the three, he's the most replaceable. But I should say that I think there's a better chance Westbrook gets the triple-double and still has a bad fantasy game than the other way around, where he just doesn't get a triple-double. Like, I'd rather bet on him having 11, 13, and 12 with 9 turnovers. I think that's more likely.
So you're feeling that he will not score, in a sense, over 60 fantasy points?
Yeah, I think he scores probably in the 50s if the game stays close, and it could be well less than that if they get blown out. Although I'm not predicting a blowout. It's just
No, well,
He's
I mean,
not-
even the
he's not
line
nearly as
is
safe
here.
as he's been. Yeah, the line's close. I think my point is he's not as safe as he's been. He always has massive upside, but I think a fantasy game around 50 is much more likely tonight than it's been in recent games.
Makes sense. All right. We're about to jump off, and we want to let you guys know what is coming up next. It's Bucks at Washington in the rain. Rossi and Christian will be handling that for you guys. Then at 8 o'clock, it's Saints at Jets in the snow. Glash and Jeff will be handling that. Then Madden After Dark, Glash and Jeff are staying together. Cardinals at Bears in the snow. But outside of that, it's been a really interesting slate. We have some news coming in that is for Thursday, so it's not impacting much tonight. But any final thoughts before we jump off?
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick victory lap, even though I don't know which teams RJ Hampton has played for, so I have to redeem myself a little. The Bucks are still -3.5, so at least I won that one.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll take it. It's not loading for me. I can't show the people that it's -3.5 yet. But hey,
Actually, you know what? On DraftKings, it's still -4 unless the line hasn't come back up. So that's basically what it was before.
Hasn't come back up just yet. I just
Either way,
reloaded
it's
right
close. Once it's up, it'll be within a point of what it was when it went down.
Sounds good. All right. Coming up tomorrow will be the Kenny and Koff show talking about the slate. Make sure to get your questions in for that extravaganza. Then Friday, we'll have Garion stepping in for Steve. He'll be handling the slate with Matt LaMarca, breaking down all the MLB lineups. Then back on Monday, I'll be here with Julian, breaking down more NBA. Appreciate everyone's questions in the chat. It's been nice. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers, to your nightly edition of the one and only Dream Stream here with Madden 21 on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Get excited. You have 3 games of action all in the weather, baby, because it's Wednesday, and you gotta love it. Smash that thumbs up.
Oh, what? You
What
don't
was
have
that
to.
to?
No one has to. No one even.
Smash it.
No.
Yeah, baby.
No.
Get excited
No,
for
we
some
are
weather.
not getting up for Wild Weather Wednesday. Are you kidding me? That is the.
Oh, stand up.
Oh God, it's
Get 'em all up.
the back of days. It's just it's
Perfect.
there, and we have to acknowledge it, but it doesn't mean we have to like it. And in fact, most of us do not. It is a long slog through bad football, including Dwayne Haskins, who isn't even accurate when the weather is perfect. So, with that in mind, with the rain pouring down in Landover, Maryland, where did you land with your lineup, Jason Rossi?
Oh, Christian DeAndrea, the hair to my beard, the handsomest guy on the Dream Streams. Pleasure to be with you today, my man. While I tell you that, make sure people are checking out the postroute.substack.com. All the cheap plugs throughout the evening. We're going to get to the sprinkler and all the players here. But my lineup in this one, Christian, goes a little something like this. I have, it's in live now, sorry. As lineups have locked as the game has started. I have in the captain, Dontrell Inman. You know why? Because I don't. Brady, McKissick, Godwin, Evans, Buxty.
You know what? I originally went I was like, you know what? Let's go heavy on the wideouts, and then we'll make sure we stack up some tight ends. And I was like, oh right, it's Wednesday, so I had to go back in and fix things, which meant taking Chris Godwin out and putting Jeremy Sprinkle in and using the little extra bit of savings to put Tom Brady in there as well. So my captain is Mike Evans. I don't know why. I feel like that's going to end poorly for me. But Brady, McKissick Cakes, Gronk, Jeremy Sprinkle, and the roster buster himself, O.J. Howard. 'Cause you got to have him.
I love it.
You can't. He's a running threat. He's a receiving threat. You got to have O.J. Howard.
First of all, yeah, because the vultures are swirling here in rainy Washington, D.C. style. So first down there, as the football team makes their way down the field. Here is Haskins in the gun. Takes a snap, finding a receiver. Oh, could have been intercepted, could have been tipped, could have been caught. Was not. Shout out to everybody out there. What is this? We got Mike Bizzle. I see voice of the Celtics. Is that Kaufman or is that a Kaufman fake account? I personally can't tell right now if that is the actual Adam Kaufman. So,
yeah, it can't be Kaufman because it says "I like Rossi" right there.
True.
Kauf would never be as deferential to us.
Yeah, that's true.
Herb Dog. Not even the fact that he likes us, but he's thrown out the legendary nickname, the Congeniality Crew, for us. I am
down since day one. Appreciate that, Herb Dog. Down since day one, right there. Love the different pairs. It's been a while since I've teamed up with Christian. Yeah, but I must say, Christian, love the coverage of the draft, love the breakdowns, love what you guys are doing at the post route. It is an absolute delight. Had my dose today, not going to lie. It was during toilet time, and that is quality time in the Rossi household. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that's when we try to publish for right around lunch / bathroom break time, where you're scrolling through the phone, and then you get back and you sanitize everything, so you don't need to get pink eye again. You're a grown adult. That's very, very Dwayne Haskins throw there. Looking for your guy, Hitman. Doesn't connect, and this drive is going to end at midfield. Could be fake punt range. Let's not rule it out, but Riverboat Ron probably going to give up possession here rather than risk it.
Let it ride there. Jason Double D Rossi over on Twitch saying, I'm the real Kaufman. Can never tell anymore. There's so many gimmicks going on around us. I feel like I'm in the WWE locker room.
Dude, the parody accounts on Twitter have been absolutely delightful to watch. Brendan Lasheen and Jason Double D Rossi. I think there's a cough out there too.
I'm sure there is, but the sad thing is
there's no Emerson Latzia parody account because you don't need to parody Emerson Latzia. He does it himself.
Human parody. There's your captain, Mike Evans, first grab of the game. Would be reluctant not to let you know your crew the rest of the night. Me and Christian here for 6, but we have Michael, our illustrious producer tonight. We have TP in our directorial way of thinking here, the production and the direction of the thing, making just sure everything goes smooth. And we have Jimbo, our guy Jim in ops. We get a 2nd and 1, Brady in the gun. Go. throws it. Has a man wide open. Nice broken tackle, Gronk. That's not old school Gronk. I think he just went into the stands there.
Yeah. Well, that would be old school Gronk. He sought out the first attractive mom in the stands and then jumped into her arms right from there. That would be like circa 2014 Gronk. I would give him that. Very old school.
Vintage Gronk. Brian did ask the famous question. I always like to give Michael the heads up. So my wife and I today actually both working in the area that I am right now. So he actually decided, the old cat Desmond decided to drop his dooski, his Kenny Doocy a little early. So it came across at about 5:20. I was chatting up with TP when I was logging on, and I heard the shuffle, if you will, into the bathroom. So far the smell's okay. It's already diluted.
You've had enough time to Febreze your. At what point do you just stop Febrezing the house and just put on your COVID mask and Febreze?
Good question. I normally just clean it as quick as possible, spray, and then I have this. It's an orange pineapple punch candle that's very tropical vibes down here. But so I usually light that for about 20 minutes, blow it out, and here we are.
So it's like someone took a horrible dump on a Bahamas vacation.
Honestly, it really is. Here on this Cinco de Mayo, by the way, happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody.
Happy Cinco.
You celebrating?
Yeah, I never do. I always think about it, and then I'm always like, all the Mexican restaurants I like I'll just go there on the weekend instead. You know, I don't need to fight people for a table right now. I'll go get my burritos and my large Dos Equis dark later on.
All right. Well, that means you are still celebrating, just not in the current moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like Valentine's Day for me. It's like I don't want to deal with people that night, but I will go out afterwards and pick up half-price candy. Ooh, big court down here, and the Bucks go for it. Running game hasn't got much of anything going, especially with that beefed up Washington four. And wow, let's say the rain got to that one because that ball slung to no one. So a punt and then a turnover on downs here to start things off. The 0-yard rush from J.D. McKissick there. I thought it was my terrible internet. Then I looked over at you. You were still coming in.
Yeah, I always try to move.
Yeah. Oof. And we got a no-hitter from the world of baseball, John Means from the Dirty Birds in Baltimore. Oh, McKissick making up for that bad run on first down with a nice breakthrough there. So 3 for 26, including one stuff at the line. Not a bad start for him. He's going to have to carry a lot of that load just to make up for Dwayne Haskins. Just in general, but in the rain especially.
Oh, by the way, Means from Baltimore did complete the no-hitter. Appreciate that, Michael, for the update just a few minutes ago. So he's the third no-no this year in baseball. And I'll be honest, if you told me it was the first, I'd believe you. Yeah. And I know my baseball pretty well. I just haven't. Because there was one with the 7th inning game, right?
Yeah, there was a 7th inning Madison Bumgarner one. And,
that's right.
And,
can't remember the other one, but the fact that the Orioles did it.
The White Sox kid who's been Rodon had one as well.
That's right. That's right. Good call. I'll just say the fact that the Orioles no hit anybody, but even the Mariners, good team, is insane to me.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but great stuff. Love to see it. So hopefully you had him in your lineups, maybe threw some specific game right on that one, but you can check out all the stuff. I know lineups are going to be locked within a couple games starting in the 6 p.m. Eastern hour as Dwayne Haskins dances around, eventually gets sacked.
All right, so 3rd and long counter too. Rodon has been one of the most frustrating guys because I've been all in on him since he was a prospect.
Yep.
And I would always take the first few years, he never really got there. The strikeout numbers were good. It's all right, he's going to put it all together. Never put it together. Last year, 8.22 ERA. After I was like, you know what, this guy's done. I'm not even gonna pick him up on waivers. We're going to get another punt here. And of course, this year, 4 starts, 0.0072 ERA, 4-0, has the no-hitter, 36 strikeouts in 25 innings. It took him 7 years and this eternal amount of patience the White Sox have had in their eternal rebuild to finally get him going. And hopefully he keeps it up because the dude's got all the arm talent in the world. This is
sure does. Good.
Fun, cool.
Yeah, going out of bounds at the 23. Yeah, the only start this hour, just to let people know, Marlins Diamondback. So if you're all loaded up and want to just put all your cash on that game, that's a 6:40 first pitch. But no, you're right. This guy has been. It's like I don't even want to call it Jekyll and Hyde because we haven't seen enough of the Hyde, I guess you will. But Now he's just all there, and it has just been locked in. The junk is there. We'll give Tony La Russa some credit. Old man La Russa unlocking something.
Yeah, wild, because it didn't seem like that was going to be the case for him. But fine, whatever. Go out there and get yourself Tony La Russa and see if you can Jim Leland with the Marlins.
Seriously. See if we can get these 70-year-old coaches to just jump in, get us to the ship, and then see you later.
Yeah.
We see, by the way, shout out to our Twitch fam, Heavy Kevy, first time, Free Piercy, Razor. That's all my guys. Oh, look at this. Bob, Diggity Dog over there, Smash, the Double D. See Train Island up in the house over there. Cena 420 talking a little blood and guts tonight with AEW. It's going to be exciting. I believe at least. So we should see. Good stuff. Good things happen in the world. Hope you guys are staying hydrated, enjoying Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to make a little burrito skillet tonight.
Ooh, burrito skillet. So like, put like a little case, like the Chili's skillet of cheese with a little bit of meat and a little cheddar, maybe some veggies in there too. Ooh.
There you go. So I can tell you.
I'm at the point right now where like I always make sure I got like at least one fresh onion in the house, because everything I make, just you chop up a little onion, throw it in there, tons better. Like a bell pepper too, same thing. Dude, we had our bell peppers at our local Woodman's up here, like they ordered too many or whatever. I have no idea how, but they're like 3 for $1 right now. They're awesome. I've just been eating really chopped up bell peppers like as a snack, and it's amazing, delightful.
Go for it. Yeah. So tonight, mine basically, I'm doing ground chicken tonight. We got ground chicken. We got some peppers, onions, the chilies, some black beans, some cauliflower rice going in there. Just mix it all in there. Ton of cheese, queso, your salsa. You cut up instead of using the burrito as a wrap, cut up the burrito into slices. Mix it all in.
Oh, okay. So you like, I see at that point, you might as well just take the tortilla chips and just eat it like nachos.
Scoop it. Yeah. We could, right?
Yeah.
After
either way.
It's going to be delicious. It's going to be great, and we're going to celebrate. Speaking about celebrating, not much to celebrate after one. Gronkowski, 2 for 16. OJ, your guy, Howard, getting on the board, 1 catch, 14.
Big tight end day, except for no Sprinkle. And if you're betting hard on that Buccaneers run game, it's been as frustrating as you expect. LaShawn McCoy eating into that Lenny Fournette carry share. Just a tough one so far, but the good news is Buccaneers are driving. 3rd and 1 coming up. They've failed at this very point not long ago, so I'm not super confident they're going to get much done here. But, hey, if they don't gain another yard, it'll be a 40-plus yarder for Ryan Suckup. So if you stack those kickers on a Wild Weather Wednesday, A, you shouldn't have, but B, it might pay off anyway. And this time it's –
got it.
He should have gotten it.
I think he did.
Yeah, I didn't know. Sometimes they get weird with the forward progress, and the guy, if he reestablishes himself, yeah.
Yeah, Scotty Too Hotty saying stack the D's, so far so good. Let's go 2-0 final. Litz saying Ross eating good tonight.
Scotty Too Hotty, clearly well versed in his White Sox fandom. Wrote on so good. Season-ending injury due soon.
Seriously.
Yeah, that would be an extremely White Sox way to do things.
Oh, Mike Biz like this is 3 Notre Dame players drafted in the 2nd round. Buy stream trash. We can pull that up in a minute. Congo Cab saying Evans Tud incoming, so that'll be good for you, Captain.
Yeah, I'd be okay with it.
Jack, really quickly, wondering why DK hasn't updated Tom Brady's fantasy points. It's because Jack, you're writing in all caps and you seem angry. No, we'll get it all taken care of. Jimbo's here, man. He's got this all locked down. Everything will be fine. Anybody, listen, I'm going to say it once. I'll say it forever. They will update the stats. Everything will go according to plan.
Yeah, and that Notre Dame buy stream trash is a tough one because 2 of the guys are linemen, which is always like a little bit tough to assess this early on. Like, did Godwin get that? Did anyone get that? Yes, someone came down with it. It was Scooter, old Scotty Miller, making it 1st and goal from the 9. So could be tight end time, could be a little bit of Leonard Fournette time here. I think I am with everyone who saw what the Browns did trading up to get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Liking that a lot. A guy who we thought could have been a top 20 pick. Going 52nd. They did that last year, 2 years ago with Greedy Williams.
I was going to say, it reminds me a lot of that. Here's the thing, though. You heard about the heart condition. It came out. This actually was out before. Like, this was a story about this about 2 months ago I saw, but I'm a Notre Dame, simp, if you will. So I'm all about him. So I saw this. I don't think it was like major news, but I still don't know how much. It's like the same thing with the issues that people thought with the field, right? If that's caught.
He does it.
Play.
Wow, what a Superman dive into the end zone. So it's not O.J. Howard, but he did get a look the previous down. Instead, it's Gronk looking like he was going to pull himself out of the end zone and then straight up broad jumping his way in. That drive ends in 6. We are an extra point away from a 7-0 Buccaneers lead here with 5:52 to go in the second quarter.
There you go. Executive session, fire with us together. We love it. Love to see it. You thought he dropped that, thought Congo Cab. No, that's the touchdown. By the way, Jimbo on good authority. Everything's updated. He's crunching through the stats again. This guy's the best. Never doubted him. Give a little thumbs up while you're here if you're over on YouTube. Smash it, baby. Tickle it. Yeah, I will just say, as a Notre Dame fan, I'm like, you forget sometimes, like any college team, Vanderbilt, whatever team, when you see after like 2-3 rounds your entire like senior and junior class basically drafted, you go, how good are they going to be next year? Especially when the offensive line is just basically gone. So,
yeah, I mean, the good news about Notre Dame is they always recruit well, and
yeah,
they find guys. It's one of those things when you're selling that prestige program. Yeah, especially when they actually are back. It's not like Texas, where Texas still recruits great because they're Texas, but they never really translate that. So now they're losing some of the steam within the Lone Star State. Notre Dame has had enough success lately, and when you're Notre Dame, you can sell that. Listen, we don't have to be so good, and we get included in those New Year's 6 bowls.
They sure do.
Yeah, it's like we have worked this out. We have this system gamed right now. You know, we're not an independent. Like UMass and BYU are independents. We go out there and we win 10 games, and we are playing in the Fiesta Bowl or better. So it's just an easy sell up in South Bend. And I have a friend from South Bend who moved back there. I was up there for a wedding a few years ago, and it's one of those towns that is definitely like kind of blue collar. And if you're just going through, or maybe if you only know it from Notre Dame, you're like, ugh. South Bend, but then like you spend some actual time there and you go out downtown. It is a fun spot. I like South Bend a lot.
I was able to attend. I went to bachelor party Chicago, got the rent-a-car, drove down, got to sneak onto the field in Notre Dame. That was a cool moment for me. But yeah, just real cool stuff. Very cool, like you said, the downtown. Because I basically asked like the college students, I'm like, hey, is there anywhere cool to hang around here? They laughed at us and like, dude, this place is bomb. And you're like, it is. And then you saw the downtown area, almost looks like Anywhere USA in a sense, and it's great. So I do agree with you there. Jack M says, Jason, I like the first name basis. If CM Punk would ever, this is interesting. If CM Punk would ever return to the ring, and this is for Christian too, big wrestling guys, wherever to return to the ring, do you like him to go over to AEW or WWE? If he went to AEW, who would you make a good storyline with? And if he went to WWE, who should he face, Roman or Triple H? All right, a lot to break down there. Go quickly because we don't want to alienate anybody, but I would say if you're going to go that WWE route, it's him, and honestly, Triple H is the better storyline because of like the behind the scenes stuff, but him and Roman would be.
I don't need to see another 35-minute Triple H match at WrestleMania. You know, that's what I would love to see him going up against Reigns, getting that kind of chosen one rub that we all thought he had. And let's be honest, he did have it early on, but now that he's leaning into it, now he's working that heel angle. Now that he'd be working for the pride of the WWE front office versus the guy who had enough. That would be such an easy built-in storyline. You'd have to alter the Reigns background a little bit, but you could make that work, and you could
That's what WWE would do if they had it. The reason I would go triple. Here's what I would really do if I had all the money, the writing, and all that. I'd make NXT spike because I would have CM Punk do something where he just shows up, quote unquote, out of nowhere on NXT and basically calls out Triple H as like the guy. And basically the whole storyline for me would be, you train these kids so well, how come you can't translate them to be stars later? Yeah. And I would make that because that's so CM Punky behind the scenes, fourth wall talk. And then I'd have them face off at whatever WrestleMania, but not at Mania, but at the NXT event and make it so indie-rific.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
And then for AEW, man, I would love to see Punk in the ring with Kenny Omega. I just would.
Yeah. I mean, that would be great. Not Punk going up against Omega and Don Callis and that whole clique would be fun. Dude, I would like just even the build for a match between CM Punk and Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Let those two just fight it out on the mic beforehand. And obviously, you know, with a guy like Punk, he would need his own faction, but we've seen he can do that with aplomb with the Straight Edge Society and the Nexus. So, like, that dude could come in and immediately play that game of factions that has worked so well for AEW and make everything work. So I think he could work at either spot. Yeah, obviously the dude's in his 40s now, but he's taking some time off. Yeah, he had the MMA career, but it's not like that put a ton of miles on him. It's just kind of showed up, got beaten up a little bit, and left. As
Ooh, almost dangerous there.
Is it? Yeah, 50-yard field goal in the rain or a punt from the opposing 39. I don't like either opportunity here. The Buccaneers should go for it, but they're not gonna, and we're gonna see what I'm sure will be a terrible punt.
By the way, speaking of things that happen, I just got to go on my Twitter, and I see I'm followed by you. I'm like, I thought we already followed each other. And there you go, Christian, asking you shall receive, my friend.
Yeah, I got my parody account. Beautiful. Beautiful chant.
Trains Island.
Yeah, Trains Island is also on Twitch. That's who you shouted out before.
Oh, I thought that was you. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I enjoyed it. Oh, Cena 472 with another great Cena.
Punk Moxley.
Punk Moxley would be a lot of fun.
That actually might be because we've seen them together in the ring, but like not as Moxley. And at this point, they both so seasoned, and I think Moxley would take such good care of Punk in the ring that might be the one. Or even Cody. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Cody either. Just also, Punk could kind of go into AEW, be like, you know, you're just everything you say you're not. Like, you're the guy behind the scenes. You're the guy. Like, any stuff like that with Punk, I think would be, even if it's just one time, give me a month build. Speaking about things getting back to order, too, we've heard the NFL continue to talk about full crowds next year. You know, we're seeing, you know, the draft. Loved it. Love to see it. You've heard almost a week since last Thursday, and you've heard nothing in the bad side, so that's good news.
Keep getting those doing, baby.
Dwayne, baby, wrong way. But keep seeing good stuff. The vaccinations and masks and being safe has been great. And then on top of that, just wrestling-wise, 5,000 fans in Jacksonville for an upcoming AEW event. They announced that they are going to go full boat for Double or Nothing in later this spring, early summer. So,
okay, well, tonight we get Blood and Guts, which I'm very excited for. Which unfortunately won't have a full lineup of fans in front of it. But that one should be fun. That's one we've been waiting for since before the pandemic.
It was the week.
Oh, there it is.
No, safety
dance, baby.
S-S-S-A-Y-Y-Y-Y. Safe, safety, dance. Look at that. 9-0. What is Dwayne Haskins doing? The Cupid shuffle in the end zone. Ends up getting taken down.
What? I just two straight terrible no awareness sacks, which again, not completely unheard of from Dwayne Haskins, a guy I had very high hopes for. I was like, you know what? Washington got a bargain here. He slid all the way to 15. I thought he was going to be better than Daniel Jones, which again, a low bar, I know, but I was like, you know what? You messed this up, Giants. You should have taken Dwayne. No, Dwayne did not work out in Washington, and some of it was just a bad fit, but some of it was that he was definitely just not mature enough. He couldn't handle that pro grind. Maybe being released by the football team will be the wake-up call to him. He's going to a franchise with a little bit better structural support for him in Pittsburgh, you know, but obviously the cost is low there, and if he doesn't work out, they're going to jettison him at first glance. So I hope he can come back and be the Steelers quarterback of the future. This is the second safety all time for this Bucs defense, which is kind of surprising, or at least Madden 21. You'd think they'd have a few more given that dynamite front seven and how good they were in the real world.
Truth. And by the way, we've talked about it a little bit, but I agree. I love Haskins going to the Steelers. Sit back. You got a true professional at the position. Oh, roughing the passer here. Going to give us some yards here to Brady. But yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. I don't think he's going to find a better one. The receiving core, the way that offense is trying to operate with some of the weapons they brought in, maybe I'm telling you, I still believe in 5 years we're looking at the tight end they took there in the second round. I know it's kind of like what are we doing? Where's the guards? Where's the tackles? Which they got later, but how do you say it? Fairmuth or something? I always forget how to pronounce his name, but I think that could be a Gronk style pick, a guy who had injuries in college. that, you know, people underestimate. Absolute monster, can block, can catch, soft hands, big body. You know, if you're Dwayne Haskins, let's say you're the starter a year from now, that could be, you know, you got some weapons. Najee Harris, I think one of the most predictable picks going into the draft, and good on the Steelers for sticking with the course there.
Yeah, I mean, they already knew their defense was going to be up to snuff. They brought a lot of guys back. Not having Bud Dupree could be a thing, but they have Alex Highsmith, who I really liked a lot at Charlotte, and definitely the kind of guy who can he learned on the fly in a hurry, and he does seem like he could be a breakout player of the year type candidate next season. And yeah, Freiermuth is, like you said, just a monstrous dude, 6'5", 250. He can run block. He can get downfield. He's dynamite in the red zone. And that is another roughing the passer penalty.
It's the rain. The rain's, they're slipping on their way in.
Yeah, well, Reuben Foster, generally known for his great judgments.
Not there. 52 seconds. There's Brady. Quick draw. Oh, right off the line.
Well, he's looking for Gronk at least, so the tight end heavy attack continues. Not for Washington, mind you, because nothing is going right for them other than maybe a little bit of J.D. McKissick. But
yeah.
The Bucs still moving the ball. You don't want to attempt a 51-yard field goal in this rain, but you got a couple more tries here to pick up a little extra yardage for a second.
You see Brady in the guns, got the 3 wide, got the 2-star receivers, going to take a sack there. No roughing the passer needed. Kyle Fuller coming in. Now a Denver Bronco, right?
Kendrick.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Kyle Fuller was, the Broncos could not snap him up quickly enough. Basically, the ink dried on his release papers, and that's when the Broncos were like, take all this money, come on over. And Kyle Fuller, like, let's face it, he's a boom and bust kind of guy, but so is Marcus Peters. And we know that you can make that work. As McCoy picks up probably enough yardage to make a field goal attempt.
Let's see. I almost feel like it could.
He got back all the yardage Brady just lost.
True. 51 yards here we're looking at, 51, 52. We'll see what. They're probably going to attempt the kick. But, 10 seconds.
I'm not hopeful it's going to go through. But.
No, 51-yarder. Let's see, former Mr. Irrelevant, suck up, boots it. Ooh, a little shy, caught there. Oh, no.
It's like a line drive kick just went, I don't know, it would definitely seem like it wasn't high enough to go through, but also maybe went wide as well. So 5 seconds. Haskins does have a decent arm. He's going to have to throw about 65 yards. He's going to get
3-man rush. It should do it. There it is. It's going out of bounds, isn't it?
Yep. All right. Well, let's talk positives. Gronk touchdown, safety, bunch of sacks. We stacked up these defenses, so there's that at the very least. Positives. Oh my God! All right, the Washington football team right now, Rossi, has negative 18 net passing yards. They have 10 net yards through one half.
Gotta love it, baby. Drink that water, Dwayne. Stay positive, but yikes. Must be. I did say, there it is. Check it out. thepostroute.substack.com. Get that heat in your inbox in that nooner hour on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Keep it coming. Love it. Love what Christian's doing over there with the squad. You could also check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. 3 words. We dropped some heat today on your podcast app. We did the best, worst songs. Very subjective. I think it's the most subjective podcast you'll ever listen to.
Yeah.
So songs that stink that we think are the best of the stink.
Out of your head that you're going to keep on forever.
Basically. Must be.
I'm partial to Barbie Girl and anything by Tattoo, really.
Okay. Well, Tattoo. I didn't even put that as bad. But yes, I will say Barbie Girl's in there as an honorable mention. We both did a draft. You can vote on it. You can follow at Pop Culture PD. Must be says Rossi said Big Ben was a true professional. Laugh. Quarterback. There is nobody. I still believe he is a good, when it comes to the playing of the game, Ben is right up there, especially for a guy like Dwayne Haskins. Listen, and let's be honest, all of his off the field stuff, that's like almost 15 years ago now. So that's why I think he's the perfect guy to learn from, if Dwayne, because he's having these issues now, like in his young age. So I think it's a good guy to go. Study under and be around. And if Ben is the type of guy that is willing to speak to him in that way and be like, hey man, like I did some dumb stuff when I was young, then that's great for him. If he's not that guy, then well, whatever. That's up to the Steelers to deal with.
Yeah, and it was a different kind of adversity, obviously, for Roethlisberger, who was good as a rookie and then nearly killed himself in a motorcycle accident and obviously had all sorts of off-the-field issues. So, yeah, hopefully, the two can bond over having played their college ball in the great state of Ohio at two equally prestigious programs, Miami and Ohio State.
Yep. Look at that Trains Island in there, giving the link. Everyone go check it out.
You know what? I'm appreciating Trains. He's got that. He's pointing out Lux $65 headbands for me to purchase on Twitter. So there's a lot of nice things going on right now.
Got to check that out. And by the way, Tim the Man, I do like that price tag for Aaron Naismith. If you're listen, he's gonna get some minutes. Even though a lot of guys are back from injury tonight, but hey, take a shot at 3,200. Hope you guys got to enjoy the slate before us as well. Shrag killing it there. Hope you guys are enjoying all the content you're getting here on DraftKings. That's why you got to get the thumbs up. The more thumbs up, the more you show, hey, DraftKings, we like what we got here. This whole 200 likes thing, it's fine, and we appreciate it. But we got to get up to like that 400, 500 mark. All it takes is a button click. CDA, glad to see you made it back from your vacation safely, sir, says expired name.
Two long days in St. Louis. So it was my mom's birthday. So
happy birthday, Mom!
There with the kiddo, and got some Mother's Day obligations out of the way. It's Brady on third down. Had time to throws it to no one. So we're gonna get, guess what, a punt in this game. I was very excited. We had like one beautiful day where it was like 80 degrees. It was like sweating. It was like sweat weather. So I was like, woof, all right, I'm not used to this. But St. Louis, been over with Tommy, Ace a whole bunch. Like the St. Louis food, the cuisine out there. Looks like garbage from the outside you get in. It is just like comforting toasted ravioli, Provel. Had Gus's fried chicken, which is like, it's like a national chain, like 20 to 30 locations, so it's not huge.
Yep.
Spencer Hall talks it up big in one of his newsletters, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. I got one of these like a mile from my sister's house. Hit that up. Delicious. Awesome fried chicken. And then went out to Total Wine and got myself about $125 worth of local beverages to bring back up with me here. And I'll be reviewing those over at the Post Route. And expired name. It was absolutely beautiful. I was sitting out on my sister's deck. Sun was shining. Birds were chirping. The leaves had already bloomed. It was lovely out there.
Love to see it. Good for you. Always good to refresh, see the fam. I'm glad you got that experience. Here's Dwayne giving it off to McKissick.
Wow. McKissick with a big run.
13 on the ground. Rick saying Mets Suckup, Ryan Suckup, at a bar in Newport Beach right after he got drafted. They had him there as a promotion as Mr. Irrelevant. Pretty cool. Love that. Yes, Mike Bizzle, that counts. If anything Mexican today counts. Let's see, expired name also says, what in the Poland Springs is going on with this sim? I don't have my bottle down here.
It is very much a wild weather Wednesday.
Sean Williams says, Ben is the wrong guy to be around, LOL. Ben was bugging. Well, hey, I understand. Listen, everyone has their opinion on this. You know what I think about the Steelers in general, but I just still think it was a good move by the Steelers to have somebody in there like that, in my opinion. Let's see. Expired name also said, just logged on, and this is doo-doo. Hey, listen, man, it's Weather Wednesday. You gotta draft according to plans here. 2nd and 1. Ugh. Abby Rizzle says, I'm too sexy for my shirt, ? Abby, I don't know personally, but good for you. Number 2, yes. But see, I almost think that's a gimmick song. I think there's a little difference with bad songs that aren't intended to be. Like, Too Sexy by Right Said Fred. That's just a goofy song. It's like the Macarena. It's like a style, if anything.
Yeah. It'd be like saying you want a disco duck.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Disco duck was what it was. It was a radio DJ's host. It just found a guy at a gym who could do a Donald Duck voice and was like, I think we have gold here. And somehow the American public ate it up. It was a Billboard #1 top hit. It was quite possibly the worst thing America has ever done. And I'm including war crimes in that list. And it just even if you like Disco Duck, at no point would you ever defend it as being a good or serious song. So I think it would not qualify there. I think you'd be looking more at like crap.
Jack M again coming in say, why don't we ever do NBA streams? Would love to host something like that. I feel you, Jack. Definitely it's something out there. The relationship is with EA. as you can see. So Madden is the go-to for that at this point. But definitely, listen, the future, as George Bush once said, the future is yet to come. So you never know what may be there as we continue to get a little bit older, wiser, and different relationships grow. Keep coming back here and letting people know.
So undercover boss Tom behind the scenes dropping in a little Rebecca Black Friday in there. Did Rebecca Black enter the discussion at all?
So we did. Me and Billy drafted 11 each. He took Rebecca Black's Friday. I said I think that was a gimmick. So you can check out the whole thing, Pop Culture Pile Drive. But yeah, it did enter the contest.
What are you doing, buddy? Hey, we got a sprinkler catch. And Dwayne Haskins, 21 passing yards. That's going to still be a net negative because he's taken so many horrible sacks. He didn't take one there. And if you had Sprinkle thinking, you know what, it's a weather game, stack those tight ends, he is finally on the board, but still getting soundly outplayed by O.J. Howard.
Yep, Emerson's baby gap shirt saying more negative points. Way to go. Mike Bizzle says, I'm too sexy for your Kaufman. No way, I'm disco simming. Listen, right side front, we can do lyrics all day. Diablo saying, I met Marshall Falk and Franco Harris at a golf tournament in Tampa 20 years ago. Shout out. That's Franco. Cool. Bad Boys saying, so much Newport Beach talk. I love it. It's my new hood. Sitting on a porch and enjoying a delicious guava, I don't know what that word is, and a cool breeze. Chelada? Am I saying that right? Yeah, either way, sounds great. Michael is a West Coast guy or producer. I always imagine him just sitting outside, taking in the cool breeze, fresh air, as long as there's no fires or anything crazy or crazy winds. But Michael's just kicking back with all of us, Christian in the land of paranoia in Green Bay right now, where they don't know where Rodgers is. Is he home? Is he away? Where is he? What did Shailene Woodley do to this man? Let's see what else we got here. Rayleigh says, shout out to my boy Jason and Christian. Jason is BG. Who is BG with tonight? Kyle, welcome back, my man. You know what? It's going to be a surprise. I'm not even going to tell you. It's going to be a big surprise.
Wow. A special guest?
Could be. Is it Eric Winalda, the coward? Is he going to be back? We'll see. Let's see. Answer. I'm too Rossi for your body. Body question. What is never fitting? I think there's a dig there. I'm trying to figure it, Mike, but I like where you're going. So we get another punt here.
Terrible game. Sean Williams trying to argue for Bowie and Mick Jagger. Well, yeah, sure, they're both legends, but the Dancing in the Street video is so unnecessary.
A sight to be held.
Murdering their own reputations. They have all this aura and mystique, and then you see them bopping around the streets of this empty film lot, and just oh, God.
It's just weird.
Billowy, flowing shirts. Oh, it's bad. It's not good.
Christian, the day that we get together in person, we're going to copy that music video. Me and you in the streets of Rhode Island or wherever you want me to go.
You know what? I think people would enjoy that a lot more than you and I recreating the video from Tattoos, all the things she said.
Well, now we're talking a whole different story, but there's an incomplete pass again.
Both great.
Yes, they're very different ways. And to each their own, right? Twister saying it's hot as bleep in Cali right now. Good to know. Also, Obi saying, you know nothing about California life. Of course I don't. I live in the East Coast, but I'm just shouting out what people are telling me. Let's see. So what else we got? So we get 3rd and 10, Haskins.
Throwing short of the sticks again.
Where are you going, bro?
You can complete it? Nope. Okay. Another 3 and out, and this game does draw closer to finishing, which is probably the nicest thing we can say about it right now. This has been just an awful third quarter, and again, I feel like we need to find a way that punters can score points, and we need to make that possible on Wild Weather Wednesdays. It would absolutely be a game changer, a slate changer on these terrible awful days. And a hold on top of it, so a decent return.
Wonderful.
Nullified.
Coming back. Bad Boy saying, I know the guy who wrote Produce Friday. Rebecca was serious about. Well, of course Rebecca was serious. She was like 12. I think the idea behind it was gimmicky. She says it was more of
the situation was, her parents were, shelling out that money so she could live her dream of being in a music video.
Yeah.
And, just like she had rich parents and she didn't know any better. And they're just like, here you go. It's like going to that kiosk in the mall where you can karaoke and record your own video just on a much higher pay scale scheme. And hey, man, I don't begrudge anyone for making it. I feel bad for Rebecca Black for basically spending a long time getting crapped on. I'm sure she saw very little in terms of royalties from that, but
catch.
Hopefully it worked out for her.
Yeah, he says Rebecca does have a new song out right now. Love it. Look at that. West Coast, Luis getting the shout out. Let's see what else we got going here. That's a nice catch of the 43. Is Santa coming back? Mike Bizzle asks. I will say this. I got a comment today about my hair being too long, which it's really not. Especially Christian, like he knows the flow. But I usually every summer, as you guys remember, potentially, I do the buzz off. I'm a host for this called One Mission for cancer research, and it's just a really cool foundation. I'll get into it more as we get closer, but I think it's in July. So at this point, I'm just gonna let it go till then, and we'll go boys looking like probably like an outpatient from a psych ward for a day, and then I'll wear a hat again, and people will be like, "Oh, you look nice." It's weird effects. Brian C saying, I'm too Rossi for this cat poop. I'm not singing that one. Everyone, listen, I like the sim. I like the energy tonight. Where's my guy? Where's the freak? The energy.
Good energy in the sim right now, despite the awful, awful game.
Yeah, it sure is. MTV killed Billy Squire. I love that, Barry. It's actually true. Weird story, if you ever...
I didn't know that.
The Billy Squire story is
weird. Everybody Wants Some and The Stroke, and they're both bops.
Yeah, he's great. But then he had this weird music video where he's very flamboyant, and it just luck turned like that. Happens. Weird times. And Obi-Wan's coming after me again. Popeye's Chicken saving the Sims, says Mamba Vision. Share the wealth, my friend. Put a little salsa on there. It's Cinco de Mayo, and happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody out there. Appreciate you guys being here. This handsome son of a gun's Christian DeAndrea. Follow along at Train Island. Make sure you're checking out thepostroute.substack.com because right now the only thing we're checking is Dwayne Haskins, 21 passing yards. That is less yardage than McCoy is 7 yards rushing. He is 1/3 of the amount of Dwayne Haskins passing yards. So nobody over 40 yards in the receiving game. Gronk's got 6 for 31, including the lone touchdown. We do have the safety from the defense of the Bucs. The Washington football team, just nothing. They might have to go into that name change category ASAP.
Yeah, I would have to look at the yards lost by a sack, but I'm pretty sure Haskins and the Washington football team may still have net negative passing yards today if you consider just how far backwards Haskins has been dropped. He has half as many yards as his running back does have rushing yards, and he
tough one. Go check out the post route, as Beaton says. Freak of nature, there he is. He says super duper energy in the sim. Smash that like. Appreciate you guys.
Gronk very nearly had a big third down pickup. Instead, the odometer rolls over to fourth, and from the 42, I can't imagine we're going to see a suck-up 59-yard attempt after he missed that 51-yarder pretty handily.
Wait a minute. Go for it.
I like it.
They can put the game away, basically, with the score. So Brady has a man open. It's caught.
Got Scotty again. Scotty!
Right into the hands.
Worked out probably about as well as a punt would have. Landon Collins gets it at the Washington 20. So a 0-point play there from Scotty Miller, gets the PPR point, immediately gives it back with a fumble.
Yep, so let's see, Dwayne, can you do something, buddy?
Is he going to get it? Yes, there it is. That is definitely negative net passing yards for this Washington team, and we have 7 minutes to play in this sim. This is incredible, and I'm rooting so hard for it now. This game is gone. It's flipped the odometer over. We are looking at all zeros here, and I have gone from hating it to loving the possibility of a game where Dwayne Haskins, yes, he's going to lose more yards in sacks than he's going to have passing. Again, we're like one long, scary Terry catch away from ruining that. But so far, this drive alone, negative 15 yards. He has 21 passing yards total in this game so far. This is amazing. I get him again. Give me another safety. Give me another safety. Send the blitz. Send the blitz.
Rush.
Send them.
Got no back coming out of the backfield, though.
Go.
Oh, incomplete. So we'll get a punt here. Relly, shout out to Andrea. What's up, Andrea? Appreciate you being a part of this, hanging out with Relly. I don't know how to say anybody's name. Brian C. saying, Rossi, that's cool. You help people with cancer. I work in a camp. Wait a second. They're going for it here. Hold the phone, Brian C. I'll get back to that comment. 4th and 25 at the 6.
Oh, my God.
Oh, quick draw. Has a man. Incomplete.
Oh, my God. This game.
Yeah, nice throw.
Out of control.
So they're going to set up at the 6 here.
4th and 25. Riverboat Ron gambles, loses.
Why did he do that?
On the 0-0 at the roulette table. You
Why
might
did
have
he
better
do that?
odds. You might have better odds picking out a number than
put it on green.
The Washington football team had to pull off 4th and 25 with Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, Brian C. saying he worked at a camp in northern Connecticut for 3 years. Lots of my campers were sick and attended Boston Children's Hospital. Yeah, man, listen, everyone do their part. Love to see that. Damon says Timothy from 1971 was about cannibalism. It only aired a short time on ham radio.
Yes, that's Hot in the Shadows had a great great one-hit
wonder.
Yeah, and it is a grim song. And they're like, no, Timothy was the donkey. And it's like, Timothy was the donkey. Get out of here. it was just this mediocre band from Ohio. It's like, they had no prayer of getting hit otherwise, so they went controversial. And the guy who wrote that song was Mr. If you like pina coladas himself, Rupert Holmes. Yes. Tommy, what are you doing?
Brady, come on, man. All you have to do, look at him. He really didn't even take the sack. He just put the ball down.
Yeah.
4th and goal. They'll kick the field goal. Must be saying, all jokes aside, much love for your part with the sport. Oh, must be. It's all good. All the jokes are aside, dude. Even if I didn't do things like that, I get it. It's all good. Guys, this is fun. It's all about coming in here I'm just doing one and done today. So, listen, bring your energy, bring the fun. This has been a great sim on a Cinco de Mayo. Tough sim, but
not been a great sim. This has been a sim.
Well, I'm having fun with you, should I say, and Michael and TP and everybody behind the scenes, and the sim fan, of course. Let's see. Why is this game 50 minutes? ? Well, look at the score, Mike. That's why. Honestly, here's what I always say to people, and I say this to all producers: the Daniels, the Andrews. Why am I missing? Obviously, TP with us today. Why am I missing? Am I missing a name here? Who else produces? Or technical directs? Why am I missing names here? TP's going to tell me. Nope, you're good. Okay, those are the O'Brien guy went on occasion. Some of the others that will come back from greener pastures. You want the sim to be quick when it's like this. If we get some good going, we still got 5 minutes, by the way, so it's not going to be over in 2. But, I always say, when you have those, if this game right here and we're an hour and 15 minutes into it, then that's when things get tough. You want a good pace, some good fun, make some cash while you do it. Again, shout out to Michael, Jimbo.
Oh, we got positive passing yards for the Washington football team.
That's the
first down for McKissick.
I believe that's the first down passing since the first quarter.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We're gonna need some eye bleach after this game. Find something comforting to watch. For me, that would be like old episodes of Futurama. I feel a lot better after that. That would be an easy way to wash the taste out of this one out of my eyeballs.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Back-to-back completions. Dwayne Haskins is as hot as he's ever been. 30 passing yards on his last 2 throws, more than doubling his output to that point.
Mike Bizzle says we kid because we care. Absolutely, dude. And Musby says, I'm honestly mad about fire Mike Tomlin. No cause for that. Well, listen, I said he should have been. I didn't say now it's over. Now he's got an extension. I'm not going to keep going this conversation. Dwayne S.D. asking about Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn is a producer. Different roles, like Michael, our guy tonight. There we go. So there's another incompletion from Haskins, going back to his normal ways. No, CH, never promote the dislike, bro. Come on. Smash that thumbs up. Show some positivity in the world. When times are dark, you need the positive light. Never get caught in yellow rain. boys. Oh, too far. It's another completion, though.
Hey, Sprinkler. All right. Sprinkle with 2 catches might be one of the top 3 most productive Washington wideouts today, or pass catchers today, which is not great. We have McLaurin with a couple, McKissick with a couple, Sprinkle with a couple, and everyone else has been garbage. This is not.
No. Oh, going to the end zone. Has a touchdown. What a drive.
Look at that. So going for it on 4th and 25 from the 6. I mean, it cost Washington 3 points, but they are still very much in this game, and that is bewildering to me.
It really is. 3:43 left. They're not going to go for 2 here, but you know what? They've done some weird things in these sims, so I'm not going to, they're going to kick the extra point. So Hopkins will get a point here. It'll be a 5-point game here. Christian, like I said, 3:43 left in simulated Washington. So we shall see. 5 plays, 69 yards. Pretty impressive there by Washington. It's been a pretty horrendous, sim for them prior to, but Haskins showing a little flex there. What's up, DFS Queenie? Appreciate you. Heart you back. Fidel, who else we got here? Oh, the Cork? I don't know that. I don't know how to say that name, but he says, how come we hear about a new Aaron Rodgers story each day? Because the draft's over.
Draft's over, and Rodgers and his team are eating this up. They're trying to sow discord. Worst case scenario, they turn this into a $42 million per year contract extension. So they know what they're doing. They are trying to put the pressure on the Packers. They're trying to make something happen up there. They're trying to make Brian Gutekunst feel bad about himself. I think that's where,
Dude, you know what they're doing? They're talking to the owners. They're going to every member of Green Bay. And they're saying, this is on you. What does the owners want to do? I think he's still going to be a Green Bay Packer in my eyes, even though Brett Favre came out today and said, he's done. This reminds me a lot of me in 2008. And I'm like, does it?
Why are we still listening to Brett Favre? The dude still owes the state of Mississippi like $1 million in money that he took for jobs he did not do. I feel like Brett Favre can just fade away now. We're done with that guy. Like we don't need to see him anymore. I don't even want to see him playing pickleball with Jerry Rice and talking about how great copper makes him feel. I just want Brett Favre to be done with public life.
Actually, Edward saying, can I win this one, Rossi? I'm in 2nd place. Of course you can. You can do anything in the world.
Tip drill pass for Gronk there?
Yeah, not making it. I could see Rodgers being like a Kyle Brandt, Jim Rome type. Oh, no way, man. He is much more he's like more subdued.
Yeah,
and
he's likable. Like you wouldn't have Jim Rome host Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Rodgers is affable, whereas those guys are adversarial.
Yeah, and they're like characters. Like Kyle Brandt has so much personality exuding out of him. Rodgers is much more like you'd want to sit down and have a glass of wine with or something. Like he's just going to sit there and tell you kind of a longer story. And, I don't know. I don't see that. Rick saying Favre embarrasses himself every time he opens his mouth these days.
Well, sometimes he embarrasses himself with pictures he takes on his phone too. So let's not forget that. Expired name. Do you think Rodgers would change his tune if the Packers went out and got Julio? He doesn't think it's going to happen, but just forgive. Yeah, I think that would be the kind of commitment that the Packers need to make. They can't make it, obviously, because they don't have the cap space. They could carve out some of that cap space if they worked on the contract extension Rodgers wants. And a big part of why they don't want to trade Rodgers, they would have to eat more than Carson Wentz type money in dead cash just to get rid of him, because they extended him not that long ago. So there's a lot of moving parts there. A, you don't trade a reigning MVP. B, it was just there's no way you're going to get fair value in return for him. And C, you're still going to have to suffer for it because he's going to haunt your cap sheet immediately afterwards. So Bill Barnwell had a great article over at ESPN. Barnwell, one of the smartest guys out there, is McKissick.
Let's bring us to the 2-minute warning there. Brian C says, "Welcome. What is up? Thanks for tuning in. Jim Rome is burning." He goes, "Oh yeah, shut up, you clown." No, I want to just say one quick thing about Favre, because we brought this up, me and Tommy Freeze Pops. I feel like aside from everything that's happened since his retirement and during that kind of weird years of sub-retirement, years with the Jets, he really doesn't get enough credit for how good of a quarterback, in the legacy of quarterbacks. Won Super Bowl. We get it. Went to another one. 3 straight MVPs, and he's not even in the conversation of like people don't talk about him as like a top 5 quarterback, you know. And regardless of what you think personally, Christian, 3 straight MVPs is unheard of, especially during that era. Like there was good competition in the late 90s there. I just think maybe what you said is it. Like he's just kind of tarnished his.
Yeah, he just the nonsense at the end of his career, and I mean the fact that he could have maybe even won another Super Bowl with the Vikings, but he doomed them with his late stage gunslinging, and just the guy was part of the legend of Brett Favre was that he was a small town guy who played for a small town team and lived up to the standard set by Brian Bartimus Starr and all those guys way back when in Green Bay. And then afterwards it came out that like, oh, he wasn't this throwback gunslinger who was team first. He was, he did things that you could relate to, and then he did things that you couldn't relate to, and you're just like, all right, guy, like, pick a lane here. Like I think he burned his bridges by being what people didn't expect him to be so many different times where we're just kind of like, all right, Brett, like,
TP. Did you see this? He says, it's Brett Favre to football as Kurt Schilling is to baseball. I think he's a better in the baseball, but I think that's a good analogy.
Yeah.
But here we are, 2nd and 10 at the 34, 124 to play. Haskins in the gun. He's got 4 or 5 receivers out right now, including McKissick, where it looks like he's going, catches, goes out of bounds.
So nice little play there. All 3 timeouts remaining. Big 3rd and 6 coming up. Dustin Hopkins from here would be about a 47-yarder. Real life Dustin Hopkins to make that kick at home. Similar to Dustin Hopkins is a lot shakier. So ideally, Washington would like to gain more yards and take a little bit more time off the clock. Also, why would they kick a field goal here? That's right. It's 12-7, and I'm an idiot. So this is
That's okay. You're not an idiot. You were thinking they could do the like Rock and Jock and MTV, kick a 6-point field goal.
Exactly.
Today. That's a nice catch there from Sims Jr. So 1 minute left on the clock. All 3 timeouts, a 1st and 10. Haskins somehow turning it on. We got 4th quarter Dwayne. Looking like Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. Not the fanny pack one, like the millionaire one. Let's see. Dwayne looking, dancing, going the wrong way. We're back.
There's the Haskins I was waiting for. And you know what? I'm bummed that even with that, he's not going to have negative net passing yards. But this is a game where I don't know what the awards are going to be at the end here. And Brady has been awful.
I'm going to ask for it in a second.
Sprinkle has done nothing. Mike Evans has...
It's a defense.
7 points for me. Yeah, you know what? We're going to have to wait and see which defense it is here. As the Buccaneers, are they going to give up? All right, no, they're not. It's the Washington offense going in the wrong direction. And yeah, you take that because you want to push them back as far as possible. And woof, 2nd and 29 from the 34. Good news is Washington has all their timeouts. The bad news is
draw, got him out of bounds. They don't need to be going out of bounds. Guys, you have 3 timeouts.
Okay, it's okay though.
3rd and 21. So yeah, just line up your player of the game, your babysitter Billy. We'll hit that. Then we'll get out of here before.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Buccaneers defense for player of the game, assuming Washington doesn't score.
Post routes at Substack.com, player of the game.
Yeah, the post routes player of the game is 11 guys on the defensive side of the ball who've made life hell for 3.5.
Oh, he's got him in! Oh. All right, so here we go. Before you get babysitter Billy, let's see what happens here. Last play of the game. Unless they get 21 yards. But that was a nice throw. I like the fade, like the opportunity to give your guy a chance.
Yeah.
See who you guys got. Who do you need? Drop it in the chat. For me, it would be Dontrell Inman. That would do me wonders because my team not so good.
For me, but Sprinkle running a short route.
It's up, and there we go. So who will be your babysitter Billy, not my kid award?
Oh, man. I got to give it to Haskins. I mean, he still was better than he probably could have been, and he did come alive a little bit at the end. But holy crap, he was just awful. And he's a guy we knew was going to be awful. I see, that's the thing. Haskins wasn't that well owned. But he had under 10 points, 17% owned, though. You know what? Mike Evans was 54% owned, and he had 2 catches for 25 yards. Let's go ahead and give it to Evans, even on a wild.
I agree with you there. High ownership. 2 catches, not for me. 2nd and 4 again. Shout out to Michael, to TPR production crew, are incredible. Jimbo and Ops. We'll get everything finalized before everything gets wrapped up. I just like that Rico and Tomo that's Tony Romo together. Romo outdid Rogers in the women department, and that wasn't even close. Then our Karor saying Jessica Simpson is a box of rocks. How dare you?
Oh,
that is a talented woman. You should put a little respect. Put a little respect on the name. Because it's also television. Oh, and there's my guy Bad Boys. He knows it too. Yeah. Exactly. That was
Jessica
all.
Simpson was, and probably still is, an absolute smoke show. And now has made probably more money with her shoe line than she ever did in entertainment, which is wild to me that people are lining up to buy Jessica Simpson shoes. But I don't know if that's lining up.
You don't got your pair?
I do not. I'm not really a high heel guy. I'm more of a wedge sandal or maybe like a beach espadrille. It's really more my style, a little bit more stability. I got these weird arches, you know how it is. You know, finding a good heel that's extra wide for my hobbit feet, it's tough. But I can understand. How do we get here? What are we talking about? Anyway, player of the game, we're giving it the entire Buccaneers defense because sure, 6 sacks and the safety. Without those 2 points, then the Washington, they kick a field goal and this game goes to overtime. So we are more than grateful for that. Yeah. Oh, can you imagine what overtime? It would have been 5, maybe 6 OTs.
We would have went straight through past 8 o'clock. Anyways, you can follow Christian DeAndrea, the face that runs the place over there at Train Island. Make sure you check out the post route. Excuse me as I burp. .substack.com. I'm getting ready for my Cinco de Mayo festivities, and our guy TP's got some tacos coming. Hopefully Michael, being a West Coast guy's got some of that authentic, delicious tacos coming his way. If you're into that, Michael, whatever you're into, enjoy it. Jimbo and Ops, shout out to you. Everybody for watching. Enjoy. Have good food in between. Sims will pick back up in a little under an hour. We're so excited for you. Smash the thumbs up. Appreciate you joining me and Christian here today. And again, at Train Island, we have Glash making his big return. Who will he be with? Big surprise coming up. But right now, coming up on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Steve Fizzik. Yeah, I knew that one. Remember that plane. Thank you. I'll recap the NFL draft. They look back and grade each of their draft bets and discuss the upcoming NFL season, team win totals, movement of following the NFL draft. Thanks for joining us. Be well.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast, presented, of course, by DraftKings Sportsbook or the regular DraftKings app. Just use the code Ross when you take advantage of those 2 awesome applications, which, by the way, is the real name of app. You probably didn't know that. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, can see the helmets and game balls and stuff like that behind me. The YouTube page also, by the way, a really good way to see the highlight clips of the other shows. Ross Tucker Football Podcast, going to be joined by Dallas Cowboys first-round pick Micah Parsons later in the week. Tomorrow we'll have Andrew Brandt. Nobody more qualified to talk about the Aaron Rodgers situation, which, by the way, Steve and I will address today. I want to get Steve's thoughts. He's got some opinions on the NBA. He's got some thoughts on some of the season win total numbers, getting a little iffy post-draft, Broncos, Packers, and Steve's reaction to that. And of course, we're going to go through the NFL draft and all of our bets. We actually did quite well. We normally do. So we'll get to those as well. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL, Twitter and Instagram, Facebook. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. I appreciate any social media interaction ever. He is Steve Fezzik at Fezzik Sports. Hello there, Steve.
Hello, Ross. And sometimes we get so involved with all this sports betting and so much going on, things just slip through the cracks. Apparently there was a Kentucky Derby this weekend. I didn't hear about it.
You know, I didn't realize it until Friday, and I thought, oh, man, that's a pretty big betting thing. We probably should have referenced it. But most people
listen to us for our NFL bets and some side bets, because I think most people are mainly football bettors, and then they've got some side bets, other sports, other major activities, major events. So we missed that one, but that's okay. I wouldn't have had much to say about it anyway. I did notice, though, Steve, you've been doing pretty well on your Twitter at Fezzik Sport. You've been doing pretty well on your FCS playoff bets, haven't you?
No, I've been doing well on my FCS bets, which completely changed when the playoffs started. I went 0-2 this weekend, so 10-6 year to date. So maybe I pushed it a little bit too much. Think about it, a little bit tighter lines in the playoffs with so few games versus the regular season with a much bigger board.
Okay, so you did better in the regular season. Now the playoffs, not as well.
That's correct. So 10-6 year to date. I'll take that every time, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked about this last week, Steve, and I think it's worth reiterating. We spoke last Tuesday. We do the show every Tuesday, right? And we'll get into season win totals again soon and all kinds of stuff. Rookie of the year, et cetera. I actually asked Micah Parsons for the last Ross Tucker Football podcast this week what he thought of being the odds-on favorite for the Rookie of the Year. So I got his thoughts on him being the favorite for the Rookie of the Year. But we talked about, especially during the draft, Steve, following the line, paying attention to certain lines. I should have known on Thursday, as soon as I saw Trey Lance, it swung again, and Trey Lance was the odds-on favorite to be the number 3 pick. I should have known right then and there, but I had been skeptical because they had been wrong on Fields. But I should have known right then and there, Steve, something was up and that it was going to be Lance.
Yes. So if you see big line moves a couple weeks before the draft, a month before the draft, that is speculation. Yeah, there's news, but it's speculation. When you see a Trey Lance go plus 250 on Wednesday, the day before the draft, and then you wake up in the morning and he's minus 150 and he's the favorite, someone knows something. It's already been decided. And that's why you're seeing such great line moves. That news has leaked out to the marketplace. It is rarely wrong to just bet on the huge line moves on predetermined events like this, as it turned out to be like the first 6 players taken in the draft. Huge steam on Pitts, closes under 5.5, late 250. Huge steam on Chase, Bengals to take him, under 5.5, late 250. Didn't matter, they're 100-cent line moves. You don't have to pay the vig, Ross, if all the bets win.
It's a really, really good point. That was the one that jumped out to me. I didn't notice Pitts or Chase. Were there other ones like that, Steve?
Sure. Waddle was 11.5 over under, and word got out that Waddle was the preferred wide receiver over Smith. He closed minus 280 to go before Smith, and over under 9.5. No surprise, Waddle wound up being taken 6th. And Horn, all the money on Horn. He was at 13.5 initially, dropped to 12.5, and then the vig under 12.5 closed like minus 200. Horn goes 8th.
Yeah, I loved the under for Joe Horn. Absolutely, J.C. Horn, Joe Horn's son. Absolutely love that. So, yeah, so did you get a chance to get in on those, Steve?
I did bet quite a few of those. I made numerous bets in the draft, wound up going 3-1 on widely available lines for my clients, 15-6 in my own bets. And I got to tell you, I got friends, Ross. They are telling me I massively underachieved. I know one guy that went 11-0. Another one of my friends went like 38-9, basically betting some of these openers. Look at where some of these quarterbacks opened. Mond like 105, Mills 110. These are bets that literally people made going under 105 on these quarterbacks. They could not lose. They were like 98% bets to win by the close when both those quarterbacks were lined correctly in the mid 60s, and that's where they went.
So, you mentioned you, and it seems like everybody did well in the draft, Steve. So what does that mean for Vegas? What does that mean for the sports books? I guess everybody we know and that's in the know did well, but I'm assuming there's a lot of people that don't really follow it that closely, recreational, that I guess didn't do well?
Sure, but the recreational bettors don't bet that much, and the pro bettors make limit bets. I can tell you, having spoken to a few of the sportsbook directors around town, they were just shaking their heads saying, boy, you know, the draft's going to be in Vegas next year. I don't know what I'm going to do. There's going to be pressure for me to put up lots of product, but we got buried. It's not, oftentimes sportsbooks cry and say it wasn't that good of a weekend. And what they're saying is they didn't meet their revenue projections. Because remember, they got expenses. They got to pay for, the space. They got to pay all their employees and the like. And when a sportsbook says they didn't do well, they're saying, I didn't meet my expectations in terms of what we won. No, this is a case where the sports books forget all their expenses. Just in terms of betting, the bettors beat them on the draft.
Yeah, that seems pretty clear at this point, that if you're losing on the draft, you're not paying attention to our show or other shows like it. Let's dive in, Steve, to some of our bets. And in fact, before we do that, I want to make sure people hear this as soon as possible so they act on it as soon as possible. Mother's Day is Sunday. Today is Tuesday. 1-800-Flowers has you covered with amazing deals, from bouquets and plants to gourmet treats and sweet surprises. Those of you that listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is a lot of you, you know how I feel about getting flowers for the moms in your life on Mother's Day. It's huge. It should be mandatory. They love it. In fact, my mother-in-law, my mom, my wife's grandmother, Oma, they're all getting their 1-800-Flowers bouquets tomorrow. To order last minute Mother's Day bouquets, arrangements, and gifts, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football. Lock in these amazing Mother's Day deals today. All right, so let's look at some of our bets, Steve. I had more than you did. So we'll start with mine. I had three sort of long shots. Four kind of long shots. One hit, three did not. The best one, Steve, you remember we talked this out together last Tuesday. J.C. Horn, first defensive player to be drafted, plus 300. Now, I thought it was about 50-50. No, I take that back. I thought it was about 33% chance that he'd be the first defensive player taken. I thought people like Surtain more, but I thought there might be one or two that like Horn more. Well, it happened, Steve. The Carolina Panthers took him at number 8, first defensive player drafted, a plus 300 score for our listeners who were very excited about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Surtain was basically locked in the entire draft, likely to go to Dallas. And it was curious, that Dallas didn't even get him at 10 because he went 9. But basically, Surtain was projected to go way before Horn, and Surtain stayed the same, and Horn just kept gaining. And by the time of the actual draft, like I said, his over-under was very comparable to Surtain.
My favorite top 32 pick on the DraftKings Sportsbook app was Eric Stokes at plus 130. You kind of heard that he was probably going to go late round 1 as a corner. That's exactly what happened. He went to the Green Bay Packers. So that was another one that hit with plus money, plus 130 for that. And then, the ones that were bad for me were first guy at a position to be drafted. Took a shot with Rashawn Slater. I loved it at plus 650. I gave it out anyway at plus 250. Didn't happen. Penei Sewell went first. Okay. And then the big long shots were Javonte Williams, the running back, plus 500, and the linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, plus 500 to be the first linebacker drafted. Williams, first running back drafted. So Williams went third. Etienne and Harris went ahead of him, which was probably likely. I didn't realize, we didn't find out till after the draft, Steve, that Owusu-Koramoah evidently had a heart issue. He didn't go to like the 50s.
And I was unaware of that as well. I'll be curious when you have Parsons on your pod if you'll bring up the fact that he personally cost you a bet, Ross.
Two of them. I came up because I had him on the over 13.5, and he went 12. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't watch the show. But we talked about it. Look, he knows that there were some character concerns, off the field issues that people were worried about. I thought it would drop him more. And, it might have, Steve. It's amazing. Like, it would be so fun to see how the draft unfolds if the Niners took Mac Jones at 3, or if Carolina at 8 or Denver at 9 took a quarterback. So many different things happen. Then the Cowboys at 10 take Surtain. Then I don't know what the Eagles probably sit there at 12. I don't know what they do because I think the Giants take Devontae. And I mean, the whole thing is, it really is a fascinating exercise. But then I did really well on your favorite bet, Steve. The over-unders, really well. Justin Fields plus 120, over 7.5. Boom. And by the way, I don't know if grades are greater on the Even Money podcast. I don't know if he went through and graded all these, but I went back and listened. And you can do the same or watch it on YouTube, whatever. But I had Justin Fields plus 120 on the over 7.5. That hit. Kyle Pitts on the under 5.5. That hit. Caleb Farley over 21.5. That was close, Steve.
22.
22. I didn't think he was going to go 22. That one was close, but ultimately it came through to get Farley. He hit the over.
Now, let me ask you.
Titans love guys like this with injuries or issues.
Now, it's possible. Have you ever thought about this, Ross? When you came on and talked about how he didn't have feeling in two of his toes, that Ross Tucker personally could have sandbagged Caleb Farley in the draft if that information got out. So you cost Caleb Farley money, perhaps, but you won.
No, because it was Rappaport and Pelissero who had tweeted that or had written about that. I just tweeted about it and talked about it. But, yeah, that would be pretty nice if that was the case. The only over-under I missed on was Micah Parsons, who I've known about since 9th grade. I met him when he was a junior in high school. I had over 13.5. He went 12 to Dallas. I still think if Dallas doesn't take him, he goes later than that. But it doesn't matter. That's what happened. So that's a no. And then I got I thought this was a great bet, Steve. Patrick Surtain under 10.5 at minus 159. That was another yes. So ultimately, I hit 4 out of 5 of my over-unders, 1 out of 4 of my long shots. I don't know what you call Eric Stokes plus 130 top 32 pick, but so only 1 of the long shots cashed, but 4 out of 5 on my over-unders. Now for you, Steve, you had, if you remember, you bet Jalen Waddle against Devontae Smith head-to-head, and that was clearly the right bet. And it had been trending that way, although you never know. It only takes one team to feel the opposite.
True, but the narrative was out on Smith. He only weighs, 111 pounds. And so I felt confident no GM was going to go ahead and take him before number 9. And I thought there was a good chance Waddle, would be taken by then.
Then it was interesting to hear some of your over-unders. You had Kyle Trask under 72.5. That hit. He was the last pick of the second round by the Bucks. What a great spot for him, by the way. Doesn't have to play this year or probably even the year after. Can learn from the best in terms of slow quarterbacks with no mobility and how Brady gets it done. I love that pick by the Bucks just because 2 years from now, after Trask's behind Brady for 2 years, maybe he'll be ready. Maybe he'll be ready to be a competent quarterback. So you hit that, Steve. You missed on Najee Harris over 25.5. It is uncanny. I feel like the Steelers just take whoever everybody mocks to them every year. Every mock said Najee Harris. You weren't buying it. Guess what? They took Najee Harris at 24, Steve.
And I was aware of the mocks, and I felt like, hey, the word is out. You don't draft a running back until the very end of the first round. And apparently this year, two teams felt differently. So I was worried. The only spot that he could fall to, I said, it's Pittsburgh or I win my bet. Well, it was Pittsburgh.
One that was very close for you, but it came through, Jalen Phillips, the DN from the University of Miami. His total was 18.5. You took the under, and he went 18. That's as close as it gets, Steve. And that was interesting. The Dolphins took him at 18. That one was very close. You won by half a pick.
And I'm sure there's some sharp bettors out there that heard that pick and laughed at me saying, I got Phillips under 21.5. Good luck with the under 18.5. And this is the difficult part about sports betting. Oftentimes you're directionally right on a bet, but if the line moves too much, at some point you got to pass on it. Maybe I pushed it a little bit taking Phillips even at that 18.5, but we got there.
That we did. You had the over 11.5 on Devontae Smith, which is, of course, funny because the Eagles would have taken him at 12, but then I think they believed the Giants were going to take him at 11, so they jumped in front of the Giants at 11 to get to 10 to take him.
Yeah, and ultimately where I got beat was we didn't get the quarterbacks all going early on, and that elevated everybody up in the draft to get taken earlier, and that's why I wound up losing that bet. I should never have made that bet. I should have just played Waddle against Smith. That was the much stronger bet.
Well, we had 3 quarterbacks go in the top 10 when there was a lot of thought that it might be 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. So that was the issue. Then you get to really a good bet by you. Christian Darrisaw over 15.5. And he ended up going, 24, I think? He went 23 to the Minnesota Vikings. But you crushed that one. Although, they didn't trade down. There's talk that they would have taken him at 14. I don't know if I believe that or not, but there's talk of that.
Yeah, basically what happened was that Vera Tucker and Darrisaw were evaluated early in the process as being approximately equal, but then come draft week, it was pretty clear that Vera Tucker was going to be the guy that was going to go before, and in most mocks, Darrisaw had fallen to the low 20s. Ultimately, that's where he wound up getting drafted.
So I want to get your thoughts on something related to the NBA that I thought was interesting and some of the season win total movement we've seen. But first, I need to make sure people learn from my mistakes. And I'm not talking about betting. I'm talking about waiting too long to start to do something about my hair loss. I look back on my wedding now, Steve, and I can see I was starting to lose my hair at 26. I don't think I really started to do anything until my 30s. That was a mistake. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35. You can keep the hair you have if you use Keeps. That is the key, though. You need to do it. There are 2 FDA-approved medicines, right? A pill I take every morning, a topical solution I rub on my bald spot in the morning and at night. I have kept, Keeps is a great name for the business. I have kept my hair since then. The FDA doesn't approve stuff unless there are results, unless there's they know that it works for people. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/evenmoney to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/evenmoney to get your first month free. Keeps.com/evenmoney. So nice to not have to go to the doctor or the drugstore. They just send it right to your house. So, Steve, we saw some line movement. And the line movement post-draft season win totals, people are getting nervous about the Packers with this Aaron Rodgers stuff. And the Broncos. People really seem to think he might go to the Broncos. I don't know if it was the report from Mark Schlereth or the fact that the Broncos didn't draft a quarterback, but it certainly seems like there are some people that think this trade to the Broncos might happen.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that the draft itself, almost no movement in the futures and the season wins. A couple exceptions. The Atlanta Falcons went up from 7 wins to 7.5. Markets love the fact they went with the tight end. They're going to stick with Ryan, stability, bumped them up half a win. But most of the movement is not associated with the draft. It's associated with news, and you nailed it, the Aaron Rodgers news. So Green Bay off the board for all of their bets, but the dominoes are falling in terms of the implications of what could happen. So Aaron Rodgers right now, minus 125 to be on with the Packers to start the season. So he's only a small favorite. Where might he go? Well, Denver and the Raiders are two of the spots that have been discussed. Denver has been the one spot that has been favored in the lines, which is curious to me because Denver does not have a competent quarterback to trade to Green Bay. You'd think the Raiders would be the favorite. The bottom line is the Denver season win number was 7.5 just a week ago. Now it's 8 3/4, 9 juice to the under. So big movement, and it makes sense. If Denver should get Aaron Rodgers, how much is that upgrade worth? Well, then Denver's season win number probably should be 11 instead of 7.5. Vegas has split the difference and made it just a little bit less than 9. The Raiders are the most curious team. They were lined at 7.5. Now, if they can get Rodgers, their number is going to go up to probably 9 or so. However, the Raiders season win number, Ross, has dropped to 7. It has actually gone down despite what should be positive news with Rodgers. I'm kind of surprised by this. I don't think the market's like the Leatherwood pick in the first round, but the Raiders got a good pick in the second round in the TCU safety Morig. So it doesn't seem like that news should be enough to lower the Raiders. I think the narrative is among the sharps is the Raiders have overachieved the last 2 years. You look at how many games they won versus how many points they were outscored by. The sharps do not like this Raider team. And I don't think they like Gruden, and they're a team they want to bet against.
Wow, that's interesting. Very interesting. You would think it would go up. And man, I guess you don't know, but I'm tempted to take that under on the Broncos. I'm tempted to think the Packers are not going to let Rodgers go and to take the under 9 with Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, really good roster for Denver, but Drew Lock, one of the 3 worst starting quarterbacks. Teddy Bridgewater should beat him out. I've got Bridgewater rated, I think, right around 22nd best. But I got to be honest, the fact that Bridgewater gets run out of town for Sam Darnold, who would know better than Carolina in terms of how good Bridgewater is? That is not a ringing endorsement.
I know you also had one NBA observation, Steve, before we wrap up the show. It looks like Steve froze.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll just wrap up the show like that. You know what? It's not that important to get an NBA response from Steve. So I'll just wrap things up. Steve can tweet out his NBA observation. I can tell you what it was, okay? He had a power surge. He just texted me. Anyway, he said the number 6 seed in the NBA is very, very important. So that's what you need to know. Number 6 seed, NBA, very important when it comes to their futures and the betting. That doesn't happen very often where during the show, Steve gets a power surge. Anyway, other than that, next week, very likely a surprise guest. Looking forward to it. We'll get into season win total numbers again pretty soon as well. Check out Andrew Brandt tomorrow on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Best authority out there as it relates to this Aaron Rodgers stuff. So it'll be absolutely great to get his thoughts on what he thinks will happen there from a betting perspective for the Broncos and the Packers. Other than that, good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, hello, everybody. It's good to see you all in some shape or form. It is Wild Weather Wednesday. The Saints are taking on the Jets in snowy New York. And there is no other person I'd rather be with to come back from hashtag suspension, hashtag is that a receiver, than Jeff Ulrich. How are you?
I mean, I am the guy who gets your career back on track, right? It's like, who are we going to pair him with? Back from suspension, got to keep an eye on him. Yeah, let's get the band back together here. This is great. Hope you enjoyed your suspension. You had some time to think about stuff and really just take a moment, and think about what was going on and stuff. So
learn my lesson.
Don't even know what you were suspended about or why, but I'm sure it was terrible what you did. So
yeah, I even changed back to my old location. Leafy is back in the
wow.
mix. Hi, Leafy.
Big day.
So just to cleanse, man. Just got to change the whole deal just to feel right back at home with the DK Sim fam. We do have a game. The Sim is the priority. Did you build a lineup? What did you come up with?
I did. And I went heavy Jets just because I like to be different. I'm that guy. I went with Jamison Crowder in the captain spot. So that's what's happening here for dinner. We're having Crowder. So put Darnold in there. I can't even remember who the other. I had like 4 Jets, and then I put stuffed Michael Thomas in there with Will Lutz. So
okay. I did not play Michael Thomas. Now that I look at my lineup, I put Crowder in the captain spot as well. Played both running backs, played both tight ends, and Traquan Smith. I feel good. Chris Hogan with a rush to start us off.
You know what would
see you all?
You know what would make Glass Gene feel a lot better and get him just really going? If we could get to 300 likes by the end of the first half, guys. You want to welcome Glass Gene back to the stream. You smash that like button, you get over 300 likes. If you haven't subscribed, you subscribe to the DraftKings YouTube channel as well. We'd appreciate it. Smash it. Let's get over to 300 right by halftime. Oh. Had the makings of a good play.
Looking for Herndon. Hi, Jason Rossi over on Twitch. Good to see you.
Rossi really a man of the people, Jason Rossi. I have a Twitch account, but, I'll post there from time to time. But Rossi coming into Twitch, when he's not even on the sim, I tell you, man, he's a man of the people, Jason Rossi.
Sure.
Darnold's just loading up here.
Yeah, Sam.
Oh.
Train Island is in the Twitch chat.
Wow.
What are your thoughts on the Packers taking that receiver in the second round? It's a good get for Green Bay. I was really excited to talk about it on Friday night.
Yeah.
But,
don't.
Don't is right. There you are. Don't. Yes. Then we get a punt. Yeah, a lot of soul searching these last couple of days, and knowing me, I probably didn't learn anything from it. Waffles the cat. Hello. Stupid suspension. Glad to see you back. Don't change. I've got my DK letters on, so gotta be careful how I feel.
Company man. Team player.
Yeah, not teaming up because I left you all for a couple days. So many things that I've missed. I don't know where to start. Hey, I know I mentioned this in the pre-roll that we titled for the next sim, but you nailed Justin Fields to Chicago. Nice job.
Oh, yeah. No, thanks. That was my one good call of the draft. Absolutely. Now, obviously, I think I had them trading up to 6 to get Fields, but I still picked the team right. I did say, if Justin Fields doesn't go at 4, I really think the Bears will be the team to do it. And they were.
Well, from a fit perspective, I totally get the prediction. I didn't think the Bears would do it because of what their decision-making was prior to. Andy Dalton being the solution. In the meantime, Michael Thomas.
Ooh, well, not my captain, but he's in my lineup. That's why you roster Michael Thomas, because he can do those crazy things. 99 Madden rating.
He's 62% owned. Drew Brees, 55% owned. Alvin Kamara, 74%, 20% the captain. Lev Bell, 62%, 20% captain. So both running backs are on the same percentage in the captain spot. Manny Sanders inside the 35.
I got to say, too, these Saints white uniforms in the snow are horrible. For us, mainly.
Well, the black
probably,
numbers, though, on top.
Yeah, I guess that's
Not
true.
true.
It's like we're watching just like little gold heads run around with it's the black numbers.
Noah on YouTube. I don't think this is Noah Moon. Noah says, Mostert man is back. Hi, Noah. Terrace. Bad Boys of Pop. Ashley Edwards. Susan. Hello, Susan.
Did Mostert get you suspended?
Absolutely
He finally checked his DMs.
No, neither platform. Instagram, Twitch, heavy crickets from Raheem Mostert. Sure, he's focused on having another great year with the other three running backs in the room with Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, I woke up Sunday and everything was okay. I was happy to be there. Kyle said he couldn't predict if anyone would be alive on Sunday.
That's right, yeah. Very happy to have made it to Sunday. I mean, I think everyone on the 49ers especially feeling that way. So, shout out to everybody.
So where is everyone's head at now with the NFL in terms of, okay, we got the draft. Now we'll get schedules in about a week. I think May 12th is the day schedules come out. And that's when we can have some fun here and go, all right, let's go through each team.
Yeah.
Win or loss, win or loss, loss. There's Will Lutz kicking a field goal. I love that. That was actually something that we used quite a bit as a way to fill some time here on these sims.
That's true. Yeah.
Going through each team's schedule based on personnel, draft, free agency, etc.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. We'll be talking about that. You're right. I love it when they do those shows with, they got the computerized board, like the digital, like they got the whole schedule, and then they just bring up the teams and every team gets a 12 and 4. Well, this year to be 12-5 record.
Yep.
But everyone's like, oh yeah, they'll win this game. They'll win this game. I'm gonna pick them for an upset here. It's like every team has 12 greens and only 4 losses.
Right, especially when we do it live and we're not factoring in. Oh wait, what do they say the Giants were gonna do week 4 against Philly? Well, I had Philly winning that game. But then you end up picking the Giants to beat them, so it just turns into a whole mess. But I like the mess.
It is fun. It's fun to talk about. It's fun to speculate. A lot of new quarterbacks this year. It's going to be a fun year for NFL, dude. 17 games. Amazing, man.
Well, just a lot of good, the quarterback storylines will be fun to follow.
Yep. You got, I know you got thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers situation, but let's just forgetting about your personal opinions. If he's not back in Green Bay, that division is just wide open. That's the most wide open division in football if Aaron Rodgers isn't there. So, could be tons of things. And then where does he end up if he's not there? Maybe he goes to Denver. I mean, that division gets insane still. We're not even at peak NFL yet. We're close, but there's Lev Bell catch and run 3rd and inches.
What's funny is I remember Thursday night when the Rodgers news came out, and around the country you'd think as a radio station or a sports radio station or a sports TV station, oh, why did this have to come out today? Well, if anything, you're fine because something new comes out every single day on this Aaron Rodgers thing. Lev Bell's been a factor early here in the run game and the pass game up to the 45 or midway through the first quarter. And Aaron Rodgers, apparently the report out today is he's comparing his general manager to Jerry Krause, the former general manager of the Bulls. It's making fun of him as they go, like Michael Jordan was doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of some of this. I'm like, okay, I'm not the biggest Rodgers guy lately, but I don't think he's that bad of a person. I think he's attacking people. Well, who knows? Maybe he is.
I mean, and the other thing is this gets right into the debate because it really comes down to you look at what the team does. I mean, like Aaron Rodgers. It's the perfect example is Tom Brady last year wanted to bring Gronk back. They brought Gronk back. He wanted to bring Antonio Brown in. They brought Antonio Brown in. Mm-hmm. Bruce Arians even said he wouldn't have brought Antonio Brown in if Tom Brady hadn't asked. Aaron Rodgers can't even get a fifth string wide receiver to stay on the team.
Kumaro.
Like the team won't even consult him about that.
Yeah.
So there's like, again, and you put Tom Brady in that situation where the team is drafting first round quarterbacks, not consulting them on fifth string wide receivers. Like the result will be the same, dude. I mean, like these are high end quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He just won the MVP. He deserves a little bit of consultation. I mean, it's like you don't have to have him run the team, but like, yeah, I think it's a major disrespect. And I get the other standpoint, but that
my overall standpoint on the whole thing, if he had just won the NFC title game and beat Brady and he won the whole thing, the whole narrative is different. Ooh, is Aaron actually better than Tom all time? We would have been hearing that. And you know what? That would have been fair to do after he won his second Super Bowl. Well, he only has 2 to Brady's 6, but do you watch the games? He's unbelievable. Like, just saying. I get his frustration. I do. I understand the drafts. Like you said, fifth string receiver. He's getting upset that this guy is now in the balance in terms of his roster stability. I see all those points. I'm just saying, like, well, if they cashed in and won the game at home, number 1 seed, multiple chances downfield, we're not talking about this. Well, so, and if you want to blame anybody, blame Tom Brady because he beat him. Russell Wilson got all mad too because Tom Brady's in my conference now. Tom Brady came over. It's like LeBron going out west with the Lakers. I don't know if LeBron can win out west. I don't know if Tom Brady, NFC, a lot of good quarterback playing the NFC. Folks, okay, take out Heineke. He beat Drew Brees on the road. He beat Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau. And then he beat the next big thing in the Super Bowl. No, Aaron.
Him alone? Tom Brady alone? Oh, wow.
No, I know, brother Phil. Where are you? Oh, gosh, that front seven was devastating to Holmes. He had no time to throw. I know. The buy-in, though. Just saying. I'm done. So, I missed you.
Oh, dude, this is great. This is like prime Glasheen back from vintage Brendan Glasheen back from suspension. I love it, dude. Go off. Get that chat riled up. Get the Brady haters riled up. I'm fine. You're getting me riled up. This is great.
Well, you know something, though, Jeff, to go back to what you were saying, like Denver makes a ton of sense because you've got a front office there that they've got to, like, win now. They've got some young weapons. They drafted defense.
Yep.
Why do I always forget his name? The dude who runs the team.
Oh, Elway?
Elway, John Elway, thank you. Elway's like always kind of like, he's that guy that would cash in to go get that guy. So I think, and you got to get through Mahomes in your division.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they need like a high-end guy. They have the defense. They look, Fangio is at least a good defensive coach. I don't know if he's a good head coach, but you know, we know he's a good defensive coach. He's coached some impressive defense in this league. It's as good a spot as any for Aaron Rodgers. They have definitely have the D line anyways, part of it. I'm not sure about their O line, but Rodgers is definitely someone who can overcome a little bit of that too. So they got some great receivers there too. Like they do have a really good young receiving core. Tim Patrick is decent, but then obviously Sutton coming off injury, Noah Fant. The last time Aaron Rodgers had like an elite tight end, you have to go back to like Jermichael Finley. I can't even remember his name.
I'm curious. They had Jimmy Graham too.
I was like the ghost of Jimmy Graham though. He was brutal there.
Oh right, yeah, right. He was great in New Orleans. Of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious because every time I see like a trade proposal, and in the chat, again, it's great to be back with all of you. Throw out your Aaron Rodgers trade proposals. Because do you have to give? So if you're Denver, do you have to give up a player? Like, are you going to give them Drew Lock? I know they've got Jordan Love, and that would be the plan. But I don't know. Work with me here. Like, if they traded him to the Raiders, are the Raiders giving the Packers Derek Carr?
Yeah, I think Derek Carr could definitely
of course,
be in
picks,
play.
no question.
Yeah, no, I think Derek Carr could be in play. Derek Carr could be in play. On the other hand, do the Packers want to take him back? Like Derek Carr could be like, okay, we'll trade him. Then the Packers are going to cut him, and the Raiders eat the salary kind of thing. Like Derek Carr could be like,
right. It'd be like it would be a Jared Goff to the Lions situation. You get a lot of. I'm not comparing the players. I'm saying if you get the draft capital, you swallow it.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, I think with Derek Carr would work. If it's the Broncos, you got to think it would be almost more likely to be Bridgewater coming back. Oh, yeah, could be Drew Lock. Drew Lock stinks though.
No, I know, but it's just another dart throw at the quarterback situation.
Look, Denver would have to keep one of those guys as a backup. Although, like keeping Drew Lock, he'd be cheaper, but do you really want to keep Drew Lock there after you brought Aaron Rodgers in? It's like, oh, sorry, kid, you're not starting for the next 5 years. So maybe it would be Drew Lock going back the other way. I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I do think that, with most teams, it would be a case-by-case situation. I think the Raiders, it would be easy because I think the Packers would be interested in taking Derek Carr back because, Jordan Love was a raw prospect coming out of college anyways. So I'm sure they'll want to turn to Jordan Love. He's a first-round draft pick, but, at least you have some insurance there with Derek Carr for at least a year. It's like you said, it's very a Detroit Lions situation. So.
All right, we've got some movement here. Ball in the red zone. Breeze throws and completes a first down inside the 15 to Jared Cook, a former Packer, another weapon Aaron Rodgers had but couldn't cash in the big games. 3-0 Saints. I just can't help myself. Almost midway through the second quarter, suspension is over. Yes, 146 entries in the contest. We have producer Michael, Tom on the ones and twos, and hey, Jim from the Game Ops team. What's up, Jim? So Tom throws out this. And this is why I brought this up. This whole, what's the return if, say, Vegas was the team? Well, Tom says Darren Waller is in that mix too, question mark. Well, isn't the point for Aaron Rodgers to go play with Darren Waller, ideally?
Right.
Yeah. I heard something like, what if it was Jerry Jeudy and, multiple picks going back to Green Bay? Isn't the point, and there's a touchdown, Alvin Kamara, isn't the idea for Aaron Rodgers to have Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton and Noah Fant? I guess in that sense, Denver has a little more to work with. Maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I'm not big on Jerry Jeudy, so I wouldn't even care if the Broncos traded him. But to your point, how hilarious would it be if the Packers asked for a wide receiver back for Aaron Rodgers after not drafting a high-end wide receiver?
Yeah. Oh God.
That would just be the ultimate slap in the face. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll get you a wide receiver as we trade you. So I don't know. I mean, they might ask for a wide receiver back. I'm sure they'll ask for lots of stuff back, but how much they actually get. The problem is if they decide to trade Aaron Rodgers, it's well, you're going to be dealing with a small market and you're kind of hamstrung. It's everyone knows Aaron Rodgers is not going to play for you. So you kind of just got to take what's being given to you.
All right, Alvin Kamara just scored a touchdown. He's 20% owned in the captain spot and 74% overall. Must be. Hello, Lindenbaum. Congo Cab says, I am silent on that Rodgers Carr stuff.
Okay.
Does that mean you're a fan of it and just you don't want to get yourself too excited? Or are you trying to say you'd rather have Derek Carr over Aaron Rodgers? I don't think you are.
No, I don't think that's what's being said.
Okay.
Hopefully not.
Ralphie 508, Glash, welcome back, buddy. We had to deal with Kenny while you were gone. Well, Kenny normally works anyway. It's all right.
Yeah.
Thrilled to be here.
Kenny's still here, guys.
Who else could be involved? How about like Hugh? What if it was a 1-for-1 swap? Well, not one. Well, maybe 1-for-1. Watson and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow. I don't think Aaron Rodgers would accept a trade to Houston, though.
Might as well just stay in Green Bay.
Yeah. Might as well just retire. Might as well just go to Jeopardy. I think that's an actual possibility, too. Like, that he just sits out a year and, like, retires and then unretires. I actually do think that's a possibility. I really hope he doesn't do that, but I fully think that it could be a possibility.
Rich says the Dolphins could trade Tua, maybe a pick or two, and another player.
Sure.
Dolphins would be great. Aaron Rodgers in Miami. That'd be fun.
Miami.
Talk about a guy that would put that team over the top.
Definitely put them on the map, right? I mean, make them talked about for sure.
Producer Tom says Saints. I don't think they're going to trade him in the conference.
Yeah.
You know, Brett Favre went to the Jets when he departed. They got him the heck out of the NFC.
I mean, the Packers would definitely not want to do it in the conference. At least it's not in division, though. But, yeah, to your point, they definitely prefer AFC, I'm sure. So.
Yeah, I think so, too, Producer Michael. If they trade him, he'll go to the NFC. Or AFC, excuse me.
Saints are rough against the cap, too. But that can always be worked out. Maybe they trade Michael Thomas. Again, leaving Rodgers with, like, no weapons.
John Bierney is leading our contest right now. We'll look at the public free showdown here in just a moment. We're in the second quarter. Alvin Kamara has the touchdown. Crackle, what's up? Good to see you all. You know what I mean. Reading your usernames and your comments. Piercy, Dougie on Twitch, Smash Lanta. Smash Lanta is taking some responsibility for my hashtag suspension. But at the end of the day, it's my mouth that moves. It was also a suspension without pay, for those of you wondering. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, I really took a hit.
Wowie, wow.
Voice of the Celtics with Adam Kaufman's picture. Can we trade Kenny for someone less obnoxious?
Oh, voice of the Celtics.
Well, what would your proposal be? You're going to get anything good back in return? You shouldn't ask the suspended guy. Lev Bell, another catch. Jordan Lindenbaum, Tim Patrick and Teddy Bridgewater combined equals a second-round pick at best. They would need first-round picks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, that's not a bad call, though. Maybe it's Bridgewater that goes to Green Bay. As opposed to Drew. But like you said, like Drew Lock, you're just going to get buried behind Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, they have to keep one of those guys. I don't think they're going to get rid of both. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of it would be about what Green Bay wants back. Do they want Bridgewater, or would they rather have Lock? Maybe they would want Lock. Then you could have Lock and Jordan Love competing. That's probably more realistic. Like, and Bridgewater has a bigger salary too. So
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would make sense.
Pay Drew Lock. That's a good point. You don't have to pay him.
Yeah. Send Drew Lock back. If the Packers don't like him, then cut. He's done after a year. So yeah, Drew Lock. What's Drew Lock worth? A third, a second, maybe. Something like that.
I think you're being really generous.
Yeah, probably a third. We'll say a third.
Throw in
a couple. Let's say 2 first-round draft picks, and Drew Lock, and maybe Jerry Jeudy. That would probably get it done. I mean, I don't think the Broncos will want to trade Jerry Jeudy, but maybe they if they came down to it, they have a pretty deep receiving core. And if Courtland Sutton is healthy, you've got Sutton, Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick was better than Jerry Jeudy last year, quite frankly. You got Fant. You got the Hamler burglar.
Yeah.
You've got guys there, so.
Right. As far as and
you got Albert O coming. They got 2. Yeah. You know what? That trade that I just threw out, Jeudy, Lock, 2 firsts, done for Aaron Rodgers. Book it. I like it.
Okay. Because it sounds.
I'd do that if I was Denver. I'd do that in a snap.
Yeah, here's Lev Bell. He's got the lead. Touchdown.
Lock in.
Denver definitely has more to, and when I say more, it's not by much, but they've got an extra guy there between Sutton and Judy to give up. Whereas Vegas, you've got Waller and then
Vegas,
you
Vegas
got Ruggs. You got Ruggs, my bad.
Vegas ain't giving up Waller. There's just like, no, that's
They
not happening.
can't. The whole point, too, Aaron Rodgers want to play with Derek Waller.
Exactly. Who
do they have after Ruggs?
They got Hunter Renfrow.
They lost Tyrell Williams.
They lost Aguilar. There's a couple other guys there, though. Brian Edwards is an interesting rookie. He didn't play much last year because he was banged up, but like he will be on the team next year. Brian Edwards is kind of like should be slotted in kind of for them on the outside.
They got Willie Snead too. They signed Willie Snead.
Yeah. Zay Jones. The other guy they signed this year is John Brown.
Oh, okay.
So their top four is Ruggs, John Brown, Brian Edwards, and Renfrow, and then obviously Waller. So it's pretty good. Brian Edwards, like I said, has a lot of potential. John Brown is very useful. Obviously, we know that. Ruggs is Ruggs. I think that's fine. I don't think they'd be looking to trade any of those guys, quite frankly. I guess you could give up Ruggs and then you
That's
got
what I was
John
to say.
Brown.
So who would you rather have your Green Bay? Carr, Ruggs, 2 firsts, or Locke, Judy, 2 firsts?
I'd rather have Carr Ruggs, 100%. Carr is like startable behind a good line. Yeah, absolutely. Derek Carr, especially in that division.
Financially, though, it'd be more.
What's that?
Like if they took on Carr in Green Bay, financially, they'd be more of an investment.
Yeah, it would. But I mean, just
For
looking
you.
at salary, I got to figure Carr and Aaron Rodgers about the same. I think Derek Carr behind the Green Bay line too, which is good. Could get them in the playoffs in that division. So the more we talk about it, the Raiders actually make a pretty good trade partner for Green Bay. They could still be competitive with Carr next year.
No.
If Jordan Love lights it up in the preseason, they can just go to Jordan Love. They could probably squeeze like a decent wide receiver out of them, possibly in Ruggs. That's at least they could ask for it. So who knows, man?
But you made the best point of the first half. It'd be like the Packers would go get a receiver.
Oh,
as Aaron Rodgers goes out the door.
It's just like it would be like poetic, wouldn't it? Like, oh, by the way, yeah, let's get a receiver now. Like, the whole mess that started it because we refused to draft receivers, talk to our quarterback. We're just going to address that now as we're trading him. That's like, managing 101.
All right, we're going to step aside for one quick second. The Sweat featured a PGA Chaser Fade segment earlier today. Len Hochberg discussed his best value plays for this week's Wells Fargo Championship.
Okay, Len, where are you looking for DFS value in this event?
Well, even though this is a super long course, we can't avoid the guys, some shorter hitters. We see them do well here, not necessarily win, but they certainly can be valuable parts of a DFS lineup. Brian Harmon, $8,700, having a great season. Harold Varner, also not a long hitter, $7,600, plus he's a Quail Hollow member. Matt Wallace, the Englishman, is coming on better of late after a while of struggles. He is a really good player on the long par fours. He is 5th on tour, par 4 efficiency, 450 to 500 yards. There were 9 of those holes at Quail Hollow. And lastly, Wyndham Clark, down at $6,800. He is one of the super longest hitters and a pretty good short game as well.
All right, we're back. Hello. Thank you. And be sure to catch the Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time here on the DraftKings Green Stream. You get all the daily analysis, DFS, sports betting that you need for the day. PGA, NBA, NHL with Jeff, even PGA, as I said PGA. What sport am I forgetting? Oh, yeah, baseball. When Steve Buchanan is not on MLB Network, he will give you his time.
Yeah. When Steve Buchanan is taking a break, from his starring role on the MLB Network, being the top baseball analyst in the country, and drops by and just gives us a second of his time. He's there too.
Oh, it's good to be here with all of you. We're here for the next one as well. So we'll get some Moose calls in.
Absolutely, dude.
36-way tie for first in our contest. What was that? Sorry.
It's a Madden After Dark tonight, Mo. I mean, who's playing?
The Cardinals and the Bears.
Oh, the Bears. Oh, man. Yeah, we don't have many more Mitch Trubisky games left, do we? That's kind of a sad fact, too.
It's one of the first things I thought of, actually, after the draft. Like, oh, now it's starting to sink in. Like,
yeah,
some of these quarterback movements. I mean, we're in a situation right now in this sim. No Drew Brees. No Sam Darnold.
Very true.
But from a skill player position, well, no Lev Bell. We've been over that. Crowder will be back.
Crowder. Yeah, the Jets did draft kind of a, I don't want to say a Crowder replacement, but a similar player to Crowder. I can't remember his name now, but they also signed some wide receivers. So
Moore.
Yeah.
What's his first name?
Is it Elijah?
Elijah Moore.
It is Elijah. Yeah. I was really biffing on the first name, so I needed to make sure. I didn't want to say it and then be completely wrong. But I actually had it right. It was Elijah. Yeah, Elijah Moore. So
you guys could smash that like button for us.
Yeah, what the heck, guys? We're supposed to get over 300 for Glash's return to suspension. Let's go. Mike Bizzle, I did get the bug from last night. Took me about 10 minutes after, but we got it.
I saw this video of you. You were spinning in your chair.
Buzzing around. It's just a small little black bug. Really was just, it was like the Tyreek Hill of bugs, though. It's just buzzing. Like, I could not catch this thing, so. Very embarrassing performance by me.
You were listening, and Alvin!
Whoa, Alvin! Ooh, 15, down to 15, almost broke free there.
34-yard pickup. Once you hear it, you don't want to give up on trying to pursue this bug.
Oh, I mean, it would go away for a couple minutes, and it would just like fly right back in my line of sight. I mean, it was mocking me all night. Pushed its luck though when I was working after. Just one too many times. Oh, to get in?
Almost. Traquan Smith.
Traquan, we're not going to get the Breeze touchdown. Probably good for Kamara owners though. Most likely. Oh, we have a Kaka. This is prime fullback territory too, at the half-yard line basically. Oh no, from the shotgun. Could get a Kamara run. Could get lucky here. They often run it from the spread in this situation.
No Latavius. It's Alvin Kamara.
There it is. We got lucky. We avoided the fullbacks. We avoided Latavius. Drew Brees in his Hoth costume.
All right. Alvin Kamara, as we mentioned, 20% in the captain spot, 74% owned overall. Mike Drumma, first place in our contest. Oh, and technical director Tom in second place at the moment with Kamara in his captain spot.
Wowie wow. Look at this show off. I am in 136th.
I am in 84.
TD Tom.
Yeah, we will be with you guys for the next sim, Madden After Dark in the snow. Bears hosting the Cardinals.
Yep. NFC Championship preview. Just kidding.
Ooh.
I think the Bears could be really interesting next year, though, especially if Green Bay is just like in turmoil.
Well, you could make the case that if Rodgers is out, the Bears will have the best. I say best lightly, but they might have the best quarterback room in the division.
Sure, dude. Absolutely.
I mean, would you rather have Andy Dalton or Kirk Cousins? They're kind of the same thing.
Whoever's cheaper. That's who I'd rather.
Good point.
Yeah.
That's an excellent point. They whoa.
Ooh, that bell almost breaking tackles.
You make a great point. Like from a financial standpoint, the Bears will have it really, really good because Dalton's only making 10.
Yep.
And Fields is on a rookie contract. Cousins is still on that big deal, and Jared Goff's making a crap ton.
Yeah. No, I mean the only thing the Bears did wrong this year was commit too early to Andy Dalton. I understand you got to shore up the QB position. You got to make sure you got someone there. But like, if they didn't need to do that, right? Because they got Nick Foles still. So they should have just rolled the dice and tried to go in on Fields. But oh well. $10 million. What's that to an NFL team? I guess.
Yeah, but doesn't that go back to all the pre-draft drama of?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like, well, what if Mac Jones didn't fall, or what Mac Jones or Fields did not fall? Like we all, I think we can. Well, what am I trying to say here? Mac Jones went third to San Francisco, and Fields fell. Carolina didn't take him. Denver didn't take him.
But to your point, I think what you're trying to say is the Bears didn't know how this was going to shake out. Like Atlanta could have taken a quarterback at 4.
Right.
And there's no Justin Fields. He's off the board. Like you don't even have a chance to draft him. So obviously they weren't trying to play fortune teller. They didn't want to take that big a risk. They needed some security. My comeback to that would have been you probably could have signed an Andy Dalton talent even after the draft, but it just, you get your season started later. Your fan base is probably livid because you don't have a quarterback if you don't get Justin Fields at that point. So it was probably money well spent, but it does look, now they got like 2 guys in there. They're probably not going to play much. So
Drew Brees with a completion to Manny Sanders. We've got 3 minutes to go in the third. The Jets touchdown. Who does that belong to? I'm already forgetting who scored the touchdown for the Jets. Lev Bell. All right, running back 1 show. Lev Bell has a rushing score and 2 for Alvin Kamara. And the Lutz field goal.
Yeah, if you guys got questions for PGA tomorrow, throw them up. It should be an interesting event. Pretty wide open. Some interesting young players teeing it up. Good course.
I've got something exciting too coming, not this week, but next week.
Oh.
And once I know it's definitely happening, I will share. But I feel confident that
tease. This is like a very Kaufman-esque tease of you, friend. I mean,
no, because I would have kept going for 5 minutes. I stopped after 10.
Okay, that's fair. Can you tell me what it is off air, or is it does it have to be kept super secret?
No, I can. You know what? What the heck? It's DraftKings related, and it's also TikTok related.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh wow. Are we graduating to the big time here? Is that what's happening? Wow.
Well, I've talked to some folks at TikTok that run our account at DraftKings, and there is there's
an interest.
I see you, you see me. There's something here.
Wow. Are you going to leave me here? Are you graduating to the big time, with the TikTokists?
No, I'm going to be here. Okay. Unless I can spend it again. No, it can. This particular project can be weaved in and out between sims and around the sim land. It can be done.
Interesting stuff. Sean, thanks for the shout out on the article. Yeah, article's on my Twitter at the Fantasy Grind, pinned up there. You can also go to DK Nation for the PGA cheat sheet this week for the Wells Fargo. But you got any specific questions? Oh, there goes Alvin. First down, got a flag. I'm gonna say this is face mask.
Sean Griffin is complimenting your article on DK.
No, I know. I just acknowledged that.
Oh, you did? I didn't know if I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
It's all right. Unlike Adam Kaufman, I know that you weren't doing it on purpose.
Who?
Who? Huh?
Let's see. We got a 7-way tie in our contest. Kamara's captain. Saints defense, 13.8% owned. Fun. When does Wells Fargo start? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
First thing?
Thursday. The vast majority of the PGA tournaments start Thursday. It's always a good way to... Well, it's basically how my week centers around. It centers around the PGA schedule. Monday morning, the odds come out. I do research on Monday morning, write articles, I do shows about it. Tuesday, expected some more stuff. Wednesday comes along, all the stuff is out. Then I make some lineups. Get more bets in. There's a pass. Give him the first. Oh no. They didn't give him the forward momentum, 4th and inches.
Go for it.
And then the tournament starts. And then the rage begins on Thursday because my players all suck. And I make more bets, make more lineups. And then I'm praying for a break-even week by Sunday. Although last week was great because Sam Burns won at 70-1. Got that money. Burns money. Mr. Burns. Release the hounds.
Stick, yes. The Lions released Kerryon Johnson right before we came on the air.
Really?
You have a Kerryon Johnson take?
Kerryon.
I guess it opens things up for Swift.
Yeah. They burned a 2nd-round draft pick on Kerryon Johnson like 3 years ago. I don't really know why they released him, to be honest. What's their running back depth? I don't understand, actually.
Let's look. Lions depth chart.
They really just release him?
Yeah. Jamal Williams, they signed.
Oh, that's right. They signed Jamal Williams.
Jamar Jefferson and Rakeem
What?
Bennett.
I mean, I like Jamal Williams, but like, why is he like a massive upgrade on Kerryon Johnson? Am I missing something here? Wow, what a weird move. Lions to cut Kerryon Johnson. There's got to be something more to this. 2nd-round draft pick 3 years ago.
Did he get in trouble?
He's 23 years old. It just makes no sense. What's his contract? This makes no sense.
Wow, you do have a take on Kerryon Johnson being released.
I mean, no, it just like really makes no sense.
Well, it's the Lions.
Oh, wait a second. What is his contract?
I'm looking at it right now. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. He was set to make 1.3 base salary this year.
Yeah, that's not much. Wow.
Just a hair over $2 million cap hit.
Are they in like cap trouble, the Lions, or something? Maybe. I don't think so, though. I guess they did just pick up Jared Goff.
Ruining everything.
Lions cap. Salary. Let's see here. What are we doing here?
Nathan in the chat, 15th in the free roll right now. Nice. Yeah, Mike Bizzle, Leafy is back in the frame. I knew you'd love that. It's one of those things I thought about during hashtag suspension, hashtag is that a receiver. I wanted to get back to my roots.
Yeah, I'll be dead honest. I do have a Kerryon Johnson take. That move makes 0 sense. They have tons of cap space. He's a UFA next year, so if you don't like him, just move on from him. You could probably even trade him at the deadline or something and get like a pick. What exactly do running backs just not get injured anymore? I mean, bizarre. Bizarre. The Lions are just weird. I'm not even a Kerryon Johnson like that big a fan, but like, weird.
You're just over this division. Do you have anything to say about the Vikings? I mean, I know you're thrilled about the Bears. You were sad about young Mitchell Trubisky, but now you've got Justin Fields to root for.
Yep.
Allen Robinson's, of course, going to stay. Anything wrong with the Vikings and what they did?
I don't like the QB they picked. Kellen Mond.
Yeah.
He's basically a runner. It's just an athletic guy playing quarterback. He's not. I don't think he's going to be a good passer in the NFL at all. At all. So I don't like that. But they have Cousins. I mean, I don't know. Really need some cornerbacks and some talent on that defense, especially on the backside, like in the secondary. Cut Mike Hughes. Mike Hughes is pretty bad though, so I don't know. I just don't really see the Vikings being that good. I mean, they have the offensive weapons. They got Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, but I don't even think Cousins is the problem with that team. I mean, he's not like the greatest, but like you're in a weaker division. I think you can get it done with Kirk Cousins. It's just defense was pretty terrible last year. Like they just weren't really good in most facets. So.
They were pretty beat up too, if I remember correctly, from an injury standpoint.
Yeah, they just weren't very good on defense, especially in on the secondary.
Let's see. It's Jets ball, and down goes Sam Darnold. That looked like it hurt. Ryan says, so what happened, Glash? I just entered the stream. I apologize if you're repeating yourself. No, just a 4-day, had to get out, had to step away. It's a challenging time. I cannot speak any further on the matter. Apparently, from what I've been told, there are plenty of other announcers that come on these streams and can speak for me. They come off like a father figure. Daddy, as some people like to call them. So any questions about it, you can go to that individual. They seem to have all of their bases covered on anything and everything that your heart desires in terms of questions, comments, and concerns. Justin Harden, that was not the reason.
CEH wants to know who's going to win the golf tournament this week. I have no idea. I hope Ricky Fowler does well. I really think he's going to be in a good spot for bounce back, but I'm not going to pick him to win. But I will say, I do like that. I like the odds you get on Ricky. James asks, did the guy at half say Harold Varner III was a member at Quail Hollow? Yes, I do believe he is a member. He's definitely from North Carolina, Varner. He's very familiar with the area and the course. Harold Varner just announced that he and his wife are pregnant as well, so that's kind of cool. Would you go Varner and Im or Tringali and Fleetwood? I would go Varner and Im personally, yeah, I would. I think Im is the best player of those four. Varner's playing well. Tringali's playing well too, but I would kind of trust Varner more this week. Fleetwood's driver has really sucked. I think it could get him in trouble on a course like this too. So.
Oh, that's incomplete. Breeze is going to hit the bonus. Well, actually,
what's he at?
He's at 290. The heck did I just see? I didn't play a quarterback, so I can't relate to the people. He's at 290. He's at 295.
Wow.
Ryan Sheds, I did not take your question the wrong way. I am totally teasing. I do nothing about you at all. You just, you kind of set me up wrong. There's a flag. It's against the defense. Oh no, it's against the offense. My bad. Holding. Suspension. Get you off your toes. Nathan needs Cook. Here we go. Come on, Drew. Get that bonus for the people.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Going for it.
Got it.
We got it. Jared Cook.
Here we go. All right.
So that hit him the bonus then. Yep, 313. You're right. Bonus for Drew Brees. I've barely been checking my line. This one has been going pretty fast. 135th for me. Terrible. I did not draft Drew Brees because I'm stupid. I took Sam Darnold. He's got 112 passing yards. And I got what I deserve, just like the Panthers are going to get what they deserve for trading for Sam Darnold instead of taking Justin Fields. Mike Thomas over the middle there. Only his third catch.
Yeah, he had that big one to start the sim that got us all excited.
69 yards, though. It's good. It's nice.
Nice. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, I like Johnny Vegas, Mike Bizzle. We'll go down with the ship together. It's terrible.
Hearsey says, golf, no rain this weekend. Greens will be fast. Newman and DeChambeau are two golfers to keep in mind.
Neiman, yeah. Joaquin Neiman. Definitely. I bet Joaquin Neiman, so I definitely like him this week. It's a good setup. Great golfer. Bryson, I think, is a good way to pivot at the top. I think a lot of people are going to play John Rahm. I think Rahm and Bryson are both good. But again, when you get to that kind of level, both guys really good. Both guys pretty good, solid form. Tons of upside. You take the one that's going to be lower owned. The lower owned one will be Bryson this week. So, especially in big tournaments, cash game 50-50. Probably play Rahm. Big tournaments, Bryson.
Abby says you should have come back with full suspenders to troll everyone. Old school Skip Perkins style. That would have been good. We're at the 2-minute warning already. My goodness.
No, I know, since flying. We haven't had many turnovers. There's been longer drives, a lot of running, whenever there's a lot of running.
Saints are leading by 13 in the free public showdown contest. J-Par 64, Go Dogs 08, Draw. Oh, there's a big tie for third. We have a two-way tie first place. J-Par, Go Dogs, Bell captained, Kamara, Breeze, Sanders, Traquan Smith, Will Lutz. And here's Lutz again. So that'll help pad the lead up top. Clint says ESPN draft experts all agreed Darnold was better than all the quarterbacks in this class except Lawrence.
What?
Do you leave out any possibility that this class actually kind of stinks, with the exception of Lawrence? I mean, you're prepared that two of these guys are not going to work, right? Like it's going to be Lawrence, probably two others, and then two others are going to really stink.
So, yeah, I mean, even look at the draft class last year. We had three guys. One of them really didn't play well in the first year. Two of them were great. So it's a 66%, hit rate. And again, we're talking about 1 year, but for our first year, two guys looked good, one guy didn't. I could see, being two guys, the same kind of thing. Two guys really excelling and two guys just not being as good as they think. It's hard for me to see more than two of Lawrence, Fields, and Trey Lance just being not that great. Look, I'm not ready to give Trevor Lawrence a full pass here either. He could struggle in his first year. I think long term you'll see at least two of these guys be really good quarterbacks. Next year, it kind of depends who's going to start and stuff like that. But I think if Trey Lance starts, at the very least, he's going to be kind of have a little bit of a Lamar Jackson effect where he's just going to be such an effective runner that I don't want to say it's not going to matter what he does with his arm, but even if he's a little bit raw with his passing isn't that accurate, it's probably going to get covered up a little bit because he's such an explosive player. And I think he personally has far better upside as a passer than Lamar Jackson. But and then Fields, there's a reason people like him. I think Fields is going to be fine. So I think you'll see at least two of these guys have pretty solid, successful rookie seasons. And I think long-term, same kind of deal. You'll see at least two of these guys be really good. But people who are assuming they're just all going to be great and be like, oh yeah, Zach Wilson's going to be perfect. And all these guys no, at least one of them will struggle 100%. It could be Fields. I could be wrong. I admit that. I think Matt Nagy has a great track record developing quarterbacks.
I think the key, all of them outside of Lawrence, patience is super important. I can't say with certain. Well, Wilson will start week 1, but even with the Jets, I think Jets fans are aware of this. You got to be really patient with this guy. You got to give it a couple years to, at the very least 2 years to let Salah settle in, as well as Wilson. With the Niners, I don't even know. I don't know. Jimmy Garoppolo did a media tour.
Yeah,
it was yesterday. Bouncing around. He's been saying all the right things. Sounds like Garoppolo is going to stay because he doesn't want to give up $25 million. But then again, the Niners could just cut him, which I don't see happening. I think they're going to go with Garoppolo week 1. Patience in New England with Mac Jones because I think Cam's going to be the guy. Second year in the system.
Yeah.
And then finally, Justin Fields too. I know he's sexy pick. Bears move up, but the Bears could very well start. They could start Andy Dalton.
Well, here's the thing. I like all the landing spots for the QBs, with the exception of Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson played for BYU, which is a conservative college. Didn't have to deal with much guff, it's Utah. It is what it is. It's just it's a different style of place. And now he's going to the Big Apple on a bad team with a coach who likes to get out there and yell. It's just going to be a weird combo in my opinion. I think that's going to be a really weird combo. Zach Wilson with the Jets. I like the landing spot for the rest of the guys. I like Urban Meyer for Trevor Lawrence. Coming in with a college quarterback, going to have college plans probably, for the offense. Urban Meyer just as himself is going to be a guy who takes heat off his quarterback. Justin Fields in Chicago, established team, good defense, and Justin Fields is a guy I think more capable of handling a tougher situation because he was a 4-year college quarterback. He played in big games. He's very cerebral. You read about Justin Fields and his performance and stuff. I think he'll be just fine in Chicago. He'll have a few things too. It's a big market, quarterback starved place, Matt Nagy, but I think it's a better spot than the Jets. And then Trey Lance with a superb offense and a superb offensive coach. I think that'll be just fine. So Wilson is the guy that's combustible, in my opinion. That's the one I'd really lean to. And but I think two of those guys could definitely have tough rookie years.
We get the Bears next sim, so we can talk about this some more. We need players of the game. Drew Brees maybe threw the most underrated 340 in a sim.
Definitely.
No touchdown. I guess it's Kamara, right? 2 scores.
Yeah, let's give it to Kamara for the player of the game. And the Babysitter Billy bust of the game is going to go to, I do believe, I was going to pick Michael Thomas. Let's go to give it to Jamison Crowder. 2 catches, 17 yards.
Yeah,
that's pathetic. That's Mike Crowder was cold all day. I don't like cold clam Crowder.
We are back for the next sim at 10 p.m. We'll have the Cardinals and the Bears in the snow in Chicago. There is a contest up right now on the DK SimFam Friends League. Thanks to
Blue Jays and the Twins.
Here's the pitch. Thank you to producer Michael, Tom on the 1s and 2s, Jim. Hey, Jim. From the Game Ops team. We'll have Moose players too. In the meantime, let's go to Pat Mayo and Jeff Feinberg. They preview the course and run through the odds while making their 2021 Wells Fargo picks. The guys give their fantasy golf picks, provide their one and done strategy for the event from Quail Hollow.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 Wells Fargo Championship. Bets, one and done. Picks, full preview for you. No DraftKings show this week. As you might know, the show is coming out a little bit later than normal. So remember, just as always, to smash the like button. Give me your winner in the comment section. If you're listening to the audio version of this podcast, rate, review, subscribe, all that fun stuff. We're going to be having some major giveaways for Major Season, which is coming out in about 2 weeks. PGA Championship. We have a nice exhibition event with the Byron Nelson next week. I mean, every 50-1 winner counts all the same, but I mean, it's Byron Nelson. No one is the answer to that. Maybe Byron Nelson's grandson cares that the Byron Nelson is still going on. The rest of us probably going to take a pass on that. You might notice I am in a new studio. Credit to Paul Shaughnessy and myself, obviously, and the movers for getting most of my equipment here. This is the temporary setup until I construct a new giant studio. So expect a lot of this one shot with me for the upcoming future. The audio, if you find it to be a bit hollow, we are working on that. There's a gigantic door that's right next to me. Once I get that blocked off, it's going to sound a whole lot better. So, this is the first show that we're doing here. If you missed the Custies on Monday, shame on you. Go back and watch that. Nathan Hubbard and Matt Wiley joined me Tuesday to talk the business of golf. That was a really fascinating show. I highly recommend you go check that out. Thursday, Feinberg and I are going to be talking about a mid-season golf review and maybe a look to the upcoming future. So remember to tune in that. Then on Friday, it is Gambling Movie Club. Myself, Pete Overzet, and Davis Maddock talking about the movie Owning Mahoney. If you have not seen Owning Mahoney as of yet, you should do it. Then watch that show because we're talking about that and telling horrible gambling stories that I've been through, that because Pete and I were more of a gambling in person, where Davis, he's he's wired in 24/7. The guy's never been to a casino in his life. So Pete and I share some fun casino stories from back in the day. Also, fantasynational.com. Listen, there's only one show with me this week. There's no write-up. There's no DraftKings preview, that kind of thing. So probably the less information you get from me and the more information you get from Fantasy National, the better it's going to be for you. So fantasynational.com/mayo to get yourself 20% off. The newsletter is in the description. Subscribe to that for free. I'll have a post on Wednesday evening with the final bets and everything like that, and a weather update and everything else that I find about this week's tournament and the DraftKings Listeners League. There's about 700 spots left. You can find the link in the description of this video and podcast. I just spent 3 minutes yammering on. It's time to bring in the man of the phoner board hour. I got him a new mic. I got him a new camera. The guy can't even figure it out. Jeff Feinberg's on the line. What is up?
What is going on? No, listen, I was prepared all day. We set it up, audio version. I'm like even topless right now. So I was just in no setup for camera. You asked me late if I wanted to do it. I said no, but like you, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out, and we'll hit a home run. So I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned one bit. You have that show coming out you mentioned that we did a couple weeks ago, and I feel like we spent a little bit of time talking about Sam Burns, ironically, and how great he started. And I don't think anything negative, but just in like how great of a season he had. Now, I don't think either of us were there last week, but yeah, nonetheless, this is I don't know, what would we call this iteration of me and you, like 4.0?
Yeah,
4.0
we're a long way from Rivers Phillip joining the line. I'm pretty sure in that show that I say that Sam Burns missed his window. So, that's a curse from me from 2 weeks ago for a show that's not even out yet. But Sam Burns and his social media manager, who is also Bryson's social media manager, he's probably on top of this stuff. Congrats to Sam Burns. I saw a few people with some Sam Burns tickets. I got to find the guy's name, but a viewer of the show, Fantasy National member, won the $200,000 in the $15 contest. I'm going to find his name here. I've been seeing a lot of tweets pop up on the timeline right now, so I have to go back.
Yeah, I saw that. He spelled my name wrong, but I don't care.
No, he won.
I'm not sensitive.
Listen, he just won $200K. He can do whatever the he wants.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, and then he reached out to me to like apologize, and I literally am like I'm not sensitive about that at all. The fact that I'm bringing it up might make it seem like I'm sensitive. But trust me, like it's something I spell it the weird way. So it's just when you spell your name the wrong way, you have to totally accept people are going to screw it up, let alone a guy just won, a huge score. There are multiple huge, saw a few big scores. So yeah, credit. I certainly haven't been part of that. So good luck. Congrats to everyone.
Yeah, maybe this is the week where I play like 3 lineups, hardly bet anything. This is going to be the week that I absolutely explode onto the DraftKings scene. Landon Wiegland. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If not, you can tell me to go off and slap me in the face with your $200K. But he did offer up some Millionaire Maker tickets for the PGA Championship as his way of giving back to the show. So I'm going to figure out the best way to do that. Probably something to do with the newsletter or ratings and reviews on the audio podcast, because we could use more of those. But congratulations to you, and thank you for giving back. And like he said, he's been watching for years. He owes us dinner. You don't owe us anything. Put it this way: the fact that you won $200K probably makes you about even after listening to our picks for the past 5 years. That's my take on it.
I'm proud of the work I've done. Not so much the last couple months, though.
It's been bad, man. We're in a rut right now. The last one I had was Morikawa.
For me, it was pre-tournament. It's been bad. I don't even want to go back there. It was Berger, and I said it. It's all on the tape. When Finau couldn't make that happen at Riviera, when Homa gave him the gift to even get that to the playoff, like the dark clouds have come in on me and my ability to pick pre-tournament. If I go like 2 months without a pre-tournament win, I start to like freak out. We're just about there, Pat.
Fortunately, Sky and Tom have been keeping me afloat with the Euro Pick show.
Yeah.
So I'm not personally in the hole all that much. I actually had a pretty good draft. I had one draft bet. So shout out Elliot Chris for JC Horn being first defensive player drafted. We grabbed that plus 650. There's something else that I hit too. Oh, the clay colored stuff. I lost a bunch of money on the Derby. That didn't work out for me. Lost a bunch of money on golf. That didn't work out for me. So I need to start like recouping some of the stuff. Meany was giving me out shot props. He had like 8 for 8 the other night. So I've just
other people are winning bets.
Yeah,
I cashed a bunch of those draft bets, and I mean, I'd be scared to like look at where my numbers would be if not for those like Euro bonuses that Sky has hooked up, and even credit to Cooley over there, Pat. He doubled. I don't think he bet the double, but he hit the Burmeister Burns both legs, and I'm pretty certain he was on like Leishman and Smith the week before. So I don't know. He's catching fire. Good for anyone catching winners. I'm happy to know when I'm putting money into the book with losers, you guys are taking out some winners, especially all those Burns tickets.
Did you watch much of the Valspar? Because it's one of my favorite tournaments. I just didn't legit have an opportunity to sit down and watch it. Although I did see, like I said, I'm in quarantine right now. So Paul is quarantining with me, my wife, and my 2 kids. We'll see how that's working out for him. Dogger Pass is back tomorrow, by the way. So Cody, Paul will be in my seat. Cody will be on the line. I'll be where Paul is currently sitting. Hopefully we can figure out the audio situation. But I looked through, like I was catching part of the Valspar when I took a second to sit down. And I can see through my neighbor's living room, like over where the TV is. And they were both watching the Valspar too. I was like, all right, here we go. This is a nice neighborly match.
Good vibe. I'm not going to lie, Pat. The Valspar, Keegan put it in the water. It was fun. It was interesting. Homa kind of backed off and no joke, I got into the seniors. I got into it. Weir and Daly and Tom's. That's sort of where I spent the majority of those final hours on the back nine on Sunday.
Yeah, shout out to Uber driver Weir. He just won like surge fare charging for 3 straight years with his senior tour win. Did JD double the 72nd hole?
Yeah, he put it in the water from like position A. Wasn't a good look. The thing about Weir is, and we've made our jokes, and the jokes were kind of fair, but like people close to him, Pat, like they were making a different joke for many years, saying, "No, you people don't realize this guy. He's the only person I know who can't wait to turn 50. Like he has been in golf purgatory because he absolutely couldn't compete or even sniff anything when it came to the big boys." And he was still too young to be able to play in Champions Golf. So he was in that purgatory as a few guys get stuck in, who aren't as consistent as a Steve Stricker type leading into their 50s. So credit to, awesome. Brooke and now Weir. And I don't know, is Connors due? I don't know. Who knows?
Is Connors due? I mean, he would fit this trend. Like Homa was playing really well, Homa wins. Matt Jones was playing really well, Matt Jones wins. Burns was playing really well, hit a slump, and then came back, and then he ends up winning. Maybe it's just what Stuart Sink was playing well. He parlayed that into another win, his second of the season. So maybe there's something to that.
I guess. I mean, I don't want to overrate it because I would also make the case when we discuss the board, Pat, that there are probably guys that are very equal to Connors, who are hot also. Like he's not the only hot golfer, but yeah, I love this course. It's been a while since we've been here. I certainly had no piece of that huge Homa win, but this is a staple event. And I always enjoy this one. Classic tree line course. I'm here for it.
Yeah, tree line course need to be a bit accurate off the tee, but Bombers have had a lot of success here in the past. It is a par 71 that is 7,521 yards. That's daunting. Max Homa is the defending champion here. That was 2 years ago, and the year before that, I believe Brian Harmon ended up winning. But no, Jason Day won. The year before that was Harmon, but Harmon didn't win at this course. That was the year that the PGA Championship was at Quail Hollow. Justin Thomas won that year. I didn't look into the stats until right now from last week. I didn't realize that Justin Thomas led the field tee to green and lost almost 7 strokes putting last week. So
he did everything. He did everything.
So if we get into the faves for the tournament, Justin Thomas is the favorite. He is 9-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook right now. Rahm is 10-1. Bryson's 15. Xander's 18. Rory 19, Hovland and Webb are 20. We'll call those guys the favorites, 20 and down. I mean, just looking at those numbers, that really points to Justin Thomas more than anything than I probably could have looked at. Nah, I don't want to bet Justin Thomas. Those odds aren't big enough. I want to bet Bryson. Can Bryson win?
Yeah, no, I was going to say the only two guys, well, I've bet someone that was 22 who you now mentioned at 20. I have bet Hovland. But Bryson or JT would be the only two guys really down the board I would consider. And I'm not kidding, Pat. Par 71, 7,500 yards. I would rather go. I might really regret this. I would probably rather go to the well with Bryson. As much as JT, if he putts, he wins. But that's a big question. Like I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to bet on JT putting. I don't. So I lean Bryson of that group, but I have bet Victor Hovland. And just to make a joke, I made a comment earlier today on the internet, and I got a sports book to respond to me that they've even created a prop for me, Pat, on Hovland to win by, I guess we'll call it more 2.5 strokes. So Hovland to win by 3 or more strokes.
What does that pay?
Not enough, but 35-1. But as you always joked, when he wins, it'll be by like field goals and touchdowns. So I'm going to put a sprinkle on it, a small one. But I have bet Victor at 22-1. That is the shortest bet that I have made this week. Maybe it is like I'm getting cocky and really just trying to call the big win. But yes, the second place last week, I acknowledge there was never like a contending moment, like ever, really, like ever. So I'm not like overrating the second, but it's just such a consistent, like, everything he does, man, everything he does. And he is just, I'm in love. I'm not going to lie right now. Like, I am smitten from head to toe with this guy. And there have been some bad incidents on the weekend that have held him back, but I'm ready for absolute blast off. He does it. The long straight, hit the green, let's go. Like a course that suits everything Rory does. You're the guy that said, no, this guy's like mini Rory. It's funny they're the same price, but I'm in. My chips are in the middle for BDV.
So looking back at the past champions, it's a kind of weird mix of guys. Remember when like JB, I mean, people don't know the crossover course for this one is Riviera. Guys that play well at Riviera play well at Quail Hollow and vice versa. The Masters you can also look at probably as a tertiary course, and that's a very limited field, but JB has won them both. Max Homa has now completed that double. I think Phil has won here twice. James has 2 career wins. They've come at those 2 courses. So there's something to it. I don't know exactly what it is, but we know that Bryson plays well at Riviera. We know that JT, he gagged it to JB Holmes. I'm just looking at Rahm. I'm looking at Xander. Like the top of this board is pretty spicy. And then there's Rory, who got his breakthrough win on tour at this course. Ricky Fowler got his breakthrough win at this course. Who else did it? I guess not necessarily James Hahn. This is where
what's funny, Pat? But if Homa pulled it off yesterday, we're probably like Homa breakthrough. Like he fits it. Like big ceiling breakthrough winner. Like I was almost preparing on Saturday night for the types of conversations we would have about him, because guys don't win like 2 times in the actual season. Maybe in the swing season they can pull off a couple, like we've seen or Todd Father do and get hot, get healthy. Todd Father, hopefully he's not kicked out of the PGA now with that COVID, but yeah, like you go guys don't like guys in that back mid-tier sort of winning once in a year is honestly like, it's so hyper rare for them to do it twice in a year. I know Kazire did it, but that might have even also been swing season.
Yeah, that was OHL.
Like, really?
That was OHL and Sony. Yeah, it is. I mean, but Homa has
It's
2, but he has 2 wins, but he has 1 here, 1 at Riviera.
Yeah, no, and I'm saying he's won here, he's won Riviera, and if he won yesterday, I don't know what sort of conversation we might be having, or should maybe be having about Max. But coming into the year, like when we did our fantasy draft, like, I mean, a 1-win season for Max would have been like, I don't know, everything for me. So the fact that this guy like does not stop, guy is amazing. I don't know. I just rambled on Max. I'm not betting him, but man, he impresses me every week. He doesn't have to win to impress me. Winning's hard, but I am so like enamored with him. Like he's almost done last year what like Hatton this year, what like Hatton did last year. Like just completely changed tiers for me and where you were. Maybe Hatton was probably better though. I probably thought higher of Hatton a year ago, but he's that middle tier pro that's completely changed like his tier in my eyes. So yeah, go Max.
Out of all the players past 24 rounds, looking at Fantasy National right now, just at Riviera alone, tee to green, average per round, the top 5 players in the field are Hovland, Bubba.
Finau.
I'm just going to tell you the answer to them.
Oh. I'm guessing.
Hovland, Bubba, Bryson, Fleetwood, and Gooch are your top 5 per round at Riviera of players who are in this field.
Really? Finau's had so many good runs at Riv.
Yeah, I guess he's had some bad ones too. Finau is 10th on that list.
Okay.
The issue I'm having, my issue is that like I look at the favorite tier, and we haven't even talked about Rahm or Xander as a part of this, or Rory for Christ's sake. But I think I would rather just take my shots like starting at 30 and moving back from there. Then I can have like 2 of those guys or 3 of those guys and just bet 4 guys this week, be like 30, 33, 33, 40, and be on my way.
I've bet Hovland, I've bet a guy at 40, and I've bet a guy at 80. So I can make a big move, whether it be Bryson or I feel like I can add a couple bullets in that 35-40 to 1 range still. So I'm excited to talk through it here.
So it's Hovland for sure for you. Bryson, yes. I mean, it should be Rahm, but I'll take the extra 6 points with Bryson rather than take Rahm. I think this is a nice course for Bryson, to tell you the truth. And then you just have to.
Rahm is a lot of like baby swag. Like you could argue if you're pro baby swag, like this is a great spot. Like the Masters was so close that now there's almost like a settling down. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not there. At that short, I'd rather bet Justin. And out of all of them, I'd rather bet Bryson. But obviously, I love Rahm. But I'm not. I don't know. I'm not there.
I mean, Rahm just continues to. He hasn't won yet this year. He hasn't won since the BMW last year. But I mean, this is one of the harder courses on tour. It's one of the longer courses on tour. These seem like Rahm courses. Like he won that at the BMW. What was the Olympia Fields? And he won at Memorial when they made Memorial play as difficult as possible. I would expect it to be hard this week. And he has 1 start, I think, at this tournament. Maybe it was that 2017 year he came 4th. It was 2017 that he came 4th.
Yeah.
How do you finish in the PGA Championship?
I'm not bashing Rahm one bit. I find Xander interesting. Was his last start the Masters? We've seen him since. Where do I feel like I've seen him?
I think that was
Zurich.
it.
No, he played. He was with Cantley, right?
Oh yeah, they had the big final day.
Yeah, no, I knew I saw him. Yeah, this is also like that perfect Xander course. I could feel it there. I've been thinking about him also, but I don't know. As of now, I have bet Hovland, and I would be most tempted to bet Bryson.
Would this be? I know he's won the Tournament of Champions, and he's won a WGC. I feel like I'm missing one in here somewhere. No, he won the Tour Championship, but he didn't win the FedEx Cup. I feel like this might actually be his best win if he won.
Who are we talking about now?
Xander.
Oh, 100%. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Tour Championship, Greenbrier, a WGC in like Asia. I could make the case. You could like convince me. If I was like a newbie golf fan or like a mediocre golf fan, like you could talk to me for 2 minutes and convince me that is true. Yeah, sure.
The WGC is, I mean, winning the Tour Championship is huge, obviously, but it's a field of 30 people that he beat. He beat a field of 27 people at the Tournament of Champions. Like the WGC field is a good field, but it was the one in China that doesn't have everyone that's over at it. And obviously this is a better tournament than the Greenbrier. I don't know. It's just, I just want to see him put together a cut event win that's not the Greenbrier, which doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say. I think we spoke about it the morning after the Masters that he even didn't even let Nance or whoever it was in Butler Cabin ask him the question. He answered it before the question could be asked. He got out in front of it, but I thought that was also, he was no, you got about how he doesn't win and how he's always contending. And he's you might think this is another example of that, but this was me just building on myself for something. I don't know. I felt it was a very weird, he's very hard on himself, and I don't know. I've considered betting him this week. I think he's a perfect course fit. He does actually a lot of the same. Call me wrong with it. Aren't him and Hovland very similar in that sense? Just long and great irons, and I don't know. I like Hovland more though. My money's there.
I like Hovland more too. I think you're going to see more consistent putting and chipping at a Xander, where you just have no idea what happens with Vic as soon as he misses the green. It's just he happens to hit most of the greens in regulation, so it's not that big of a deal. But
and he's chipping in at like a Mackenzie Hughes 60-foot putt rate.
This is true. But you also have Webb, who's 20-1. I think he finished second that year that Rory just went like bananas in the final round and won by 9.
Is this where he hurt himself at the pool the day before or something?
No, I think that was the Greenbrier.
No, this is a home course, though.
They're all home courses. He's like Mick Foley. Every place that he goes to, he's from that town.
Webb, a lot of things point to Webb. I don't know. I'm just at this price. I'm just in for the sexier guys that don't win, that win less, like a Hovland or a Schauffele.
So I've seen Rory as low as 20. We doing Rory?
You asking me if I'm betting Rory? I don't think so, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't know. I mean, I'm already thinking about what happens this week and how it affects his PGA Championship odds. Because as we spoke about in the lead up, Pat, these two courses are two like premier Rory tracks. Yes, he's slumping, but now he's going to courses he absolutely loves. So if he shows like serious life here this week, he'll jump right into those top 3, I think, for the PGA. Because players of this caliber, like, you don't need to see extended form. Like, he hasn't disappeared like Spieth did. Like, you don't want to see months of form. You're just like, if I see a sign of life, like, I'd be ready to believe it. But I don't know. Feels weird. I'd rather bet Victor. I have bet Victor. I stared at that Rory 20, and I'll keep staring at it.
Yeah, I'm going to stare at Bryson at 15 or 16 in some spots, but I don't know if I'm going to get there. Let's talk this 20 to 40 range, because this is the one that I'm really intrigued about, because I don't want to have to make the tough choice in this range, because there's like 3 or 4 guys that I really like, and I can just make my card of these guys. So it's Finau, who's Cuss picked for one and done this week, if people are wondering.
Sucks. Oh, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Hold on, people. If you believe in the curse, this isn't like a logical reason to bet Hovland in reality, but he was cussed one and done last week. And when you consider being cussed and you finish second, like, in some nations, that's a win.
Third.
Like, in some cussed orbits, like, you almost need to give him win credit based on what dangers lurk for you when you've been cussed. So he's been cussed. He came second. Like, the guy's got superpowers. I know it's crazy, and I've bet him this week.
All right.
Back to this part of the board.
All right, so back to Finau. He's 26-1. Will Z is 28. Cantlay is 30. Reed is 30. Connors is 33. Answer, Homa, and Neiman, and Tringali. Cameron Tringali, 35-1. And then Sungjae is 45-1. Cameron Tringali, 10 points higher on the betting board than Sungjae. Never thought I'd see the day. I don't agree with that, by the way. I would much rather, not that I'm going to bet either of them, but I would much rather bet Sungjae at 45 than bet Tringali at 35. But the first thing I looked at,
you got to shop. If you like Tringali, shop it. I've seen it like 50 and above. But yeah, I don't know. So DK's getting the love for Tringali. He's like the new Connor.
Yeah, although Connors is 33 right now. So the first thing I did this morning or on Monday morning when the odds first came out, I saw Neiman at 40, and I hit it. I put that on Twitter. Like, that's going to be my bet for this week. Like, he's just consistently so close. These are the types of courses that I want to play him at. And again, this tournament has been a launching pad for guys who go on to have really good careers. And I know Ricky's kind of in the tank right now, but obviously, Ricky is going to be a good player again.
When they won, you have to consider it when they won. Like, it's not fair to judge Ricky now. Like, when he won, it was a launching pad feeling moment to what people felt his ceiling was.
Yes. So Neiman, I'm in on at 40. I'd still bet him at 35. I have no problem with that. I think Zalatoris might win.
It's almost like 10 points more, but it's very similar to Victor, right? Like, it's just a lot of the same, just perfect, like piercing drives, immaculate irons, probably more consistent irons. I think he'd be pretty popular this week. It's like you can bet Hovland or Xander at 20, or you bet this guy at 30, and you don't feel like you're losing a ton of win equity. Like, you just really don't. That's the reality of it. I also bet Neiman, Pat. I was just part of, that looked big. 40 out of the gate, T8 last week. Watching the featured groups, he was out driving Dustin. It was crazy, but it shouldn't be, because you look at the stats, he's 8th in driving distance on the season, and we know how he can attack these long courses. I think he's primed for a big moment at the PGA in a couple weeks, and I guess I'm just going to protect that thought and be part of betting him this week. He was my one and done last week. So, I've had a good vibe about him, in this little stretch, and while this field is harder, that 40 was enticing, and like you, the 35 I would still be on. In many ways, like, wouldn't you even put Answer with Connors and Tringali? But you might even believe his ceiling is higher.
Well, I would put Answer with Connors and Tringali.
Just like how consistent they are.
I've talked about, I think this is something that either we've talked about already or we'll talk about on tomorrow's show, but I just think that Connors and Answer are like basically the same guy.
I can't really dispute it. I guess like 6 months ago, you would have probably felt Answer's ceiling was higher. I don't know if that President's Cup doesn't happen, maybe do we have a different, a lesser opinion of Answer? Like, you just get that sort of peak TV time that sort of Connors has had in the last month. Like, the President's Cup did for Answer what the hole-in-one at the Masters did for Connors.
I guess so. I think I was just talking about them being President's Cup teammates, because they would be a good team together just because their games are so similar. Like, Connors is playing better than Answer is. And the fact that Connors has started to putt just a little bit and not losing
consistently.
Yeah.
Consistently.
I don't know what he did last week, but I can look into what he did last week.
No, he putted fine. And he didn't, listen, his number was short. The expectations were high. A couple guys sort of lapped the field a bit heading into the weekend. But he was I think he finished T21, which was kind of a joke because he just missed the real safe T20s.
But if you look at with the breakdown of his numbers, he gained 3.2 strokes off the tee. He gained 5 strokes on approach. He lost 3 strokes around the greens. And he lost a half stroke putting. The putting has been losing a half stroke putting doesn't bother me whatsoever. That's fine for Corey Connors, especially if he's going to get back in the positives. But this is, it's a Neiman problem. It's a Connors problem. It's a Hovland problem. Is that if they get it going bad around the greens, they legit chip themselves out of tournaments.
Yes, it is true. But when I'm betting on those guys, I'm betting on a ceiling. Like, I've bet Neiman. He gained over 5.5 strokes putting last week. That is amazing. I am betting on the ceiling of him doing the driving, that 8th on tour and driving distance, with those irons that I know that are sort of what he made his name on, and what I will hope is an informed putter. That is what I am willing to go to the wall with here. I sense you're interested in Sungjae, and I'm seeing 45 to 1s available, which seems quite strong. But it seems like there have been so many events this year where for 2 rounds he's great, and for 1 round he's fine, and he just sort of completely kills himself at some point in these tournaments.
Yeah, it's really strange. I bet on him last week, and I thought that he, going into the weekend, I was like, oh, he's in prime position. He's actually going to win this. And then obviously he didn't. I think he got it to 9 under. He was 1 back or 2 back of the leaders. They made a double bogey, then bogeyed 3 more holes, and that was the end of Sungjae. No, the guy that I have interest in, because I was looking at Rory's number, because Rory's numbers started to dip. And when we actually hit winners back in the day, right out of COVID, it was, let's just catch the falling star. Who's the star that's being
I know
wildly
who
undervalued? I don't know where the hell his game is at, but you brought up Xander at the Zurich. And they had the really nice Sunday, shooting the best round of the day, and they really seemed like they got things clicking. Paul's just knocking it over. Oh, did the light fall behind
it's a drift. Yep.
Brand new studio, lights are falling. Patrick Cantlay's at 30-1. I don't know
the drift.
where his game is at. It could be in the tank, but that is a number I never thought that I would see in a tournament like this in a really long time. Like, those are the same numbers that he's going off in majors in. And if I'm going to believe that this is a comp course for the Riv, I mean, isn't he the guy that we always like at Riviera?
Yes, you're 100% right. Sort of in jonesing to have a conversation with you. That has been a comment. Cantley is he is the drift. He is that drift that we wait for, that for whatever reason, if Xander played 2 weeks, probably wouldn't get here. I mean, what? He crushed souls at the Players. He was an abomination at the Masters. Do we know anything? Is there any way to quantify Zurich?
No,
because I'm willing to like give a free pass, like with any kind of life. But yeah, as I mentioned to you, my card that had already Neiman and Hovland on it, I had in my head thought of potentially betting two of Finau, Zalatoris, Cantlay, Reed. Like just pick two of those guys in the 30s to win consistently. Two don't. One's a bit of an unknown on his ability to win yet. But yeah, no, all those guys are attracted to me, and Cantlay being with them screams the best, probably, I mean, clearly the biggest drift, right? I mean, Zalatoris, Reed, and Finau feel like they've been stapled in this price range for a few weeks now into the season. Cantlay is entering it. And you mentioned that is where the wins came from, where we used to be half decent.
3 straight miscuts, because he also played the Heritage the week after the Masters and was terrible there too. So it's been a really bad go. But like before that, it's so good. So I don't know what's wrong with him. Is he hurt? Is he going through a swing change? I have no clue. But I'm going to see the 30. I'm going to bet that. So that's going to make Will Zalatoris 28, Cantlay 30. I'll shop for better numbers on these. And I'm already in on Neiman at 40.
You're not going to find the 30 is the peak on
Cantlay. That makes sense.
On Cantlay, I want to say, and listen, Reed, sometimes you even think you could get a higher than the 30 on Reed, Pat, but you'd think that he would be discounted at some of these longer courses, but man, can he really sometimes play his best golf at these long, really difficult tracks. I'm not betting him. It's kind of gotten to the point where Reed winning feels like I've won money anyway without having to bet him. And I don't know. I'd rather bet. I feel like Cantlay or Zalatoris at this moment in time. But Reed, I feel like, again, going to be totally discounted, especially in all the games.
Okay, we're back. It just hit 10 p.m. That
Boom.
means it's Madden After Dark, Glash and Moose. That means we need some Moose players.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So I'm crediting you in the title. Since you nailed the Justin Fields to Chicago pick, it calls for a Moose celebration. Who would you like to nominate as your Moose player?
I am going to go with Christian Kirk.
All right, cool. I was going to pick someone from my lineup. I have Larry Fitz, but I don't want to pick someone from the same team.
No, got to pick a bear.
Let's go Anthony Miller.
Okay, I like it. A couple
Perfect.
slot receivers.
Yep, into it. So I don't think I've done this ever. I've played both defenses in this one.
Oh, wow.
I've got both quarterbacks.
Wow.
The Drake and Larry Fitz. I am expecting a slug of a game.
Yeah, apparently. And you're probably going to be right because it's, two not great sim teams. Well, the Bears are okay, actually, with Trubisky. But, the quarterbacks don't run as well in the snow either. They fumble more, too, right? So
this is true.
You could be onto something here, my friend. You could break the sim open with your diabolical double defense stack. Or maybe Sim Mitch just balls out. Who knows? He's balling out there.
I certainly hope they both ball out. Sarah says hello. She's waving.
Hello, Sarah. Good to see you.
When you're in the same apartment for a long time, you can relate to this. Like when you're with your special person,
sure.
You just kind of do weird stuff with each other. Like the amount of different voices we talk to with each other is just, I could go on and on. But that the way she just did that doesn't surprise me. Oh, that was great. Twitch, you know what to do if it comes in clear.
Tons of weird stuff going on in my house as well with that. Don't worry. It's more me mocking my wife than her doing weird stuff, although she does her own.
I'd like to share that at 9:45, it's nice. I got a text other than an NBA contest. It was from Adam Kaufman.
Oh, wow.
It said, enjoyed the 8 p.m. sim. Welcome back.
Wow. Really glad that, Kaufman enjoyed it. That's really who we're catering to here. If he liked it, that's all that matters. I mean, that's where our approval is aiming towards. So good to hear. Great.
Anytime you want to leave the sim bubble, you got to go through the Krusty Kaufman security. There he is in the chat now.
Wow.
Yeah. It's great. Very good.
Starting his evening shift of watching 6 hours of television.
Maybe 7. Ooh, Anthony Miller.
Yeah, Bears moved it a little bit, actually, here after that first terrible throw by Trubisky. So. Good on you, Stan.
Kyle, you know what, Kyle? I'll get the disco lights on. Let me do that. Actually, I don't think I've done a sim with you with these on.
No. Don't you usually do those with Tom?
Oh, the disco lights are for everybody.
They're for everybody. Those are great. Good for you.
Stand by.
Okay. I don't know what he's doing. There's a run up the middle. First down. The lights are changing. Green lights, red lights. Trubisky drops back. Over the middle. Jimmy Graham. Actually, who's that? Jimmy Graham 80 or is that someone else?
You got it right.
He's 80, isn't he?
Yep.
No, he's 80. Okay. 2 catches for Jimmy Graham already. Bears are moving it. It's a great little atmosphere. No lie.
All right. Strapped on in. Beautiful sight. Young Mitch tossing the rock. 3 minutes into this first quarter, we have the same team as the 8 o'clock sim. Producer Michael, Tom on the 1s and 2s. And we also have Jim from Game Ops. Hey, Jim. I think Yes, Anthony Miller. Yes, once again. Tater Hater, what's up?
Sorry, I had to dim my lights a little bit. I just felt weird with having my lights so bright with yours like dimmed out. So now mine are dim as well. I don't have disco lights, but I do have a flashlight. Just realized it wasn't on camera, so no one could see that, and I don't think you were looking either. So, is this professional audio?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a good energy in the sim. Didn't drop that at 8 o'clock.
Good
little
energy,
rusty.
Tim.
Little rusty. Dare I say, a little crusty after a 4-day absence.
That's right.
Hashtag suspended. Hashtag is that a receiver? PGZ man, good to have you. KAG, what's up? Justin Gardner. I was not dead. Nope. Kyle Shanahan woke up Sunday and told me I would be okay. Here's Mitch. Hold on to it. There you go.
Mitch is balling out here on this first drive. Can he finish it, though? Running a little bit, making some nice tosses over the middle. This is a long drive. We're already 5 minutes in. Almost 6. The Bears.
Time flies when you're having fun.
See what they can do. First down, goal.
Play action,
Play
Mitchell.
action. Oh, he's got him.
Oh! Jimmy Graham.
He showed up. Oh, I was going to pick Jimmy Graham as my Moose player, too. Guess I should have. He had like 4 catches on that drive. And a tutty. Hopefully you took him in your sim lineups if you were playing for real money or for fake money. Oh, I have a pretty good lineup. I captained Trubisky, and I put Jimmy Graham in my flex. So I forgot I did that. Okay, good start for me. Not gonna lie.
Wow. That was really that was a great throw. Great play design. It looked like the Bears knew what they were doing.
Professional football drive right there.
In the snow, mind you. That was pretty cool. We're off and running.
We're off and running. It's like the horsies. Kentucky Derby. Did you make any Kentucky Derby bets?
I did not. Nope. You know, when you're suspended without pay, it's,
right.
Hard
Tough
to
times in the Glasheen household.
Hard to come up with the shekels.
You should have called Kaufman. You know, he'll lent you from his like lending tree or whatever.
Trade in some dividends.
Some dividends.
Nickel a piece. So 20? Yeah, 20 DVDs. A buck on a horse. Michael Dunn's in the chat, says, my captain. Hi, Michael. Bill Hamilton, what's up? How are you? Tater Hater, Glass was suspended for getting taters all over the office table. All of your theories are welcomed.
Ooh, Kyler taking a risk there, buddy. But he held on. Don't want to do that too many times, especially in the snow.
Scotty Too Hottie, it's a great question. You have a Bears avatar, and you're asking, who is the Bears sim quarterback in next season's sim? So Madden 22. Well, based on what we did for 21, I would like to think it's Justin Fields. You know, that seems more fun. Who wants to watch Andy Dalton? Right? I mean, Wilson and Lawrence are locks. Fields, Trey Lance, and Mac Jones feel like it could go one way or the other.
Yep.
That's kind of what we were talking about as that 8 o'clock sim wound down. Just expectations for all 5 of these quarterbacks, and we just need to mentally prepare ourselves that a few probably won't be very good, at least right away.
Yeah, it's so hard to do too. Like, all you have to do is look back at historical stuff and how things happen, but they just get built up in the media so much, and they're going to get built up from between now and like training camp as well. So, you know, if one of them has like one good preseason game too. So, yeah, Trevor Lawrence especially, you know, nothing bad will be said about him. the media is probably going to try and prop up Zach Wilson as well because it's the Jets and everyone will want to be right about the Jets being good. The guys who will get the most scrutiny will be Lance and Wilson, I guarantee it.
B. Don says, I heard Glash sent Ducey a My Buddy doll with the arms ripped off.
Wow.
There's a gigantic plane flying by. So loud. If you missed it, everybody, Mitchell Trubisky threw a touchdown to Jimmy Graham. It was Larry. It was DeAndre Hopkins. My bad. Minute to go in the first. Kyler looking, chucking, completing. There he is, Larry.
Who did I take? Kirk. Why are you moose calling Fitz?
Oh, crap. We said Christian Kirk, didn't we?
No, that's all right.
No, it's not right.
It's not. Take it back in.
I need Larry Fitz. You picked Kirk. I had to pick Miller. That's what happened. Jordan Lindenbaum says, Jeff obviously hates the Jets. Well, all the DK announcers do. I think it's a job requirement.
I don't hate the Jets. If they were run properly, I'd probably like them, but they're not. The Jets definitely have a chance to turn around. They got a new head coach, new quarterback. It could all drop their way. I just think it's going to be.
It's going to take a bit.
I mean, you can't deny that Zach Wilson is going into the toughest spot of all the rookie quarterbacks this year. There's no doubt he's in a tough division. The Patriots going to be better. The Dolphins were good last year. The Bills are a great team. You know, it's not like the Jets are teaming with defensive talent. That was just a pathetic effort by Rojas. Is that right? Rojas? I can't remember.
Gonzalez. Zane Gonzalez.
Zane Gonzalez. I thought it was Rojas.
Well, what's even more damning is they almost had a first down and were just a yard shy.
Yeah, that was a terrible spot to go for a field goal, obviously. I think we all know that.
Just want to look at ownership quick. Kyler Murray, 82% owned, 24.7 on the captain spot. Jimmy Graham scored the touchdown, 27.5% owned. Trubisky, 63.5% owned overall, just 11.7% in the captain spot. So Kyler was the man, and so was Drake as a captain's play.
Yep. Kyler had got some rush yards there. Jimmy Graham, the big play so far with Trubisky. Both guys over 10 points. Here's actually an interesting question from Twitch. Dougie.
I like Dougie.
Will Fields or Mac Jones be rated higher than Andy Dalton and Cam Newton in Madden 22? I think Justin Fields will be rated higher than Andy Dalton, but I don't think Mac Jones will be rated higher than Cam Newton. That's if I had to guess right off the bat.
Right. So actually, so Andy Dalton, we'd have to go back to Madden 20 because Andy Dalton was not the guy in Cincinnati. Obviously, it was Joe Burrow.
That's right. That's
so
correct.
I don't have any of my Madden 20 paperwork. I threw it all away. Reed would give me crap for my paperwork. Sorry, Reed. Just printed everything out and I save it and use it once every time each team comes out. Jerk. Miss you, Reed. Cam Newton, I think, is like a 79, 80, I think was his overall rating. Now, remember, when we do these simulations, we have not updated ratings since week 1. So who knows what Cam's rating is. If say we did roster update January 2021. So, yeah, conference championship weekend like we did the Sims in Madden 20. What would Cam's rating be now? Still like mid to high 70s?
Yeah. 79, 80, maybe 80, 78 to 80.
Yeah, I
don't think it'd be much different.
I like these questions. Let's look at the Dolphins. Let's look at Tua. So let's go off the rookies from last year.
Okay.
Let's see. Right, nope. Guess what Tua's overall rating is?
Oof, I have no idea. 76.
73.
73, wow, low.
Okay, that's Tua. Who else can we do? Let's do Kyler Murray. Well, he wasn't a rookie. My bad.
Oh, Kyler Murray this is 2021, right? Kyler Murray?
21, sorry.
Well, I'm going to say...
Okay, wait, hold on a second. Kyler's going to be his third season.
Yes.
So I'm talking rookies from last year.
Yeah. I'm going to say 85.
Kyler Murray, 77.
Yeah, I was going to say 85 is high.
Where are the rookie quarterback? Let's do the Bengals. Let's look at Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow. Take a guess.
79.
76.
Wow. Didn't even give Burrow a bump.
And how about Justin Herbert? That's the next one we got to do.
Herbert's like a 75, isn't he? Maybe even lower.
70.
70, yeah. Okay, wow.
Even 70. So who knows what it looks like? And I think that's it, right? Burrow, Herbert, and wow, my memory is bad. Burrow,
Herbert,
Tua, Herbert. Those three were the only rookies we had last year.
That I can remember.
Oh, and Dwayne Haskins. That's the other one we're going to do. Dwayne Haskins. What's Dwayne Haskins going to be? That ought to be good. Let's find Dwayne Haskins.
Haskins wasn't a rookie, though.
He wasn't?
No. Not last year.
I'm so lost. This whole year has screwed me up. Who's who? Who's where?
Haskins wasn't a rookie last year.
All right, but still, you know what? Who cares? He was still awful in these simulations. So it's got to be better than Dwayne Haskins. If you have a rating below Dwayne Haskins, you're really going to stink.
What was he, like a 68?
70, same as Herbert.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's it. That was a fun exercise. Did you enjoy it?
Sure was. We didn't miss much either. Bears kicked a field goal.
Just a whole lot of scrambling and not knowing what year, who was who.
Oh, fumble! Fumble, Jay! Oh, they got it.
So, Dougie, great question. I'm curious, too. Rich says, Bears did a nice job drafting Fields, though. About time.
Really, dude. Smart move by them. You know, when you compare what the 49ers had to pay up to get Trey Lance and then what the Bears paid, they paid a very reasonable price. Potentially might have gotten the best quarterback in the draft, you know. That's the kind of risk-reward situation you want to be in.
Barry says, Jeff, do you see moose in your backyard or often anywhere? Seriously? You do?
Yeah, I do. No, I mean, I live in a place where you don't have to go that far to see moose. I mean, my parents have trails around their house where they see moose all the time. There were some camped out there in the winter. There's like a lake trail about, I'd say, 5 minutes from my house on like the other side of the highway where there's just moose chilling out in the forest there. They don't walk around our neighborhoods, but it's close to that. Like it's not far off them being in our neighborhoods. Like they wouldn't really have to go that far to do it. So the most wildlife we get in our little area where we live is Canadian geese just kind of walk around in the pond, and then like big like hares, like rabbits, running around the front yards in the all times of years, quite frankly.
Oh, Death Pause says, tough day, tested positive for COVID, isolating from my wife. It's our 20th anniversary today. Only thing that makes this bearable is the return of Glash. Well, Death Pause, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hope you get well soon. And thank you for watching. Hopefully this can be something to cheer up your day.
Yeah, dude, just take care of yourself. It's terrible, especially on your anniversary. Watch some Sims. Take care of yourself as best as possible. That's the biggest thing, man.
Oh, Larry Fitz. Missed one from before. Bad boys of pop. Kept calling me out. Make up for a Kirk catch.
Okay, there you go.
So we're all caught up. It's 10-0 Chicago. Jimmy Graham has the touchdown. Madden Mitch. Play action through a dart. It's nicely done.
Kenyon Drake.
Mike Bizzle says, Glash, Koff said you were hurt on Vax 2. Is that true? I got my second shot yesterday, and as a precaution, I did not work. Oh, I mean, I was suspended, so I couldn't work anyway.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
why I planned my shot for yesterday.
Yeah,
Any more questions about my life? I'm back. Who cares? The suspension's over. It's in the past. Kuna Matata.
I got my shot, and then I stupidly booked a bunch of work. I think I did like 2 sims and like the sweat that day. It was just a disaster. I mean, I got through it, but good God, I felt like a big pile of garbage.
Nice run by Drake. 4 carries now for him.
Kenyon Drake, a Raider, Las Vegas Raider. For whatever reason, they decided they needed some Kenyon Drake. They needed to spend like $8 million a year, $10 million a year on Kenyon Drake. Bizarre signing. Absolutely bizarre. Maybe they knew they were going to get Aaron Rodgers and they wanted a good running back. Who knows?
Justin Cravens, you are doing well after your 4-day suspension. Well, thank you. You know, it's like riding a bike, Simland. Whoa, what are you doing with your lights? That was cool. What is that? How are you doing that?
Flashlight.
Oh.
I'll do the breaks so people can see. Blind our viewers. Oh! Had him open. Kyler. That was Fitz. He's waiting for Kirk. He wants a moose touchdown here. Under 2 minutes to play. Everyone's having a good Wednesday, hump day. Just got to get over hump day, guys. Everything's downhill from here. Golf starts tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Kyle, missed you too. Hope you're still staying in school, studying hard, and do you have another psychology exam coming up?
Nice. Jordan's saying he cashed in on the field on the Bears drafting QB in the first round.
Juan Flores, I'm in. Death pause if you're here. Well, if you'd like, we'll make your username the buzzword tonight to make your night better. Or if you think that's torturing you, we won't do it. It depends on what your take is on the buzzword. I don't know what you guys are talking about time off. I was suspended. Bad Boys of Pop says, I think you took a mini vacation. Personal reasons. You didn't want us to think that you left us high and dry. It's all good either way. We're glad to have you back.
Was not a mini vacation. I mean, if you guys want the real story, I'll tell you. I mean, it was, there was some bad blood that flowed over from the last stream that, Kaufman and Glash did. And, Kaufman took offense to it. He made a complaint. And, next thing we know, we're without Glash for a few days. So.
Hey, ratted me out.
Yeah.
I got canceled. And not only that, the guy who used to call Sims, the great 107-year-old Skip Perkins, was also taken down by Mr. Adam Kaufman. So,
wow. I mean, all you did was
more
say,
Sims to himself.
And
too bad.
Look, I'm not a judge here. I don't know, but all you did was say, you and your lousy DVD collection can just go home, and Kaufman sensitive about the DVD collection. So
could have been way worse.
Sorry.
Mike Bizzle. Good pick. Packers sure could have used him. Death pause is in on the buzzword. Perfect.
I think what Glash specifically said was like your DVD collection wouldn't even hold up in like a collector's conference or something to that effect. It was a low grade collection you have.
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Jordan Warren, you're right. Skip Perkins was suspended indefinitely.
Wow.
Interesting. 3rd and 12. We're going to run the football. Okay. That won't work.
Bold strategy, Cotton. especially
Jordan
with,
Moore, we brought this up last sim. Moose was the first person that he heard say the Bears would get Fields. I won the prop bet. The Bears drafting a quarterback in the first round. It made sense, and I'm glad they didn't end up with Jones or Lance. So you helped Jordan out. You tipped him off.
This is legitimately like one of the only good things that I had about the top 10 was getting the Bears situation right. So definitely had some good odds available on too. I mean, I bet the Bears to get Fields, so that was like my one big win of the night as well. So, yeah, I probably should have hammered that home harder if I'm being dead honest now. It was kind of an obvious situation. I just felt like the Bears were going to be there. You know, one of those quarterbacks is going to dip, and obviously the right guy dipped for him. So, oh no, fumble, Jim. That's going to be a touchdown.
See ya. Let's go. Defense.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Glasheen double D stack. Double Ds.
All right. Bears D in the public. Free showdown, 10.8% owned. Cardinals D, 11.7% owned. Kyler did fumble, though, but that helps my Bears D, I suppose. Rally Rel, what's up? Trigger, yeah, hit that like button, everybody. We're not even close to 300 likes. We got to make a push here. 248.
We're supposed to do this last sim. What is with the like button? Has no one hit the like in like 2 hours? We've been at. Oh, okay. I haven't refreshed my YouTube. Never mind.
I just did too.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, we got a few more than I thought, but still, let's smash the like. Let's get that done. Let's hit 300 and really bring it home today. Show our big bosses at DraftKings so they don't suspend Glasheen again. This is the don't suspend Brendan Glasheen stream. Hit the like button. You know, get over 300. Show him how big a draw he is.
Or don't. Suspended life was okay. I did miss all of you. But, you know, did some soul searching. I got Leafy back in the fold here. Leafy is in the background. I moved my setup. Just felt like it was right.
Where were you? What room were you in before? The same room and different.
Same
angle?
room, just at a different angle.
Yeah, it's so funny, hey, when you go a different angle, things look all different. I know I'm just in like a small office. My office is not big, but like if I change the angle, it looks completely different. So.
It is funny how you can angles are everything.
Angles, Jim.
Jim, watch out for the guard as he pulls. I don't know if Henny has a play here for Tyreek. What a call.
There was so much just hype on that play, wasn't there? Oh my God. That was peak Romo, 4th down.
It's tremendous. Free Piercy. Can we suspend Koff and Tim forever? Who's Tim? That was a great moment. Dougie 30. Wow, I totally forgot about that on Friday. We realized don't do it on the air because something I probably shouldn't have done. But if you spell cough out loud backwards, it's actually fantastic. I wanted to do it as the buzzword.
Don't.
Don't. Right, yeah. You know, you can like say it like twice, but you keep saying it over and over again. Could have some problems. Retease, did you know? Yeah, I don't know if you might be onto something. Could be. Oh, we're at halftime. All right. Chicago has, and look, we got the lights on. You got your light too, right?
Oh, yeah. Hello, DK Sim fan.
Oh, that's scary.
Welcome into Madden After Dark.
Now that
I'm your
is
host.
deep and dark. Wow.
Look into my eyes.
Wow. I'm I'm watching the replay. Okay, let's look at stats. Jimmy Graham does have a touchdown in this sim.
I didn't give anyone
Bears
a
D has a
secret.
touchdown as well. DSTs, got to have them.
Who scored the second? We had a defensive touchdown. That's right. Doyle.
Yep.
Okay.
The leading lineup in the Free Public Showdown has the Bears defense in the captain spot. 9,492 entries. 1.1% in the captain spot. All right. And in our contest, CRB 5669 in first. I am in third. Bossman's in fourth. Jimmy B's in sixth. Who else is up here? Scotty's in eighth.
I am in 60th.
All right.
I did captain Trubisky, but I got 2 players with zeros right now, so dragging me down. Probably shouldn't have played Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. That goes without saying. Thanks for coming out, kid. Yeah, kid.
Rich Sharp, trade Carr and Jacobs for Rodgers. It's back to our discussion earlier. I don't know if they want the running back. But Henry Ruggs, Derek Carr, couple of firsts.
Yeah. That's the trade. Look, I'm calling it right now. If the trade goes to the Raiders or Broncos, Judy, Locke, 2 firsts, Raiders, Carr, Ruggs. The Raiders might be able to get away with like Carr, Ruggs, and like 1 first and a second. Because I think Carr and Ruggs have more value than Judy and Locke, but along the same lines.
Mike Bizzle, Moose's bug, greater than sign, Glash's cat. Ann Jeanette says, how do you enter your contest? If you're in the DK SimFam Friends League, I feel like you are. You've been in the chat before. If not, throw your username in. I'll add you. Retease, did you know? Don't. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. So, Retease, did you know, is spreading rumors that I got married over the weekend. And first time playing Fortnite says, you better let Emerson be your bridesmaid or it will turn into a big deal. Yeah, he already said that to Jesse. I think Jesse gets married this summer.
Oh, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Look at how young all you guys are.
Yeah. You want to comment on married life and how much you enjoy it?
I mean, I do enjoy it, to be like dead honest. But it is like one of those things, like you forget, obviously, after a while, you know, what it's like to like not be married, obviously. Which is also fun. I mean, which is also great. I'm not judging, like, I'm not saying like you got to get married or something, but yeah, no, dude, I love hanging out with my wife.
All right, good.
Great.
I'm glad to hear that.
Makes me dinner, man. I mean, elevates my life by quite a bit, trust me. So, no, it's great, man. Good for her, obviously. Hopefully she doesn't care. We're talking about her personal life on the stream, but...
Well, I mean, it's kind of out there. I mean,
it is out there. It's
as far as I'll go.
It's on
I'm not going to tell you where it is. I'm not going to tell you who it is. It's just you get married. That's all.
I don't think she cares.
If so, I will get suspended again for that.
That's right. They'll just suspend you. They can't afford to suspend me anyways. They wouldn't have anyone to do NHL, so.
Yeah, plus, I mean, Emerson calls out every other golf show, so you got to do the show on Monday and Tuesday.
That's right, yeah. Emerson does like one golf show, and then he takes like 3 weeks off, so. I'm pretty sure he's off next week because it's his birthday or something.
You know, I saw that too in the schedule. Come on, you're a grown-ass man. You have to work on your birthday. Enough of this, taking my day off for my birthday.
I love it. I love that he does that.
Stop.
It's his birthday. I saw
What are
that.
you, 10? You know what I like on my birthday? If I get to like pick the takeout meal of the night, we'll do takeout. You get to pick what you want. Okay, that's cool. Love that. That's, you know, I want a little cake and ice cream. Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta take the whole day for my sacred day. All you're going to do is look at your phone and just get a ton of texts, Facebook posts, tweets. Hey, happy birthday, man. How are you? Hope all is well. You're going to hear from a bunch of people you don't even talk to.
Yeah, guys you haven't talked to for 17 years will post on your Facebook wall, happy birthday.
Hey, man, are you still in Boston? Oh, that's really cool. We should catch up soon. Yeah, sure. And he's texting that like, yeah, I'm definitely not going to hear from you in 2 years. I'd rather work and not have to look at any of it.
Yeah, no. We're dead centered on that. I could care less. Like, I'm with you. Like, sure. Want to get me like an ice cream cake or something? Or like get me takeout? Go for it. That's it. That's all I want.
No, but you know what? No. The world stops. The world's stopping for my birth. No, that's not how it works. The world cannot stop for your birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Emerson, have a great day off Monday.
Yeah, great. Have a great birthday, by the way.
Yeah, it's a choice, I suppose. Tariq Cohen. He'll be back next year. That's going to be... I'm looking forward to seeing how Tariq Cohen fits into that offense.
Yeah, no, he'll be back, and he'll be... You know what? It's a good player to bring up. This is why I like you, because you're smart. Tariq Cohen is a fantastic...
Trying to pivot
receiver.
He's a
He's a fantastic receiver out of the backfield. He could really help Justin Fields for sure. Almost like a mini slot receiver. So that's a very good point. David Montgomery's actually a good receiver too. So Mitchell. Look at the rush yards. 60 rush yards for old Mitch. Emerson's one of those guys though. Like he will. Like he's trying to move on from this. He'll probably plan something for himself. You know, like he's gonna take the dogs to like a dog like place to get special dog treats or something. He's gonna go to the park and like take pictures. He's definitely got his birthday planned out, and that's cool because he loves doing that stuff, man. Can't get him down.
Yeah, it will be from the dog's Instagram accounts.
Oh yeah,
they run wishing him a happy birthday.
Yeah, the Sassy Springers.
You know something? The fact that you just predicted everything that's going to happen, let's just celebrate his birthday now. Like. Why even wait till Monday? We all know what it's going to be. Let's just sing to him now, everybody.
Get it
Twitch,
out of the
you
way.
can clip it, right?
Yeah. Then he can work on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. Then you can work on Monday.
We just made him money.
Exactly. That's my gift to you. We celebrated it ahead of time, so you can work and do your golf show, so Jeff doesn't have to.
Yeah, because I guarantee I'm doing it next week.
You should just text him like, "Hey, so Monday golf show." Okay.
I've already like scheduled it in, if I'm being dead honest. But they won't. The funny thing is, the producers won't, because they're busy. I mean, they're doing shows every day, but they won't ask me till like Monday morning. Hey Jeff, are you around? Of course I'm around. Where else am I going?
Litzow says, "Go back to suspension. Your sim sucks."
Hey, whoa!
I deserve that. I apologize. Totally deserve that. I'll be better. Noah Moon says Jimmy G. Oh, he's talking about Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham's already scored. Let's see if he can do it again.
I thought he was talking about Garoppolo too. I'm like, what happened here? Why are we talking about Jimmy Garoppolo? But yeah, looking for Jimmy G, Jimmy Graham. He's dancing on the sidelines. Why? That's weird.
Yeah, Tariq Cohen, kind of a sneaky guy. Going back to your point, like
he really could be. I just think he'll be like a good support back for Fields. I think Montgomery will definitely benefit from Fields too. Fields will run a bit, but Montgomery's a good receiver. Oh, speaking of running, Mitch having a good rushing game, holding on to the ball, 67 yards now. Didn't get in there though. 4th and goal. I mean, the Bears, I guess they can go up 3 points with just a field goal here, but what they're gonna do? They're at the 2. If they're at the 1, I think they'd go for it. But ooh, saucy. Spicy.
Up 14. Love
Big
it.
Power package here, too. Got the fullback in. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh!
Oh, no, he didn't get it. Cole Kmet, that was my guy, too, Glash.
Ah!
I rostered Cole Kmet. Oh my God. Review the play. You've got to be kidding me. That is unreal.
Oh.
Actually rostered Cole Kmet. I didn't even know he was the fullback. Wow. That's really unlucky for me. Unreal.
Wow.
Okay, well, that sucks. That would have like won me to the sim. I don't know if it actually would have won me it, but
you would have felt pretty good.
Pretty good about that one if it had scored. What is Cole Kmet is 8% rostered, so basically like me and 2 other people did it. Remember how people would like seriously rostered Mostert when he was getting like 1 touch a game, just because.
It's fantastic.
You get like 20% ownership.
Tom from our production team. We have a great team with us tonight. Producer Michael is here. We also have Jim from Game Ops. We're on camera. Glash, it was good having you before the second suspension. Wait, what did I say? Did I say something?
You?
That's going to warrant a second suspension?
I don't think you said anything.
Certainly hope not. Jim is lightning quick too, updating scores. So that's kind of why we're moving tonight. Trubisky, 67 yards. Jimmy Graham's got the lone receiving touchdown. That's it, though. Defensive touchdown, of course, and then a couple field goals.
Yeah, I mean, Trubisky is over 60 yards rushing, so a lot of the movement came from that. And obviously, we also had the defensive touchdown, and then Chicago just missed out on another touchdown. So we could have more points here, but Chicago didn't convert on that last drive. Obviously, not a ton of. What do the defenses have? Like, what do they have in your lineup there for points?
Well, we know the Bears scored. Let me just check it. Here we go. Let's see. Cardinals D, 5 points. Bears D, 18 points.
Bears D with 18 points.
Cardinals D averages 4 points per sim. So they're doing better than their average. They have a sack and then just the points allowed, which is 10 because they didn't allow, of course, the defensive score. I love how the chat does the Jim thing, too. Hey, Jim!
Train them well.
Oh, doink, doink.
Oh, wow, yeah. Thought that was going to get intercepted. Kyler only 8 for 16. It's a brutal passing game. He really doesn't have good ratings yet. Should have better ones in Madden next year. That looks like a huge jump rushing his second year. Sorry, go ahead.
Who is this?
Kyler. I'm just saying Kyler, in terms of rushing potential, like he was just a beast last year. Just jumped up massively from year one in terms of his rushing upside. Still needs to improve as a passer, get that percentage up a bit, but he's crazy. He went on a massive stretch there with the rushing touchdowns and the yards and stuff.
What are your expectations for Kyler Murray? Because I feel like this team, and I've said this a few times, even before the draft, because if you just look at favorites for that division, Arizona picked last. This was before the Niners moving up to 3 thing really started to kick into high gear. Picked last in that division based on favorites, like odds and stuff. They've got a lot around this guy. I mean, they get A.J. Green in the mix. You can bring back Hopkins. You get Kirk. They drafted a receiver, Rondale Moore. Like,
fumble.
There's a lot going on here. There's a fumble. Recovered by Chicago.
Oh, yeah, they got it too. Wow, more for Chicago D. Crazy. So Arizona really just not getting anything going in this game. But yeah, to your point.
And just real quick, they bring in Watt. Chandler Jones is back healthy. They got a lot of pieces here.
They do. I want to say they signed someone in the secondary too, but I can't remember.
They got Malcolm Butler. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, there you go. Trubisky can take off.
He didn't hit the bonus.
77 yards for Mitch. He's approaching the bonus. Arizona is like I could really see it just being them kind of like similar to season to last year. Like they look good for stretches, but they're not really that good. I don't know. It's a tough division too. I could definitely hear and listen to a case of Arizona winning that division and being the best team. Because like you said, they're going to be improved. They've got their best defensive player back. They've added Watt. Kyler should take a step up in his third year. We just saw Josh Allen do the same thing. Why can't Kyler? He was pretty good last year anyways. Arizona needs to start just winning some of these closer games a little bit more, and they're right there. Like they typically don't really like get blown out that much or anything. So they have an offense that was really at the top of its game for a bit. If they can sustain that a little bit more, I could hear a case for it. I really could. They've such a dynamic play calling set, especially in the red zone with like Kyler, Hopkins. They can just become a little bit more efficient for like more sustained stretches. I mean, I think absolutely they could be the best offense in that division and an improved defense while I was in this. They're a weird team. They're a hard team to figure because I haven't liked how Cliff Kingsbury has handled in-game management at all. Like he's really not a good in-game manager, but neither is like Sean McVay and some of these other guys. So if he can just improve a little bit, I mean, I think the Cardinals could get it done. The AFC West to me is just like wide open. I know the Rams are the favorites, but really wouldn't shock me if any of those top three teams win. I think San Francisco is like, I don't say I'm down on them, but they're going to be starting a rookie. They got to get back to health. Health has been such like a big issue for San Francisco basically since Kyle Shanahan took over. So.
Yeah, since they got Garoppolo too.
Yeah.
Since he became the starter. I know he started those final, what was it, five games when he got there after the trade. Chef Duke, NFC West is going to go down to the last game to win the division. Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to pick the Rams, and that's fine. They should be the favorites, I think, too. But like, I don't know. Are the Rams going to be that dominant? They're just going.
I agree. I don't get the. I got to see Stafford do it with expectations now.
Expectations. It's a new offense too. Like it's not like Sean McVay runs like a simple like little dink and dunk offense. Like he's got to go in there and learn it all and be really good. And I think he'll do it. I mean, I still like Matt Stafford, but look, we saw Tom Brady struggle at the start of his tenure in Tampa Bay. You tell me Stafford can't struggle for a little bit too? That could open the door for a team like Arizona to get off to a hot start. Maybe they just run the table. Maybe the Rams get in as a wild card or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could very well see. I don't know about four. Maybe four. Maybe all four make the playoffs. That'd be really difficult.
Probably not.
Probably not because of all the head-to-head stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's funny. I think I've picked. I think someone has asked me my opinion on the NFC West twice, and I think the first time I thought about it, I actually picked Arizona to win, and I think the second time I thought about it, I picked Arizona to be last. So that's how I don't really have a good take on this division right now. Maybe I will in a couple months when I do some research, but it's just not something. It's not a division I'd be wanting to bet futures on either, unless you can get a really good number on a team like the Cardinals. But I'm not even sure how good a number you could get on them. Maybe you can get a good number. We also don't know the schedule is.
True, which is actually, we talked about this in the 8 o'clock. It comes out a week from today.
Yeah.
8 p.m. Eastern time, that's going to give us a lot of stuff to talk about. Jason Myers, maybe the kicker from the Seahawks, says, why wouldn't Seattle be the favorite? They won the division. They went 12-4. I keep forgetting that. The Seahawks did go 12-4.
I mean, the Rams are definitely going to be the favorite, but you make a good point. And this is why the division is so hard to figure, because the best quarterback is still Russell Wilson. The Seahawks, I didn't think were going to be that good last year, and they won the division. So you make a good point. What has changed really for Seattle? They should almost be the favorites again. So that's why I think this division is really hard to kind of figure.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I just, what was I going to say? Well, one thing that is going Arizona's way, and this will all change because it's easy to say this now on May 5th. Things are going to change by August and things will settle in. But in terms of the division, the team in the division, there goes Kyler. Wow. Slides to the 23. He's up to 54 rushing yards. Jason Myers, I don't know about Tampa being a letdown. They got everybody back. Who knows, though? You might be right.
I mean, it's to his point, it's hard to do it twice in a row, right? Like, but I agree. I mean, it's I don't think they're going to be like a huge letdown.
What was I going to say? Oh, the fact right now, Arizona is got the least noise going on in that division. Like, there's just no drama. Like, everything just seems like we got a good thing going on here. And a solid draft. They go out and get Watt, give Kyler more help. There's just no noise. Seattle, you got the Russ thing still. That's kind of quieted down, of course, with this Rodgers stuff. The Kyle Shanahan nonsense. And then with the Rams, they've just been getting a lot of hype because of Stafford. I mean, the Rams were getting a lot of attention when they went out and got Stafford, which is all fair. I just think Arizona's kind of flying under the radar, I guess is what point I'm trying to make. So...
Dougie asking me about Stanley Cup. Yeah, NHL playoffs coming up. I've liked Carolina all season. I still really like them. They got Mazurk back. They got really good goaltending, rolling 3 solid lines. Definitely be my pick out of that side of the draw. I think Colorado, Vegas going to be really close. I'd be leaning Colorado right now. They do need to get their goaltending back, though. At least one of those top 2 guys. They've just been in a rough shape. They're still winning even with bad goaltending. And then my Oilers is a long shot. I think legitimately in play. So, but I like Carolina.
JB, do you guys even watch real football or just sim experts? Haha. Well, we do watch other football, but it's hard. Sometimes you get really used to this.
It's true.
Oh my goodness, that was nearly a touchdown, but it wasn't.
Who was that? That was Mad Max. Beyond Thunderdome.
Rally Rail Glash, Matthew Stafford with the Rams can go to the Super Bowl. Oh, they certainly can. I'm just not. I want to see it. I want to see it first. Meaning, like, I want to see them, like, play some games. I'm like, is he ready? Is he ready for that expectation? I think he wants it.
Oh.
I mean, clearly, he's getting out of Detroit. I get it.
Yeah. It's tough, though. People don't understand, like, it's not... Transitioning in NFL is tougher. That's also why we don't see as much player transition, although it's happening more and more. But like to go from one offense to another, new offensive coordinators, that was just a simple touchdown for Kenny Drake owners. Cashing in there. Kenny Drake having a pretty good game, actually. The only player for Arizona really having a good game. But it's tough. You know, that, like I said, you saw Tom Brady struggle a little bit at the start of last year. Could easily see the same with Stafford. It might not even be his play. It's just adjusting to a new system, new coaches, learning new playbooks. It's all different. Different team culture. I know that affects other sports as well, but like it's much easier to overcome in like basketball, hockey, where the systems aren't that different, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's I don't mean to, you know, I like to give Tom Brady a lot of credit for a lot of things.
You sure do.
He, if you want to blame him, you could also make a case to give him credit for this. But look at all the quarterback movement in the NFC, or at least the turmoil that's formed at quarterback. Like, so Kyle Shanahan's like, all right, well, we're gonna move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Carolina moves on from Teddy Bridgewater. The Atlanta Falcons realize, oh, Matt Ryan's not good enough. Let's see, who else? The Vikings took a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is mad because he got beat at his own field by Tom Brady. Russell Wilson asked out. I mean, interesting. All that occurs after Tom wins another one in the NFC. Jason Myers. Jason, since when do we live in a world where Matt Stafford is a savior of quarterback? I mean, that's kind of my overall point. Like, can we see it play out a little bit?
I agree. I still like the trade, but I agree. I agree with everything you just said.
I think, but like you just said it. Like, I think the fact that Tampa won it in year one with Brady makes a team like the Rams think, oh, well, you know, we can go get Stafford. We can still maximize our window here in a short period of time. Like, we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a chance.
And I think Stafford obviously sees the same situation. Like, maybe I can do exactly what Brady did.
And he's got way more time left in his career. Stafford's, what, 30, 33, 34?
I was going to say 32, but yeah, it might be 33, 34. I'm not sure.
Chef Duke, I'm sorry. Stafford has been on some good teams, especially when Megatron was his receiver.
I mean, was he on good teams, or was he just like, did he have good fantasy seasons?
Yeah. All right, they're taking a knee. I don't think we're going to get to a buzzword tonight. Death pause, we owe you tomorrow. Well,
yeah, I'll do the buzzword tomorrow.
Next time on Madden After Dark.
It's hump day. We just got to get out of here.
Yeah. You know, especially on night one after a suspension, you want to just make sure you get in, get out.
Right.
Unlike
get in,
Friday,
get out clean. Yeah.
Don't want things to go wrong. You've been very well behaved tonight.
Don't want to upset your other coworkers. Again.
Jason Myers, I think McVay got tired of Jared Goofball. Yeah, just like Shanahan, I think, has had enough of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, they don't hate them as people or play. I just think they're like, all right, well, the coaches are feeling the expectations too. McVay's like, oh, I was right there.
Yeah,
Shanahan, exactly. I was right there in the big game. I want to get over the top, get over the hump. All right, what do you got for players of the game? We can make this quick.
Yeah. Quick game again. Obviously, Arizona just not able to really keep it close. I am going to go with... Man, weak game. I'm going to go with Mitch Trubisky. 81 rush yards. He only had 50 passing yards.
It was a really bad game offensively.
But, I mean, like, that's still good. Like, for 81 rush yards. So, just shows the power, rushing QB. So, we give it to Mitch. Maybe it's more of a, sentimental pick, but wow, low scores in this one. 49er Quest winning with 73.66. I'm going to go with so many players I could pick for worst player of the game here. I'll go with Ted Ginn because he's 25% owned, caught 0 passes.
Boo,
Babysitter Billy,
Ted
not
Ginn.
my kid. Ted Ginn, you get the light of death.
49er Quest. First place in the Jeff nailed the Fields to Chicago pick. So
Yes.
Moose Call celebration. We did some Moose Calls. Got some of those in.
Boop, boop. We did.
Felt good to warm up the Moose Call machine. All right, that was fun. It's good to see you.
I'm sure we'll have some more Madden After Darks this summer, so that'll be good.
Yeah, we're on Friday at 4. Packers Chiefs.
Okay.
We got a good sim. Ooh, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, that'll be good. Yeah. Oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he'll be traded by then.
Limited time, limited edition. Aaron Rodgers. It could be the case.
Right.
And then Hoot. Okay. Hoot, first place in the $250 free public contest. Bears D captained Kyler, Trubisky, Drake, Hopkins, and Pinheiro in the flex as well. Okay, that's it. Let's give you the schedule for tomorrow. And before I read one of your comments, you're all just, I say this, you're all really great. And then you try to get me to read one last comment in here to get me in trouble. Do you actually care about me? I don't think you do. Wow. And I was actually on a really good roll of not reading something inappropriate until last Friday night. So, okay, let's give you the schedule. At 11 a.m. tomorrow, the Sweat. Are you on the Sweat tomorrow?
Yes.
What are you talking, hockey or golf?
Hockey.
Hockey,
eh?
Do that hockey with Jeff Ulrich tomorrow. Who's hosting? Jesse?
I have no idea. Probably
Okay.
Jesse.
All right, well, whoever it is.
Emerson's already on his birthday vacation. So.
Yeah, Emerson's gone for a week. Maybe it's Koff. Koff's here.
Could be Koff. I don't know. I think it's Jesse, but I'm not actually sure.
Okay. Great. That's at 11. So get all your daily fantasy sports betting advice starting at 11 a.m. on the Dream Stream, same place you always go for these Madden sims. Emerson will be with Christian tomorrow at noon.
Oh, wow.
Before his getaway. Maybe he'll get suspended. Bengals Bills starting at noon. I will be here at 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow for Falcons Patriots with Zach Thompson. 4 p.m. Colts Panthers. Mr. Adam Kaufman with Brandon Cristall. Then you'll have the slate, which is just a bunch of back and forth yapping between Koff and Kenny. So whoever's producing that show, someone have a stopwatch out, and I would make sure 30-second bits for each, just to be sure both get a fair share of talking. because wow, that microphones and streams might break tomorrow with that.
What do
Just
we
my-
have? What's going on? There's a show with Kenny and Kaufman that's not a sim.
Yes, Jeff, we've been doing this show on Thursdays during the slate. It's just general sports talk. I was on it last week with Reed doing draft preview stuff. And Kaufman and I are rotating every 2 weeks. So Kauf will do this week and next week. Then I'll come back and it will be a rotating analyst. Maybe it will be you. But you're a big Monday, Tuesday guy for golf.
Wow. I mean, I didn't even know this show existed until now. So
please come
I'm gonna
along if
tune
you'd
in.
like.
I'm going to tune in and check it out if I have time. Yeah, I'll come on one day. I mean, yeah, sure. We'll talk. Kaufman's probably scared to have me on because I'll just rip apart his Tom Brady arguments for an hour. But I can come on with you. You'll be much